Chapter 1. The Awakening of the System, the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. In the 29th year of Konoha, a significant 13 years have elapsed since the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, entrusted the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen and sacrificed himself to provide Hiruzen and his companions with the time to escape initially. Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage was precarious, besieged by pressure from various powerful clans, particularly the Uchiha clan, which threatened to unseat him at any moment just as Hiruzen was on the verge of being ousted. The wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mido, stepped forward to lend her unwavering support, rallying numerous clan heads to back Hiruzen, thereby quelling the internal strife, at least temporarily. Subsequently, in a bid to solidify his position, Sarutobi Hiruzen, faced with certain dark matters he could not directly address, entrusted his trusted friend, Danzo, who harbored similar ambitions for the Hokage title, to establish the Root, an organization independent of the Yambu, through various means. They sought to recruit disciples from Konoha's prominent clans to train under Danzo's guidance. Danzo did not disappoint Hiruzen. He successfully cultivated a formidable elite force of ninjas, specifically trained for intelligence gathering, assassination, and undertaking missions that Hiruzen found inconvenient to handle. After 13 years of development, Root had burgeoned into a colossal entity, concealing an unknown number of skilled ninjas even from Hiruzen himself. It was during this time that Danzo's ambitions began to surface, as he frequently vied with Hiruzen for the most gifted students at the Ninja Academy. However, their skirmishes remained veiled in secrecy, with the emergence of Hiruzen's 3 disciples Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru providing a temporary buffer against Danzo's advances. At the Ninja Academy, Class A of the second year, a youth with a forehead obscured by a hat, possessing a pair of gray-white eyes and an indifferent demeanor, sat at his desk. To the untrained eye, it appeared he was attentively absorbing the teacher's fervent lecture, yet his thoughts were far removed from the classroom discourse. For this young man, the knowledge imparted in the academy had long been assimilated during his enrollment, thanks to his immense mental capacity and ability to draw inferences from limited information. His decision to refrain from graduating early stemmed solely from a desire to avoid drawing undue attention to himself. This youth was named Hokage Ye Feng, a common member of the branch family of one of Konoha's 2 prominent clans. The Hokage clan, like many from the branch family, he was branded as a cage bird at the tender age of 3, confined to a life of servitude unlike his peers. However, Ye Feng did not harbor feelings of anxiety or intense resentment toward the main house. He understood that such emotions were futile. Not only would they fail to alter his fate, but they would also render his existence within the Hokage clan even more arduous in contrast to the other branch members, who viewed the cage bird curse with Draedon unbreakable seal that confined their potential. Ye Feng saw it as a whetstone to hone his growth. For Ye Feng was not a native of this world in his past life. He was a model youth under the red flag, profoundly influenced by his grandfather's tales of chivalrous heroes who traversed rooftops and upheld justice. This imbued him with a spirit of camaraderie and righteousness, compelling him to watch countless martial arts dramas with unbridled enthusiasm. As fate would have it, Ye Feng excelled academically and gained admission to GF University. However, while en route to his new beginning, he encountered a harrowing armed robbery as a paragon of the new era. Witnessing the criminal spiral out of control ignited a sense of duty within him. Without hesitation, he charged forward, intent on negotiating for the hostages' safety. Tragically, in the ensuing struggle, he was shot, successfully rescuing the captives, but ultimately sacrificing his own life. Expecting to find himself in the afterlife, Ye Feng was bewildered to awaken in a residence adorned with distinct Japanese aesthetics. Embracing his new reality, he adapted to life in this world over time, eventually realizing he had traversed into the realm of Naruto. Moreover, he discovered a progress bar within his mind, although its significance eluded him. He noted its lack of impact on his existence and chose to disregard it. When Ye Feng was 3, his parents perished in an arduous mission, assassinated by the rogue ninja Kakazu from Takigakure, who even desecrated their remains by removing their hearts, gazing upon their lifeless bodies. Ye Feng's expression remained stoic, yet a tempest of murderous intent toward Kakazu surged within him. From that moment forth, he committed himself to rigorous training. That same year, Ye Feng, along with his peers from the branch family, was branded with the caged bird seal by the clan head and elders. The seal catalyzed a surge in the progress bar within Ye Feng's mind, and each activation of the caged bird curse further propelled its growth. To decipher the meaning of the progress bar, Ye Feng subjected himself to daily mental strain, enduring excruciating pain in pursuit of understanding. This relentless torment gradually sculpted his character into one of profound coldness to the outside world. Ye Feng's demeanor was attributed to the caged bird seal, Yet he alone comprehended that this seal merely served as a sharpening stone after years of arduous training. Devoid of the influence of the progress bar, Ye Feng's resilience became unyielding furthermore. Each stimulation of the caged bird released a unique energy that nourished both his physical form and mental faculties. At present, although Ye Feng was merely a second-year student at the Ninja Academy, his prowess rivaled that of seasoned genin today. As was his custom, he diligently harnessed his mental energy to stimulate the caged bird seal. As the seal unleashed its power, Ye Feng silently bore the accompanying agony. Time slipped away, and suddenly, Ye Feng felt a resounding explosion within his mind, followed by the emergence of a mechanical voice. Congratulations, host, for activating the Martial Ancestor system. You have received a beginner's gift package. System? Ye Feng was taken aback. A rare smile gracing his previously indifferent face opened the system gift package and provided a detailed explanation of its functions. This system comprises a mall system and an achievement system. The mall system encompasses various martial arts techniques, divine weapons, elixirs, and rare flora from countless worlds. To purchase items from mall, one must utilize gold coins, which will be exchanged for any item within the ninja world. The system will determine the item's value and convert it into the corresponding amount of gold coins for the host. The achievement system allows the host to receive rewards for any accomplishments achieved in this world, such as the first kiss with a girl, altering the original storyline, or changing someone's fate, all of which are considered achievements. Rewards will be commensurate with the difficulty of the accomplishments. System introduction complete now. Open the beginner's gift package. Congratulations, host, for receiving the 18 dragon subduing palms, the breathing technique, and a small returning pill. As Ye Feng's words fell, the mechanical voice reverberated in his mind. Chapter 2. A Surge in Power, the Awakening of Byakugan. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Ye Feng felt a surge of elation. This system eschewed the convoluted task mechanics that often resulted in punitive consequences for failure, such as the loss of one's pride as a man, or worse. Although it comprised only 2 components, it was more than sufficient for Ye Feng, especially since the Naruto world was merely a high-level martial arts realm. Moreover, as a transmigrator, Ye Feng possessed knowledge of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, which was far more profound than it appeared at first glance. After all, how could the Hyuga clan be ranked alongside the Uchiha and Senju clans as one of the 3 great clans of the Warring States period? With the acquisition of the system and the Byakugan's capabilities, Ye Feng brimmed with confidence that he could swiftly elevate his strength to its zenith. With this thought in mind, he eagerly extracted the items from the beginner's gift package. Before long, a flurry of text appeared in Ye Feng's mind, accompanied by a detailed diagram of his Bodhis chakra points. Additionally, a small figure demonstrated the cultivation methods for the breathing technique and the 18 dragon subduing palms within a consciousness. Leveraging his immense mental strength, Ye Feng rapidly comprehended the various materials imparted by the system. After a considerable duration, a resounding bell echoed, signaling Ye Feng's awakening. Emotionless, he exited the classroom and ambled toward the back mountains of Konoha. Ye Feng, where are you headed? Tomorrow is the family ritual. You must not be late, or else you will incur the elder's punishment. Just as Ye Feng was about to step out of the academy, a voice called out to him. Without turning his head, Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. I understand. With that, he sprinted toward the mountains. His speed, though not on par with the body flicker technique, was still significantly swifter than that of an average ninja. The voice that had warned him belonged to Hinata Hanabi, a fellow member of the branch family. However, unlike Ye Feng, Hayashi's father was the current clan head, and he was the direct brother of the heir apparent, Hinata Hanabi, thus elevating their status considerably. Watching Ye Feng's retreating figure, Hayashi sighed, recognizing that Ye Feng's cold demeanor was merely a consequence of the caged bird seal's influence. He is no exception, however. He is the younger brother of Hinata Hanabi, although he harbors resentment in his heart. For the sake of the stability of the Hinata clan, he has no choice but to submit. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, unaware of Hinata Hanabi's thoughts, arrived at the back mountain. There, he stripped off his garments, unfastened all the weights he carried, and carelessly discarded them on ground. With a muted thud, a cloud of dust was kicked up from the ground, illustrating just how heavy the burdens Ye Feng had been bearing truly were. Ye Feng had long since grown accustomed to such circumstances, fully aware that the human body is a natural treasure, brimming with immense potential. Thus, following the passing of his parents, he consciously began to refine his physique, consistently increasing his load. In fact, apart from his daily baths, Ye Feng had scarcely removed the weights he bore. Currently, the cumulative weight he carried amounted to nearly 100 jin. It is hard to fathom how a child of merely 7 or 8 years could don such a burden and still exhibit his previous agility. After shedding his weights, Ye Feng slightly stretched his body before settling cross-legged beneath a tree, commencing the flow of chakra according to the principles of his breathing technique, as he navigated the meridians throughout his body. With the assistance of chakra energy, Ye Feng bypassed the step of sensing the energy flow after cycling through 36 rotations of his technique. His chakra completely transformed into internal energy. Sensing the internal energy within him, Ye Feng smiled faintly, mobilizing it in accordance with the breathing technique to begin the cultivation of his dantian. After a considerable duration, a crisp sound resonated from within Ye Feng's body, signaling the successful opening of his dantian. With his eyes closed, he sensed the gentle flow of internal energy circulating within his dantian, and a wave of excitement surged within him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for initially stepping into the martial path and achieving the milestone of martial initiation reward. 1 purple soft sword and a system space of 10 cubic meters. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more in Ye Feng's mind. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ye Feng's expression brightened with joy, surprised by this unexpected boon. Focusing his thoughts on the space within his mind, he placed the small huandan into it a moment later. A 3-foot 3-inch, gossamer soft sword materialized in his hand, its hilt inscribed with the words Purple Way. Moreover, the hilt of this purple soft sword featured a clasp, allowing it to double as a belt when not in use. After toying with it for a while, Ye Feng secured the purple soft sword at his waist, as he had yet to master sword techniques. The sword would serve no practical purpose for the time being. Retrieving the small huandan once more, Ye Feng tossed it into his mouth. The small huandan dissolved upon entry, unleashing a torrent of potent medicinal energy throughout his body. Ye Feng wasted no time, promptly sitting cross-legged to fully circulate his breathing technique, striving to absorb this energy. Uncertain of how much time passed, as dusk fell, Ye Feng finally refined the medicinal energy of the small huandan. He exhaled deeply. Truly remarkable is the Shaolin's secret small huandan, capable of enhancing one's prowess by a decade had it not been for my years of physical training. Merely this one pill could have ruptured my meridians. Previously, Ye Feng had been eager to elevate his strength, although the small huandan possessed mild properties. For one lacking superior techniques, and just embarking on a martial path, this pill could act as a lethal poison, with a moment's negligence potentially severing one's meridians and rendering them utterly useless. Fortunately, due to his long-standing physical training and extraordinary willpower, Ye Feng was able to forcibly channel his mental energy to suppress the pill's potency within his body, gradually refining it. Otherwise, if left unchecked, the medicinal properties of the small huandan could wreak havoc within him, and even if he did not perish, he would surely suffer grievous injuries. Glancing at the darkening sky, Ye Feng muttered to himself before swiftly leaping into the river before long. He caught 2 fish and began to kindle a fire for roasting. Wait a moment, why can I see the insides of the fish? Initially, Ye Feng paid it no mind, but at that moment, he could observe the bones within the fish, leaving him astonished. Could it be that I have awakened the Byakugan? With this thought, Ye Feng hurriedly began forming the hand seals his parents had taught him for activating and deactivating the Byakugan. Indeed, as Ye Feng initiated the seals, the internal energy surged from his dantian, merging into his eyes. Instantly, the veins around his eyes bulged, and Ye Feng perceived that apart from the blind spot directly behind him, he could see everything else with clarity. Even in the dark of night, he could see distinctly. However, since it was his first activation of the Byakugan, the range was limited to about 100 meters. Even so, Ye Feng felt sufficiently satisfied. After familiarizing himself with the perspective granted by the Byakugan, a smile graced Ye Feng's face. Cuckoo, wash your neck and prepare for me. Chapter 3. Family Sacrifice, Internal Competition. Having acquainted himself with the Byakugan, Ye Feng noticed the night had fallen and decided against further experimentation with the dragon's 18 palms. Tidying up, he set off towards the ancestral home of the Hinata clan. As a prominent family in Konoha, the Hinata clan's ancestral residence was naturally situated in the very heart of the village. Though night had descended, the vibrant lights of the bustling taverns illuminated the area, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled liveliness. Navigating through the bustling crowd, Ye Feng returned to the ancestral home of the Hinata family. After refreshing himself in his quaint courtyard, he succumbed to a deep slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, as the sky began to blush with the light of early morning, Ye Feng was already awake. Today marked the annual sacrificial ceremony of the Hinata clan, an occasion that summoned every member of the family, from the patriarch to the infants in their cradles. Ye Feng had no close friends within the Hyuga clan. His only acquaintance was Hinata Nichiji. This was largely due to Ye Feng's tendency to remain inconspicuous. Although the branch family harbored animosity towards the main family, internal strife was not absent among them. Members like Ye Feng, who failed to showcase their talents, were seldom accorded significant roles within such a vast clan. Standing alone in a secluded corner, Ye Feng closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the commencement of the ritual. The ceremony was indeed elaborate. Following a lengthy oration by the clan leader from the high platform, the attendees began to perform their respective duties in honoring the ancestors of the Hyuga family. After what felt like an eternity, during which Ye Feng's impatience grew, the grand ceremony finally drew to a close. Esteemed clan members, with the completion of the ritual, we shall now commence the internal competition of the Hyuga clan. Those who wish to participate, please step forward. As the clan leader's voice faded, 3 members of the main family, Hinata Nichizu, Hinata Yukong, and Hinata Hwai, swiftly ascended the platform. Hinata Nichizu was the eldest son of the clan leader, Hinata Yukong was the eldest son of the elder, and Hinata Hwai was the daughter of the third elder. Each of them was poised to inherit their father's positions and become future decision-makers of the Hyuga clan. In addition to these 3, a dozen or so members from the branch family also leaped onto the stage, with Hinata Nichiji prominently among them. A fierce determination was evident on their faces, clearly indicating their intent to prove themselves in this battle. They aimed to demonstrate to the members of the main family that their status as branch family members was not due to any lack of talent, but rather a consequence of the clan's unreasonable rules, which had relegated them to this position, leaving their fates beyond their control. With the clan leader's command, the participants drew lots and descended from the platform, leaving only Hinata Yukong and a member from the branch family on stage. Humph, you are no match for me. If you are wise, concede now, or you may suffer some physical pain, Hinata Yukong declared arrogantly, gazing disdainfully at his opponent from the branch family. Whether or not you or my opponent will be determined in battle. You merely had the fortune of being born first to become part of the main family. What is there to be proud of? Hinata Longtao retorted, jealousy evident on his face as he assumed a combat stance and launched an attack against Hinata Yukong. Humph. Since you refuse to recognize your own limitations, I shall show you the prowess of the main family. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm. For palms, 8 palms. Anger flared across Hinata Yukong's face as he retaliated, channeling his chakra to engage Hinata Longtao. As Hinata Yukong unleashed the 8 trigrams palm technique, the audience from the Hyuga family below expressed their astonishment. The gentle fist, being the conventional combat method of the Hyuga clan, was naturally powerful, especially in one-on-one battles beneath the level of a shadow. Furthermore, achieving proficiency in gentle fist required the activation of the Byakugan. Only with this ocular ability could one fully exploit the technique's potential. At merely 7 years of age, Hinata Yukong displayed remarkable skill in executing the 8 trigrams palm, clearly indicating that he had already awakened his Byakugan, a feat that marked him as a prodigy within the Hyuga clan. Hearing the murmurs of admiration from the gathered clan members, Hinata Yukong's vanity swelled as he continuously channeled chakra into Hinata Longtao's body. Under the relentless assault of Hinata Yukong, Hinata Longtao exhibited no capacity for resistance and soon found himself crumpled on the ground, trembling. It was evident that his chakra pathways had been sealed, impeding the flow of his blood and causing him great distress. The remaining members of the branch family who had taken the stage looked on with alarm, clearly taken aback by Hinata Yukong's overwhelming strength. Enough. This match goes to Hinata Yukong. Let the next contest begin. Observing Hinata Yukong's intent to continue his assault, the referee in charge of safety intervened, announcing Hinata Yukong's victory and clearing the chakra from Hinata Longtao's body. Humph, when next we meet, do be prudent and steer clear of me. Hinata Yukong sneered at the recovering Hinata Longtao before descending from the platform. As Ye Feng beheld the arrogant Hinata Yukong, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. However, it swiftly vanished as he closed his eyes to comprehend the essence of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Indifferent to the trivial contest of these children, Ye Feng found no interest in their juvenile antics. After all, within him resided the soul of an adult, rendering such childish behavior beneath him. Yet, often, it is not a matter of choice for Ye Feng to evade. He cannot always escape. With the conclusion of the family competition, Hinata Nichizu emerged victorious, followed by Hinata Nikia and then Hinata Hwale. Surprisingly, the typically overbearing Hinata Yukong secured only 4th place. Nevertheless, he paraded about with an air of triumph, as if he were the one who had clinched 1st place, exuding an aura of invincibility. Upon the chief's declaration of the competition's conclusion, Ye Feng turned to depart, for he had numerous pressing matters to attend to. Had it not been for the family's sacrificial rites that demanded his presence, he would not have squandered his time here. Yet, as he sought to leave, Hinata Hanabi, accompanied by his entourage of sycophants, confronted Ye Feng, proclaiming, "Ye Feng, I have been observing you closely. It appears you hold our strength in disdain. Do you dare to engage in a duel with me?" Ye Feng replied, "I have no interest." Ye Feng cast a glance at Hinata Hanabi, uttering a few words in a nonchalant manner before bypassing him and striding decisively towards the outskirts of the clan. You have no say in this matter. What are you pretending for? You are merely a member of the branch family, destined to serve our main clan. Now, I command you to halt." Hinata Hanabi, witnessing Ye Feng's blatant disregard for his authority, felt a familiar annoyance akin to their childhood, prompting him to bellow at Ye Feng with indignation. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng paused momentarily, yet chose to disregard Residing Yunkong's words and continued his advance. Infuriated, Residing Yunkong summoned his chakra and launched an assault on Ye Feng, exclaiming, "Damn it, soft fist technique, 8 trigrams, 8 palms." Upon sensing the assault from behind, Ye Feng's expression swiftly darkened. Channeling his inner energy, he pivoted his body, executing a whip-like kick that intercepted Hinata Hanabi's strike and aimed directly at his chest. In an instant, Hinata Hanabi was sent flying backward by Ye Feng's powerful kick. Chapter 4. The Chief's Attention, 18 Palms of the Dragon Descending. Ye Feng struck Hinata Hanabi with a powerful kick, sending him flying. After glancing at the stunned lackeys, he turned and departed from the Hinata ancestral home. It was not until Ye Feng had vanished from sight that the lackeys finally reacted, hastily helping Hinata Hanabi to his feet. How infuriating! How could this young man possess such formidable strength? With the assistance of his subordinates, Hinata Hanabi regained his composure after a while and, with a dark expression, spoke. Throughout his time in the Hinata clan, Ye Feng had remained exceptionally low profile. In his youth, when faced with their bullying, he had never retaliated forcefully. He had merely relied on his agile mind to evade their torment. Over the years, during the clan competitions, he had never once fought back. Thus, Hinata Hanabi had continuously sought various reasons to trouble Ye Feng. Today, after his own victory, he intended to flaunt his success to Ye Feng. However, upon seeing Ye Feng standing in the background, indifferent and unperturbed, a flicker of irritation ignited within Hinata Hanabi. It was then that he, accompanied by his lackeys, sought out Ye Feng to instigate trouble. Yet, he had anticipated Ye Feng would once again evade confrontation as he had in the past. To his surprise, Ye Feng erupted with unexpected ferocity. The swift and fierce kick to his chest caught him completely off guard, and before he could react, he found himself on the ground, his internal organs shaken, unable to suppress the blood that surged forth. "Brother, that fellow seems formidable. Perhaps we should refrain from provoking him next time." One of the lackeys suggested upon hearing Hinata Hanabi's murmured thoughts. So what if he is powerful? He is still merely a branch family member. Life and death are under the control of our main family. Moreover, that kick he delivered was clearly a steel fist technique. As a member of the Hinata clan, he should be practicing gentle fist techniques, yet he resorts to steel fist against me. I shall return and inform my father, urging him to discipline Ye Feng. Hinata Hanabi believed he had found a means to hold Ye Feng accountable, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face, even as the pain in his chest subsided somewhat. Supported by his lackeys, he made his way toward his father's residence. Little did Hinata Hanabi and Ye Feng know that their brief exchange had caught the attention of the Hinata clan leader. What astonishing willpower! The clan leader's eyes bulged with veins as he gazed upon Ye Feng, who was surprisingly laden with weights. Furthermore, Ye Feng's chakra was exceptionally dense. Although he was merely at the level of a genin, how old could he be? He was just a second-year student at the Ninja Academy. Such talent stirred a sense of admiration within the Hinata clan leader's heart. The age of Ye Feng is quite similar to that of his son, Hinata Hayashi. If Ye Feng could be trained to become Hinata Hayashi's guardian, accompanying him on the path to strength, then upon their maturity, Hinata Hayashi would undoubtedly gain a fiercely loyal and powerful ally. Such a prospect is certainly appealing. However, Ye Feng possesses a somewhat aloof temperament. Over the years, aside from a fleeting display of his abilities today, he has remained remarkably discreet, never exhibiting the animosity towards the main family that is common among the branch families. This has led the Hinata clan leader to perceive Ye Feng as a deep thinker, adept at restraint. A person of such disposition, if not subjected to some form of control, could prove unpredictable, even within the confines of a cage. After pondering this for a moment, as he observed Hinata Hanabi making his way toward the elder's residence, a faint smile crept across the clan leader's lips. With a silent resolution forming in his mind, he turned to approach his son, Hinata Hayashi, and his other child, Hinata Haich. Meanwhile, Ye Feng remained oblivious to the clan leader's watchful eye. After leaving the Hinata ancestral home and casually consuming a few morsels, he made his way to the back mountains of Konoha to commence his daily training. Ye Feng was already well versed in the family's gentle fist technique. Previously, he was unable to practice it due to his unawakened Byakugan. Now, with his Byakugan activated, the gentle fist and bagua palm techniques unfolded before him in an instant. As his inner energy surged, Ye Feng's hands moved rapidly, and through the Byakugan, he could see his hands striking against the large tree before him. The gentle fist technique, combined with the bagua, unleashed a flurry of strikes: 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, and finally, the 32 palms of the gentle fist. With the final blow landing on the tree, it trembled violently before crashing down with a resounding thud. Observing the destruction he had wrought, Ye Feng felt no surprise. The gentle fist, as a standard offensive technique of the Hinata clan, allows one to perceive the target's internal chakra pathways once the Byakugan is activated. By following the prescribed flow of the gentle fist, one can manipulate chakra through their hands to continuously assault the enemy's chakra system. Thus, the training method remains relatively straightforward. Before acquiring the system, Ye Feng had been meticulously devising the training methods for the soft fist. Thus, upon the awakening of his wide-eyed vision, he was able to instantly elevate his proficiency in the soft fist to the 32-palm level. It is believed that as his internal energy deepens further, he will undoubtedly be able to execute the bagua 64 palms, understood by the branch family. As for what comes next, Ye Feng did not dwell on it. Should he obtain subsequent training methods, he would explore them, but if not, he would remain unperturbed. After all, he now possessed a system with a plethora of martial arts for self-study. Whether or not he could learn the advanced techniques of the soft fist was of little consequence to him. Once he set aside his thoughts, Ye Feng once again familiarized himself with the soft fist before resolutely commencing the practice of the 18 dragon subduing palms. The 18 dragon subduing palms, a formidable martial art in the fictional world crafted by Jin Dada, originally comprised 28 techniques. However, the legendary hero Xiao Feng, alongside his younger brother, meticulously refined this complex set, distilling it into 18 palms. Despite the reduction of 10 techniques, the full set wielded an even greater power, enabling Xiao Feng to triumph over numerous foes. Later, during the waning years of the Southern Song dynasty, the beggar gang leader Hong Qigong fashioned his own version of the 18 dragon subduing palms by integrating 15 techniques with 3 others he adapted from his experiences. Although its might had diminished compared to the original, it nonetheless earned him the title of Northern Beggar, highlighting the formidable nature of this martial art. After thoroughly absorbing the essence of the 18 dragon subduing palms, Ye Feng wasted no time. He assumed the stance and began to practice the first move, Kong Long Yu Hui. Though the inaugural technique of the 18 dragon subduing palms, it is equally the most crucial. This technique emphasizes exerting 8 parts of strength while retaining 2, safeguarding against potential counterattacks from an adversary who might evade the initial strike. As Ye Feng established his stance, his internal energy surged from his dantian, channeling his yang energy through the channels of the hand, such as Zhongfu, Yunmin, and Tianfu, ultimately converging in his palm, directing his internal energy and yang toward his opponent. As Ye Feng embarked on his initial practice of the 18 dragon subduing palms, he dedicated a full hour to mastering this first technique, barely scratching the surface. It is no wonder that this supreme, vigorous martial art, crafted by Jin Dada, demands considerable study even for its introductory move. Ye Feng exhaled deeply, gazing at the imprints left on the tree trunk. After wiping away his sweat, he did not linger and resumed his cultivation. Chapter 5. Enduring Punishment. The desire for power. Meanwhile, Elder Hinata witnessed the grievous injuries inflicted upon his son, causing a tumult within his very organs. A flicker of rage ignited in his eyes. What transpired? Father, Hinata Yukong replied, the branch family member Ye Feng has gone too far. Unable to bear my glory of securing 4th place in the clan competition, he launched a sudden ambush against me. In truth, with his strength, he should have posed no threat. Yet, he unexpectedly employed his steel fists, catching me off guard and resulting in my severe injury. With disdain, Elder Hinata retorted, I am well aware of the long-standing discontent the branch family harbors towards our clan. However, I never anticipated that someone would audaciously confront a member of our lineage. Summon the clan leader, convene a family meeting, and bring that Ye Feng before me. Today, I shall demonstrate to these branch family members that the dignity of our clan is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing these words, Elder Hinata's face darkened with fury as he commanded those outside. Yes, Elder. The individuals outside responded promptly, proceeding to inform the clan leader and key members of the Hinata family to gather at the main hall for an urgent family meeting. Those who received the news wore expressions of bewilderment, uncertain as to what had transpired to warrant the early convening of the monthly family assembly. The elders from the branch family, however, wore looks of concern. Such impromptu meetings typically signified that someone from their side had offended the main family, prompting a show of authority to intimidate the disobedient branch members. Though they felt discontent, they found themselves ensnared within the confines of the main family's control, powerless to resist, and could only endure in silence. They secretly hoped that none of their own kin had incurred the wrath of the main family, for the consequences would be dire. Simultaneously, Ye Feng, who had been cultivating in the back mountains, was sought out by a messenger dispatched by Elder Hinata. Upon hearing that a family meeting was being convened, Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, as he understood this assembly was related to his earlier confrontation with Hinata Hanabi. However, Ye Feng had anticipated this outcome and felt no fear. With an impassive expression, he followed the messenger towards the Hinata ancestral residence. Before long, upon arriving at the main hall, Ye Feng found it filled with the prominent members of the Hinata family, both from the main and branch families. Ye Feng entered the main hall with unwavering focus and respectfully saluted the clan leader and the elders, saying, "I, Hinata Ye Feng, pay my respects to you, esteemed clan leader and distinguished elders." Before the clan leader could utter a word, the elder of the Hinata clan bellowed at Ye Feng. "Do you not understand the gravity of your transgressions?" Bewildered, Ye Feng pondered what sin he had committed to warrant such a clan meeting convened by the elder. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng straightened his posture and, with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, inquired of the Grand Elder, "Was it you who inflicted the injuries upon Yinkong?" The Grand Elder of the Hinata clan, upon hearing this, questioned angrily. Indeed, he. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng acknowledged it briefly before attempting to recount the events that had transpired. However, before he could finish his statement, the elder of the Hinata clan interrupted. "At least you have some backbone. An admission is sufficient. To strike a member of the main family as a branch family member is a grave offense. Yet, considering this is your first transgression and your willingness to accept responsibility, I shall only impose upon you the punishment of the caged bird technique once." As he spoke, the elder formed a seal, and a peculiar energy surged into Ye Feng's mind, activating the seal of the caged bird. This energy struck the seal with a force even greater than when Ye Feng had previously triggered it himself, causing him, despite enduring the torment of the caged bird for years, to furrow his brow in pain. Enduring the agony of the caged bird, Ye Feng articulated each word with clarity. "The clan's dealings are unjust. I am indeed a branch family member, yet Hinata Hanabi repeatedly troubles me. And this time he even launched a sneak attack from behind with a soft fist, after I defended myself and injured him. The elder punishes me without inquiring into the matter. I ask you, esteemed elder, are those of us from the branch family not members of the Hinata clan? Are we to be slaughtered without reason by you of the main family? For many years, our branch family has perished in battle protecting the main family, my parents included. This does not grant you the right to oppress us at will. We too are members of the Hinata clan, not mere dogs to the main family. The ancestors created the caged bird technique to protect the Byakugan from being leaked, not to allow you to wield it to control our lives and deaths at your whim." The members of the Hinata clan surrounding them resonated with Ye Feng's words, and those who had endured the punishment of the caged bird gazed at him with newfound respect as he spoke clearly while suffering its effects. The clan leader scrutinized Ye Feng, contemplating the opportune moment to intervene, aiming to gain Ye Feng's gratitude and maximize his own benefits. As for Ye Feng's statements, the clan leader dismissed them entirely. Indeed, the ancestors had created the caged bird technique to safeguard the Byakugan, but as time passed, the main family sought to maintain its position by exerting absolute control over the branch families. Only in this manner could the Hinata clan endure through the ages. How dare you challenge centuries of tradition? Your parents died for the main family, and that is their rightful end. Not only them, but you too must be prepared to sacrifice your life for the main family when the time calls for it. The elder of the Hinata clan, incensed by Ye Feng's words, intensified the power of the caged bird, hoping to force Ye Feng into submission. However, he underestimated Ye Feng. Rather than succumbing to the pain in his head, Ye Feng felt a surge of blood vessels manifesting within his Byakugan, revealing the fierce glint hidden deep within his eyes. The elder's tyranny had become intolerable, Ye Feng was a person who would repay any grievance, and he etched this day as enmity into his memory. Enough. Just as Ye Feng contemplated how to take revenge on the elder, a commanding voice echoed through the hall, and he felt the excruciating pain in his mind recede like a tide. At that moment, he sensed an inexplicable change in his Byakugan, as if his spiritual power had surged slightly. This transformation filled Ye Feng with joy. Leader. He disregards the main family and speaks in a manner that incites division within the Hinata clan. Why do you prevent me from punishing him? The elder of the Hinata clan exclaimed, frowning at the clan leader's intervention. Esteemed elder, he is merely a child. It is not worth your wrath. Moreover, he speaks the truth. Though the branch families are marked by the caged bird and under our control, they remain part of the Hinata clan and should not be punished without cause. Let this end here, the clan leader explained slowly. Elder, enough. Do not forget that I am the leader of the Hinata clan. The clan leader bellowed, cutting off any further protest from the elder. The elder, feeling humiliated, cast a resentful glance at the clan leader before reluctantly retreating, choosing not to say more. As for Ye Feng, he did not feel elated by this turn of events. Instead, his desire for power soared to its peak. If he were strong enough, what did it matter if the caged bird was placed upon him? He could eliminate his adversaries before they even activated it. Who would dare to oppress him then? Why would he need to rely on others for salvation? The feeling of being unable to control his own fate was utterly intolerable to Ye Feng. Thank you, clan leader, for speaking on my behalf. I shall remember this favor. And should you ever require my assistance, I will not refuse. If the clan leader has no further matters to attend to, I wish to take my leave and rest. If you would be so kind. After a moment of composure, Ye Feng bowed respectfully to the Hinata clan leader and said, Yes. I shall take my leave and rest well. The Hinata clan leader responded with a gentle smile. Thank you, clan leader. After expressing his gratitude, Ye Feng did not glance at the grim-faced elder, but instead turned and walked towards the exit. Chapter 6. The Role of the Caged Bird, Returning to School. Upon hearing these words, Ye Feng, after bowing, exited the grand hall. The humiliation he endured today was firmly etched in his memory. The elder Hinata and Hinata Yunkong would pay dearly for their transgressions once he found the opportunity to strike them down without hesitation. Upon returning to his residence, Ye Feng seated himself cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to adjust his mental state. Previously, while enduring the onslaught of the caged bird, he had experienced excruciating spasms that felt as though they emanated from his very soul. Even Ye Feng, accustomed to the caged bird's influence, had nearly succumbed. However, upon persevering, he discovered that his Byakugan seemed to exhibit an unusual transformation. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng harnessed his mental energy to scrutinize the changes within him. After a prolonged moment, he opened his eyes in astonishment. My Byakugan has indeed become more refined. Could it be that the caged bird is not merely a means for the main family to control the branch families, but also a method of self-evolution? The Hinata clan, renowned alongside the Uchiha clan as one of the two great ocular clans, found itself notably inferior when compared to the Uchiha. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan evolves from a single tomo, continuously advancing, enhancing the ninja's combat prowess with each evolution, particularly upon reaching the level of the Manjiki Sharingan. A ninja's strength could soar to the pinnacle of Hokage-level prowess. Although the drawbacks are significant, when faced with peril, such disadvantages become trivial. After all, few would choose to die at a later time over an immediate demise. Conversely, the Hinata clan, while esteemed alongside the Uchiha, falls short in many aspects. Although the conditions for awakening the Byakugan are relatively simple, requiring only sufficient mental energy, the capabilities it grants pale in comparison to the transformative power of the Sharingan. Aside from its ability to perceive the body's chakra pathways, conduct long-range reconnaissance, and provide exceptional dynamic vision, the Byakugan offers little else. This limitation explains why. Aside from Hinata Tenjin, the Hinata clan has not produced any shadow-level experts. Throughout the history of the Hokage, the Hinata clan has often been relegated to a supporting role. During major conflicts, they serve primarily to scout for enemies and pave the way, struggling to contend even with AJ Nin in true battle. Thus, what merit does such a clan hold to be compared to the illustrious Uchiha? Ye Feng understood that this was due to the fact that the ancestors of the Hyuga clan, much like those of the Uchiha and Senju clans, were descendants of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Furthermore, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan possessed powers that were far from merely auxiliary, not to mention the evolved Rinnegan. The Byakugan itself boasted several ocular techniques. However, Despite his awareness of these truths, Ye Feng was at a loss regarding how to purify his own Byakugan. Now, he discovered that after enduring the effects of the caged bird, his Byakugan had become even more refined than when it was first awakened. Not only had his field of vision expanded, but a blind spot that had previously emerged due to the caged bird's curse had also diminished. With the purity of his Byakugan increasing, Ye Feng's vision was significantly enhanced, and the previously hidden blind spot had lessened in scope. Thus, Ye Feng speculated in his heart. Could it be that the caged bird was the key to the evolution of the Byakugan? The mere thought of this possibility ignited a surge of excitement within him. His longing for power was insatiable. Although he possessed a system, it would be impossible for Ye Feng not to covet the pinnacle of power held by the Hyuga clan. After all, it was an existence even more formidable than the Rinnegan of the Uchiha clan. With this in mind, Ye Feng eagerly summoned his mental energy to break the seal of the caged bird. Instantly, waves of pain surged throughout his body once more. Ye Feng silently endured the throbbing pain until his mental energy was nearly depleted, at which point he ceased to activate the seal of the caged bird. As the agony receded like a retreating tide, Ye Feng immediately inspected the transformation of his Byakugan. Indeed, his Byakugan had become pure, albeit not to the extent of his previous enhancements. Yet he could distinctly perceive the change within, just as I had surmised. The caged bird serves as a catalyst for the evolution of the Byakugan. How amusing it is that these haughty clansmen could never fathom the astonishing effects harbored within the very seal they employ to control the branch family. A cold smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. He was curious to witness the expressions of these individuals when, one day, he shattered the caged bird's seal and his Byakugan evolved. Dismissing further thoughts, Ye Feng commenced his practice of the breathing technique while simultaneously restoring his depleted mental energy. As for using his mental power to activate the caged bird's seal, he refrained from rushing, for he understood the principle that moderation is key. However, what Ye Feng was unaware of was that the changes he experienced were the result of a confluence of numerous factors. The caged bird indeed served as a catalyst for the evolution of the Byakugan, but this was not an absolute truth. Firstly, the Hyuga ninja who inscribed the caged bird must possess a mental power that deviates from the norm. Regardless of the circumstances, ocular techniques are intrinsically linked to mental strength. If one's mental power is not formidable, even enduring the torment of the caged bird until death would not purify their Byakugan in the slightest. Secondly, the ninja's body must be capable of withstanding the nurturing of natural spiritual energy. Although the Otsutsuki clan may not comprehend the sage mode, their strength fundamentally derives from the energy of the divine tree. The divine tree, as a repository of the world's energy, inherently contains vast amounts of natural energy, which is a primary reason for their superiority over ordinary ninjas by an immeasurable margin. After all, the energy and life force of the Otsutsuki are on an entirely different echelon compared to that of ninjas. After activating the system, Ye Feng underwent a transformation. Although the breath technique was merely a fundamental practice, it possessed the ability to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe. Once Ye Feng successfully opened the Ren and Du meridians, the internal bridge to the external world would be established, allowing him to intuitively perceive his own metamorphosis. As dawn broke the following morning, with the sky painted in hues of pale white, Ye Feng opened his eyes, rose to his full height, and practiced the soft fist and the 18 dragon subduing palms. After refreshing himself, he set off towards the Ninja Academy. The previous day had been dedicated to family rituals and competitions, which is why Ye Feng had not attended the academy. Despite having mastered all the knowledge the school offered, it did not exempt him from attendance. Unless he wished to graduate early, unexcused absences would lead to various complications. Unlike those pampered heirs who could afford to skip classes with impunity, he could rely solely on himself. After casually preparing a bento, Ye Feng proceeded towards the Ninja Academy. Just then, Hinata Hanabi approached him with a smile, saying, "Ye Feng, you are surprisingly adept at concealing your true abilities. We should engage in a friendly spar sometime. It's not that I am exceptionally skilled, rather, it's that Hinata Yukong is rather lacking. As for a spar, I am always open to it." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng remarked indifferently, "Ye Feng, after all, Hinata Yukong belongs to the clan. If you wish to avoid the repercussions of yesterday's punishment, it would be prudent to refrain from such statements." As soon as Ye Feng's words fell, Hinata Hanabi commented in a subdued manner. In response, Ye Feng shrugged, choosing to remain silent. Unlike his feelings towards Hinata Hanabi, he held no fondness for the perpetually expressionless Hinata Hanabi. After exchanging a brief greeting with Hinata Hanabi, Ye Feng set off alone towards the Ninja Academy. Chapter 7. The first encounter with the little son before long. Ye Feng arrived at the Ninja Academy and entered his classroom. He had barely settled in when the bell rang, and a stern Chunin entered, textbooks in hand. After exchanging courtesies, the Chunin opened the textbook and announced, "Today, I shall instruct you on the utilization of shuriken. The chakra of a ninja is limited, and in the heat of battle, there is no opportunity to gather chakra to aid in your combat. Thus, during fierce confrontations, tools such as kunai and shuriken become our standard means of offense." The Chunin, known as Hinata Hanabi, was a seasoned veteran who had retired from the battlefield, possessing a wealth of experience. He often shared essential battlefield insights with Ye Feng and his peers. The Ninja Academy of this era is markedly different from that of Naruto's time. Today, the curriculum focuses heavily on practical combat skills, given the instability of the ninja world. While large-scale wars between ninja villages have not erupted, smaller conflicts frequently arise due to bounty ninjas, rogue ninjas, and the espionage activities among the villages. Those graduating from the academy may very well find themselves unwittingly thrust into the throes of war. Should such a scenario occur, it would be perilous for these inexperienced graduates. Hence, the curriculum of the Ninja Academy during this period is primarily geared towards preparing students for real combat. Moreover, unlike in Naruto's time, where merely mastering one of the 3 body techniques sufficed to obtain a forehead protector, today, graduation necessitates defeating a Chunin dispatched by the school. Only through such a victory can one acquire the ninja forehead protector and become a genin. Although Ye Feng had already memorized the knowledge imparted by the ninja school, he still listened earnestly as Huaitian recounted experiences from the battlefield. Time passed as Ye Feng attentively absorbed the lecture. Soon, noon arrived. After warming his lunchbox, Ye Feng sought a tranquil spot to enjoy his meal in solitude. "Big brother, may I sit here?" Just as Ye Feng was engrossed in his lunch, a small boy with yellow hair and a gentle smile, approximately 6 or 7 years old, suddenly approached him, grinning widely. Ye Feng raised his head and beheld a young boy with golden hair, gazing at him with a touch of innocence. A fleeting recognition crossed his mind. Naruto? No. The boy bore no facial hair, and the timeline seemed amiss. Could he be? With this thought, Ye Feng's lips curled into a smile. "Very well. Please take a seat." "Thank you, big brother. My name is Namikaze Minato. Are you from the Hyuga clan?" The boy, Namikaze Minato, inquired curiously after expressing his gratitude, his gaze wandering over Ye Feng's attire and those distinctive Byakugan eyes. "Indeed, I am Hyuga Ye Feng." Upon hearing Minato's introduction, Ye Feng mused to himself, "Just as I suspected, this Namikaze Minato would eventually become the revered 4th Hokage, renowned for his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. And dubbed the Yellow Flash of Konoha, he would even earn the respect of the ninja world, where the various ninja villages issued a decree that upon encountering the Yellow Flash, one could unconditionally abandon their mission without facing punishment, an extraordinary legend. It is essential to understand that for a ninja, their missions are paramount, often outweighing their very lives. Yet, the issuance of such a decree by the major ninja villages reflects the immense pressure Namikaze Minato would later exert upon them. For someone of his caliber, Ye Feng would certainly not shy away from forging a friendship. After all, on the battlefield, unless one possesses truly invincible strength within the ninja realm, no one dares claim they can handle any situation. Even the formidable Senju Tobarama, a man of forbidden techniques, ultimately fell in battle while covering his comrades' retreat in the land of clouds. Moreover, peace within Konoha is but a facade. The current tranquility is merely a consequence of Sarutobi Hiruzen recently securing his position as Hokage. The ambitions of that conniving rat, Danzo, remain dormant due to the undercurrents of turmoil in the ninja world. Once external pressures dissipate, and Danzo unveils his true ambitions, who in Konoha could claim to remain unscathed. Thus, Ye Feng recognized the necessity of cultivating relationships with powerful allies of commendable character. Only in this way, when faced with upheaval or dispatch for perilous missions, could he rely on trustworthy companions for assistance. After all, having been granted a second chance at life, Ye Feng had no desire to meet an untimely demise. That big brother must possess tremendous strength. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Namikaze Minato beamed at Ye Feng, extending a small hand toward him. Certainly. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to approach me. Additionally, I have some understanding of taijutsu and often train in the back mountains of Konoha. If you are interested, you may come find me there. Ye Feng smiled faintly and, after exchanging a few words with Minato, Namikaze took his leave after finishing his meal. As Minato watched Ye Feng's departing figure, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. In truth, his approach to Ye Feng was not without purpose. He had chanced upon Ye Feng engaged in rigorous weight training earlier. Recognizing Ye Feng's formidable strength, he felt a desire to befriend him. After class today, upon arriving at the square and finding Ye Feng present, he seized the opportunity to initiate contact. He had braced himself for rejection, as the scions of noble families often held themselves in high regard, while he was merely an ordinary orphan, lacking power and status, with relatively weak abilities. However, Minato was taken aback by Ye Feng's gentle demeanor, which sparked a flicker of fondness within him. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Minato, Ye Feng began to contemplate how to strengthen their bond. He held great admiration for Minato, the youngest and yet tragically short-lived fourth Hokage. Establishing a deep friendship with Minato could prove advantageous in times of trouble, as Minato would surely not turn a blind eye. Furthermore, Minato would eventually become a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, which would facilitate Ye Feng's own connections with them. After all, he could not remain at the Ninja Academy forever, and graduation would inevitably thrust him into a perilous existence. Thus, it was only natural for him to aspire to follow powerful ninjas post-graduation, ensuring a measure of safety given his currently modest strength. Soon, Ye Feng reached a decision and returned to the classroom to await the next lesson. The day passed swiftly, and after school, Ye Feng made his way toward the back of Konoha as usual. Indeed, it was not long before Minato eagerly approached him. "Brother Ye Feng, how shall we train today?" Minato inquired with anticipation. 1,000 sets of sit-ups, 1,000 sets of push-ups, and 1,000 sets of leg kicks. Let us begin with a warm-up. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng promptly shared his meticulously prepared training regimen. Without hesitation, Namikaze Minato set aside his backpack and commenced training alongside Ye Feng. In this world, the majority of individuals possess commendable physical attributes. Even the ordinary citizens exhibit far superior physical capabilities compared to those on Earth. Moreover, Namikaze Minato had consistently engaged in physical training prior, and although the warm-up exercises proposed by Ye Feng proved challenging, he persevered undeterred. Chapter 8. An unexpected encounter with the legendary three ninjas. As Ye Feng observed Namikaze Minato beginning his warm-up, a faint smile graced his lips. Minato's innate talent and tenacity were exceptional, and given his youth and high malleability, Ye Feng was confident that under his guidance, Minato would undoubtedly experience rapid growth. After watching for a while, Ye Feng resolved to forego any further delay. He quickly warmed up and began practicing the dragon subduing 18 palms. Having mentally rehearsed the dragon subduing 18 palms countless times, Ye Feng seamlessly entered the first stance, Kong Long Yuhui. The subsequent techniques flowed effortlessly for him. Regrettably, Ye Feng's current internal energy was still somewhat limited, preventing him from fully unleashing the true power of the dragon subduing 18 palms. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, continually executing the techniques to deepen his understanding of this formidable martial art. "Brother Ye Feng, I have completed my warm-up. Were you practicing some form of martial art earlier? You are truly impressive." Namikaze Minato, fatigued, approached Ye Feng, his gaze filled with admiration as he observed Ye Feng's formidable training. An orphan who lost his parents to the ravages of war and raised in an orphanage, Minato had never had the opportunity to inherit any martial or ninjutsu skills during his formative years. The only knowledge he possessed stemmed from the basic chakra refinement techniques and body techniques imparted by his homeroom teacher upon enrollment. Thus, witnessing Ye Feng's mastery of such powerful martial arts naturally instilled a profound sense of envy within Minato. "You may not be able to cultivate this martial art, but I possess a more advanced chakra refinement technique than the one you currently know. You might want to give it a try?" Upon hearing these words, Ye Feng ceased his cultivation, observing the envy in Bo Feng Shui Men's eyes. With a faint smile, he produced a scroll and tossed it to Bo Feng Shui Men. Ye Feng was resolute in not imparting the various martial arts rewarded by the system to others, at least until he had grown sufficiently powerful. He would not casually share his skills. In Konoha, there existed no stringent rule mandating that one must surrender their self-created techniques to the village or clan. Otherwise, if ninjas were compelled to relinquish their unique skills, who would be willing to devote themselves to the village? Particularly with respect to the secret techniques of noble clans. Even the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo would not dare to covet them. Thus, Ye Feng had no intention of freely disseminating his martial arts to others. Regarding the chakra refining technique he offered to Bo Feng Shui Men, it was a treasured technique passed down through the Hyuga clan, vastly superior to that practiced by commoners. This is one of the reasons why the chakra of clan ninjas generally surpasses that of ordinary citizens. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Bo Feng Shui Min initially felt a sense of disappointment, but then his eyes sparkled with hope. If he could acquire a superior chakra refining technique, he would be able to swiftly and effectively refine his own chakra. Chakra is the essential foundation for cultivating ninjutsu and taijutsu. Without sufficient chakra, even the finest techniques would be beyond his reach. However, considering Ye Feng's status, Bo Feng Shui Min could not help but voice his concerns. Brother Ye Feng, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Furthermore, what you have bestowed upon me should be the Hyuga clan's proprietary chakra refining technique. If others were to discover that you have given it to me without permission, it could lead to trouble for you. Fear not, as long as you remain silent. Who would ever know? Ye Feng reassured him. Very well, it is settled then. Take a moment to rest, and then let us commence honing your taijutsu skills. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng smiled faintly and, after giving a few words of advice to Minato Namikaze, chose to ignore him and immersed himself in the practice of the 18 dragon subduing palms. Only when his internal energy began to wane did he cease his training, settling down to sit cross-legged on the ground, channeling the breathing technique to replenish his depleted energy. As dusk fell, Ye Feng finally came to a halt, shedding his burdens before leaping into the water. After a brief moment, he emerged with several fish and began to kindle a fire for roasting. Before long, as Ye Feng sprinkled a variety of seasonings over the fish, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Minato, who was refining his chakra, could not help but feel his stomach rumble upon catching a whiff of the delightful scent. He instinctively opened his eyes and glanced towards Ye Feng. Well then, cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. Come, let us dine before returning to our rest. As Ye Feng observed the conclusion of Bo Feng Shui Min's training, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, elder brother." Upon hearing this, Bo Feng Shui Min eagerly approached Ye Feng, seizing a fish and preparing to bring it to his mouth. However, at that moment, the fish vanished from Bo Feng Shui Min's grasp, leaving him bewildered as he searched his surroundings. To take without asking is the act of a thief. As a senior, do you not find such behavior utterly shameless? Bo Feng Shui Min failed to perceive the situation clearly, yet Ye Feng's dynamic vision was unparalleled. Augmented by his formidable spiritual energy, he sensed the impending action of an intruder, but the assailant's speed was overwhelming, leaving Ye Feng unable to intervene in time. A toad is still a toad. Even to seize an object, it can be detected by a mere child. It seems you must devote yourself to your training. Just as Ye Feng's words resonated, a chilling voice reached his ears. You foul snake, what did you say? If you have the ability, challenge me one-on-one. Enough. You two fools. Must you always bicker? It's exasperating. Before Ye Feng could ponder further, the voices of a man and a woman reached him, prompting him to speculate. The terms toad, foul snake, and the irritable female voice, were they not the legendary Sannin of Konoha? Although at this time, they had yet to attain the esteemed title recognized by others, they bore a name that was, to themselves, a mark of disgrace. As Ye Feng deduced their identities, the trio gradually came into view. One of the men possessed a cold demeanor, his golden vertical pupils emanating a chilling light, with a lean frame that seemed almost boneless, his long hair cascading to his shoulders. The second man had white hair and a face adorned with camouflage, resembling a toad, with a lecherous appearance, occasionally casting furtive glances toward the alluring scenery nearby. The final figure was a woman with long golden hair styled into two ponytails, gracefully framing her face, possessing stunning features and an exquisite figure. Each of these three individuals presented a distinct appearance and a unique aura, making them unforgettable at first glance. Indeed, it was they. Ye Feng observed the demeanor of the three individuals before him, silently contemplating their true intentions for being present. Orochimaru's gaze was fixed intently upon Ye Feng. They had arrived quite some time ago and, initially, had paid little heed to the training of the two youngsters. However, upon witnessing Ye Feng practice the dragon subduing 18 palms, a flicker of astonishment ignited within Orochimaru's mind. Admittedly, Ye Feng's prowess remained rather feeble, unable to fully unleash the formidable power of the technique. Yet, who was Orochimaru? In certain respects, he reigned supreme in the entire ninja realm, possessing an extraordinarily keen perception that allowed him to immediately discern the latent potential of the dragon subduing 18 palms. Why, then, did such a powerful martial art manifest in Ye Feng? Most intriguingly, Orochimaru scoured the recesses of his memory, finding no prior knowledge or encounter with this technique, which piqued his curiosity. Consequently, he promptly shared his thoughts with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Though Ye Feng possessed immense spiritual strength, He remained relatively weak and had never engaged in actual combat. Thus, he remained oblivious to the scrutiny of the three observers, as they continued to watch in silence. Their astonishment grew, peaking when Ye Feng shed his burdensome weights, eliciting a moment of sheer shock from them. They secretly marveled at his remarkable perseverance. Jiraiya, caught up in the moment, was irresistibly drawn to the alluring fragrance and snatched food from Minato's hands, only to be met with a humiliating rebuke. Chapter 9. The attention of Orochimaru, seeking a mentor? Might I inquire what brings the esteemed seniors here? Ye Feng felt a shiver run down his spine under Orochimaru's penetrating gaze. The serpent-like figure before him was no ordinary human. The physical characteristics he displayed were undeniably influenced by Orochimaru's sinister transformations. What martial arts have you been practicing, young one? Orochimaru inquired with keen interest, sensing an aura of mystery surrounding Ye Feng. From the depths of those Byakugan eyes, Orochimaru discerned a distinctiveness in Ye Feng that set him apart from the typical members of the Hyuga branch family. I merely practiced on my own. Upon hearing those words, Ye Feng felt a tightening in his heart, though he maintained an impassive facade as he spoke. During this period, Orochimaru had yet to embark on his grotesque experiments. Yet Ye Feng still felt an overwhelming sense of dread in the presence of Orochimaru. The crux of the matter was that he had no desire to entangle himself with Orochimaru, should he attract the latter's attention. It could very well lead him into perilous situations. At this moment, Ye Feng harbored a faint sense of regret, lamenting his decision to practice the dragon-subduing 18 palms in the open. Was this truly the case? The corners of Orochimaru's mouth curled up ever so slightly, and in an instant, he struck, his body moving with the swiftness of lightning, towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng felt an overwhelming sense of imminent danger approaching him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly summoned his inner strength, extending his palm forward to unleash the powerful technique, Conlong Yui. This strike was the culmination of all his energy. But upon colliding with Orochimaru, Ye Feng felt as though he had been struck by a speeding freight truck. His body involuntarily flew backward, his vital energy surging violently, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground. Quite interesting, Orochimaru remarked, observing that Ye Feng had managed to withstand his attack. From Ye Feng's palm, he glimpsed the potential of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. If he could integrate attribute changes into the technique, transforming the formless into the tangible, the power of this martial art would be significantly enhanced, potentially leading to the creation of various ninjutsu techniques. With this thought, a flicker of interest ignited within Orochimaru as he slowly approached Ye Feng. Orochimaru, enough. He is our compatriot, not an enemy. Tsunade interjected, witnessing Orochimaru's aggression towards Ye Feng. She sighed, exasperated at her two teammates, one increasingly malicious and cold, while the other she found difficult to even comment on. Nevertheless, despite her frustration, Tsunade could not allow Orochimaru to harm someone from their village. She swiftly moved to Ye Feng's side, gathering her chakra to cast a healing technique and mend his injuries. As Tsunade's gentle hands applied the healing technique, a soothing green light penetrated Ye Feng's body. He felt a refreshing sensation coursing through him. The internal fire that had been burning fiercely gradually subsided as the green light enveloped him, compelling him to close his eyes in comfort. Tsunade, you misunderstand me. I intend to take him as my disciple, Orochimaru stated, noticing Tsunade's wary gaze directed at him. He remained steadfast in his goals, sharing the same dream of becoming Hokage as the other Leaf Ninjas. How could he possibly harm a fellow villager? Undeniably, Orochimaru harbored great curiosity about Ye Feng's martial arts, but he would not resort to underhanded methods to extract information. He would instead encourage Ye Feng to willingly share his knowledge. I will not become your disciple. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. Previously, he had assumed that Orochimaru intended to interrogate him regarding the training methods of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. He contemplated silently, recognizing that a true man must possess both humility and resilience. If it came to it, he could simply divulge his knowledge to Orochimaru, and later, when his own strength had grown, seek retribution. However, Ye Feng was unprepared for Orochimaru's desire to take him as a disciple. While Orochimaru could indeed be considered an excellent teacher, Ye Feng had no intention of becoming his student. Orochimaru's demeanor was excessively cold, and although he had not yet begun to disregard the lives of his comrades during this period, Ye Feng still preferred not to align himself with him. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that if he remained by Orochimaru's side, his Byakugan's transformation would inevitably be detected. Should that occur, it was not beyond reason to suspect that Orochimaru might covet the Byakugan for himself. It is well known that the evolved Byakugan possesses power that rivals that of the Sharingan. Moreover, Ye Feng harbored a greater desire to become Tsunade's disciple instead, as it would facilitate matters should he ever wish to confront his mentor. Initially, Ye Feng had not considered this possibility. However, upon catching sight of Tsunade, her exquisite features and her strikingly ample attributes captivated him entirely, embodying all his fantasies. Thus, the notion of becoming Orochimaru's disciple paled in comparison to the prospect of learning from Tsunade. Just as Ye Feng was lost in these thoughts, Tsunade suddenly delivered a sharp thump to his forehead, causing him to involuntarily gasp in pain. It turned out that during his reverie, his Byakugan had unconsciously fixated on Tsunade's ample form. Noticing Ye Feng's gaze, Tsunade could no longer restrain herself and remarked, "Not a single man is virtuous. So young yet so lecherous. To admire beauty is not to be lecherous, it is a natural instinct. Senior, your beauty is undeniable. And it is only natural that I am drawn to you. Indeed, we must cherish beautiful things in our hearts, which is why we often find ourselves pausing to revel in splendid sights." As soon as Ye Feng's words fell, Jiraiya could not help but interject, secretly giving Ye Feng a thumbs up in his heart, thinking to himself, a kindred spirit. However, upon hearing Jiraiya's shameless remarks, Tsunade could no longer contain her anger. She delivered a powerful punch that sent Jiraiya flying, crashing him into a large tree, where he became embedded within it. Ye Feng's lips twitched slightly as he pondered inwardly, given Tsunade's fierce temperament, should I reconsider the notion of defying my master? At least, until I acquire an exceptional body refinement technique, it would be prudent to refrain from such defiance. Otherwise, in a moment of reckoning, Tsunade's retaliation might be quite severe. You, young one, if you were to take me as your mentor, numerous benefits would befall you, even assisting you in unraveling that predicament atop your head. This was the first time Orochimaru had contemplated accepting a disciple, yet he was met with an unexpected refusal from Ye Feng. It is worth noting that although he had not yet reached his future prowess, he was already a well-known ninja in Konoha. His master was the third Hokage, and he himself had attained the rank of elite jonin, having joined the Umbu and distinguished himself in various battles. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Ye Feng could not possibly be unaware of Orochimaru's reputation. Nevertheless, he still declined the offer. Left with no other recourse, Orochimaru resorted to enticing Ye Feng. In Orochimaru's view, those from the Hyuga branch family harbored an intense disdain for the caged bird of their lineage, as the sealing technique effectively confined them, rendering them akin to birds in a cage, devoid of freedom for a lifetime. No need for that, Ye Feng replied. In comparison to you, esteemed Orochimaru, I would much prefer to learn under the guidance of the beautiful Tsunade. Tsunade, might I have the honor of becoming your disciple? After Ye Feng once again declined Orochimaru, he gazed expectantly at Tsunade. With such a beautiful, powerful, and esteemed mentor, who would choose to associate with someone as effeminate as you? He certainly does not wish to become like Orochimaru in the future. Young man, do not speak nonsense. You hail from the Hyuga clan, practicing gentle fist. How could you possibly align with my teachings on the Iron Fist? This is absurd. As for medical ninjutsu, that is even more out of the question. Your clan specializes in ocular techniques, predominantly possessing Yin attribute physiques. Where would you derive a Yang attribute from? Although Tsunade found Ye Feng's words quite flattering, the prospect of accepting him as her pupil was utterly impossible. Just as she articulated, what could Ye Feng possibly learn from her? The Iron Fist? Ye Feng possesses the Byakugan, and while training in the Iron Fist is not unfeasible, it undoubtedly lacks the swiftness of mastering the Gentle Fist. As for medical ninjutsu, it necessitates a body imbued with Yang attributes. Individuals marked by the bloodline of the ocular technique often possess such attributes. Thus, despite the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan being adept at discerning the body's chakra pathways, rendering them exceptionally suited to become medical ninjas, over the years, few members from either the Hyuga or Uchiha clans have succeeded in this endeavor. Chapter 10, Medical Ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu can only be successfully cultivated by those with a Yang attribute physique. The principle behind this is that individuals endowed with such a physique generate chakra that exudes a unique life essence. The medical ninjutsu derived from this chakra, such as healing techniques and the palm healing technique, effectively stimulates the cellular growth surrounding a wound. Only in this manner can one achieve the rapid healing of injuries. Naturally, to become a competent medical ninja, one must also possess precise control over their chakra in addition to the aforementioned conditions. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Ye Feng has devoted himself to the practice of gentle fist for many years. In combat, he activates his Byakugan, allowing him to perceive the enemy's chakra pathways, through which he can channel his own chakra into his opponent's body. This disrupts the flow of the enemy's chakra, rendering their vital energy ineffective and ultimately leading to their defeat. Thus, Ye Feng's control over chakra undoubtedly surpasses that of his peers. However, despite being of the Hyuga lineage, Ye Feng inherently possesses the yin-type physique characteristic of his clan. Consequently, Tsunade does not believe that Ye Feng's body also harbors the yang-type physique. Otherwise, with the Byakugan's ability to easily penetrate the physical form of patients and directly perceive the toxins or injuries damaging their cells, how could Konoha possibly refrain from recruiting a cadre of Hyuga ninjas to serve as medical ninjas? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Ye Feng resolved to give it a try. Generally speaking, as Tsunade had mentioned, members of families possessing ocular jutsu typically exhibit a predominant affinity for yin release. However, Ye might just be an exception. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng turned to Tsunade and expressed, "Senior Tsunade, I wish to give it a shot. I have a profound interest in medical ninjutsu. I implore you." In pursuit of becoming an outstanding disciple, or rather, in a bid to thrive in Konoha, Ye Feng was determined. Clutching a grilled fish in his hands, he gazed at Tsunade with eager anticipation. Amused by Ye Feng's attempt to tempt her with a mere grilled fish, Tsunade found it somewhat humorous. Nevertheless, after contemplating for a moment to dissuade Ye Feng, she ultimately relented and said, "Go catch a few more fish." "Thank you, Senior Tsunade," Ye Feng replied enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming joy. He turned to Tsunade and spoke a few words before leaping into the water. In no time, he emerged with several fish in hand. Channel your chakra and concentrate it in your hands. Remember, it must be neither excessive nor insufficient. Tsunade observed the fish lying on the ground, gasping for breath after being pulled from the water. She selected one and proceeded to personally assess Ye Feng's suitability to become a medical ninja. Under Tsunade's guidance, Ye Feng focused his internal energy, condensing it within the palm of his hand, striving to maintain its stability. Gradually, a vibrant green radiance, imbued with the essence of life, began to manifest in Ye Feng's grasp. Tsunade, witnessing this spectacle, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Initially, she intended to dissuade Ye Feng from pursuing the art of medical ninjutsu, yet she was astonished to discover that he indeed possessed a yang attribute physique. Reflecting on Ye Feng's identity, a sense of joy welled up within Tsunade. Now, maintain the stability of the chakra in your hand to heal these parched fish. Remember, it is imperative to control the chakra's stability, for otherwise, the fish may perish from your overwhelming energy. If Ye Feng truly harbored the talent for medical ninjutsu, with her guidance, he could potentially become a true medical master for Konoha. After all, Ye Feng's Byakugan could perceive the internal conditions of ninjas, making it far more convenient than their usual sensory methods to detect abnormalities. Furthermore, once Ye Feng mastered medical ninjutsu, his Byakugan's unique attributes would greatly facilitate her research endeavors in the field of medicine. Ye Feng was unaware of Tsunade's intentions. Upon hearing her words, he meticulously regulated the inner energy in his hands. He then proceeded to approach the feeble fish, directing his inner energy into its body to stimulate cellular division. However, on his first attempt, Ye Feng failed to maintain control, resulting in the unfortunate demise of the fish due to the overwhelming force of his energy. Despite this setback, he remained undeterred and picked up a second fish to continue his efforts. This time, Ye Feng concentrated even more intensely, persevering longer than he had with the first fish. Just as he was on the brink of reviving it, a surge of excitement overwhelmed him, leading to yet another failure. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Ye Feng grasped the third fish and began the process anew. This time, his efforts paid off. He successfully revived the fish. Observing the creature's vigorous struggles in his hands, Ye Feng smiled gently and released it into the water. Upon contact with the water, the fish darted away swiftly. "Well done, little one. I hereby accept you as my disciple. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tsunade," she declared, her expression one of satisfaction at Ye Feng's rapid grasp of the healing technique. "I am Hokage Ye Feng, at your service, master," he replied, bowing respectfully. Ding. Congratulations to the host on the successful initiation of Apprenticeship, achieving the Apprenticeship milestone, and receiving a reward of 1 strength pill. As Ye Feng observed Tsunade's willingness to accept him, a smile graced his face. And he mused to himself, "It seems no one can thwart my ambition to become a rebellious disciple. However, there remains one obstacle, Kato-dan. Should I devise a means to eliminate him first?" Fortunately, Tsunade remains oblivious to Ye Feng's nefarious thoughts. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly deliver a resounding slap, chastising him for harboring such audacious intentions at such a tender age. Casting aside these distractions, Ye Feng turned his gaze toward the system's reward, the strength elixir, a potion that promises to restore a man's vigor and potency. Ye Feng's expression darkened, and after muttering a curse under his breath, he chose to disregard Daliwan. After all, was this not merely leading a young child astray? Furthermore, even if he wished to utilize it, at his age, it would be of no use to him. Very well, from now on, you shall be my disciple. This is medical knowledge. Within 6 months, you must memorize it. Do you have any objections? Tsunade produced a massive scroll filled with an abundance of medical information and handed it to Ye Feng, urging him to take it seriously. In less than a month, I shall have it memorized, he confidently declared. Ye Feng took the scroll and gazed at the extensive medical knowledge inscribed upon it. After a moment of contemplation, he assured Tsunade, "Little one, do not deceive me. Can you truly memorize such a vast amount of information in just 1 month?" Tsunade, taken aback by his words, looked at Ye Feng with skepticism. "No problem. Feel free to conduct random checks whenever you wish." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng immediately patted his chest and assured his confidence. In truth, the 1-month time frame was merely a conservative estimate, with the mental prowess gained from 2 lifetimes and the subsequent enhancement from the caged bird's spirit. Ye Feng's mental strength had become immensely formidable. Remembering these details was but a trivial matter. "Very well, young man, if you dare to treat me with indifference, you shall face dire consequences." Tsunade, observing Ye Feng's demeanor and finding it sincere, reluctantly chose to place her trust in him. However, still feeling uneasy, she threatened him with a fist gesture, warning him of her formidable strength. Just then, Jiraiya, grinning widely, brought Minato Namikaze to Tsunade's side and mischievously teased her, prompting Tsunade to unleash a powerful punch that sent Jiraiya soaring into the sky. Ye Feng chuckled at the scene before him, shaking his head in amusement. After scaling and gutting the fish on the ground, he rekindled the fire and continued to roast it. Meanwhile, Orochimaru fell silent, lost in his own thoughts. Chapter 11. Testing Attributes, Transactions. Before long, as Ye Feng perfected the grilled fish, everyone indulged in a hearty feast. As night descended and the time for their departure approached, Orochimaru suddenly gazed at Ye Feng, who was preparing to take his leave, and inquired, "Ye Feng, do you wish to learn ninjutsu?" Upon hearing this, Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Orochimaru in confusion. "Senior Orochimaru, I hail from the Hyuga clan. Is it not true that we cannot cultivate ninjutsu?" In Ye Feng's recollection, the Hyuga clan had never produced attribute ninjas, leading him to assume that members of the Hyuga clan lacked the innate talent for ninjutsu. As for medical ninjutsu, he considered it merely a specialized technique, not part of the conventional repertoire. Konoha's legendary Sannin, Tsunade, and her companions rolled their eyes at Ye Feng's remark, taken aback by his seemingly naive question after his consistently mature demeanor. Within the world of Naruto, even ordinary individuals possess hidden attributes. However, these traits remain latent, rendering them unfit to become ninjas. As a venerable clan with a long-standing lineage, the Hyuga clan's members are inherently superior to the average person. Ye Feng, based on his prior studies of healing techniques, displayed exceptional aptitude, naturally possessing the potential to learn ninjutsu. The absence of attribute ninjas within the Hyuga clan can be attributed to 2 main factors. Firstly, the clan's signature technique, the Byakugan, offers both defensive and offensive capabilities. The air palm technique provides formidable long-range attacks, rivaling even some A-rank jutsu, while the 8 trigram 64 palms excels in close combat. With such a rich heritage, there exists little necessity for the pursuit of lower-tier ninjutsu. Secondly, the acquisition of ninjutsu is not a trivial endeavor. In Konoha, aside from familial inheritance, ordinary ninjas can only hope to learn from a strong mentor, much like Minato Namikaze, who, upon becoming Jiraiya's apprentice, received guidance in ninjutsu. The majority, however, must complete tasks post-graduation, amassing merit points to exchange for B-rank or lower ninjutsu. For the Hyuga clan, investing effort in obtaining B-rank ninjutsu seems less advantageous than delving deeply into their own 8 trigrams 64 palms. Thus, the absence of attribute ninjas does not imply a lack of potential among the Hyuga clan. Take, for instance, the illustrious Tsunade, who also engages in combat primarily through taijutsu. Does that mean she lacks the talent for ninjutsu? As the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, her innate gifts are undeniable, making it implausible for her to lack the ability to cultivate ninjutsu. The reality is that the taijutsu she employs and develops surpasses conventional ninjutsu, rendering her less inclined to focus on the latter. After Orochimaru and the others elucidated these points, Ye Feng nodded in understanding. Then, what does Senior Orochimaru propose? I am willing to make a trade, an A-rank ninjutsu suited to your physical attributes, along with 5 B-rank ninjutsu. And any C-rank techniques that pique your interest in exchange for the taijutsu you have previously mastered. How does that sound? Having witnessed Ye Feng's apprenticeship under Tsunade, and recognizing her interest in him, Orochimaru realized that obtaining Ye Feng's taijutsu would not be a simple endeavor. Thus, during their meal, he pondered what he could offer in exchange. However, given that Ye Feng, a ninja of the Hyuga clan, practiced gentle fist, he might not hold Orochimaru's snake taijutsu in high regard, particularly since the latter requires an exceptionally supple body to exert significant pressure. Although Orochimaru coveted Ye Feng's taijutsu, his principled nature prevented him from engaging in deceptive dealings. Consequently, he concluded that his best course of action would be to focus on ninjutsu. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Ye Feng pondered for a moment and concluded that the proposed exchange was remarkably equitable. The dragon subduing 18 palms, after all, was merely a martial technique from a world of lowly martial arts. Although its power could be significantly enhanced with further development, such an endeavor would demand time, something he was in dire need of to elevate his strength. Apart from the martial arts rewards bestowed by the system, it was imperative for him to seize every opportunity to augment his capabilities in this realm. To claim that Ye Feng harbored no interest in ninjutsu would be a fallacy. Even if he did not intend to employ it as a conventional means of combat, gaining insight into various ninjutsu would enable him to vanquish his foes with greater ease. Moreover, once he mastered ninjutsu and cultivated its transformative properties, integrating it into his diverse martial techniques would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess significantly. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Feng nodded and addressed Orochimaru. Very well, but my physical technique is somewhat unique, and I cannot guarantee your success in mastering it. Although he acquiesced to Orochimaru's proposal, he remained uncertain about whether Orochimaru could harness chakra to activate martial techniques. Of course, we shall first assess your attributes, and thereafter, I shall provide you with the appropriate ninjutsu based on your capabilities, Orochimaru replied noncommittally. He was confident in his abilities, convinced that he could learn any ninjutsu as long as the corresponding training methods were available. Furthermore, he merely intended to utilize Ye Feng's dragon subduing 18 palms for research. Should its power prove formidable, he would pursue further development, but if it were unsuitable for him, he would not expend excessive effort in its mastery. Ye Feng accepted the test paper handed to him by Orochimaru, channeling his internal energy into it. Instantly, one corner of the paper crinkled, another became damp, and yet another split apart. Observing the test paper, a flicker of astonishment crossed Ye Feng's eyes. To my surprise, I possess 3 distinct attributes. Crinkles signify lightning, dampness denotes water, and the split represents wind. This implies that, alongside yin and yang, I am, in fact, a ninja of 5 attributes. Orochimaru, after witnessing Ye Feng's attributes, was taken aback for a moment, yet he refrained from further comment. Based on Ye Feng's attributes, Orochimaru retrieved a scroll and meticulously inscribed ninjutsu suitable for Ye Feng's cultivation. These included A-rank lightning release, thunderstorm tornado, A-rank wind release, vacuum blade, and A-rank water release, great waterfall technique. After completing the A-rank ninjutsu, Orochimaru proceeded to transcribe 15 B-rank ninjutsu and 5 C-rank ninjutsu before handing the scroll to Ye Feng. Take a look and see if there is anything you find unsatisfactory. Should you develop an interest in any C-rank ninjutsu in the future, feel free to seek me out at any time. Ye Feng took the scroll and examined it closely. Satisfied, he then retrieved another scroll from Orochimaru and meticulously transcribed the techniques of the dragon subduing 18 palms, handing it over to Orochimaru. Thus, their initial transaction was successfully completed under the watchful eyes of Tsunade and the others. Congratulations, host, on completing your first transaction and achieving the transaction accomplishment. You have been rewarded with 100 gold coins. Upon hearing the system notification, Ye Feng chose to disregard it. When the system was first activated, he had briefly browsed through the items in the system shop, only to find the prices exorbitantly high. 100 gold coins would scarcely suffice for anything of value. After dismissing the system alert, Ye Feng raised his gaze to observe Orochimaru, who was eagerly inspecting the dragon subduing 18 palms. Curiosity bubbled within him, wondering if Orochimaru would, in future confrontations, unleash the technique with such vigor that his opponents would be utterly disoriented. The mere thought of Orochimaru performing the dragon subduing 18 palms elicited a peculiar expression from Ye Feng. Ye Feng, remember that one cannot chew more than one can swallow. This is the time to lay a solid foundation. While it is prudent to explore ninjutsu, do not become overly enamored with it. Your primary focus should be on medical ninjutsu, your own developed taijutsu, and the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan. Other pursuits can be set aside for the time being. Tsunade observed with mild exasperation as Ye Feng displayed an interest in ninjutsu, even engaging in a trade with Orochimaru. However, since the technique was of Ye Feng's own creation, he possessed the authority over it, which is why she refrained from intervening. After the transaction concluded, she offered him a word of caution. Understood, sensei. Ye Feng nodded in assurance, fully aware that Tsunade's words held great significance and he would not neglect them. After engaging in casual conversation with Tsunade and the others for a while, he seized the cover of night and hastened towards the Hyuga family ancestral residence. Upon returning to the ancestral home of the Hyuga clan, and after attending to his personal hygiene, Ye Feng retrieved the scroll given to him by Orochimaru. As he unfurled it, he discovered that the ninjutsu contained within was remarkably detailed. Setting aside other considerations, it was clear that Orochimaru placed considerable importance on this transaction. Within the scroll, Ye Feng found knowledge ranging from C-rank lightning, wind, and water techniques to 3A-rank ninjutsu, with comprehensive instructions on hand seals, training steps, and experiential insights that evoked a sense of awe in him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to focus on the C-rank lightning technique, Lightning Ball, as the foundation of his ninjutsu practice. Though he possessed a physique attuned to 3 elemental attributes, complemented by an innate affinity for yin-yang techniques, he understood Tsunade's wisdom. One must not be overly ambitious, lest they become a jack of all trades, master of none. Currently, Ye Feng was already tasked with mastering the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, the martial arts rewarded by the system, and the medical ninjutsu knowledge he would learn from Tsunade. Dividing his focus further by attempting to train in 3 elemental ninjutsu could lead to mediocrity across the board. Thus, he resolved to prioritize solidifying his foundation during this critical period of growth. The Lightning Ball, a C-rank ninjutsu, served as an introductory technique of the lightning element. Its efficacy lay in the ability to channel chakra through hand seals, condensing it into a ball of lightning in one's palm, which could then be hurled at an adversary to induce paralysis. Despite its classification as a mere C-rank technique, the power of the lightning ball was commendable, serving as the cornerstone for more advanced lightning techniques such as lightning release, lightning dragon, and lightning release, false darkness. After thoroughly understanding the training methodology for the lightning ball, Ye Feng wasted no time. He began to form hand seals slowly, guiding his inner energy through his meridians and concentrating it in his right hand. He was no stranger to the process of forming seals, as during his time at the Ninja Academy, despite the Hyuga clan's lack of ninjutsu training, they had learned the basics of the 3-body technique. The 3-body technique, an essential skill for ninjas, consists of the clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique. Although these techniques are deemed the most rudimentary, mastering them can significantly enhance one's ability to defeat foes. Each technique requires the completion of specific hand seals for execution. However, for seasoned ninjas, the hand seal process can be bypassed, allowing them to directly manipulate chakra to perform these techniques. Consequently, while Ye Feng was familiar with the hand seal process, he had not practiced it extensively due to his previous belief that the Hyuga clan could not cultivate ninjutsu. As a result, his execution was slow and clumsy. After several attempts, he gradually became accustomed to the motions of forming seals, channeling his energy to manifest a small, ping-pong ball-sized lightning ball composed of blue electricity. Observing the diminutive lightning ball, Ye Feng refrained from displaying disappointment. After all, this was merely his first attempt, and successfully condensing the lightning ball was an achievement in itself. One might recall that during the Shippuden arc, Sasuke Uchiha struggled initially to conjure even a small fireball while learning fire release, great fireball technique, nearly expelling a wisp of black smoke from his mouth. After numerous attempts, Ye Feng continued until his internal energy was nearly depleted. He then settled into a cross-legged position, replenishing his energy while simultaneously perusing the medical texts provided by Tsunade. These texts were exceptionally comprehensive, detailing everything from basic human anatomy to various medical cases, outlining symptoms associated with specific ailments in their treatments. They even included advanced techniques for sensing abnormalities within a patient to diagnose conditions accurately. Ye Feng became engrossed in the medical literature, losing track of time until late into the night. Only when fatigue washed over him did he conclude his reading, stretching languidly. He did not rise immediately but began practicing the breathing technique to accumulate his internal energy. As dawn broke, Ye Feng finally stood, attended to his personal care, and prepared breakfast and lunch. Since the tragic passing of his parents, he had lived independently. Fortunately, their savings, along with the clan's compensation, ensured he would not face starvation. After preparing his meals, Ye Feng set out towards the ninja academy. However, just then, a graceful figure obstructed his path. Ye Feng furrowed his brows, gazing at the newcomer. "Is there something you need, Miss Hueli?" The one blocking his path was none other than Hueli, the daughter of the third elder of the Hyuga clan. Possessing remarkable talent, she had already mastered 32 techniques of the family's soft fist style. The 8 trigram 64 palms at such a tender age, and her Byakugan exhibited a purity seldom seen within the Hyuga lineage. During the clan's grand competition, Hueli was only slightly outmatched by the brothers Hyuga Ritsu and Hyuga Ritsu, earning her the title of a recognized prodigy within her generation. Naturally, the Hyuga clan prioritized her cultivation. Thus, Hueli, along with Hyuga Ritsu and Hyuga Yukong, was exempted from attending the ninja academy. For these clan ninjas, attending school was deemed a frivolous waste of time. The individualized training at home, encompassing both practical combat experience and the transmission of family techniques, far surpassed the offerings of the academy. Consequently, every 3 years, these families would symbolically send 1 or 2 disciples to the ninja school, merely to appease Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. "I have heard that you easily defeated Hyuga Yukong with your steel fists. Is that true?" Hueli inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Ye Feng. She had not anticipated such prowess from him, who appeared so unassuming. Moreover, during the clan meeting, when Ye Feng endured the ordeal of the caged bird, his unwavering demeanor had sparked a glimmer of intrigue within Hueli. Although she had never personally experienced the torment of the caged bird, she had witnessed many cadets from the branch family suffer due to various reasons, their heart-wrenching screams making her acutely aware of the caged bird's terrors. Yet, when Ye Feng faced this trial, he merely contorted his face without uttering a sound, deepening Hueli's curiosity about him. "Are you, Miss Hueli, perhaps contemplating assisting Hyuga Yukong in teaching me a lesson?" Upon hearing this, Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. He gazed at Hinata Hanabi, who, despite being merely 8 or 9 years old, possessed an exquisite appearance and delicate features. It was not difficult to envision that Hinata Hanabi would undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty in the future. "You misunderstand," she quickly clarified, sensing Ye Feng's misapprehension. "I too disapprove of Hinata Yukong's usual antics, and I certainly would not advocate for him. I have come today to spar with you and test your formidable strength." Hinata Hanabi, her spirit ignited, looked at Ye Feng with fierce determination, eager for a challenge. "I have no interest," he replied. "If Miss Hwajiang's intention is solely for this purpose, then I must apologize for disappointing you. I have classes to attend. Farewell." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng shook his head, avoiding Hinata Hanabi, and proceeded towards the ninja academy. What a jest! Had the other party been a man, Ye Feng might have shown some interest. However, Hinata Hanabi was a woman, and since they bore no animosity towards each other, engaging with such a person seemed fruitless. Winning would yield no benefits, and losing, though Ye Feng did not believe that would happen, was not an option he entertained. Chapter 13. The persistent Hinata Hanabi. Hinata Hanabi gazed in astonishment at Ye Feng's retreating figure, having basked in the adoration of many since childhood. She was not only the daughter of the third elder but also a princess of the clan. Her gentle disposition often led her to care for those from the branch family. Consequently, even the branch family members who harbored disdain for the main family treated Hinata Hanabi with utmost kindness. Many peers revered her as a goddess, and numerous individuals yearned to engage in training sessions with her. Yet, what of Ye Feng? Not only did he unhesitatingly reject her, but he also departed without a second glance, leaving Hinata Hanabi feeling somewhat defeated. Ye Feng was oblivious to Hinata Hanabi's sentiments. Otherwise, he would have rolled his eyes in disbelief. How could he possibly develop romantic feelings for such a childish girl when he harbored the soul of an adult within? If any affection were to blossom, it would certainly be for Tsunade, that enduring flower. After all, he had no intention of nurturing such feelings. He strode directly towards the ninja academy, initially believing that this matter would come to a close. However, after a day of lessons, as he routinely ventured to the back mountain with Minato Namikaze to hone various martial arts and ninjutsu, Hinata Hanabi unexpectedly appeared on the scene. "I knew you would be here, Ye Feng-kun. Please accept my challenge." Upon spotting Ye Feng and Minato, her eyes sparkled with determination as she performed the sign of opposition towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng gazed in bewilderment at Hinata Hanabi, a sense of curiosity stirring within him. What was Hanabi truly scheming? "Miss Hanabi, I genuinely have no interest in sparring with you. Please return." Ye Feng gazed at Hinata Hanabi with a sense of exasperation. "Ye Feng-kun, if you wish to avoid my daily challenges, you must engage in sparring with me." Otherwise, I presume you do not wish to be persistently pursued by me. Are you perhaps employing this strategy of retreat as a means to see me every day? Hinata Hanabi, noticing Ye Feng's reluctance to spar, revealed her two small tiger teeth and playfully provoked him. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's face revealed a peculiar expression. Truly, the world of Naruto is rather precocious. In his previous life, children who had just entered elementary school were oblivious to matters of romance, yet here was a young child who understood such affairs. While Ye Feng found himself speechless, he could only reluctantly agree to Hinata Hanabi's request for a sparring match. After all, he preferred not to be pestered daily by a young child. A decisive victory would grant him a much-needed respite. As for Minato Namake's, upon witnessing Ye Feng's acceptance of the challenge, he eagerly volunteered, "Brother Ye Feng, allow me to officiate your match." Although Minato had, due to Ye Feng's influence, become a disciple of Jiraiya at an early age, he remained too young to have learned any profound techniques from him. At this moment, he was filled with anticipation to see the clash between two esteemed members of Konoha's top clans, Ye Feng and Hinata Hanabi. There's no need for that. I will swiftly defeat her. With that, Ye Feng formed a hand seal opposing Hinata Hanabi, channeling his inner energy into his feet. In an instant, he appeared beside Hinata Hanabi, raising his right fist to strike at her delicate face. Observing Ye Feng's incredible speed, Hinata Hanabi's beautiful eyes widened in alarm. She did not dare to underestimate him. Immediately, she activated her Byakugan and assumed a stance for gentle fist, ready to meet Ye Feng's powerful blow with her own. However, the moment her fist made contact with Ye Feng's, she was overwhelmed by an immense force, accompanied by a peculiar energy surging into her body. Realizing the danger, Hinata Hanabi swiftly mobilized her chakra to counteract the invading force and energy. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 2 palms, for palms, 8 palms. Having dispelled the overwhelming power, Hinata Hanabi opened her Byakugan and unleashed a gentle fist attack at the close-range Ye Feng. Ye Feng observed the swift reaction of Hinata Hanabi, silently commending her. Yet, his hands remained in constant motion, channeling his internal energy into his palms. With a powerful strike of the 18 dragon-subduing palms directed at Hinata Hanabi, a faint sound resembling a dragon's roar echoed through the air. In an instant, Hinata Hanabi, who had been attacking Ye Feng, was sent flying by his palm strike. Suspended in midair, a look of confusion crossed Hinata Hanabi's face. If Ye Feng had managed to interrupt her attack before she executed her soft fist, it might have made sense. However, he had seemingly been engrossed in his own Bagua formation moments earlier. How could he forcefully disrupt her ongoing soft fist technique? This scenario suggested either that Ye Feng's strength vastly surpassed hers, or that he had cultivated the soft fist to an exceptionally profound level, enabling him to discern vulnerabilities within his own offensive. Only under such circumstances could he have interrupted her attack, dismantled her Bagua, and sent her reeling. In an instant, myriad thoughts swirled in Hinata Hanabi's mind, yet reality unfolded in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng witnessed Hinata Hanabi being sent flying by a strike. While she appeared lost in thought, a fleeting look of helplessness crossing her face, he swiftly moved towards the place where Hinata Hanabi was about to fall and caught her just before she hit the ground. "I have triumphed." Ye Feng gazed at the dazed expression of Hinata Hanabi and, with an air of indifference, uttered a single remark before disregarding her entirely. He turned his attention to his solitary practice. After a considerable time, Hinata Hanabi finally regained her senses. Observing Ye Feng diligently immersed in his training, a flicker of complexity crossed her beautiful eyes. Choosing not to disturb him, she quietly made her way towards the Hinata ancestral home. Ye Feng noticed the departure of Hinata Hanabi and breathed a sigh of relief. He then cast aside distracting thoughts and devoted himself to his training. For 7 consecutive days, Ye Feng led a fulfilling life. During the day, he attended classes at the Ninja Academy, honing his hand sign speed while simultaneously familiarizing himself with the process of one-handed hand signs. After classes, he would venture to the back mountain to train with Minato Namake's, practicing gentle fist, the 18 dragon-subduing palms, and various ninjutsu techniques. In the evenings, he returned to study the medical texts and healing ninjutsu provided by Tsunade, engaging in breath control exercises late into the night, replacing sleep with this practice, until dawn arrived, when he would head to the Ninja Academy once more. Initially, Ye Feng believed that Hinata Hanabi had relinquished her pursuit of him. However, he was mistaken. How could a celestial beauty like Hinata Hanabi so easily give up? Thus, at the end of today's class, Ye Feng found himself once again confronted by her at the school gate. "I must ask, Lady Hanabi, with so many skilled individuals in your clan, why have you chosen to focus your attention on me?" Ye Feng gazed at Hinata Hanabi with a sense of helplessness, his heart laden with frustration. He had myriad tasks awaiting his attention. Where was the time to indulge this young child in her so-called ninja games? Yet, Hinata Hanabi, being a girl and having no grievances with him, could not be scolded away nor dismissed, which left Ye Feng in a most exasperating predicament. He perceived that unlike others, who would always go easy on him during their sparring, thereby rendering little aid to his growth, Ye Feng was different. He could tangibly witness his own progress. Ye Feng, I implore you, please engage in a spar with me. Hinata Hanabi, noticing the gloom etched on Ye Feng's face, flashed a radiant smile and, after offering a brief explanation, bowed gracefully before him. Chapter 14. Hinata Hanabi. The acknowledgement of Tsunade. Ye Feng gazed at the earnest Hinata Hanabi and sighed. If Hinata Hanabi were to demand he spar with her in her capacity as a member of the clan, he would not spare her a glance. Yet, with her deep bow and exceedingly sincere tone, it was difficult to refuse a request from such an innocent little girl. Reluctantly, Ye Feng formed a defensive seal and addressed Hinata Hanabi. Very well, let us conclude this swiftly. I have training to attend to. Thank you, Ye Feng-kun. I shall use the gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams palm. Hinata Hanabi, seeing Ye Feng's acquiescence, flashed a playful smile. After forming her own defensive seal, she refrained from tentative attacks and activated her Byakugan, launching into her highly skilled gentle fist technique. Initially, Ye Feng regarded Hanabi's gentle fist with indifference, preparing to defeat her with the 18 dragon subduing palms. However, this time, Hanabi's execution of the technique was not only more refined than during their previous spar, but also markedly swifter. The relentless succession of the 32 palms of Bagua, though not landing a blow on Ye Feng, rendered him unable to easily triumph over her as he had before. Ye Feng felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, Hinata Hanabi's talent was formidable. Nearly 7 days had elapsed since their last encounter, and in that brief span, she had absorbed the lessons of the past and rectified her deficiencies. With this in mind, Ye Feng became slightly more focused, channeling his inner energy as he unleashed 2 powerful strikes of the dragon subduing 18 palms, engaging Hinata Hanabi head-on. Unable to discern any weaknesses, he resolved to forcibly dismantle her gentle fists. Although the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan bore similarities to Tai Chi, possessing principles of yielding to overcome strength, it paled in comparison to Tai Chi itself. Furthermore, given that Hinata Hanabi's combat prowess was inferior to Ye Feng's, her gentle fists were utterly overwhelmed by the sheer force of his dragon-subduing 18 palms. One decisive strike landed squarely on her chest, sending her hurtling backward. However, Hinata Hanabi was well prepared this time. In mid-air, she summoned her chakra, performing several somersaults to dissipate her momentum before landing gracefully on the ground, gazing at Ye Feng. Ye Feng-kun, it appears that what you executed is not the Leaf Village's steel fist, is it? Ah, this is merely my own improvisation. Well then, you have lost. It is time for me to train. Upon hearing his words, Ye Feng nodded slightly, carelessly tugging at Hinata Hanabi before turning away, immersing himself in earnest training. Hinata Hanabi, taken aback by Ye Feng's statement, pondered in disbelief. Could her own rudimentary understanding of physical techniques actually surpass her diligent practice of gentle fist? This notion was utterly incredulous to her. However, the martial arts Ye Feng exhibited were indeed unfamiliar to her, techniques she had never even heard of before. The Hinata clan was renowned for its expertise in martial arts, with gentle fist being a conventional method employed by its members in combat. Consequently, they placed immense importance on gathering intelligence about ninjas proficient in martial arts within the ninja world, ensuring they were well prepared to counter such adversaries during missions or battles. From a young age, she had diligently studied the various martial arts of the ninja realm, receiving guidance from elder family members on how to deal with ninjas employing corresponding techniques. Thus, witnessing Ye Feng's martial arts, which were entirely distinct from the norm, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar and an ethereal energy permeating through his form, invading the opponent's body and inflicting internal damage, left her in awe. Such techniques had never been seen in the ninja world, prompting Hinata Hanabi to unwittingly accept Ye Feng's claims. It was precisely this revelation that intensified her curiosity about him. As she observed Ye Feng diligently honing his skills, Hinata Hanabi approached him. Ye Feng-kun, may I train alongside you? I can teach you gentle fist, and in return, you could share some of your combat experience with me. No need, Ye Feng replied. I am already familiar with gentle fist, and the secret techniques of the main family, such as void palm and heavenly return, are not something you can impart to me. Thus, I have no need for your guidance. As for you, your family boasts many seasoned ninjas. Their teachings on combat experience will serve you far better than insights from a novice like me still attending ninja school. Without turning his head, Ye Feng spoke a brief word to Hinata Hanabi, then fell silent, wholly engrossed in honing his martial skills and physical techniques. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Hinata Hanabi's beautiful eyes. Nevertheless, she chose not to disturb Ye Feng, who was deeply absorbed in his training. Instead, she seated herself nearby, hugging her knees, and gazed intently at Ye Feng and buffing Minato as they practiced. After a considerable time had passed, Hinata Hanabi regained her awareness, glanced at the sky, and noticed that the two remained immersed in their training. Without uttering a word, she quietly rose and departed. Upon witnessing Hinata Hanabi's departure, Ye Feng let out a sigh of relief. After shedding his garments and greeting Namikaze's Minato, he plunged into the water. Having caught several fish, he began to kindle a fire for roasting. However, just as the fish were nearing perfection, Hinata Hanabi reappeared at the scene. Ye Feng-kun, Minato-kun, have you completed your training? You must be hungry. I have brought sushi and grilled meat for you. Come and enjoy. With a radiant smile, Hinata Hanabi approached Ye Feng and Namikaze Minato. Miss Hanabi, what exactly do you wish to achieve? I am merely an ordinary member of the branch family. It cannot be that you are so concerned for me, Ye Feng inquired. Ye Feng gazed at Hinata Hanabi in silence, perplexed by her demeanor. Do I truly inspire such disdain in you, Ye Feng-kun? Hinata Hanabi's expression shifted upon perceiving Ye Feng's indifferent tone, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she were on the verge of weeping. Oh, please, don't cry. I do not harbor any dislike towards you. It's just, never mind, do as you wish. Ye Feng observed Hinata Hanabi on the verge of tears, leaving him somewhat flustered. In both his past and present lives, the sight of a woman's tears was his greatest fear. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words to comfort Hinata Hanabi and could only sigh in resignation, tacitly agreeing to her desire to train alongside him. Upon seeing Ye Feng's bewildered expression, Hinata Hanabi's earlier sorrow transformed into a gentle smile, leaving Ye Feng momentarily speechless, uncertain if her earlier distress had been an act. Nevertheless, with matters as they were, Ye Feng chose not to elaborate further, silently seasoning the grilled fish. He no longer declined the sushi and grilled meat she offered. In the days when his parents were alive, they often prepared sushi, grilled meat, and ramen for him. After their departure, he had merely subsisted on the most basic of meals. Now, after such a long time without indulging in sushi and grilled meat, he found the flavors to be remarkably delightful. During the meal, amidst casual conversation, everyone grew more familiar with one another, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. It was tea until late at night, after parting ways with Namikaze Minato, that Ye Feng and Hinata Hanabi headed towards the Hinata ancestral home. Time passed, and before they knew it, over 20 cycles had gone by. Ever since he had last apprenticed under Tsunade, who had bestowed upon him some medical materials and subsequently vanished, Ye Feng found himself unable to locate her. Ye Feng harbored profound doubts, pondering whether Tsunade, this boisterous beauty, had entirely forgotten about her disciple. Otherwise, how could it be that after taking him as a student, she would neglect her duties and vanish without a trace? Even Jiraiya, that old lecher, despite being preoccupied with his voyeuristic pursuits, would occasionally carve out time to impart wisdom to Minato and Namikaze. At present, Ye Feng had nearly memorized all the medical knowledge, and he had even grasped the fundamentals of the B-rank medical ninjutsu, healing palm. Had someone been there to guide him, he would have mastered the healing palm technique long ago. Just as Ye Feng was lamenting, Tsunade suddenly materialized before him. The month has passed. How have you fared with your medical studies? Master, you have finally appeared. Feel free to test me. As Ye Feng beheld Tsunade's arrival, he scrutinized her closely. And perhaps it was merely his imagination, but after a month apart, it seemed that her ample bosom had grown even more pronounced. Tsunade, not in the best of moods, playfully tapped Ye Feng on the head and remarked, at such a tender age, you are already so lecherous. If you fail to answer my questions later, I shall make you regret it. With that, she began to pose a series of inquiries pertaining to medical matters, urging Ye Feng to respond. Ye Feng responded with remarkable fluency, and not only that, he also offered his own insights on certain issues. The more Tsunade listened, the more astonished she became. Apart from his somewhat frivolous demeanor, she had begun to tentatively acknowledge Ye Feng as her disciple. Chapter 15. Mastering Medical Techniques in Such a Brief Period. Ye Feng had absorbed an extensive array of medical knowledge, which left Tsunade in a state of surprise. What was particularly commendable was that Ye Feng not only memorized this medical information but also grasped its underlying meanings, analyzing these medical theories and thoroughly internalizing them as part of his own foundation. He introduced innovative perspectives on the efficacy, compatibility, and rejection of various medicinal herbs. It was hard to fathom that at such a tender age, Ye Feng's thinking was already broader than that of many adults. Teacher, what do you think? After Ye Feng answered Tsunade's question, he looked at her and inquired, "Very well, however, you have merely scratched the surface of medical theory. Yet, theory is one thing. Transforming it into your own strength is a far longer journey." Although Tsunade was exceedingly pleased with Ye Feng, she refrained from excessive praise to prevent him from becoming arrogant and squandering his innate talents. "Understood, teacher. Recently, I have been studying the art of palm ninjutsu. While I am well acquainted with its operational principles, for some reason, I have been unable to execute the technique. Could you possibly teach me?" Ye Feng nodded, indicating his understanding, and then turned to Tsunade with a curious inquiry. "What? You have already begun to practice the healing palm technique? Show me." Tsunade, upon hearing this, gazed at Ye Feng with astonishment in her beautiful eyes. The healing palm technique is a superior form of medical ninjutsu, surpassing basic healing techniques, and possesses formidable healing abilities. Its efficacy lies in the ability to split the cells near the patient's wounds, thereby accelerating the healing process. However, this approach bears significant drawbacks. The potential of human cells is finite, and ninjas inherently extract energy from their own cells to create chakra, which leads to a gradual depletion of cellular potential. When injured, relying on the healing palm technique for treatment and hastening cellular division too frequently can drastically shorten a ninja's lifespan. This is one of the reasons why the average lifespan of individuals in the ninja world does not exceed 60 years, aside from the toll of war. During missions or on the battlefield, when severely injured, medical ninjas are compelled to employ the healing palm technique to expedite recovery. Ninjas tend to overlook the consequences. As the choice often lies between immediate death and eventual death, it is unlikely that any ninja would choose the former. Thus, the healing palm technique is widely utilized in the ninja community. Yet, how old is Ye Feng? According to Tsunade's investigation, he is merely 8 years old. At such a tender age, is it truly possible for him to master B-rank medical ninjutsu? Tsunade regarded Ye Feng with skepticism, eager to witness him demonstrate the healing palm technique to ascertain the extent of his understanding. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng did not refuse. He immediately summoned his inner strength, beginning to channel it according to the intricate pathways of the healing palm technique, transforming his energy into a unique healing force that coalesced in his palm. Suddenly, as Ye Feng executed the healing palm technique, a rich green light emerged from his right hand, more intense than that of a conventional healing spell. However, this verdant glow, although imbued with a profound essence of life, was exceedingly unstable, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Tsunade gazed in astonishment at the green light in Ye Feng's hand, incredulous at the depth of his understanding of the healing palm technique. As a master of medical ninjutsu and the foremost healer in Konoha, Tsunade's discerning eye quickly recognized both the nuances and the shortcomings of Ye Feng's grasp of the technique. It was evident that if Ye Feng were to deepen his control over chakra by just a fraction and augment his chakra reserves, he would be able to execute a stable healing palm technique immediately. Moreover, with continual practice, Ye Feng would naturally ascend to a profound mastery of the technique. What a treasure I have found. I never anticipated that Ye Feng possessed such innate talent. I must nurture him diligently. A flicker of excitement danced in Tsunade's eyes as she envisioned a future where Ye Feng surpassed her, becoming the unparalleled medical ninja of the shinobi world. Ye Feng looked at Tsunade with a perplexed expression. Initially, he believed that his inability to perform the palm technique stemmed from insufficient control over his chakra. Hence, drawing upon his memories of the original work, he embarked on a self-imposed training regimen of climbing trees and walking on water. After half a day of diligent practice, he successfully mastered both skills. However, he still found himself unable to execute the palm technique. Confounded, he seized the opportunity to inquire with Tsunade, who was present. Your chakra control is inadequate, and furthermore, your chakra reserves are limited. The palm technique is classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, and it requires sustained effort. Given your current chakra levels, it is utterly impossible to maintain the stability of the palm technique for an extended period, Tsunade explained, having been roused by Ye Feng's voice. But I have completed the training for climbing trees and walking on water, master. Are there other methods to enhance chakra control? Ye Feng gazed at Tsunade with a furrowed brow. He was not concerned about his chakra, the inner energy he had cultivated, as it had already reached a level comparable to that of a low-ranking ninja, thanks to the fusion of his original chakra. With access to profound internal cultivation techniques, he could naturally enhance his energy, perhaps even transforming it into true chi. However, he found himself at a loss regarding the mastery of this energy. For in the original narrative, the methods for improving chakra control seemed limited to tree climbing and water walking. Is that so? This is a device designed to enhance a ninja's chakra control, Tsunade explained. You must manipulate your chakra to envelop the pieces within this compass. beginning from the first hole and continuously propelling the pieces upward. This exercise will enhance your control over chakra. Furthermore, she cautioned him, you are still quite young. Do not be tempted to excessively refine the energy within your cells for the sake of immediate power, understand? With that, Tsunade handed a compass to Ye Feng and earnestly advised him. I understand, sensei. I will not act recklessly, he replied. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He was well aware of Tsunade's intentions. However, his cultivation method was the breathing technique, which allowed him to refine the energy from the air into his own inner strength. Thus, Ye Feng was confident that he could enhance his mastery over chakra within a short period. Chapter 16. A kimchi barbecue restaurant after Ye Feng assured Tsunade. He prepared to resume his training. However, Tsunade halted his movements, exclaiming, Today, I am in high spirits. Come, let me take you out for some barbecue. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng was about to respond when, at that moment, Hinata Hanabi approached them with a lunchbox in hand. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Hinata Hanabi's Byakugan flickered with a glimmer of excitement. Tsunade-senpai, may I join as well? Although Tsunade had yet to achieve her renowned status during the Second Great Ninja War, she was still the disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a direct descendant of the esteemed Senju clan, not to mention the princess of the Land of Fire. Thus, Hinata Hanabi was indeed familiar with Tsunade. Oh, could it be that this is my disciple's little girlfriend? You truly are a little lecher, heh. Since you are my disciple's little girlfriend, you should accompany us. Tsunade remarked with a knowing glance at Ye Feng before teasing Hinata Hanabi. Teacher, you misunderstand. She is not my little girlfriend. Upon witnessing Tsunade's misunderstanding, Ye Feng hastily sought to clarify the situation. Hinata Hanabi, upon hearing Ye Feng's urgent denial, could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment within her heart. In truth, during their time spent together, she had indeed developed a budding affection for him. Women are often drawn to the allure of strength. Although Ye Feng may not be a powerhouse, he remains unmatched among his peers. Moreover, despite not possessing strikingly handsome features, his demeanor exudes a maturity that belies his age, a quality that naturally endeared him to Hinata Hanabi. This burgeoning sentiment was the primary reason for her frequent attempts to find excuses to linger around him, beyond her desire to enhance her own abilities. There lingered a wish to spend more time in Ye Feng's company. Tsunade, noticing the dejection in Hinata Hanabi's lowered gaze, shook her head in exasperation, internally chastising Ye Feng for his lack of sensitivity. Yet, outwardly, she expressed her impatience, saying, Enough of this chatter. I'm famished. Let us depart. Come along, young lady. You two shall join us. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng could only helplessly shrug his shoulders and follow Tsunade towards the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. This establishment, a cherished enterprise of the Akimichi clan, is renowned throughout the ninja world for its fresh ingredients and secret spices. Its business has always been thriving, to the extent that arriving late often results in a lack of available seating. In addition to the frequent visits by the residents of Konoha, many others are drawn to the restaurant, though this primarily includes ordinary folk. For ninjas, even those from allied nations, entry into Konoha is not so easily attained. After all, the current Konoha stands in stark contrast to the aftermath of the Third Great Ninja War, which left the village with a significant depletion of elite combatants and a plethora of deflections and departures, rendering it akin to a tattered sack, allowing anyone to wander in at will. Nowadays, Konoha is teeming with skilled warriors, especially with the presence of the legendary first Hokage, the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju's wife, Mito Uzumaki, still alive. Her clan's secret techniques, combined with the Ninetales' ability to sense good and evil, ensure that even master disguisers like Zetsu cannot infiltrate Konoha, let alone others. Upon entering the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, the air was suffused with the rich aroma of grilled meat, causing Ye Feng to involuntarily swallow. When it comes to culinary delights, it is hard to imagine anyone resisting, especially when it pertains to one of the finest delicacies in the world of Naruto. Previously, due to limited funds from his modest pension and the need to allocate his parents' inheritance towards training materials, he had never dined at this esteemed establishment. Now, as he stepped in for the first time, his anticipation for the barbecue was palpable. Tsunade, observing Ye Feng's expression, smiled slightly. She had conducted a background check on him. For as the disciple of the third Hokage and a member of the Senju clan, it was only prudent for her to be well informed. This awareness also made her feel a deep sympathy for her disciple, which was one of the reasons she had brought him here for barbecue today. Otherwise, with her resources, she would have preferred a more exhilarating experience at the casino. Today, indulge freely. I shall cover the expenses. Tsunade declared as she chose a table and waved grandly at Ye Feng and Hinata Hanabi. Teacher, are you certain? I hope we won't find ourselves washing dishes to settle the bill later. Ye Feng gazed at Tsunade with a hint of trepidation. It was not her title as one of the legendary 3 ninjas that made her notorious. Rather, it was her reputation as the great cash cow of the ninja world. Perpetually unlucky in gambling. Ye Feng was deeply concerned that Tsunade might lead them into a situation where they would be expected to dine without paying. Under different circumstances, he might not have worried so much, but here in Konoha, there was no chance of escape. What do you mean? How could my master possibly be that kind of person? Tsunade retorted, playfully tapping Ye Feng on the head. After all, she was a well-known ninja in Konoha. Despite her penchant for gambling, she was certainly capable of treating them to a meal of grilled meat. Ye Feng rubbed his forehead, pondering that Tsunade had yet to experience any significant upheaval, and thus should not be so unreliable. Feeling somewhat reassured, he then seized the menu and began to order with fervor. Hey, little brat, can you possibly finish all this food you're ordering? Tsunade remarked, a hint of concern creeping into her voice as she gently touched her wallet, unable to suppress her inquiry. Master, are you truly worried about the expenses? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng raised his head and regarded Tsunade with suspicion. Who said that? I merely wish to avoid waste, as wastefulness is indeed a shameful act. Tsunade, feeling exasperated, forced out an explanation. That is good. Ye Feng continued to order several large portions of grilled meat, finally handing the menu to the waiter with satisfaction. Before long, a massive dining table was wheeled over, and Ye Feng transformed into a veritable meat-eating machine, immersing himself in the task at hand. Tsunade and Hinata Hanabi gazed at him in astonishment, struggling to fathom how such a diminutive figure could consume so much. What they remained oblivious to was that the energy contained within the grilled meat was absorbed and digested by his internal power, with any surplus being stored within his cells. The actual food reaching his stomach was exceedingly minimal. As the grilled meat rapidly diminished, the 2 women finally grasped the situation. After muttering a silent curse at Ye Feng for his gluttony, they too began to partake in the feast. However, compared to Ye Feng's voracious appetite, their approach was decidedly more refined. Throughout the meal, the trio maintained a profound silence, fervently devouring the meat. Particularly Ye Feng's voracity raised suspicions among the members of the Akimichi clan, who wondered if he was perhaps a long-lost scion of their clan left behind in the Hyuga family, capable of out-eating even their own. Yet, upon witnessing Ye Feng's pure Byakugan, they recognized him as a member of the Hyuga clan, secretly lamenting that he was born into the wrong family. Otherwise, with such an appetite, he would undoubtedly have become a top prodigy of the Akimichi clan. Ye Feng was unaware of the intentions harbored by the members of the Akimichi clan. Otherwise, he would have rolled his eyes in disbelief, as he certainly did not wish to become a rotund figure. After a considerable duration, he savored the last piece of grilled meat, patting his belly in satisfaction as he gazed at Tsunade. Teacher, this grilled meat is absolutely delectable. Perhaps you could treat me to another feast tomorrow? Not a chance. If it weren't for the fact that I just received my mission reward, I would have left you 2 here to wash the dishes. Tsunade lamented, her expression contorting as she clutched her wallet, shivering with regret. She had originally intended to indulge in a victorious spree at the casino after their meal, but now, after settling the bill, she was left with mere coins. No, it seems my brother has stashed away some savings. I must search for it when I return. Resolute in her decision, Tsunade disregarded Ye Feng, who was enjoying the feast, and hurriedly departed, her speed leaving Ye Feng bewildered, wondering what urgent matter compelled her haste. Ye Feng, if you desire grilled meat, I can treat you tomorrow. Hinata Hanabi, noticing Ye Feng's dazed expression, whispered, Oh, thank you, but that's unnecessary. I was merely joking earlier. No matter how delightful the food, one can grow weary of it if consumed excessively. Let us not train today. It's time to return home. Ye Feng was awakened by Hinata Hanabi, shook his head to decline her offer, and then proceeded toward the ancestral home of the Hinata clan. Chapter 17, Mastery of the Breathing Technique. A new skill. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Ye Feng made arrangements with Hinata Hanabi to practice together the next day. He then retreated to his small courtyard, refreshed himself, and began his practice of the lightning release, lightning ball technique. Ye Feng was diligent in his cultivation, acutely aware of the harsh realities of this world. To seize control over his fate, he understood that he must continually strengthen himself. Only by becoming the strongest could he ensure that no one could take his life. No one is unafraid of death, particularly someone like Ye Feng, who has experienced it firsthand and thus treasures his life even more. He practiced diligently into the night, and when his internal energy was nearly depleted, he sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating the breathing technique to restore his energy while simultaneously honing his hand-sealing speed. It had been 2 months since he obtained the breathing technique, and Ye Feng had devoted himself to rigorous training, often sacrificing sleep for the sake of cultivation. His relentless efforts, combined with the abundant spiritual energy of this world and his commendable innate talent, had finally brought him close to mastering the technique. Today, as he began to circulate the breathing technique, Ye Feng felt an unprecedented speed in its operation, at least 30% quicker than before. Delighted by this realization, he paused his hand-sealing practice and focused entirely on perfecting the breathing technique, determined to achieve complete mastery. As Ye Feng tirelessly circulated the technique, time seemed to blur. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the air, and he felt an unexpected surge of internal energy. With this newfound energy, he directed it toward his right hand's tying lung meridian. As he channeled the energy, he experienced a sharp pain in his right hand. However, accustomed to enduring pain from years of handling caged birds, he pressed on, determined to push the energy into the tying lung meridian. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as his internal energy was on the verge of exhaustion, the tying lung meridian in his right hand was finally penetrated by the energy. Congratulations, host, on mastering the breathing technique and successfully advancing to a postnatal martial artist. Achieving dual accomplishments. You have been rewarded with a volume of the Uchiha Divine Skill, a foundational sword technique, a Huashan sword technique, and a flying technique. As Ye Feng felt his internal energy swell once more, he realized he had not yet surpassed the chakra level of a lower ninja. But he was certainly not far from it. Just as he was reveling in his newfound strength, a system notification rang out, igniting a surge of elation within him. The Uchiha Divine Skill is the pinnacle of Huashan's martial arts, revered in the martial world as the foremost among the 9 skills of Huashan. While it is easy to learn, mastering it requires decades of rigorous practice. Moreover, the Uchiha Divine Skill is a pure Taoist heart technique, promoting balance and reducing the risk of deviation. The foundational sword technique and Huashan sword technique require no elaboration. After acquiring the ZY soft sword, Ye Feng had been unable to utilize it due to his lack of swordsmanship. Now, with these 2 sword techniques, his combat abilities expanded significantly, particularly against those adept in ninjutsu. As for the flying technique, Ye Feng could not recall its specifics at that moment. However, through the system's explanation, he understood that it too was one of the 9 skills of Huashan, a masterful body technique that greatly enhances speed, enabling one to traverse walls and roofs with ease. Although it may pale in comparison to some legendary light body techniques, it remains a commendable skill for Ye Feng, who was still laying his foundations and had yet to deepen his internal energy. After claiming his system rewards, Ye Feng committed the knowledge of the techniques to memory, drew the ZY soft sword from his waist, and began practicing the foundational sword technique. Although the Huashan sword technique was far more powerful, Ye Feng recognized the importance of mastering the basics. Lacking any prior experience with swordsmanship, he understood that even with a divine sword technique at his disposal, grasping its essence would be challenging, leaving him vulnerable during combat. Thus, Ye Feng did not rush to practice the Huashan sword technique. The foundational sword technique is the origin of all swordsmanship, from which countless styles have evolved. The complete set comprises 7 moves, each containing a myriad of variations, approximately 47 in total. Ye Feng wielded his violet sword, clumsily practicing the fundamental sword techniques. As time passed, deep into the night, Ye Feng successfully grasped the basics, his movements becoming increasingly swift, shedding any trace of his prior awkwardness. After completing another round of basic swordplay, he paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, taking a moment to catch his breath. Though his body was utterly fatigued, Ye Feng's expression radiated excitement. After all, as a son of the divine land, even in this unfamiliar territory, his heart still burned with the righteous spirit of a wanderer, ready to champion justice at a moment's notice. Now, he had finally begun to realize this aspiration. How could Ye Feng not feel elated? After some time, having calmed his exhilaration, Ye Feng returned to his bedroom. After refreshing himself, he sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning to cultivate the Uchiha Divine Art. In comparison to the basic internal cultivation method, the Uchiha Divine Art was on an entirely different level, with a far more intricate flow of internal energy. As Ye Feng directed his energy along the Uchiha's pathways, a faint purple hue gradually appeared on his face. The internal energy, once comparable to that of a peak Chunin, began to diminish rapidly as he practiced the Uchiha Divine Art. However, despite its reduction in quantity, the quality surpassed his previous energy by more than tenfold. Sensing this transformation, Ye Feng smiled faintly, dismissing any distractions as he focused intently on the Uchiha Divine Art. As time slipped by, the night swiftly passed. When the sky began to lighten at dawn, Ye Feng drew in a wisp of purple energy born with the rising sun, awakening with a jolt from his meditative state. The fruits of his overnight cultivation far exceeded the gains he had achieved in 10 days of practicing the basic method. Ye Feng stood tall, stretching lazily, his bones cracking in a satisfying symphony. Truly, the martial arts of Huashan were in a league of their own, incomparable to the basic method. After a moment of reflection, he wasted no time, proceeding to wash up and prepare breakfast. Ye Feng-kun, you seem to have changed quite a bit. Just as Ye Feng was heading towards the ninja academy with his lunchbox in hand, the voice of Hinata Hanabi reached his ears, accompanied by Hinata Hanabi, who had been the one to speak. It's nothing much, but why are you with Hizashi? Ye Feng inquired, noting that Hizashi was a year above him, and they usually had little interaction. Furthermore, Hanabi had never attended the ninja academy. What brought her to walk alongside Hizashi today? Oh, I'm enrolling in the ninja academy today. Hiki, Ye Feng-kun, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Hanabi replied playfully, her expression radiating joy upon hearing Ye Feng's words. Enrolling? That girl. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. He then recalled the teasing remarks made by Tsunade the previous day and the expression on Hinata's blossoming face. A hint of helplessness surfaced on Ye Feng's countenance. He silently lamented, indeed, these young lives are quite reckless. At such a tender age, they are already well versed in matters of love. In contrast, children of my past life were still engrossed in playing house at this age. Chapter 18. Hinata's enrollment. Ye Feng cast a helpless glance at Hinata Hanabi, fully aware of her affections for him. However, he could not overlook the fact that she was still quite young, though it appeared that she possessed the potential for beauty. Ye Feng harbored the soul of an adult within him. He had no inclination towards such unorthodox predilections. Consequently, he consistently evaded her feelings. Moreover, even if he were to reciprocate her sentiments, what could they possibly do at such a tender age? Hold hands? Steal a kiss on the cheek? How ridiculous. Very well. Do as you please. Let us go. If we delay any longer, we shall be late for school. With a resigned shrug, Ye Feng made his way to the ninja academy. Meanwhile, Hinata Hanabi, upon catching sight of Ye Feng's retreating figure, beamed with joy. She abandoned Hinata Hanabi and merrily hopped alongside Ye Feng, hands clasped behind her back. Hinata Hanabi could only watch the two with a wry smile. Baffled by Ye Feng's inexplicable charm that had captivated this young lady, it is worth noting that within the Hinata clan, there was not a soul who held any discontent towards Hinata Hanabi. Indeed, Hinata Yunkong was particularly enamored with her, even encouraging the Grand Elder to discuss a potential union. Initially, the Third Elder was quite amenable to marrying his daughter to Hinata Yunkong. Recognizing the exceptional talents of both individuals, their union could potentially yield another genius ninja akin to Hinata Tianren for the clan. However, despite her generally gentle demeanor, Hinata Hanabi was fiercely assertive on matters of this nature, resolutely rejecting the Grand Elder's proposals and firmly stating that if Hinata Yunkong wished to marry her, he must first defeat her in combat. Now, with Hinata Hanabi's affections directed towards Ye Feng, one could only speculate how Hinata Yunkong would react upon learning this news. Since Ye Feng's decisive victory over Hinata Yunkong, the latter had dedicated himself to rigorous training at home. As a member of the main family, he had access to various secret techniques and was personally guided by seasoned jonin, which had significantly enhanced his skills during this time. Consequently, Hinata Hanabi harbored concerns for Ye Feng's future circumstances. After all, even if Ye Feng proved powerful enough to best Hinata Yunkong again, one must not forget that Ye Feng belonged to the branch family, and he might very well face punishment, enduring the pain of a caged bird. It was a classic scenario where winning brought no reward, only repercussions, while losing, though devoid of life-threatening risks, would still entail considerable physical suffering. Signed to himself, Hinata Hanabi resolved to assist Ye Feng in the future, recognizing that he too was a member of the Hinata clan. With determination, he set forth towards the ninja academy. Ye Feng remained oblivious to Hinata Hanabi's thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would not care. To Ye Feng, Hinata Yunkong was merely a jester, unworthy of his attention. As he walked alongside Hinata Hanabi into the ninja academy, Ye Feng proceeded towards the classroom while Hinata Hanabi went to handle her enrollment procedures. The admission of a member from the Hinata clan into the Ninja Academy was unprecedented in the history of Konoha. After all, enrolling in the academy signified that one would graduate to become a registered ninja of Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would arrange for someone to instruct these ninjas in task execution. In times of war, registered ninjas would heed Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders and rush to the battlefield, a perilous endeavor indeed. The Hyuga clan placed great importance on their bloodline, and the Byakugan had wielded considerable power in the early days of the ninja world, excelling in reconnaissance, pathfinding, and intelligence gathering. Other ninja villages envied the Byakugan immensely. Traditionally, only members of the branch family were dispatched to battle, as the caged bird prevented the enemy from seizing the corpses of fallen members of the Hyuga clan, thus denying them access to the Byakugan. Should the adversary attempt to engage with the Byakugan, the caged bird would activate, obliterating the Byakugan along with the minds of the Hyuga ninjas. However, the sudden decision to send a member from the main family to the Ninja Academy had indeed caused quite a stir. Shortly after Ye Feng entered the classroom, their homeroom teacher, the seasoned Chunin Huatian Kulong, made a swift entrance. "Today, you shall welcome a new classmate. Let us give her a round of applause." Initially, the applause was sparse, with many engrossed in their own affairs. Yet, when the students beheld the adorable visage of Hinata Hanabi, the scattered claps transformed into a thunderous ovation, especially among the boys, whose hands turned red from clapping. "Hello everyone, my name is Hinata Hanabi. My dream is to become a powerful ninja to protect my family and village. I enjoy eating barbecue, and I wish to train alongside Ye Feng-kun. I do not relish bitter things. I am delighted to be your classmate, and I look forward to your guidance in the future." Upon hearing Hinata Hanabi's introduction, the crowd turned their gazes towards Ye Feng, who was seated by the window, admiring the scenery outside. The boys, in particular, glared at Ye Feng with a hint of hostility. What did their goddess just say? She expressed a desire to train with that melancholic Byakugan boy? Their hearts shattered at the revelation, and a flicker of jealousy ignited within them towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng noticed the gazes directed towards him from all around, his lips twitching slightly. Indeed, beauty can be a source of calamity. It was hard to fathom how such a young girl could incite such commotion among these individuals. One could only imagine the stir that Hinata Hanabi would create upon maturing. However, Ye Feng felt a profound confusion within him. Hinata Hanabi possessed remarkable talent and striking beauty, not to mention her status as a princess of the clan. Why, then, was she not mentioned in the original narrative? Unable to unravel this conundrum, Ye Feng chose to temporarily set aside his curiosity. He disregarded the penetrating gazes that felt like needles on his back and focused intently on the view outside the window, while his hands, hidden beneath the table, diligently practiced the speed of forming hand seals. Hinata Hanabi, noticing that Ye Feng paid her no mind, even during the applause, felt a flicker of frustration rise within her. After completing her self-introduction, she boldly seated herself beside Ye Feng. "Ye Feng-kun, are you truly practicing hand seals? Are you still training in ninjutsu?" Although she had been training alongside Ye Feng, she had never witnessed him practicing ninjutsu before. "Indeed, I am from the branch family and can only cultivate gentle fist. Although I have devised a few techniques of my own, my offensive methods remain rather insufficient. Therefore, I intend to enrich my combat repertoire with ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng did not conceal his thoughts and replied calmly, "Can you teach me ninjutsu, Ye Feng-kun? Of course, if it is inconvenient, please disregard my request." Hinata Hanabi gazed at Ye Feng with eager anticipation. She harbored a keen interest in ninjutsu, however. Her family had always specialized in the gentle fist style of taijutsu, lacking any knowledge of ninjutsu. Now, witnessing Ye Feng practicing ninjutsu and having taken Tsunade as his mentor, her curiosity was piqued. Chapter 19, The Flying Skill and the Ninja School Assessment. Regarding Hinata Hanabi's inquiry, Ye Feng felt somewhat taken aback. Yet, seeing the earnest expression on her face, he understood that she was genuinely serious. Contemplating this, he asked with a hint of confusion, "As a princess of the Hyuga clan, why are you so determined to enhance your strength?" Hinata Hanabi, a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan, could have easily lived as a sheltered flower in a greenhouse, enjoying the protection of the branch family, eventually leading a tranquil life devoted to family. "I aspire to change the circumstances of the Hyuga clan, to unite us as one, working together to strengthen our family. I do not wish for the branch family to harbor animosity towards the main branch. We are of one family and should strive together," Hinata Hanabi declared earnestly as she looked intently at Ye Feng. On that day, due to having confronted Hyuga Yukong, Ye Feng faced punishment from the elder, marking Hanabi's first encounter with the terror of a cage bird. Despite being a princess of the main branch, she felt powerless in this situation, only able to silently pray for Ye Feng's safety. At that moment, a thought began to take root in Hinata Hanabi's mind. Subsequently, as she continued to interact with Ye Feng, she found herself increasingly captivated by him, which further solidified her resolve. Her motivation to change the rules of the Hyuga clan was not solely for the sake of change, it was also for Ye Feng himself. Ye Feng stared blankly at Hinata Hanabi, astonished by her unexpected desire. "Very well, I shall teach you the art of ninjutsu. But you must promise me that you will not disclose this matter to anyone, including your father." Ye Feng gazed upon the kind-hearted girl before him, and his attitude towards Hinata Hana underwent a subtle transformation. I promise you. Upon hearing this, Hinata Hana beamed with delight and assured Ye Feng, the boys in the class. Witnessing the affectionate exchange between Hinata Hana and Ye Feng could not help but reveal their jealousy. Ye Feng paid no heed to the envious glances directed his way. For as the saying goes, those who do not incite jealousy are but mediocrities. Moreover, as a member of the Hyuga branch family, he was ensnared by the oppressive seals that branded him a caged bird. Even if he began to shine, he would not attract the attention of that sewer rat, Danzo, who might seek to draw him into the depths of the roots. Thus, Ye Feng was unperturbed about gradually revealing his capabilities, allowing the main branch of the Hyuga family to witness his potential and invest in his development. Seated in his place, he engaged in a quiet discussion with Hinata Hanabi regarding the application of ninjutsu. The instructor, Kahan Hinata, observed their subtle exchanges with a hint of exasperation in his gaze. However, given that Ye Feng consistently excelled in theoretical assessments and managed to pass practical tests, combined with the fact that their whispers did not disturb the others, he chose to overlook it. Before long, as the bell signaling the end of the morning session rang, Kahan Hinata concluded his lesson and addressed the class. This afternoon, there will be a practical examination. I hope you all prepare diligently. Class dismissed. With that, he swiftly departed. Lady Hanabi, may I invite you to lunch? I have brought your favorite grilled meat. Ye Feng proposed. Indeed, Lady Hanabi, as you are new to the school, you might not yet be familiar with its rules. Let us dine together while I enlighten you on the customs of the Ninja Academy. As Kahan Hinata exited, the students in the classroom began to vacate their seats. Gathering around Hinata Hanabi, their eyes brimming with anticipation, Ye Feng regarded the sycophants with a resigned shake of his head, parting the crowd as he made his way outside the classroom with his lunchbox in hand. Hinata Hanabi, noticing Ye Feng's departure, felt a surge of anxiety. Disregarding the sycophants surrounding her, she pushed through the throng and hurried in the direction where Ye Feng had vanished. Upon witnessing this scene, the multitude of sycophants seethed with indignation, silently resolving to teach Ye Feng a lesson during the afternoon practical assessment. In their eyes, although Ye Feng had previously demonstrated commendable prowess, his combat capabilities without the activation of the Byakugan were rather limited, especially among the scions of esteemed families. Confidence surged as they believed that, armed with the martial arts they had recently mastered within their clans, they could decisively vanquish Ye Feng, thus proving to Hinata Hanabi that Ye Feng was but a worthless individual unworthy of her attention. Ye Feng remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him. Even if he were aware, he would merely respond with a serene smile. Moreover, these individuals were merely engaging in futile endeavors. Even in his absence, they could never hope to win the affection of Hinata Hanabi. As a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, how could they possibly allow Hanabi to marry outside her family? Even if she were not to wed a prodigy from the Hyuga lineage, they would still prevent her from marrying beyond their clan. Should anyone wish to be with Hanabi, they could seek to join the Hyuga family, thereby preserving the clan's honor and secrets. As for Naruto, he was an exception. Firstly, Hinata was mistakenly perceived by Hyuga Hisashi as lacking in talent, leading to a focus on nurturing Hanabi instead. Secondly, as Naruto's prowess surged impressively over time, coupled with his distinguished identity, Hisashi eventually shifted his perspective, permitting Hinata to marry outside the clan. This was the effect of Naruto's protagonist aura. Ye Feng did not believe that any among this group possessed a similar charm. After all, in this cohort, there were no ninjas whom Ye Feng recognized. While they exhibited decent potential, none were truly exceptional. Most of these individuals would likely become mere fodder after graduation, and even if they were fortunate enough to survive, they would never attain the rank of jonin. Finding a quiet corner, Ye Feng began to eat his meal in silence. Ye Feng, the dishes you have prepared are incredibly fragrant. May I have a taste? I bought some grilled meat, perhaps a little more than I needed. Please indulge. As Ye Feng savored the delightful flavors, Hinata Hanabi approached him and gently spoke. All right then, let us exchange. Ye Feng gazed at the expectant expression of Hinata Hanabi and offered a slight smile. Hiki, thank you. Ye Feng-kun, after we finish our meal, could you tell me about the rules of the ninja school? Also, what is the practical combat test like? Is it similar to the grand competition of our clan? Upon receiving Ye Feng's agreement, Hinata Hanabi beamed at him with joy and inquired further. The practical combat test at school is divided into several stages. It begins with the art of shuriken throwing, followed by the actual combat test, where participants are paired off to compete against each other. The victors advance to the next round, and the final rankings are determined based on their performance. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng first conveyed the rules of the Ninja Academy to Hinata Hanabi, then proceeded to elucidate to her. With your exceptional strength, Ye Feng, you must surely excel in your studies. Hinata Hanabi nodded in understanding and then speculated, considering Ye Feng's previous displays of prowess. Even the elder Hinata Nichi and the heir of the main family, Hinata Nichi, would not stand a chance against him. It is only natural that I assume Ye Feng will effortlessly secure the top position. Upon hearing the words, Ye Feng's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. In the years prior to acquiring the system, he had been diligently laying the groundwork, and with his Byakugan yet to awaken, his academic performance had been rather lackluster. Merely hovering around the threshold of passing. That's not too bad. This year, first place is undoubtedly mine. He recognized that in order to grow stronger, he needed to consistently trigger achievements. Surely, securing the top position in his class for the first time would activate some form of accomplishment, resulting in rewards from the system. Observing Ye Feng's confidence, Hinata Hanabi couldn't help but display a smitten smile. A man who is earnest and self-assured is at his most captivating. And combined with Ye Feng's handsome features, her eyes sparkled with affection. Thankfully, Ye Feng remained oblivious to Hanabi's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have rolled his eyes dramatically. After a brief interval post-lunch, Ye Feng commenced his training. At this juncture, he could not afford to be the slightest bit complacent. Although the Second Great Ninja War had yet to erupt, the entire ninja world was rife with undercurrents of unrest. Particularly, Tsunade was poised for action. Currently, the fame of the three legendary Sannin had not spread far. They were merely regarded as the three new prodigies of Konohagakure. Despite the formidable prowess of Kakashi Hatake, he remained relatively unknown within the ninja realm, not yet reaching the level where the four great ninja villages would unconditionally abandon their missions upon encountering him. Thus, in the eyes of other ninja villages, Konoha appeared to be in an unprecedented state of vulnerability. The saying goes, a commoner is innocent, holding treasures brings guilt. Konoha occupied the richest territory in the ninja world, and aside from Kirigakure, which was under the control of the Uchiha clan and shrouded in the blood mist. The other three major villages were all eyeing Konoha with covetous intent, especially Tsunade, nestled in the arid wind country. Tsunade faced a scarcity of resources and a dearth of missions. The annual funding from the wind country was minuscule, insufficient to sustain the development of such a large ninja village. Although Tsunade would eventually awaken the bloodline limit of gold sand under the 4th Kazekage, Raza. The limitations of Raza's current strength meant that they could hardly extract much gold sand. Moreover, even if they managed to refine any gold sand, they were obligated to surrender over 80% to the wind country. Consequently, for Tsunade to survive, war was their sole recourse. After all, the onset of war would provide Tsunade an opportunity to demand supplies from the feudal lord of the wind country. Even in defeat, the village would suffer minimal losses, primarily in terms of shinobi. Thus, they could both acquire resources to bolster Tsunade and streamline the training of exceptional shinobi, reducing the depletion of ordinary ninjas. In this scenario, victory in war would yield substantial benefits, while failure would incur minimal repercussions. Even if they were to become a defeated nation, Konoha would not impose unattainable terms of surrender, lest they provoke an unending conflict. Thus, it was Tsunade that instigated the outbreaks of war in the ninja world, stirring the turbulent waters of the shinobi realm. As time passed, the onset of the Second Great Ninja War seemed imminent. Presently, Ye Feng was a second-year student at the Ninja Academy. And even if he did not graduate early, he would face graduation in 3 years. That moment would likely coincide with the outbreak of the war or its escalation into a fervent conflict. Should the front lines of Konoha become strained, the newly graduated ninjas from the academy would undoubtedly be summoned to the battlefield. Therefore, time was of the essence for Ye Feng. He needed to elevate his strength to a level sufficient for self-preservation before the war commenced. The battlefield was fraught with peril, and Ye Feng understood the value of relying on oneself. Hence, he was determined to seize every moment to enhance his capabilities. As Hinata Hanabi observed Ye Feng's industriousness, her admiration for him deepened. She approached him and joined in his training efforts. Before long, the afternoon break came to an end. And with the ringing of the class bell, Ye Feng and Hinata Hanabi returned to the classroom side by side. Shortly thereafter, Hinata Kuro, their instructor, entered the classroom. After taking attendance, he led the students to the training grounds of the academy. As per tradition, the first assessment was the shuriken throwing technique. As a ninja, one's chakra was limited, especially on the battlefield, where there was no time to replenish it. Although there were soldier pills to restore chakra, they were notoriously unpleasant and could lead to bodily resistance if consumed excessively. Therefore, conserving chakra was imperative in combat, making kunai, shuriken, and senbon the standard means of offense. Let the assessment begin. Maiko and Nika, you're up first. After explaining the purpose of the assessment, Hinata Kuro called out to a rather portly and unrefined boy. Upon hearing his name, Mikowa Naika leered at Hinata Hanabi, making her recoil in disgust as she swiftly moved behind Ye Feng to avoid his attention. Seeing Hinata's figure vanish from his sight, Mikowa's expression darkened as jealousy filled his gaze towards Ye Feng. Without sparing a glance at the target, he boldly stepped into the arena and flung 5 shurikens with a flourish. This ostentatious display, while perhaps charming in others, appeared rather absurd when executed by this awkward boy. Missed the target, 0 points. Mikowa Naiku, your shuriken throwing skills have truly opened my eyes. After class, run 10 laps around the field and transcribe the essence of shuriken throwing 100 times. You are not permitted to return home until you finish. With Hinata Kuro's announcement, the crowd erupted in a chorus of jeers. Initially, spectators were impressed by Mikowa's confidence, but they quickly realized he was merely putting on a show. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Mikowa's expression soured, filled with regret for his earlier bravado. With this comical incident, the remaining students grew cautious, each stepping up to throw shuriken with sincerity, avoiding any semblance of pretense, given their familiarity with the fixed target. As long as they refrained from showboating, most would pass. As each student took their turn, it soon came time for Hinata Hanabi. Having practiced shuriken throwing within the Hinata clan, her dynamic vision, even without the Byakugan, was significantly superior to that of her peers. With 5 shurikens in hand, she launched them with precision, striking the center of the target in rapid succession. Hinata Hanabi scored full marks, claiming first place. Hinata Kuro, witnessing her performance, nodded in approval, reflecting on the impressive skill of a member from the esteemed Hyuga clan at such a young age. Next, Ye Feng. After announcing the score, Hinata's gaze shifted towards Ye Feng. Go for it, Ye Feng. Hinata Hanabi cheered as she returned to his side, offering her encouragement. Ye Feng smiled faintly, remaining still as he produced 5 shuriken, casually tossing them into the air. The onlookers recognized his attempt to show off. Noting that the shuriken did not even head towards the target, their faces contorted in mockery. Meichuan Naikyu was particularly vocal in his derision. However, before the crowd could continue their jeers, the 5 shuriken collided mid-air before descending towards the target, each striking true and piercing it one after the other. Witnessing this spectacle, the mocking expressions on the faces of the spectators froze, and they began to rub their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own perceptions. Hua Tian Ku-Lang was equally astonished, never having anticipated that Ye Feng's throwing technique had reached such extraordinary heights. This remarkable display was something he had only witnessed in the hands of a seasoned Uchiha Jonin. Even he could not achieve such precision, leaving Hua Tian Ku-Lang in a state of profound surprise. After a prolonged silence, Ye Feng cleared his throat, breaking the spell of astonishment. Hua Tian Ku-Lang, snapping back to reality, declared loudly, Hinata Ye Feng has successfully pierced the target with all 5 kunai. And considering the finesse displayed, I personally award him an additional 2 points. Ye Feng scores 12, placing first. Next, we will proceed to the practical assessment. Please come forward to draw lots. Chapter 21, Aerial Duel, Ninja School Examination 3. As each student stepped forward to draw their lots, the process unfolded swiftly, culminating in the formation of 15 groups, each pair set to face off against one another. Ye Feng drew number 1, thus he was to compete against number 2. His opponent was a common scholar, known as Little Chick Pecking Rice, who possessed merely a basic understanding of physical techniques. After the confrontation between Ye Feng and Little Chicken Pecking Rice was marked by a symbol of opposition, before Little Chicken could make a move, Ye Feng focused his internal energy into his feet and moved with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Little Chicken, a kunai poised against the latter's neck. You have lost, he declared, without waiting for the stunned Little Chicken to respond. Ye Feng retracted his kunai and turned away from the stage. The match concluded so swiftly that the students below, still engaged in conversation, were taken aback to realize it had ended, their expressions filled with astonishment as they watched Ye Feng descend the platform with an air of nonchalance. Hua Tian Ku-Lang, witnessing Ye Feng's remarkable speed, narrowed his eyes slightly, filled with a mixture of admiration and astonishment. Such incredible velocity! This speed is almost comparable to the body flicker technique. How is he achieving this? Just moments prior, when Ye Feng unleashed his speed, Hua Tian Ku-Lang had also been startled. This level of speed surpassed that of an ordinary genin. It was astonishing to consider Ye Feng's age. Moreover, as a member of the Hyuga clan, once he awakened the Byakugan, his strength would surely increase significantly, leaving Hua Tian Ku-Lang puzzled. In the past, while Ye Feng had performed admirably during assessments, he had merely been competent, not at all resembling the prowess he exhibited now. What has Ye Feng truly experienced over the course of this year? If Wat Dian Kolong were aware that Ye Feng's explosive progress occurred even while bearing over 100 pounds of weight, one could only imagine the expression that would grace Wat Dian Kolong's face. Ye Feng, you have grown stronger once again. Hinata Hanabi observed Ye Feng with unwavering attention, her smile blooming like a flower as she watched him deftly dispatch his opponents. Hige, I have recently gained some insights into footwork, which has significantly increased my speed. What I demonstrated earlier was merely a trial run. There remains ample room for improvement in this technique. I trust your Byakugan can perceive my speed and counter it accordingly. Just moments ago, he employed the flying body technique. Although not on par with the most elite light body techniques, this skill is sufficiently effective for Ye Feng at present. Furthermore, the flying body technique possesses considerable potential for further development. Should Ye Feng master it, his speed could increase yet again. Hinata Hanabi chuckled softly. Although she had not activated her Byakugan earlier, she had indeed observed Ye Feng's movements. Even if she were to activate it, she would still not be Ye Feng's match. But she would not be easily defeated either. However, her curiosity was piqued regarding the workings of Ye Feng's mind. Previously, he had developed several martial arts techniques, and now he had devised a new footwork for practical combat, deepening her intrigue. Nevertheless, the fact that the person she admired was becoming more formidable filled Hinata Hanabi with joy. The subsequent matches lacked excitement. Ye Feng's class did not boast any future legends of the ninja world. Even the clan disciples merely possessed a smattering of rudimentary clan secrets and ninjutsu techniques. The only opponent of notable strength was a ninja from the Inuzuka clan, who exhibited commendable proficiency in physical combat, while the other students failed to capture Ye Feng's attention. As time elapsed, Hinata Hanabi effortlessly triumphed over her adversaries. Ultimately, only Ye Feng and two others remained, necessitating a round of mutual combat to determine the top three. In the first bout, Ye Feng faced Inuzuka Cha. Upon ascending the stage, Ye Feng and Inuzuka Cha exchanged a defiant seal. Before Ye Feng could mount an offensive, Inuzuka Cha lunged toward him. As he closed the distance, Inuzuka Cha unleashed a punch aimed at Ye Feng's head, while simultaneously, a small dog leaped from his head. Its paws outstretched toward Ye Feng's face. Ye Feng let out a faint smile, executing a swift maneuver to evade the attack of Quan Zhuang Tu. Positioning himself behind the latter, instead of employing his martial prowess further, he delivered a seemingly casual punch upon Quan Zhuang Tu's. However, just as Ye Feng believed he could effortlessly conquer Quan Zhuang Tu, the latter's form unexpectedly exchanged with that of a small dog, which nimbly dodged Ye Feng's strike with its petite physique. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Feng's face displayed a hint of astonishment. Although an unexpected turn of events had occurred, he remained unfazed, relying on his swiftness to approach Inuzuka with lightning speed. Before his opponent could employ a similar substitution technique, Ye Feng delivered a decisive kick, sending Inuzuka tumbling off the platform. In this match, Ye Feng emerged victorious. After Inuzuka was cast from the arena, Wat Dian Kolong announced the result and turned to Ye Feng, inquiring, "Do you require a moment's respite?" "No need," Ye Feng replied. "Let us conclude this swiftly." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng shook his head. He yearned to conclude these tedious battles swiftly and devote himself to cultivation, for his time was exceedingly limited, with an abundance of martial arts yet to be perfected. Additionally, he needed to refine the medical ninjutsu bestowed upon him by Orochimaru, striving to fathom the nature transformation and integrate it into his own techniques to enhance his combat prowess. Furthermore, during his confrontation with Inuzuka Tsubaki, Ye Feng had barely exerted 30% of his strength, maintaining his physical condition at its peak. Thus, he felt no need for respite. "Ye Feng, I implore you to show mercy." Hinata Hanabi, well aware of Ye Feng's formidable capabilities, did not hold back. She swiftly moved to the arena, establishing a rivalry seal with Ye Feng, then flashed him a charming smile. The onlookers, witnessing the close interaction between Hanabi and Ye Feng, experienced a twinge of jealousy. However, in that moment, Ye Feng showcased his might. They found themselves utterly overwhelmed, unable to withstand even a single blow from him, and thus, despite their envy, they dared not mock him. "Your recent enhancement in strength is remarkable. In truth, the potential of Gentle Fist extends far beyond this, with continuous meticulous study. And once you acquire the air palm technique, endeavor to merge it with Gentle Fist. You may uncover unexpected gains." The thought of Kaguya Otsutsuki utilizing the 80 God vacuum attack, with its cataclysmic power, ignited a fervor within Ye Feng. Yet, he recognized that his current cultivation was still insufficient, compounded by the fact that Kaguya was sealed away in the lunar dimension. Even though Ye Feng's heart was ablaze with fighting spirit, he was unable to experience the might of the 80 Divine Sky Strike or analyze its essence. However, drawing upon his understanding of the original text and the insights gained during his recent training in Soft Fist. Ye Feng surmised that the 80 Divine Sky Strike might very well be the chemical effect produced when Soft Fist reaches its pinnacle and merges with the Void Palm. Hence, he offered this insight to Hinata Hanabi. Previously, when Hinata Hanabi expressed a desire to learn ninjutsu from him, Ye Feng had acquiesced. But he did not wish for her to focus solely on ninjutsu at the expense of her Soft Fist training. After all, for the Hinata clan, Soft Fist was the most suitable martial technique for them. While training in ninjutsu was certainly permissible, it must not come at the cost of neglecting the fundamentals. Chapter 22. New Achievements. Vacation. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Hinata Hanabi momentarily lapsed into contemplation, her mind beginning to ponder his insights. Upon witnessing Hinata Hanabi lost in contemplation, Ye Feng refrained from idle chatter. Activating his Byakugan, he commenced the execution of Gentle Fist. In contrast to Hinata Hanabi's technique, Ye Feng's application of Gentle Fist was notably more refined. Enveloping Hinata Hanabi within the intricate patterns of the Bagua, he began to manifest the true essence of the Gentle Fist, allowing her to perceive its profundity at a close range. Instinctively responding to Ye Feng's movements, Hinata Hanabi countered with her own Gentle Fist, igniting a fierce exchange between them. In that moment, the two Bagua diagrams intertwined, each practitioner employing Gentle Fist against the other. Their Byakugan enabled them to see through one another's chakra pathways, as streams of chakra surged into their meridians, obstructing the flow of both blood and chakra. However, in comparison to Ye Feng, Hinata Hanabi's chakra was evidently inferior. It wasn't long before her dwindling chakra led to her defeat. Unable to maintain control over the Bagua, she found herself ensnared by Ye Feng's mastery, unable to escape his grasp. As Ye Feng observed Hinata Hanabi concede defeat, he chose not to press the attack further. Instead, he engaged her in a comprehensive discourse regarding his understanding of the Gentle Fist technique. With Ye Feng's elucidations, Hinata Hanabi's grasp of the Gentle Fist became notably more refined. This was not to suggest that Ye Feng's comprehension of the technique surpassed that of the seasoned jonin and elite shinobi of the Hyuga clan. Rather, it was that Ye Feng possessed the ability to deconstruct the Gentle Fist into more digestible components, consuming a large pancake in one bite. Even for those with a capacious mouth, requires considerable effort to chew and swallow. However, if one were to crumble that pancake into smaller pieces, the act of consuming it would become significantly easier and more manageable. This analogy perfectly encapsulated Ye Feng's method of imparting his knowledge of the Gentle Fist to Hanabi. As he meticulously dismantled his understanding into digestible fragments for her comprehension, noticing Hanabi lost in contemplation, Ye Feng smiled subtly. Choosing to disengage from her and swiftly exited the arena, he exchanged a brief remark with Kurenai before departing the Ninja Academy, marking the commencement of their holiday. From the following day until after the new year, they would be free from their studies at the academy, granting them a month's respite. This interval provided Ye Feng with the perfect opportunity to organize and refine his various techniques. Shortly after Ye Feng's departure, Hanabi regained her senses. Kurenai, observing this, encouraged Hanabi to engage in a battle against Inuzuka Tsubaki for the second place. The outcome was predictable. Faced with Hanabi, who possessed the Byakugan and had recently enhanced her Gentle Fist under Ye Feng's guidance, Tsubaki regrettably succumbed, securing a third-place finish. When the final results of the assessment were announced, Ye Feng unsurprisingly claimed first place. As Kurenai declared the results, a notification echoed in Ye Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving a major accomplishment. Class first. Achievement reward: 1 minor returning pill, culinary mastery skill, and a recipe for jade liquid wine. The minor returning pill, a secret Shaolin concoction, could augment a martial artist's internal energy for a decade. The culinary mastery skill, once integrated, would endow Ye Feng with culinary expertise of masterful caliber. The recipe for jade liquid wine required ingredients such as yulon flowers, purple lotus roots, and 5-leafed clovers, which needed to be blended in specific proportions and left to ferment for a month to yield success. Upon its initial consumption, jade liquid wine could significantly enhance a warrior's internal energy and chakra. After 3 uses, it could serve as a restorative supplement with effects twice as potent as military rations and no side effects. Upon seeing the rewards from the system, Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Although the system did not grant him any martial arts this time, he recognized that additional techniques would be futile without the time to practice them. Conversely, these rewards could substantially bolster his strength. Mastering culinary arts would perfectly satisfy his Epicurean desires, as he believed in the balance of labor and leisure. Hastily pursuing success could lead to empty hands in the end. And Ye Feng had always harbored a deep passion for exquisite cuisine. Previously, while his culinary skills were decent, the dishes he produced were not particularly delectable. Now, with masterful culinary skills, he envisioned preparing sumptuous meals post-training, accompanied by the jade liquid wine. Such a life filled Ye Feng with immense joy. After claiming his rewards, Ye Feng integrated the masterful culinary skill into himself. Instantly, a wealth of culinary knowledge flooded his mind, encompassing recipes from around the world. Truly, the mastery of culinary arts was remarkable. The plethora of dishes contained within could sustain him for over a decade without repetition. Suppressing the urge to immediately experiment with his newfound culinary prowess, Ye Feng adjusted his mindset and proceeded to consume the minor returning pill, having previously ingested one, which had significantly bolstered his strength by refining his chakra into internal energy. He now faced the second dose. Given his elevated cultivation level, the potency of the pill was slightly diminished. After refining its effects, he managed to open a meridian before exhausting the pill's potency. Open my attribute panel. Ye Feng commanded the system as he opened his eyes. Name, Hinata Ye Feng. Age, 7. Identity, member of the Hinata branch family. Ninja Academy student. Strength, Jinin Taijutsu. Jinal Fist 8 trigrams 32 palms. Ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Lightning Ball, Healing Technique. Palm Sage Technique. Skills, Culinary Mastery. Martial Arts, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, Basic Swordsmanship, Huashan Sword Technique. Internal Arts, Breathing Techniques. Purple Mist Divine Skill. Lightness Technique, Flying Technique. Weapon, ZY Soft Sword. Items, Jade Liquid Wine Recipe, 1 Strength Pill, 100 Gold Coins. Ye Feng gazed at his attribute panel, a smile gracing his features. Although the displayed attributes merely indicated the rank of a lower ninja in actual combat, even a middle ninja would find it challenging to overpower him with ease. Moreover, once the exquisite liquor was brewed, his strength would experience a significant surge. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng hesitated no longer and made his way to the lumber market. He needed to procure the herbs for brewing the exquisite liquor and, on the side, acquire some ingredients to test the culinary skills he had mastered at the Grandmaster level. Where are you off to, little rascal? Just as Ye Feng approached the market, he was met with the sight of a pair of ample curves that irresistibly captivated him. He greedily gazed for a moment until Tsunade, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, delivered a playful smack to his head, bringing him back to his senses. Rubbing his forehead, he complained, "Teacher, could you refrain from hitting my head next time? What if I end up getting dull?" "Humph. Who told you to be so lewd at such a young age? Remember, I am your teacher. A modicum of respect would not go amiss," Tsunade retorted, crossing her arms and accentuating her already notable figure. "TCH, what is wrong with you, teacher? I aspire to be a rebellious disciple, and when I grow up, I shall exact my revenge in grand fashion." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng pouted slightly and muttered under his breath, "What did you say?" Tsunade, observing the movement of Ye Feng's lips, though unaware of his exact words, could discern from his expression that it was not a pleasant matter. Instantly, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she admonished him. It's nothing, master. What brings you to seek me today?" Ye Feng was startled into awareness by Tsunade's sharp reprimand. He hastily shifted the topic, fearful that if Tsunade discovered his recent thoughts, she might be unable to restrain herself from delivering a devastating blow. At this moment, he could hardly endure the brunt of her formidable strength. Chapter 23, Tsunade's Intentions and Brewing Sake. Ye Feng, do you desire to indulge in barbecued meat? Tsunade inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. The previously displeased expression on her face, which had been prompted by Ye Feng's lingering gaze upon her ample figure, vanished in an instant, replaced by a cheerful smile. Upon hearing her words, Ye Feng swallowed hard. The last time he visited the barbecue restaurant owned by the Akimichi clan, he had relished the splendidly tender and succulent meat, complemented by their secret seasoning, truly the finest barbecue he had ever tasted. However, the radiant smile adorning Tsunade's delicate features sent a shiver down his spine. He sensed that her intentions were far from simple. "Teacher, what do you intend to do?" "I am still young. I am but a child." Noticing Ye Feng's feeble expression, Tsunade rolled her eyes. "You little rascal, where is your mind wandering? I am presently short on funds. If you wish to feast on barbecue, then employ your transformation technique, wear these goggles, and use your Byakugan to assist me in cheating. Once we win some money, I shall treat you to a barbecue feast." "I refuse. Cheating is disgraceful." Ye Feng was well aware of Tsunade's ulterior motives. She was actually leading the children astray, attempting to coax him into using his Byakugan to assist her in cheating. How could Tsunade even conceive such a notion? "Oh dear. Little Ye Feng, won't you lend your teacher a hand?" Tsunade implored, noticing Ye Feng's reluctance. She playfully ruffled his hair, her tone tinged with a hint of coaxing, while her ample bosom, due to her bent posture, swayed enticingly before his eyes. Ye Feng swallowed hard. Were he not still a child? He would have surely taken decisive action against Tsunade in this moment. No way. Even if you threaten me, I refuse to comply. Teacher. As a disciple of the third Hokage, a princess of the land of fire, and a jonin of Konoha, how can you even contemplate cheating? If word of this gets out, what will become of your standing in Konoha? Furthermore, although I have never visited a casino, I am aware that those who operate them must have measures in place to counteract ninjutsu. While the Byakugan is indeed a bloodline limit, the opposition would certainly be prepared. If they discover that you brought me along to cheat, your reputation in the gambling world will be utterly ruined. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such maturity from one so young as Ye Feng. However, reflecting upon her own history of gambling losses, and considering the meager allowance she had managed to extract from her brother, she realized it was far from sufficient for a proper gamble. This led her to remember that her disciple belonged to the Hyuga clan, hence her approach to Ye Feng for assistance in this matter. Now, with Ye Feng's disapproval and the validity of his reasoning, she pondered the implications. Losing money was one thing, but losing her credibility would render her unable to find anyone willing to gamble with her in the future. With this thought, Tsunade wore a troubled expression, her face revealing a hint of conflict. All right then, teacher, she conceded. Today I shall prepare a feast for you, one that you have never experienced before. Come, let us procure the ingredients. Ye Feng observed the conflicted Tsunade and shook his head in resignation. Truly, her gambling addiction is quite severe. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, is rather unreliable. Were it not for him, Tsunade would not have fallen prey to such vices. If the opportunity arises, I must certainly give him a piece of my mind. No, I must indulge myself. You may procure the materials on your own. At this moment, Tsunade was itching for a thrill. Even the prospect of consuming dragon meat failed to entice her appetite. After uttering a few words to Ye Feng, she vanished in a blur, utilizing her body flicker technique, and raced towards the casino. Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, Ye Feng shook his head and continued to stroll through the marketplace. Before long, he had gathered the necessary materials and returned to the back mountains of Konoha. At this juncture, Minato Namikaze and Hinata Hanabi had already arrived. Ye Feng, where have you been? In their minds, Ye Feng was renowned for his diligence and training, thus, upon their arrival, his absence piqued their curiosity. Oh, I simply went to procure a few items. Minato, how has your training with Jiraiya-sensei been progressing? After casually explaining, Ye Feng turned to Minato Namikaze and inquired. Fortunately, big brother Ye Feng, I have already learned a wind release technique. Minato Namikaze looked at Ye Feng with a face full of excitement, clearly delighted by his ability to master a wind release. Keep it up. I believe you will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja in the future. Ye Feng found it quite difficult to associate the current child, Namikaze Minato, with the illustrious fourth Hokage, the Golden Flash, who would later dominate the ninja world. With his own butterfly effect in play, Minato had taken the initiative to apprentice under Jiraiya several years earlier, undoubtedly enabling him to rise to prominence more swiftly. Enough of training for today. Balance is essential, Ye Feng declared. Hannah, could you assist me by washing the ingredients? Minato, please catch a few plump fish for us. I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you both. After engaging in light conversation with the two, he issued his instructions. All right. Hinata Hana and Namikaze Minato responded in unison, having no objections, and proceeded to fulfill Ye Feng's requests. Meanwhile, Ye Feng busied himself with the ingredients for brewing. Before long, as everyone prepared, Ye Feng began to transform the ingredients into a series of delectable dishes, showcasing his master-level culinary skills. At that moment, Tsunade seemed to be drawn by the enticing aromas, seizing one of Ye Feng's prepared dishes and stuffing it into her mouth. Master, how much did we win? As Ye Feng gazed at Tsunade, he playfully teased her. Tsunade, who had been relishing her meal, suddenly wore a face as bitter as a bitter melon. With an irritable glare directed at Ye Feng, she set aside the disheveled dishes that had suffered her culinary onslaught and reached out, ready to chastise her insubordinate disciple for his incessant provocations. Amidst their playful banter, everyone savored the delightful feast, which lasted for over 2 hours. Brother Ye Feng, these dishes you prepared are absolutely delectable, exclaimed Minato Namikaze, rubbing his belly. He had never tasted anything so exquisite, especially the grilled fish, which was far superior to what he had eaten previously. The bones within were shattered by the delightful flavors, and the crispy exterior combined with the tender flesh made it impossible to stop eating. Indeed, Ye Feng-kun, I never imagined you had such hidden culinary talents. Others chimed in. Previously, Ye Feng would occasionally prepare meals, But in comparison to today's offerings, those earlier dishes seemed rather lackluster. From now on, I entrust you with my daily meals, Tsunade shamelessly declared, her audacity on full display. Ye Feng rolled his eyes dismissively, ignoring the crowd, and turned his attention to the recipe for the exquisite Uchiha wine. Commencing the brewing process. Ye Feng, what are you doing? Wale, observing Ye Feng's renewed busyness, couldn't help but approach him with a question. Brewing wine. Without turning his head, Ye Feng explained briefly, fully engrossed and meticulously following the recipe to place the ingredients into the steamer and commence the brewing of the liquor. Little Ye Feng, how was I unaware that brewing requires the addition of magnolia flowers, purple root lotus, and 5-leaf clover? She questioned. What precisely are you concocting? As a master of medical arts, Tsunade was no stranger to medicinal herbs and had previously been quite curious about Ye Feng's intentions with these ingredients. Each of these herbs was known to enhance and restore chakra, and many of the auxiliary materials were also components used in the creation of military food pills. Upon hearing Ye Feng proclaim his endeavor in brewing alcohol, she couldn't help but express her skepticism. This is a medicinal liquor I devised during my leisure time, inspired by the medical texts provided by my teacher. As for its effects, we shall only know after a month, Ye Feng replied, his eyes wide as he fabricated an explanation. Chapter 24. Fundamental Sword Techniques, Farewell to Orochimaru. Tsunade, upon hearing Ye Feng's words, paid them no mind, perceiving his efforts as futile. However, she did not intervene. As a top-tier medical ninja, she understood that adhering strictly to convention would hinder any significant breakthroughs in the medical field. After assessing Ye Feng's medical knowledge acquired over this period, Tsunade hesitated no longer and swiftly departed. By the time night fell, Ye Feng had finally completed the brewing process, transferring the liquor into jars and burying them beneath the earth, marking the location before he made his way alongside Hinata Hanabi towards the Uchiha ancestral home. Ye Feng-kun, shall we go for a picnic by the flowing Shadow River tomorrow? Hinata Hanabi asked, her face alight with anticipation as they neared their parting. Upon hearing these words, Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. However, upon observing Hinata Hanabi's eager expression, he shrugged and replied, very well, I shall see you tomorrow morning. Ye Feng's attitude towards this kind-hearted girl had softened considerably. Despite being a member of the clan, she exhibited none of the haughty demeanor often associated with her lineage. Therefore, Ye Feng did not mind the prospect of engaging with Hinata Hanabi further. Seeing Ye Feng's agreement, a radiant smile blossomed on Hanabi's face as she joyfully skipped back to her residence. Watching her retreating figure, Ye Feng smiled faintly before returning to his own abode. He unsheathed his Ziwei soft sword and commenced practicing the foundational sword techniques. Although it had only been a few days since he acquired these basic techniques, Ye Feng had already become quite proficient, mastering all 47 variations by heart. As he began to execute the foundational sword techniques, beams of sword light flickered, and the sharp glimmer of the Ziwei sword filled the courtyard. Suddenly, a notification resonated in Ye Feng's mind, announcing his achievement in mastering the foundational sword techniques, along with a reward of the Ziwu acupuncture method. Time slipped away unnoticed as Ye Feng found himself increasingly fluid in his execution of the techniques, leaving a trail of sword marks along the nearby walls. Just as he became engrossed in his practice, the system's prompt jolted him back to reality, urging him to claim the Ziwu acupuncture method. This esteemed method, known in full as the Ziwu acupuncture technique, represented a pinnacle of traditional Chinese medicine. Its efficacy lay in the use of silver needles to stimulate various acupoints in a patient, harnessing internal energy to unlock the potential within and expel any aberrations from the body. This acupuncture method not only served to detoxify but also addressed a vast array of ailments. Furthermore, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes treating root causes and reinforcing the body's foundation, thus offering significant advantages over the rudimentary medical techniques of the modern world. However, it must be noted that in comparison to the medical ninjutsu of the Naruto universe, there remained a notable gap. This acupuncture method could not mend wounds or heal internal injuries. Nevertheless, Ye Feng was confident that with diligent research and the integration of certain medical ninjutsu into the acupuncture technique, he could elevate this practice to remarkable heights within the ninja world. After assimilating the Ziwu acupuncture method, Ye Feng gained a foundational understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. However, lacking silver needles at that moment, he set the Ziwu formation aside and turned his attention to practicing the Huashan sword technique. Renowned since ancient times for its uniqueness and peril, the Huashan sword technique draws its essence from the extraordinary and treacherous nature of the Western Peak. The breathtaking vistas of Huashan are encapsulated within these two words, extraordinary and perilous. Such qualities often resonate with beauty, resulting in a swordsmanship that is both striking and lofty, with each move embodying the spirit of triumph through adversity. The complete Huashan sword technique is composed of 13 forms. White clouds emerge from the ravine. A phoenix comes to greet. Heavenly silks hang upside down. A white rainbow pierces the sun. Cypress trees welcome guests. Golden wild geese cross the sky. Endless fallen leaves. Faint green mountains. Ancient cypresses stand tall. Bells and drums resound in unison. Xiaoshi rides the dragon. Refreshing breezes carry poetry to friends. In terms of power, the Huashan sword technique far exceeds the foundational techniques. Upon cultivation, a thread of sword energy was born within Ye Feng, sharp and formidable. When combined with his internal energy, this sword energy's might was significantly amplified. Most importantly, as his understanding of the Huashan sword technique deepened, he could cultivate a unique and perilous sword intent. Ye Feng had previously mastered the foundational sword technique, and although this was his first encounter with the Huashan sword art, he felt no hint of impediment. He swiftly grasped the fundamentals of the Huashan sword art. This is one of the advantages of having perfected the basic sword techniques. All sword arts in the world are derived from foundational sword forms. As the saying goes, in the myriad changes, the root remains. Every sword technique encapsulates the 47 transformations found within the basic sword art. Once one has mastered the foundational sword techniques, even divine-level sword arts can be swiftly comprehended. However, this only signifies the initial understanding. To truly master these sword techniques, one must delve into the essence of each art. Only through this profound comprehension can the full power of these techniques be unleashed. Upon unleashing the Huashan sword art, Ye Feng's figure darted and weaved through the courtyard, exuding a torrent of sword energy, which carved deep scars into the surrounding walls. As Ye Feng executed the exquisite Huashan sword technique, his mind wandered to the enchanting and perilous landscapes of Mount Huashan. Suddenly, his swordplay took on an increasingly elusive quality. The tip of his sword would seemingly reside on the left, only to appear on the right in the blink of an eye, leaving his adversaries utterly bewildered and unable to anticipate his strikes. After a considerable period, Ye Feng finally ceased his practice, for his internal energy had been depleted. After refreshing himself, Ye Feng settled cross-legged on his bed and began to cultivate the Zixia divine art while simultaneously honing his sealing speed. Through dedicated practice over time, Ye Feng's sealing speed had significantly improved. Moreover, due to his immense mental fortitude, he had even mastered the art of sealing with one hand. Although the pace remained slow, Ye Feng was confident that he could refine this technique to greater speeds in a short span. The night passed in silence, and at dawn the next day, Ye Feng sensed an energy swiftly approaching his residence. He opened his eyes, rose gracefully, and stepped outside to await the arrival of the visitor. Soon, the graceful figure of Hinata Hanabi came into view. Had she come so early? Upon seeing Hinata Hanabi, Ye Feng's face was adorned with a look of surprise. Was she truly so eager? Indeed, Ye Feng, shall we go to Luing River to witness the sunrise? I have heard that the sun rises there in breathtaking beauty. Hinata Hanabi stood before Ye Feng, her demeanor vibrant with anticipation. All right, just give me a moment. I shall be ready shortly. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng did not refuse. After freshening up, he set off with Hinata Hanabi towards the flowing Shadow River. The flowing Shadow River, one of the two largest rivers in the Hidden Leaf Village, connects to the sea and is surrounded by jagged rocks and towering mountains, creating a picturesque landscape. Many, seeking leisure, often visit this enchanting place for recreation. When Ye Feng and Hinata Hanabi arrived at a cliff by the flowing Shadow River, they halted their steps, for they recognized a familiar figure, Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru was practicing the 18 dragon subduing palms before the cliff. However, unlike Ye Feng's version of the technique, Orochimaru's 18 dragon subduing palms exuded an eerie quality, with streams of energy that resembled neither dragon nor snake shooting forth from his hands, striking the cliff and scattering countless fragments. Witnessing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but admire Orochimaru's talent, marveling at how he had adapted the 18 dragon subduing palms to such an extraordinary degree. Chapter 25. Orochimaru's insight. Observing Orochimaru's practice of the 18 dragon subduing palms, a hint of emotion flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. It had not been long since Orochimaru exchanged various ninjutsu techniques for the 18 dragon subduing palms, yet in this brief time, he had successfully mastered the technique and integrated it into his snake ninjutsu. Although Orochimaru's rendition appeared somewhat unorthodox, it was undeniably more powerful than Ye Feng's own application. At least, with Ye Feng's current cultivation level, he could not conjure the dragon form's energy, merely accompanied by faint dragon roars upon execution. Moreover, while the 18 dragon subduing palms is inherently a forceful technique, in Orochimaru's hands, it exhibited a harmonious blend of rigidity and flexibility, reminiscent of Guo Jing's mastery of the technique in the later stages of his training. Furthermore, the 18 dragon subduing palms, as incorporated into Orochimaru's snake ninjutsu, allowed him to manipulate the energy in various forms, creatures that were neither dragon nor snake, to strike at will with precision. Ye Feng gazed in astonishment, increasingly impressed by the evident fact that Orochimaru had transcended the confines of the dragon-subduing 18 palms, merging it into a unique martial art tailored to his own abilities. This Orochimaru truly possessed extraordinary talent. It is no wonder that he could rise from humble beginnings to become one of the legendary Sannin, whose name would echo throughout the ninja world. It is hardly surprising that, despite the demise of numerous formidable warriors, Orochimaru continued to thrive in the realm of ninjas. Nor is it astonishing that he could surpass most bloodline users even in the absence of any Kekkei Genkai. Orochimaru's penchant for innovation, coupled with his daring to experiment, played a crucial role in his ascent. Additionally, with a commendable natural gift, he was able to surpass those bloodline ninjas through sheer determination and a modicum of fortune, establishing himself as a preeminent force in the early ninja world. Ye Feng, what do you think of my execution of the dragon-subduing 18 palms? Ye Feng and Hinata Hanabi arrived at this location, and Orochimaru had already sensed their presence. After completing a series of ninjutsu techniques, Orochimaru paused and instantaneously appeared before Ye Feng and his companion, a faint smile gracing his lips. Observing him in this moment, though he still bore an air of coldness, it was not as malevolent as in the future, where he resembled a true serpent, exuding an uncanny femininity, occasionally flicking his tongue as if tasting the air. However, Ye Feng found no discomfort in being near Orochimaru. Truly, the senior Orochimaru commanded the admiration of his juniors in such a brief span. He had seamlessly integrated the 18 dragon-subduing palms into his own snake ninjutsu, thereby crafting a distinctive style that significantly enhanced the potency of this ninjutsu technique. Ye Feng did not hold back his words of praise. He genuinely admired Orochimaru. However, it was merely admiration, as he was confident that he would eventually surpass Orochimaru. You flatter me, Ye Feng. Your talent is commendable, and at such a tender age, you have already developed such a unique martial technique. Your future accomplishments are boundless. I wonder how your ninjutsu training has been progressing lately? Should you require assistance, I would be happy to offer some guidance, Orochimaru said. Upon hearing Ye Feng's compliments, Orochimaru felt an inexplicable surge of pride within him, a sentiment that was quite peculiar and left him puzzled. After suppressing his thoughts, he recalled how the 18 dragon-subduing palms had significantly enhanced his combat abilities and enriched his strategies against opponents. Thus, Orochimaru decided to reciprocate and offer some pointers to Ye Feng. Is that so? Then I sincerely thank you, Orochimaru-senpai. I indeed have many questions regarding ninjutsu. Ye Feng was not courteous with Orochimaru, and he inquired about all the issues he encountered during his training in ninjutsu. Orochimaru, being a renowned instructor of ninjutsu under the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a master of the 5 elemental natures, was exceptionally knowledgeable in the art of ninjutsu. Additionally, his aptitude for teaching was remarkable. He answered Ye Feng's questions systematically, allowing Ye Feng to gain profound insights. Ye Feng, your talent truly astonishes me. In such a short span, you have progressed to this level. With your current strength, I presume graduating early wouldn't pose a problem? Orochimaru discerned Ye Feng as proficiency in ninjutsu through his inquiries. It was evident that Ye Feng's comprehension of ninjutsu was limited solely by the inadequate chakra within his body. Otherwise, Orochimaru had no doubt that given some time, Ye Feng could master the transformation of ninjutsu's properties. After expressing his admiration, Orochimaru continued, your talent is indeed remarkable. However, among your peers, aside from your little girlfriend, there is not a single capable classmate who can team up with you. Thus, I kindly advise you not to linger at the Ninja Academy for the full 5 years before graduating. Doing so would not only severely hinder your growth, but would also prevent you from finding suitable teammates. Ninjas have never fought alone. Unless one day you attain power akin to that of the first Hokage, being invincible in the ninja world, during your weaker years, you require not only a proficient teacher to guide you, but also companions who can grow alongside you. Only in this manner can you become a true master. Orochimaru genuinely valued Ye Feng. Otherwise, he would not have expressed his desire to take Ye Feng as a disciple upon their first meeting. While the influence of the dragon-subduing 18 palms played a role, ultimately, it was Ye Feng himself who exuded an aura of mystery that intrigued Orochimaru. Observing Ye Feng's talent now ignited Orochimaru's desire to nurture him. Thank you, Senior Orochimaru. I will contemplate this matter carefully. Upon hearing Orochimaru's remarks, Ye Feng's expression turned serious. Previously, he had been focused on enhancing his strength while the Second Great Ninja War had yet to erupt. However, he realized that true mastery could not be achieved in isolation. Even with exceptional talent, a lack of experience could lead to being easily defeated by those of higher skill. Furthermore, Orochimaru's assertion about forming teams after graduation was indeed accurate. At this stage, having reliable teammates was crucial. Dragging along two liabilities could severely impede Ye Feng's advancement and, in perilous situations, jeopardize his safety. Contemplating this, Ye Feng made a silent resolution. Ye Feng, come quickly. The sunrise is beautiful here. While Ye Feng conversed with Orochimaru, Hinata Hanabi had not participated. Now, noticing their dialogue had ceased, she joyfully called out to Ye Feng. Very well, go accompany your little girlfriend. If you need anything in the future, you can find me at Building 36 on Flower Street. I will be there whenever I am not on a mission. Orochimaru, satisfied that Ye Feng absorbed his words, nodded approvingly before vanishing. Ye Feng then strolled over to Hinata Hanabi, showing little interest in the sunrise, as his thoughts were consumed with pondering the appropriate time for his graduation. Chapter 26. First encounter with SH2. Hinata Hanabi observed Ye Feng's lack of enthusiasm and looked at him in confusion, unsure of what was troubling him. Ye Feng-kun. What's wrong? Has something happened? She inquired with concern. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating what kind of teammates I might encounter after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Ye Feng was startled awake and casually explained, I am certainly destined to be your teammate, Ye Feng-kun. You cannot abandon me. Hinata Hanabi pouted at once. Gazing at Ye Feng as she spoke, Ye Feng shook his head in resignation. Hinata Hanabi, a member of the main branch of the clan, faced significant restrictions once she became a ninja. While undertaking D-rank missions within the village might be manageable, any tasks of C-rank or higher that required leaving the village would be met with considerable opposition, not only from her family but also from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who would need to weigh the implications carefully. After all, the Byakugan was not only the bloodline limit of the Hinata clan but also a formidable asset to Konoha. On the battlefield, the presence of a Hinata clan ninja provided unparalleled advantages in reconnaissance and tracking, rendering most other ninja villages significantly outmatched. With few able to elude the gaze of the Byakugan, should Hinata Hanabi, the little princess of the main family, venture beyond the village, her identity would pose a grave risk. If discovered, not only would the remaining 4 great ninja villages resort to unscrupulous tactics to ambush her team, but bounty hunters would also swarm in pursuit. The Byakugan of the Hinata clan and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan were exceptionally valuable in the underground bounty market. Moreover, the Byakugan was even more elusive than the Sharingan, not due to the superiority of the Hinata clan, but rather because of the division between the main and branch families. Main family members seldom left the village, making it virtually impossible to obtain a Byakugan amidst Konoha's stringent defenses. Conversely, the branch family bore the curse mark of a caged bird on their foreheads. Even if they were to kill a member of the branch family, they would remain unable to claim the Byakugan. Thus, the risk of offending the Hinata clan, and by extension, Konoha, far outweighed the potential gains of acquiring a lifeless body. In Ye Feng's estimation, even if Hinata Hanabi enrolled in the Ninja Academy and graduated, it was improbable that she would form a team to undertake missions. However, witnessing her eager expression, he refrained from voicing his concerns, offering her a gentle smile before deftly changing the subject. After a considerable time had passed, as the sun rose high in the sky, casting its blinding radiance, Ye Feng and Hinata Hanabi strolled side by side toward the bustling streets of Konoha. Oh no! I'm going to be late. If only I had gone to bed earlier last night. Really, my grandmother didn't even wake me up. Just as Ye Feng and Hinata Hanabi were searching for a breakfast spot, a figure with bright orange hair, sporting dimples on either side of their face, charged toward them. The child, approximately 8 or 9 years old, ran with fervor, calling out loudly. Ye Feng and Hinata Hanabi reacted swiftly, parting ways in an instant to clear the path ahead. The young boy, who had been sprinting forward, suddenly caught sight of 2 figures out of the corner of his eye. He hurriedly attempted to halt his momentum, but the speed at which he was charging rendered him unable to stop in time. All he could do was hope that the approaching individuals would not suffer any harm from his reckless advance. However, the 2 ahead were quick-witted. Making way in the center of the path, caught off guard, the boy stumbled and fell to the ground, his small face making an intimate acquaintance with the earth. Ye Feng witnessed a young boy tumble to the ground, and merely hearing the dull thud evoked an immense sense of pain within him. After casting a sympathetic glance at the boy, he shrugged and prepared to depart with Hinata Hanabi. Wait, are you not attending the ninja school? You'll be late. Come. Hurry along to the ninja school, or else you shall face punishment. Ye Feng and Ri Xianghua wished to depart, yet the young boy obstructed their exit. Upon witnessing Ye Feng and Xiang Hualei's intent to leave, he hastily neglected to tidy his soiled garments and turned back to grasp them firmly. "I must ask," he exclaimed, "are you truly unaware that the ninja school is on break? Was there not an examination yesterday? That was, after all, the final assessment." Ye Feng was tugged at the sleeve by a small boy. Upon noticing the faint fingerprints on his pristine white sleeve, his expression darkened. However, when he observed the 2 streaks of blood beneath the boy's nose and the twitch at the corner of his mouth, he could not bring himself to chastise the child and could only respond with a resigned tone. Hinata Hanabi, initially somewhat irritated, couldn't he help but let out a laugh upon seeing the boy's appearance. "How beautiful! It seems even more charming than the Nisai from our class. Greetings. I am SH Ju, and I look forward to your guidance." After witnessing Hinata Hanabi's smile, SH Ju stood in a daze for a moment before coming to his senses and bowing to introduce himself to the two. "SH Ju?" Ye Feng gazed at the impetuous young boy, initially disinclined to engage with him. However, upon hearing the boy's self-introduction, he was taken aback, silently reflecting. "Isn't this Tsunade's younger brother? That would make him my future brother-in-law, I presume? Such recklessness. No wonder he met his demise from an explosive tag on the battlefield." In the ninja world, the fire release, great fireball technique and explosive tags are hardly lethal, far less effective than a kunai. Yet, SH Ju perished from an explosive tag, which speaks volumes about his unfortunate fate. Furthermore, his death triggered numerous upheavals in Konoha. Tsunade lost her brother, and following the loss of her lover, she was profoundly affected, succumbing to hemophobia, and her presence was scarcely felt during the Third Great Ninja War. Moreover, Orochimaru underwent a transformation in character due to SH Ju's demise. Abandoning his aspirations of becoming Hokage and embarking on the treacherous path of immortality, collaborating with Danzo to research various forbidden techniques, ultimately defecting from Konoha to become an S-rank rogue ninja. In my previous life, there were numerous conspiracy theories suggesting that SH Ju's death was orchestrated by Danzo, the notorious figure in the ninja realm. I am Ye Feng, and she is Hyuga Hanabi. We are students of Class A in the 2nd year of the Ninja Academy. Well, the Ninja Academy is on break now, so there is no need for such haste. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. After Ye Feng introduced himself to Sheng Tong, he prepared to turn and leave. "Oh, you say your name is Hinata Ye Feng? That means you are my sister's disciple, right?" "Ahem, I am your teacher Tsunade's younger brother, according to our familial hierarchy. You should address me as Uncle Master." Shitong, who had been captivated by Hinata Hanabi's smile, was momentarily taken aback by Ye Feng's introduction. He then adopted a demeanor befitting an elder and gazed at Ye Feng. "Hey, you young lad, I am destined to become your brother-in-law in the future. Do you dare to act all high and mighty in front of me?" Upon hearing this, Ye Feng abruptly halted his steps, casting a malevolent glance at the rope tree. With a swift motion, he activated his flight technique, finding himself before the pretentious rope tree in the blink of an eye. His fist rained down with unrelenting force upon the non-vital areas of the rope tree's body, taken by surprise by Ye Feng's sudden assault. The already inferior rope tree stood no chance against the relentless onslaught, soon reduced to a state resembling that of a battered swine. "How dare he still claim to be my esteemed uncle?" Ye Feng beheld the rope tree, whose visage resembled that of a battered pig, and inquired with a smile. "Dare not, dare not." The rope tree gazed at Ye Feng with a hint of trepidation, astonished by his formidable strength. With a tinge of grievance, he remarked, "Thank you. How are you so powerful? Could you teach me your ways? I aspire to become a ninja like my granduncle, to protect my sister, my grandmother." In the village of Konoha, witnessing Ye Feng's overwhelming prowess, the rope tree looked at him with eager anticipation. Ye Feng, however, replied disinterestedly, "Seek your sister for instruction." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng shrugged his shoulders. After healing the rope tree, he turned with Hinata Hanabi and sought out a breakfast shop, leisurely savoring his meal after placing an order. As for the rope tree, he trailed behind Ye Feng like an insistent puppy, incessantly chattering and requesting to be taught the ways of cultivation, much to Ye Feng's annoyance. Ultimately, Ye Feng had no choice but to employ the flying technique and dash towards the forested area on the back mountain. Before long, Ye Feng arrived at the woods and immersed himself in his training once more. Currently, his various abilities were steadily advancing. His mastery of the gentle fist had reached 32 strikes, and he was merely awaiting a deeper reservoir of inner strength to fully realize its potential. This notion of perfection, however, pertains solely to the techniques of the branch family. In truth, beyond the 8 trigrams 64 palms, there existed a more formidable level known as the 8 trigrams 128 palms. This represented the ultimate essence of the gentle fist, possessing immense power. Any average jonin ensnared within the 8 trigrams formation would find it nearly impossible to escape, ultimately succumbing to the relentless force of the gentle fist. It was for this reason that, despite the loss of the Byakugan's evolutionary ability, the Hyuga clan continued to hold a prestigious position within Konoha. At least in the earlier stages, without those exceptionally gifted ninjas, the jonin and elite jonin of the Hyuga clan remained exceptionally formidable. In addition to his prowess in the gentle fist, Ye Feng had also mastered several C-rank lightning release techniques, significantly enhancing his hand seal speed. He could perform 5 hand seals in a second with both hands and 3 with a single hand. This speed surpassed that of many jonin. In terms of martial arts, he had cultivated the 18 dragon subduing palms to an exceedingly advanced level, only waiting for a deeper inner strength to achieve mastery. His foundational swordsmanship was also commendable, and he possessed a profound understanding of the Huashan sword technique. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner, and he awaited a breakthrough in his Zixia divine skill to elevate the Huashan sword technique to a state of great completion, allowing him to comprehend the perilous sword intent and significantly amplify his strength. While Ye Feng diligently honed his skills in Konoha, within the Hokage building in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat poised in his chair. Before him lay a crystal ball and with a pipe in hand. He leisurely puffed at his tobacco while intently gazing into the orb. He observed the figure training within, reflecting on the young ninja's exceptional talent. At such a tender age, not only had he awakened the Byakugan and elevated his gentle fist to the level of a chunin, but he had also created several unique taijutsu techniques and methods of movement. Even his swordsmanship appeared distinct from the conventional styles in the ninja world. Truly, he was a prodigy, albeit one from the branch family. As Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized the image within the crystal ball, a glimmer of admiration mingled with regret flickered in his eyes. He watched Ye Feng, having monitored his progress ever since he became Tsunade's disciple. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Ye Feng was his grand disciple, and he felt it necessary to observe his character. The more he watched, the more astonished he became. Ye Feng's talent was extraordinary, excelling in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even medical ninjutsu. Despite being merely a second-year student at the Ninja Academy, his strength had already reached the level of a genin, making it unlikely for an average chunin to rival him. The only lamentation was Ye Feng's lineage. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, he bore the curse of being confined by the main family seal, destined to be under their control for life. Such a background precluded him from wielding significant power within Konoha. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan could leverage Ye Feng's capabilities to influence the inner workings of the village. Nonetheless, with such remarkable talent, he could still become a crucial force in defending Konoha against external threats. With these thoughts in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed the crystal ball. Rising from his seat and strolling towards the back mountain of Konoha, he aimed to engage with Ye Feng while he was still young, hoping to instill in him a sense of loyalty to the Hokage. Meanwhile, Ye Feng remained oblivious to Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions, continuing his rigorous training in martial arts, ninjutsu, and medical ninjutsu. Suddenly, he sensed a presence approaching. Ye Feng halted his practice, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the source of the aura. Pondering inwardly, this place is seldom visited. Apart from myself, Minato, and Hanabi, there are hardly any others here. Who could it be? Just as Ye Feng was deep in thought, a short, gaunt figure resembling a monkey, adorned with the Hokage hat and cloak, came into view. The third Hokage? What brings him here? As the approaching ninja drew nearer, Ye Feng's brow furrowed, and though he was inwardly perplexed, he feigned excitement, bowing respectfully. Greetings, third Hokage. I heard some noise and came to see if you were training here, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, noticing the spark of enthusiasm on Ye Feng's face, mirroring that of most children from the Ninja Academy. A smile crept onto his visage. It seems I need not exert much effort. This young lad appears to have a profound grasp of the will of fire. Since becoming Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had incorporated his persuasive teachings into the curriculum, particularly the mantra, "Where the leaves dance, the fire endures," intended to indoctrinate young minds before they matured, fostering an unwavering faith in the Hokage, inspiring admiration and support. Now, witnessing Ye Feng's extraordinary talent, Hiruzen's expression radiated excitement and satisfaction, nodding approvingly at Ye Feng's performance. Ye Feng curled his lips in disdain internally, yet he respectfully replied, "Indeed. Third Hokage, I was previously training here and did not expect to have drawn your attention. Please accept my humble bow." Haha, quite impressive. Just now, I sensed the aura of your training, and I dare say, ordinary genin would hardly be your match. What is your name? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. A broad smile illuminating his face as he regarded Ye Feng, his satisfaction with the young man growing by the moment. In response to the third Hokage, "My name is Ye Feng, a member of the Hyuga branch family." Ye Feng introduced himself, while secretly pondering, what could this old man want from me today? "Oh, little Ye Feng, with your current prowess, would you be interested in graduating early?" Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared as though he were hearing Ye Feng's name for the first time. A look of surprise crossing his face, before turning to Ye Feng with an inquiry. "Third Hokage, although I wish to graduate early and contribute to the village, I feel that my current abilities are still insufficient. Therefore, I do not have any intention of graduating early at this moment. I humbly bow to you, Third Hokage." Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, hastily declining Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal. How preposterous it was to expect him to graduate and work for him at this very moment. Although he entertained thoughts of graduating early, he knew it would not be so soon. He required at least another 2 years to mature. Moreover, he wished to observe whether there were any exceptionally talented students in the Ninja Academy so that he could team up with them upon graduation, rather than being burdened by a group of mere extras. Chapter 28. Jade Liquid Wine. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He had not anticipated that Ye Feng would exhibit such maturity, understanding precisely what he desired. Furthermore, Ye Feng did not display any pride in response to Hiruzen's praise, which was indeed a rarity for someone of his age. "Recognizing that you have a plan for your future training, I shall refrain from further persuasion. Little Ye Feng, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall do my utmost to aid you." After engaging in light conversation with Ye Feng, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and earnestly advised him, "Thank you, Third Hokage. You are truly kind. I aspire to become a powerful ninja like you, to protect the Hidden Leaf Village." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng suppressed his nausea and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, "Oh, I too believe that young Ye Feng will one day evolve into a formidable ninja. Much like myself. Strive diligently." Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon listening to Ye Feng's words, smiled broadly, his face lighting up like a blooming chrysanthemum. After offering his praise, he did not hesitate and turned to depart. Ye Feng gazed at the retreating figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his smile gradually fading. His feelings towards Sarutobi were far from favorable. This was not to suggest that Sarutobi was a villain. Rather, his actions after becoming Hokage were truly disgraceful. He not only allowed Danzo to eliminate dissenters and watched as Danzo grew in power, but he also forced the true elites of Konoha to face death, injury, or flee from the ninja world altogether. It could be said that while Sarutobi held deep affection for Konoha, his selfishness was equally profound. To illustrate, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Sarutobi clan managed to muster thousands of shinobi. One must ponder the origin of these thousands of ninja. Historically, the Sarutobi clan, alongside the Shimura, Yamanaka, and Mito clans, was merely a second-tier family subordinate to the Senju clan during the Warring States period. Their strength paled in comparison not only to the Hyuga and Uchiha clans but also to many other secondary clans. Yet, this family was able to produce such a multitude of ninja during the Fourth War. The implications are evident. Under the guise of promoting the commoners, they utilized resources meant for nurturing the populace to cultivate their own clan shinobi, all while ostensibly aiming to suppress the burgeoning Uchiha clan, constantly targeting them. In contrast, the Hyuga clan has always been akin to a village within a city, refraining from vying for power in Konoha. Generally, they complied with orders from the Hokage, provided they were not excessive. Otherwise, the consequences would not only be dire for the Uchiha, but could also spell doom for the Hyuga clan at the hands of Sarutobi and Danzo. Thus, Ye Feng held no admiration for a hypocrite like Sarutobi. However, his current strength was insufficient, leaving him no choice but to feign compliance. After contemplating Sarutobi's purpose for visiting, and recalling the brainwashing rhetoric during their conversation, Ye Feng quickly realized that Sarutobi had come to indoctrinate him. As for why Sarutobi had taken notice of him, it was simply because he had become Tsunade's apprentice, which had piqued Sarutobi's interest. Otherwise, how could a mere child of 7 or 8 years have attracted the attention of Sarutobi without displaying exceptional talent? Nevertheless, this could be advantageous, since Sarutobi recognized his potential. It was likely that efforts to nurture his abilities would intensify, with the hope of shaping him into a formidable weapon. With this understanding, Ye Feng dismissed further thoughts and resumed his training. As time flowed by, nearly a month had passed. Throughout this period, Ye Feng diligently practiced each day. Although his progress was slow, he had not hit a bottleneck, allowing him to witness his own growth clearly, which left him quite satisfied. On this particular day, Ye Feng was once again training in the back mountain, accompanied by Hinata Hanabi, Minato Namikaze, and SHG. Ever since SHG had been bested by Ye Feng, he had been incessantly bothering Tsunade, who eventually, overwhelmed, divulged the location of Ye Feng's training grounds. Ever since, SHG had come to this place without fail. Rain or shine. In a moment of resignation, Ye Feng, out of respect for Tsunade, could only utilize his spare time to instruct Shina in the art of physical techniques. As for ninjutsu, he had not cultivated any water-based techniques himself, and thus could not impart any knowledge in that regard. Moreover, water-based ninjutsu had flourished under the mastery of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who had researched numerous simplified hand seals for such techniques. Notably, Senju Tobirama was Shinga's great-granduncle. And although the Senju clan had become more common in status, it was certain that significant legacies remained within the ancestral home of the Senju. Therefore, Ye Feng deemed it unnecessary to display his skills in that domain. After practicing a round of lightning techniques, Ye Feng paused and called out, "Konoha, Shina. Come here and help me dig a hole." "Big brother, what purpose does digging a hole serve?" Although Shina was older than Ye Feng, he was not as powerful. And Ye Feng's mature demeanor led others to unconsciously overlook his age. During this period, after receiving guidance from Ye Feng, Shina had completely acknowledged him, often referring to Ye Feng as big brother, much like how he addressed Minato. "Digging a hole to bury you. Tell me, how is it that both your great-uncle and granduncle were titans of the ninja world, unparalleled in their time, yet you inherit none of their talents? I have serious doubts about your lineage. Could it be that you were adopted?" Ye Feng rolled his eyes, casting a teasing glance at Shang Shu. Although Shang Shu possessed considerable talent, his intellect left much to be desired. Sigh, it is best not to dwell on it too long. Teaching Shang Shu the body technique was often a futile endeavor. He would frequently forget earlier lessons after grasping the latter ones. A simple technique from the Konoha style took him a dozen attempts before he barely managed to master it. Even so, Ye Feng asserted that he could defeat Shang Shu with merely a finger. "Come on, you are being unreasonable. I am not some stray," Shang Shu retorted, his anger flaring as he glared at Ye Feng. Yet, despite his indignation, he was powerless against him. He dared not lay a hand on Ye Feng, let alone speak back. "Enough of this banter. We have no time to waste. Let's dig the pit swiftly." Ye Feng glanced at the whimsical demeanor of Shang Shu, rolled his eyes, and chose to ignore him, focusing intently on digging. Before long, several jars of wine were unearthed by Ye Feng and his companions. "Brother, what are these?" Shang Shu inquired curiously, gazing at the jars with a look of perplexity directed at Ye Feng. "This is the wine I brewed." As Ye Feng spoke, he pried open the seal, and instantly, a rich aroma of wine wafted from the jar. Inhaling the fragrance that filled the air, Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. He deftly retrieved a cup and carefully poured a measure of the wine into it. Gazing at the crystal-clear, jade-green liquid that lay pristine within the cup, he swallowed hard. "Oh dear brother, have you forgotten the 3 prohibitions of the ninja? We are still young. We must not indulge in alcohol." Just as Ye Feng was about to take a hearty sip from the cup, Shang Shu suddenly let out a loud cry, startling Ye Feng, who nearly spilled the wine in his hand. Ye Feng's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he stared at Shang Shu, who felt a chilling unease wash over him. Instinctively, he covered his mouth, refraining from uttering another word. "Brother, is this wine safe to drink? Be cautious, lest something unfortunate occurs." "Indeed, Lord Ye Feng. Perhaps it would be prudent to abstain." Although the aroma of the wine filled the air, the true nature of this concoction remained a mystery to them, and they regarded Ye Feng with growing concern. "Fear not. I am well aware of the wine's qualities. You need only observe." With that, Ye Feng hesitated no longer and downed the contents of his glass in one swift motion. Chapter 29. A Surge in Power. The transformation of the white eye as the jade liquid coursed down his throat, a sharp spiciness erupted within Ye Feng's mouth. Yet, before he could even frown, that pungent flavor metamorphosed into a delightful sweetness, flowing through his throat and permeating his entire being. In that moment, every pore and cell in Ye Feng's body opened wide, and his heart pulsated with what felt like jubilant cheers. Waves of medicinal energy continuously nourished his meridians, enveloping him in a sensation of ethereal bliss. Ye Feng, disregarding the allure of the surrounding ambience, promptly settled into a cross-legged position, channeling the purple mist divine art to refine the medicinal potency coursing through his body. As his inner strength surged forth from the dantian, enveloping the medicinal energy, it traversed through his meridians in accordance with the prescribed pathways of the purple mist divine art. With each circuit completed, Ye Feng's meridians grew sturdier, and his inner strength burgeoned correspondingly. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed as Ye Feng instinctively directed his inner energy towards the foot-tying lung meridian. With a resounding boom, the foot-tying lung meridian was instantaneously breached. Outside, a tempest suddenly swept across the heavens and the earth, with visible spiritual energy rapidly converging around Ye Feng, penetrating into his Baihui acupoint and merging seamlessly with the medicinal force within him. At this moment, a violet hue manifested on Ye Feng's visage as his inner strength circulated swiftly, continuously refining the medicinal energy and spiritual essence within. With a divided focus, Ye Feng seized the moment to further assault other meridians. To ascend to the innate realm of a martial artist, one must unseal all meridians, establishing a connection between their body and the external world, thereby enabling the manipulation of heavenly spiritual energy to enhance their attacks. Similarly, ninjutsu operates on this principle. Through the formation of seals, one can harness their chakra and channel it through specific meridians to transform it into unique ninjutsu attacks. The greater the capacity of the meridians, the more formidable the resulting jutsu. Take Uchiha Madara, for instance. Even a mere fireball technique unleashed by him possesses such might that it could only be countered by an entire army of water-style ninjas employing water release. This phenomenon arises from the superior resilience of Madara's meridians, allowing him to accommodate a greater flow of chakra. The same holds true for Shinja Hashirama. With a mere clap of his hands, he could summon devastating ninjutsu, the potency of which could obliterate the very fabric of existence. Ye Feng speculated that Hashirama's meridians were innately unblocked, enabling him to wield chakra without the need for hand seals to guide it through his meridians for the execution of corresponding jutsu. Moreover, the ninjutsu they performed could also harness elements of the natural forces, rendering their ordinary techniques unmatched by typical ninjas. Of course, these insights were merely Ye Feng's conjectures based on his recent training. With several meridians such as the foot-tying lung meridian now unsealed, the velocity at which his inner strength flowed through these pathways during his hand seals was remarkably swift, in stark contrast to the sluggish flow through the unsealed meridians. Hence, Ye Feng arrived at these deductions, and he would ascertain their validity once he fully unblocked all his meridians. As time unfolded, a deep violet hue adorned Ye Feng's countenance as he rapidly refined the spiritual energy and medicinal essence within. Eventually, as the violet tinge dissipated and his face regained its original hue, the influx of spiritual energy and medicinal potency surged into his eyes like a tidal wave, scattering the intricate lines that had densely gathered around them. Ye Feng felt a refreshing sensation wash over his eyes, prompting him to involuntarily open his Byakugan. Instantly, a world shrouded in shades of gray and white unfolded before him. Compared to before, Ye Feng now possessed an enhanced range of vision and an acute sensitivity to his surroundings. He could even perceive the faintest fluctuations of chakra emanating from beneath the earth. In this realm of ninjas, all things are imbued with chakra, and even the cells of ordinary individuals harbor traces of it, though they lack the ability to harness it. Previously, Ye Feng had been oblivious to such subtleties, but now they were vividly apparent to him. Furthermore, due to the constraints imposed by the caged bird seal, there have been certain shortcomings in his Byakugan's comprehensive field of vision, particularly in the rear. However, with the influx of spiritual energy and medicinal potency, these deficiencies were wholly rectified. At this moment, although the caged bird seal had yet to be completely lifted, Ye Feng had significantly mitigated his limitations. Most importantly, he sensed an inexplicable transformation occurring within his Byakugan. Contemplating this, Ye Feng focused his gaze, silently commanding a pressure. In an instant, his eyes gleamed with intensity, and an invisible wave surged forth into his field of vision, causing a tree, roughly the size of an adult's thigh, approximately 200 meters ahead, to bend under the mysterious force. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Feng understood that although the fluctuations were still rather weak, as his Byakugan continued to purify, the potency of this ocular technique would undoubtedly strengthen. With this realization, Ye Feng felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that the Byakugan could awaken such techniques even before evolving into the Rinnegan or the Tenseigan. However, recalling the invasion of the Tsutsuki clan into the shinobi world, it seemed that many of their ninjas utilized the Byakugan to activate ocular techniques, which dispelled his confusion. Ye Feng, your Byakugan appears to have undergone a transformation, remarked Hinata Hanabi. Previously, when Ye Feng exerted the pressure of his ocular technique, Hinata Hanabi sensed an unusual fluctuation. In the presence of Ye Feng's Byakugan, she felt an instinctive dread, akin to a suppression of her very lineage, rendering her unable to meet his gaze. Had she continued to observe him, she might have witnessed the ocular technique he had just employed. I have made some breakthroughs. My application of the Byakugan has ascended to a new level, and you will be able to achieve this as well in the future. Ye Feng casually fabricated an excuse, brushing aside the matter, and turned to Wave Wind Watergate and Rope Tree, inquiring, would you two care for a drink? Absolutely, replied Wave Wind Watergate and Rope Tree, momentarily disregarding the prohibitions of ninja etiquette. Previously, they had been envious of the overwhelming aura that enveloped Ye Feng after he consumed alcohol. They too yearned to swiftly enhance their own prowess. Seeing the eager expressions on the faces of the two individuals, including Hinata Hanabi, Ye Feng did not hesitate to retrieve 3 wine glasses once more. He poured a glass for each of them and, after advising them on the precautions, prepared to protect them during the process. Following Ye Feng's instructions, the trio consumed the wine and began to channel their chakra refinement techniques to extract the medicinal properties from the drink. However, in comparison to Ye Feng's mastery of the Zixia divine skill in refining the medicinal essence, their chakra refinement techniques were considerably less effective, resulting in a significant waste of the medicinal power. Nevertheless, despite this inefficiency, their chakra reserves expanded considerably, particularly Sh Moku, whose chakra volume was already immense, far surpassing that of a low-ranking ninja. Even among average mid-ranking ninjas, Sh Moku's chakra capacity was unmatched. At this moment, endowed with such a vast reservoir of chakra, the amount of refined medicinal essence he absorbed was naturally greater than that of Namikaze's Minato and Hinata Hanabi. Once the three regained their senses, their eyes gleamed with fervor as they gazed longingly at the several wine jars on the ground, their expressions reminiscent of someone beholding a breathtaking beauty, almost wishing to consume all the wine in one gulp. Observing their expressions, Ye Feng hastily interjected, "This wine will only yield benefits for the first 3 consumptions. Beyond that, your bodies will develop a resistance, rendering the medicinal properties ineffective in enhancing your chakra reserves. Thus, wait until you stabilize before indulging again. Do not squander it." With that, Ye Feng cautiously produced a scroll, mimicking the hand seals of a technique, and stowed the wine jars within it. In reality, he was transferring them into the system's space. After completing this, Ye Feng refrained from further cultivation, opting instead to embark on a picnic with the 3, for the commencement of the Ninja Academy was drawing near. After a month of relentless training, he felt a sense of fatigue and deemed it prudent to take a well-deserved rest. Chapter 30, Blood-Red Chili Pepper Possessing Masterful Culinary Skills. Ye Feng assumed the role of chef during their outings, while Namikaze Minato, Hinata Hanabi, and Sh Moku exerted themselves in hunting, fishing, and procuring various ingredients. In no time, an abundant spread of exquisite Chinese cuisine was prepared by Ye Feng, filling the air with an enticing aroma. At that moment, Tsunade arrived, accompanied by a 6-year-old girl with striking red hair, her adorable features adorned with a stubborn expression. As Ye Feng beheld the little girl, he was momentarily taken aback, instantly deducing her identity: Uzumaki Kushina, the future mother of the protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, from the Naruto Shippuden series. Little Ye Feng pondered, why does this place exude such a rich aroma of wine? Upon Tsunade's arrival, she immediately detected the lingering scent of alcohol in the air, her beautiful eyes brightening with intrigue. Without taking the time to introduce Kushina to the others, she swiftly approached Ye Feng, her delicate hand resting gently on his head, and playfully inquired, "Teacher, with a man's head and a woman's waist, are you perhaps fond of your disciple and planning to marry them once they come of age?" Ye Feng found himself at the mercy of Tsunade, who had firmly pressed his head down. A wave of humiliation washed over him. Yet he was unable to overpower her in that moment. All he could do was glare defiantly at Tsunade, refusing to yield verbally. Bang! As soon as Ye Feng's words fell, Tsunade delivered a sharp rap on his head. "At such a tender age, how can you be so lewd? How could I possibly accept you as my disciple? Speak up. Have you been drinking in secret? Quickly produce the liquor. Have you forgotten the 3 prohibitions of a ninja? To dare to drink at such a young age. Ah, teacher, if you wish to drink, just say so. Why resort to such a flimsy excuse? Here, allow me to let you taste the jade liquid wine I have brewed." Ye Feng pursed his lips, feigning a hand seal, and produced a jar of exquisite liquor, pouring a bowl for Tsunade. Upon seeing the jade-like drink, Tsunade's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Without waiting for Ye Feng to utter a word, she eagerly lifted the bowl and tilted her head back, consuming it in one swift motion. After finishing the drink, a charming blush adorned Tsunade's fair cheeks, nearly causing Ye Feng to succumb to the temptation of biting her. However, as Tsunade caught Ye Feng gazing at her with a lecherous expression, she was about to speak. But in the next moment, her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she stared at Ye Feng. "Why are you dawdling? Teacher, shouldn't you quickly channel your chakra to refine the medicinal properties?" Ye Feng was momentarily stunned upon seeing Tsunade, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Although the jade liquid wine possessed a mild medicinal property, if allowed to rampage within the body unchecked, it could still inflict damage upon the meridians. Tsunade, jolted awake by Ye Feng's presence, hastily seated herself on the ground, engaging in chakra refinement, swiftly mobilizing her chakra to envelop the medicinal essence and facilitate its rapid assimilation. Before long, Tsunade felt a remarkable surge of twofold chakra within her, gazing at Ye Feng in disbelief. Is this truly the medicinal wine you brewed last time? Previously, when Ye Feng was brewing the wine, Tsunade had been present but had paid little attention. At that time, she believed Ye Feng had only recently begun to delve into medical knowledge, despite his ability to recite theoretical concepts fluently. He lacked practical experience and thus could not fully grasp the intricacies of pharmacology. Therefore, she had assumed he was merely experimenting with some medicinal theories. However, after personally consuming a bowl today and experiencing the explosive increase in her chakra, Tsunade came to realize that Ye Feng's previous concoction had indeed succeeded, and remarkably so. Yes, Master, this is called Jade liquid wine. The first 3 doses can significantly augment one's chakra. After that, it can only be regarded as a supplement for chakra replenishment. Nevertheless, even in that regard, I estimate its efficacy surpasses that of military rations, with no adverse side effects whatsoever. Ye Feng smiled faintly and revealed the effects of the liquor. The more Tsunade listened, the brighter her beautiful eyes shone, and the image of a small fortune began to emerge in her mind. Hiki, little Ye Feng, how about entrusting the recipe for this exquisite liquor to your master? Tsunade approached Ye Feng with a playful demeanor, inquiring with a cheerful smile, Master, what are your intentions? Ye Feng looked at Tsunade with suspicion, uncertain of her intentions. Such a marvelous item must be introduced to the market, allowing the ninjas of Konoha to grow even more formidable. Wouldn't you agree? Tsunade smiled brightly at Ye Feng. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng regarded Tsunade with suspicion. It is undeniable that Tsunade harbors profound affection for Konoha village. However, Ye Feng found it difficult to believe that she could be so selfless. Recalling the recent incident when Tsunade had approached him, requesting his assistance in utilizing the Byakugan to facilitate her own deceit, he suddenly understood her intentions. Teacher, you wish to sell this liquor for profit, do you not? Ahem. While earning money is a secondary concern, the primary objective is to enhance the strength of Konoha's ninjas. Is it not? Tsunade, realizing that Ye Feng had discerned her ulterior motive, offered an awkward smile and attempted to provide a forced explanation. Humph. If my teacher desires the recipe for the exquisite liquor, that can certainly be arranged. However, upon witnessing Tsunade's demeanor, Ye Feng couldn't help but smile inwardly. Aware of his current lack of strength, he realized that should the secret of the Uchiha wine recipe become public, he would inevitably be unable to protect it. It would either fall into the hands of the Hyuga clan through cunning deception or be forcibly extracted by the old Sarutobi Hiruzen under the guise of righteousness. Rather than face such dire outcomes, he deemed it wiser to collaborate with Tsunade. With her presence, no one would dare covet the Uchiha wine recipe. As for finances, Ye Feng certainly would not disdain an abundance of wealth. After all, he was in a period of rapid growth, and his resources were somewhat insufficient. These necessities required monetary investment. Therefore, he held no objections to Tsunade's desire to profit from the Uchiha wine recipe. What do you wish for? Speak freely. How about this? I shall contribute my efforts, and we can split the profits equally. Tsunade remembered that while the medicinal ingredients for the Uchiha wine were of decent quality, they were not exceedingly rare, and the potential profits were astonishing. Once this beverage was launched, who would still resort to the unpalatable military rations? Well, since my teacher is so earnest, I shall agree. As Ye Feng observed Tsunade's eager demeanor, a faint smile graced his lips, and he acquiesced. With a delighted squeal, Tsunade embraced Ye Feng's head and planted a fervent kiss upon him. She had an affinity for gambling, often squandering 80% of her earnings from missions in the casinos. Yet she was notoriously unlucky. Regardless of the game, her efforts yielded nothing but losses. Although the Senju clan boasted vast wealth, the presence of the Uzumaki clan rendered Tsunade unable to inherit the family fortune. Furthermore, she was acutely aware of her own nature, despite her love for gambling. She would not recklessly wager the family assets. Consequently, she often found herself in dire financial straits, frequently targeting Suk's modest resources. Per Suk, unable to withstand Tsunade's relentless pursuit and possessing a naive disposition, would unwittingly reveal the locations of his hidden funds. Now, with the golden goose known as Uchiha liquor at her disposal, Tsunade anticipated a prolonged period of gambling freedom. Allow me to introduce Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade said. Kushina. This is my disciple, Hyuga Ye Feng, and his young girlfriend, Hyuga Hanabi. This is Minato Namikaze, the disciple of that rascal Jiraiya. Now, do take a moment to get acquainted. After kissing Ye Feng, Tsunade pulled Kushina over and introduced her to the others before diving into her meal. As for the Uchiha liquor, upon hearing Ye Feng describe its effects, Tsunade refrained from indulging immediately. After all, this exquisite beverage could only enhance chakra during the first 3 sips, and she was determined to seize those opportunities wisely. Hello everyone, I am Uzumaki Kushina. After the school year commences, I will be joining as a first-year transfer student at the Ninja Academy. I look forward to your guidance, Kushina proclaimed. Bowing respectfully to the gathering, Ye Feng gazed at the young girl, Goxin, who had lost her home and found herself in an unfamiliar environment. With a gentle smile, he said, "It is a pleasure to meet you. From now on, we shall be friends. Please, do not be shy. I have prepared some dishes for you to try." As he introduced the various culinary delights, he helped to ease Goxin's tension. And soon everyone began to indulge in the feast. Chapter 31. Uzumaki Mito. Under the warmth of the group's kindness, Goxin gradually relaxed, revealing her lively spirit, particularly towards Hinata Hanabi. Perhaps due to their shared femininity and similar ages, the two quickly became acquainted. Sister Hanabi. Earlier Sister Tsunade mentioned that you were Ye Feng-koen's little girlfriend. Are you two together? What do you usually do? The little girl held a naive fascination with love. In the world of Naruto, children matured early in their thoughts regarding romance. Hearing Goxin's question, Hinata Hanabi blushed, stealing a glance at Ye Feng. Noticing that he was oblivious to their conversation, she felt a sigh of relief and proceeded to clarify her relationship with him. Upon hearing Ye Feng's lack of romantic awareness, Goxin shot him a fierce glare, leaving Ye Feng bewildered and unaware of the sudden change in her demeanor. Perplexed, Ye Feng decided to focus on the delectable feast before him. Meanwhile, Dai and Minato were equally distracted, their attention captivated by Hanabi and Goxin. The meal concluded amidst this peculiar atmosphere, and after tidying up, the group chose not to continue their training but instead headed towards the bustling streets of Konoha. After a day filled with laughter and merriment, they parted ways and returned to their respective homes. At the Senju ancestral home, a woman in her 30s, bearing a striking resemblance to Goxin, observed the girl returning with Tsunade and Dai. Goxin, brimming with joy, looked entirely different from the timid girl who had first arrived in Konoha. With a smile, she replied, "It seems Goxin had a wonderful day. Did tell your grandmother what you did today?" "Grandmother Mito, today Sister Tsunade introduced me to several good friends, a flamboyant boy, a beautiful sister from the Hyuga clan, and a strong older brother who cooks delicious food. They have all been very kind to me." Goxin eagerly recounted her experiences, with the flamboyant boy clearly referring to Minato. Minato, with his gentle demeanor and perpetually warm smile, radiated a sunny disposition. However, his appearance, combined with his amiable nature, often led others to perceive him as somewhat effeminate. Fortunately, he remained unaware of Goxin's assessment. Otherwise, he might have sought a means to vanish from embarrassment. The beautiful sister from the Hyuga clan was, of course, Hanabi, while the strong older brother was none other than Ye Feng. "Oh?" Goxin mentioned that the older brother is quite strong. "Just how strong is he?" Mito inquired, a smile gracing her lips. Although she directed the question at Goxin, her gaze was fixed on Tsunade. She had long been aware of Tsunade taking on a disciple, but initially, Mito had not given it much thought. Now, however, hearing Goxin's words piqued her interest. Given Goxin's unique status, anyone who made an impression on her would naturally attract Mito's attention. At this moment, Mito recognized that Goxin had accepted Ye Feng as a friend. "Grandmother, Ye Feng possesses remarkable talent. If he receives proper guidance, I believe he could surpass Hinata Tenor," Tsunade explained, having noticed Mito's inquisitive gaze. "Oh? It seems this young Ye Feng is quite extraordinary. Do elaborate on Hinata Ye Feng." Mito's eyes sparkled with surprise at Tsunade's assessment. Tsunade, typically boisterous, was, in reality, an exceptionally proud individual. Thus, her commendation of Ye Feng indicated that he had gained her full endorsement and was regarded far beyond an ordinary disciple. It is worth noting that Hinata Tenor was no ordinary figure. A contemporary of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, he had risen through the ranks of the Hyuga clan, surpassing the main family to become its strongest warrior. During the Warring States period, he had even contended with Hashirama and Madara. Before the establishment of Konoha, the first Hokage had coveted the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, plotting to capture members of the main family to obtain the bloodline limit. Given his proficiency in body techniques, the acquisition of the Byakugan would have significantly enhanced his clan's abilities. Just as A was on the verge of success, Hinata Tenor emerged, effortlessly cleaving through A, whose lightning release chakra mode was rendered powerless against him. The so-called impenetrable lightning release armor was shattered by Tenor, who also showcased the unique ocular techniques of the Byakugan during that battle. Both Hashirama and Madara, who were present, acknowledged the Hyuga clan's standing as equals to their own. After the formation of Konoha, the first Raikage established the Hidden Cloud Village. However, not long after, he succumbed to the wounds sustained in that battle, passing the Raikage title to the second A. This illustrates the formidable prowess of Hinata Hanabi, a figure recognized by two extraordinary individuals. Now, Tsunade's assertion that Ye Feng possessed the potential to surpass Hinata Hanabi's innate talents left Mito astounded. As Tsunade elaborated on her reasons for taking Ye Feng as her disciple and the astonishing feats he had accomplished, Mito's surprise only deepened. At such a young age, to create a martial art that even Orochimaru coveted, to rapidly develop techniques for swift movement and swordsmanship, and to exhibit significant aptitude in both ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu, this was beyond mere genius. As a member of the Hyuga clan, who had also been sealed with the caged bird seal from a young age, Mito narrowed her eyes slightly. She sensed that the situation was far more intricate than mere coincidence. Renowned for their sealing techniques, the Uzumaki clan, of which Mito was a princess, possessed profound knowledge in this field. They had once attempted to study the caged bird seal but had ultimately failed. Now, listening to Tsunade describe Ye Feng, Mito felt a renewed desire to investigate the caged bird seal. Her instincts told her that this seal was not merely a tool for the main family to control the branch family. During the Warring States period, battles were fought on a familial basis, with family honor taking precedence over all else. While rivalries existed among families, they would unite against external threats, and instances of betrayal were rare. Therefore, the Hyuga clan had no need to develop such a seal solely for controlling their branch family. To prevent the leakage of the Byakugan, one must consider the fact that the Hyuga clan, being one of the three prominent families of the Warring States period, stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Who would dare to usurp the bloodline of the Hyuga family? Only the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, harbored such thoughts, and he ultimately met his demise for them. The excuse of safeguarding the Byakugan's lineage could hardly persuade Uzumaki Mito. Nowadays, with the emergence of Hinata Tenjin and the peculiar Hinata Ye Feng, how could Uzumaki Mito not contemplate deeply? Chapter 32, the frenzied Hinata Yukong having made a decision. Uzumaki Mito looked at Tsunade and said, "Tsunade, do bring little Ye Feng over for a meal at our home sometime. Your grandmother is eager to see what the genius you speak of looks like." Tsunade was taken aback by these words, casting a surprised glance at her grandmother. Ever since Hashirama and Tobirama Senju ventured into the Pure Land, Uzumaki Mito had seldom appeared in Konoha, spending her days tending to flowers in the ancestral home or practicing sealing techniques to suppress the nine tails within her. Recently, Uzumaki village had been under assault from a Wagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure, while Konoha remained inactive. Although there were signs of Tsunade's unusual movements suggesting an impending attack on Konoha, which had prevented any rescue mission for Uzumaki village. The fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen acted thus left Uzumaki Mito feeling disheartened, given that Uzumaki village was a steadfast ally of Konoha. Consequently, she had largely ceased to involve herself with Konoha's affairs. Now, however, Uzumaki Mito suddenly took an interest in Ye Feng, which astonished Tsunade greatly. "Understood, Grandma." Although Tsunade was puzzled, she refrained from questioning further and agreed. Uzumaki Mito noticed the confusion in Tsunade's eyes but offered no explanation. Her weathered gaze turned toward the outside of the ancestral home, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was unaware that he had inadvertently caught the attention of a hidden major player in Konoha. Upon returning home, he unusually refrained from training. After freshening up, he quickly fell asleep. The next day marked the beginning of the school term, which held little significance for Ye Feng, as he had already grasped most of the theoretical knowledge taught at the Ninja Academy. Even with classes commencing, he could utilize the time to refine his hand-sealing speed. Currently, his overall strength had reached a temporary plateau. To comprehend the profound sword intent within the Huashan sword technique required years of persistent understanding of its essence. Only through such dedication could he achieve mastery. The Facian technique had been cultivated to perfection through recent practice, as had the 18 dragon subduing palms. The only area where progress was slower was ninjutsu. Due to the limitations of his inner strength, Ye Feng found himself unable to execute B-rank elemental ninjutsu or medical ninjutsu, leaving him to simulate them in his mind. Nevertheless, Ye Feng remained patient, maintaining a steady mindset. After a night of silence, the following morning, Ye Feng engaged in some light exercises, prepared lunch, and set off for the Ninja Academy with his lunchbox in hand. Just as he exited the courtyard, Hinata Yukong, accompanied by some lackeys, arrived at his doorstep. Ye Feng furrowed his brows and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" "Humph, Hinata Ye Feng, be mindful of your standing. There are certain individuals beyond your reach. It would be wise to maintain your distance from her. Ever since being bested by Ye Feng, Hinata Hanabi has been fervently honing his abilities, emerging significantly stronger than before. Initially, after a prolonged period of training, Hinata Hanabi sought a moment of respite. However, upon stepping out, he was informed by a subordinate that Hinata Hanabi had been spending considerable time with Ye Feng. In her pursuit of Ye Feng, Hinata Hanabi even enrolled in the Ninja Academy. The two had become inseparable during this time. Hinata Hanabi, who harbored feelings for Hinata Hanabi, was infuriated upon receiving this news. And in a fit of rage, he hastily sought out Ye Feng, accompanied by his loyal underling. Fool. Upon hearing Hinata Hanabi's words, Ye Feng, with an expressionless countenance, uttered a single phrase before continuing his slow march forward. You seek death. Do you truly believe I am the same as I was months ago? Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess to you. Soft fist technique, 8 trigrams palm. Witnessing Ye Feng's blatant disregard for him, Hinata Hanabi could no longer contain his fury. Channeling his chakra, he launched an assault towards Ye Feng. As always, you are nothing but trash. As a member of the main family, you cannot even comprehend the soft fist. Truly pathetic. Very well, allow me to show you what the soft fist truly entails. Ye Feng observed that Hinata Hanabi's speed of attack, although somewhat improved compared to before, was still insufficient to rival his own prowess, let alone surpass that of Hinata Hanabi. With a dismissive shake of his head, Ye Feng leisurely stowed away the food box into a ceiling scroll. He then summoned his inner energy, assuming a poised stance, and launched a preemptive strike towards Hinata Hanabi. Soft fist technique, 8 trigrams 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Although Ye Feng acted later, he swiftly enveloped Hinata Hanabi's Bagua formation within his own. This maneuver ensnared Hinata Hanabi within his intricate design, allowing Ye Feng to unleash a barrage of strikes. Each blow targeted the chakra conduits within Hinata Hanabi's body, severing his connection to his chakra. You have forced my hand, Hinata Hanabi exclaimed. His expression twisted with fury as he glared at Ye Feng. With a swift motion, he began to form hand seals, and in the next moment, a peculiar mental force invaded Ye Feng's mind, stirring the core of the caged bird seal nestled within. It seemed that Hinata Hanabi intended to annihilate Ye Feng by destroying the core of the caged bird seal. Ye Feng sensed this extraordinary mental force, his brow furrowing as a thunderous dragon's roar erupted. With a fierce strike of the Konglong Yui, he sent Hinata Hanabi soaring through the air. Having accomplished this, Ye Feng did not spare a glance at Hinata Hanabi, hastily settling into a cross-legged position on the ground. Enduring the excruciating pain that felt as if his head were about to explode, he summoned all his mental strength to resist the caged bird, diving deep into his consciousness. Ye Feng observed the rapidly collapsing lines of the caged bird, the ceiling lines near his Byakugan quivering violently along with his nerves. Should these lines shatter, the nerves surrounding his eyes would likely sever completely. Ye Feng knew all too well the dire consequences of retinal nerve rupture. Cursed Hinata Hanabi, as long as I survive, the vengeance for today shall be repaid 100-fold. Ye Feng was consumed by a deep fury, for he had never been so perilously close to death. Had it not been for Hinata Hanabi's lack of strength and shallow mental prowess, he might have found himself bereft of even a moment's reaction. As the ceiling lines began to unravel, the core of the caged bird trembled violently, sending excruciating pain through the nerves near his retina, causing his once pure white eyes to become suffused with blood. Damn it, if I do not stabilize the caged bird soon, I shall truly meet my end. With a heart full of anxiety, Ye Feng's mind raced frantically. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered across his thoughts. Without hesitation, he began to channel the Uchiha divine art, directing his internal energy to surge through his meridians. If he could break through just one meridian, he could draw in the natural spiritual energy. Then, by guiding this energy into his white eyes, not only could he avert the immediate crisis, but he might also turn misfortune into fortune. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng swiftly summoned his internal power, directing it towards the 3-legged yang meridian in his hand. Through the vision granted by his white eyes, he could see his internal energy crashing violently against the 3-legged yang meridian. The relentless onslaught drained a significant amount of his internal power, yet it only managed to breach halfway through the meridian. Cursed be it, he thought, as the purity and quantity of his internal energy proved insufficient. What else could he do? Ah, yes, the jade liquid wine. Ye Feng felt a surge of anxiety in his heart and suddenly recalled the jade liquid wine. He swiftly retrieved the wine jar and began to consume it frantically. As the jade liquid entered his body, it transformed into streams of medicinal energy. Ye Feng exerted all his strength to operate the Uchiha divine art, commencing the process of refining the medicinal power. Unbeknownst to him, The earlier display of the 18 dragon-subduing palms had already alarmed the Hyuga clan leader and others, who were now gathering towards this location. Upon witnessing Ye Feng frantically channeling chakra to impact his meridians, the Hyuga clan leader was taken aback. His astonishment deepened upon observing the effects of the jade liquid wine. What on earth was Ye Feng doing? What had transpired moments before? The clan leader's brow furrowed as he glanced at the collapsed, breathless Hyuga Yukong. The bewildered sycophants surrounding him, and Ye Feng, who sat cross-legged on the ground with veins bulging around his eyes. The clan leader's expression darkened significantly. Meanwhile, the elder of the Hyuga clan gazed at Ye Feng with eyes brimming with murderous intent. Previously, Ye Feng's furious strike had utterly severed several of Hyuga Yukong's meridians, and his internal organs had been shaken, requiring an extensive recovery period. This injury incited the elder's wrath, compelling him to desire Ye Feng's immediate execution. Chapter 33. Fortuitous Gains from Calamity. The ascendancy of the Byakugan. The elder examined Hyuga Yukong's injuries and then turned his gaze towards Ye Feng. His eyes filled with overwhelming murderous intent. He began forming intricate hand seals, preparing to unleash the full force of the caged bird technique, intending to annihilate Ye Feng completely. With the elder's formidable strength, it would be a trivial matter to eliminate Ye Feng in an instant. However, his motivation for employing the caged bird was to ensure Ye Feng experienced inhumane torment before his demise, a means to alleviate the fury within him. Just as the elder was completing his seals, the clan leader suddenly appeared beside him, exclaiming, "Enough. Clan leader, this brat has severely injured my son." Showing no respect for our clan, allowing him to live would only invite disaster. The elder cast a shadowy glance at the clan leader. Are you truly oblivious to how we arrived at this point? Had it not been for Hyuga Yukong's provocation of Ye Feng would not have sought trouble with him. Moreover, how could you impart the caged bird seals to Yukong? What are your intentions? Do not forget, the branch family is also part of the Hyuga clan, not mere servants of the main family. Are you contemplating the division of our clan? Observing the varied expressions of the branch family members around him, even his second son, Hyuga Nichi, exhibited a change in demeanor. The clan leader realized that if he did not resolve this matter properly, it could potentially ignite the discontent already brewing among the branch family members against the main family. After all, those present were well aware of the situation, even if they had not witnessed the events unfold. The branch family's stronghold was not far from Ye Feng's residence. What was Hyuga Yukong doing here if not seeking trouble with Ye Feng? After failing to defeat Ye Feng, he had audaciously activated the caged bird technique, and with full force, aimed to destroy its core seal to kill Ye Feng, even if they were not familiar with Ye Feng. Witnessing his plight stirred feelings of empathy within them. Additionally, although the main family controlled the means to activate the caged bird seal since its inception, this power had been restricted to the current clan leader and the elders. Even main family disciples were not entitled to its teachings until they became leaders or elders. To prevent impulsive young individuals from recklessly activating the caged bird and oppressing the branch family. Now, however, the elder was breaking this precedent by teaching such a technique to the mere 9-year-old Hyuga Yukong. If the elder were to publicly activate the caged bird and kill Ye Feng, what would the branch family members think? They would realize that they were even inferior to a mere servant. At least a servant enjoyed more freedom and could find opportunities to escape control. But what about them? They could only remain like caged birds, subjected to the whims of the main family. If that were the case, they might as well rise in rebellion, kill one to break even, kill two to profit, especially since the main family members were fewer in number. Even if the main family activated the caged bird, how many could they control in an instant? Such an occurrence would spell disaster not only for the main family but for the entire Hyuga clan. The clan leader could not allow such a situation to unfold. I admit my handling of this matter has been somewhat improper, but that does not justify Ye Feng's reckless assault on Yukong, leaving him grievously injured. While his death may be avoided, he must still face the consequences for injuring a member of the main family. He shall endure 500 lashes and shall not leave the clan's confines, as a warning to others. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression fluctuated. Then he let out a cold snort, surveying the crowd before speaking. Meanwhile, seated cross-legged on the ground, Ye Feng remained oblivious to the unfolding events outside. He focused entirely on the Zixia divine art, refining the medicinal energy while pressing against his meridians. Time passed, and at the moment his meridians burst. A fierce wind swept through the area, and streams of natural spiritual energy surged into Ye Feng's Bai point, which he skillfully directed into his eyes. The core of the caged bird, once precarious, began to stabilize with the influx of natural energy, and the nerve lines near the retina gradually calmed, no longer in turmoil. Ye Feng's pair of eyes greedily absorbed the natural spiritual energy, and gradually, rhythmic breaths began to dance incessantly within his gaze. The vitality stirred. Upon perceiving this, Ye Feng felt a surge of joy within. The fetal movement. This is a sign preceding the evolution of the Byakugan. Once the movement ceases, his Byakugan will ascend to a higher level. The prerequisite for the Byakugan to evolve into the Rinnegan is to possess a pair of untainted Byakugan. Only with sufficiently pure Byakugan, combined with the chakra or cells of the Otsutsuki clan, can the Byakugan be transformed into the Rinnegan. Of course, there exists another method to extract a substantial amount of Byakugan genes, inject these genes into oneself, and thereby rectify the deficiencies in his genetic sequence, ultimately breaking free from his limitations and evolving the Byakugan into the Rinnegan. The Otsutsuki Shinjutsu on the moon and that colossal Rinnegan were both achieved through this method. However, Ye Feng does not comprehend the intricacies of gene extraction, thus he must resort to the first method. But what is the essence of the Otsutsuki chakra? Ye Feng speculated that the essence of Otsutsuki chakra lies in natural energy and life force. Their power derives entirely from the fruit of the divine tree. The flowering and fruiting of this tree are contingent upon the absorption of natural energy from the planet and life force from living beings. Only through this process can it bear fruit. Upon consuming the fruit of the divine tree, the Otsutsuki clan undergoes a transformation in their lifespan, while not achieving immortality. They can certainly live for an extended period. Thus, after Ye Feng's Byakugan absorbed a substantial amount of natural energy, it underwent a qualitative change. Should he manage to acquire a rich supply of life force, the evolution of his Byakugan into the Rinnegan would pose little difficulty. With a clear vision of the path ahead for his Byakugan, Ye Feng intended to test its various abilities. However, in a fleeting moment of awareness, he sensed a multitude of individuals gathering around him. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the elder of the Hyuga clan delivering his judgment. Upon hearing the elder's words, Ye Feng let out a cold laugh. Oh? On what grounds does the elder impose such punishment upon me? Is the main family deliberately seeking trouble, believing that the branch family cannot retaliate? If you wish to punish me, very well. But may I inquire what penalty the elder shall face for contravening the family's age-old traditions by imparting the technique of the caged bird to Hinata Hanabi? According to our clan's rules, even without extracting the Byakugan, the elder should resign and allow a capable elder from the main family to assume the position. Should he be expelled from the Hyuga clan? Humph. With such sharp words, do I need the commentary of a mere junior on how I conduct my affairs? The elder of the Hyuga trembled with rage upon hearing Ye Feng's retort. Indeed, I am but a junior, yet my mentor is Tsunade. Should the family act unjustly, I shall seek my mentor to advocate for me. Furthermore, it happens that I have a slight acquaintance with the Hokage. I trust that the Hokage will act fairly in this matter. Ye Feng let out a cold laugh. Indeed, this was a matter pertaining to the Hyuga clan. However, the Hyuga clan also resided within the confines of Konoha village. To a certain extent, while the Hokage may refrain from intervening in the internal affairs of the ninja clans, the words of the Hokage still carry weight among the other clans, save for the Uchiha clan. At the very least, they would not dare to openly defy him. Furthermore, who is Tsunade? Although the Senju clan has fallen into decline, one must not forget that within the ancestral home of the Senju lies a hidden formidable figure, Uzumaki Mido. Even though Uzumaki Mido has withdrawn from the world and rarely emerges from the Senju estate, her mere name commands respect and cannot be overlooked. Coupled with Tsunade's unique status as a princess of the Land of Fire, what might transpire should she discover that her sole disciple has been subjected to such unjust treatment? Chapter 34. The Aftermath of the Incident and Ye Feng's Intent to Kill. As Ye Feng's words echoed through the air, a wave of astonishment swept over the members of the Hyuga clan, including the clan leader and the esteemed elders. They were taken aback by the revelation that Ye Feng had become a disciple of Tsunade. When had this momentous event transpired? To be Tsunade's apprentice signified that Ye Feng had aligned himself with the direct lineage of the Hokage. Furthermore, Tsunade was not merely the disciple of the third Hokage. She was also the granddaughter of the first and second Hokages, a princess of the Land of Fire. Ye Feng's association with Tsunade would undoubtedly be advantageous for the future development of the Hyuga clan. It is crucial to understand that, regardless of circumstances, these shinobi clans were obliged to heed the Hokage's authority, while it remained uncertain whether Ye Feng would one day ascend to the position of Hokage. Being part of the Hokage's direct lineage would grant him significant standing, especially if Tsunade or any of his contemporaries were to become Hokage. Ye Feng could at least secure a position as an elder, could he not? As a member of the Hyuga clan, it was only natural for Ye Feng to advocate for the clan's interests and secure benefits for them. One need only look to the swift advancements of the Sarutobi, Uzumaki, and Mido clans, as well as the Shimura clan. Following the ascension of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Koharu, Mito Kamen, and Shimura Danzo to the roles of Hokage and elders. Surely, they, as one of the foremost shinobi clans in Konoha, were not oblivious to such matters. With Ye Feng's remarkable talent and unwavering resolve, he would undoubtedly become the pillar of the Hyuga clan once he matured. Great Elder, let today's events conclude here. Ye Feng has done no wrong and deserves no punishment. The clan leader of the Hyuga pondered deeply, yet maintained a facade of authority as he gazed at the Great Elder. Indeed, although they were the main family, this did not grant them the right to look down upon others. The essence of the caged bird was meant to safeguard the Hyuga clan's bloodline, not to allow the main family to exploit and oppress the branch families while enjoying their protection and resources. After all, they were all members of the Hyuga clan. Just as the clan leader finished speaking, the third elder of the Hyuga clan, father of Uchiha Hanabi, spoke up in Ye Feng's defense, prompted by Hanabi's anxious urging. Upon entering the gathering, Hanabi had cast a worried glance at Ye Feng, hoping her father would intervene to save him. However, given the initial uncertainty of the situation, he had been unable to stabilize Ye Feng's position as the core of the caged bird, which had prevented him from acting sooner. Now, with clarity surrounding the circumstances, and realizing Ye Feng had formidable backing, the third elder would appear foolish if he remained silent. After all, compared to the prodigious Ye Feng, the worthless Hyuga Yukong was barely worth mentioning, especially considering that after being severely injured by Ye Feng, even if his meridians were restored, his future achievements would be limited. The third elder could not possibly overlook this fact. With the influential figures within the Hyuga clan voicing their support, the remaining elders of the branch families followed suit. Observing this scene, the great elder shot an ominous glance at Ye Feng, his eyes brimming with suppressed murderous intent. Yet, with no allies to back him, he found himself powerless against Ye Feng, forcing him to stifle his wrath and depart with Hyuga Yukong, a cold snort escaping his lips. Ye Feng gazed at the retreating figure of the elder Hinata, his eyes dark and turbulent like the depths of water. How could he so easily let go of a grudge that nearly cost him his life? Today, an enmity had been forged between him and the elder Hinata's family, a conflict that would surely escalate. Given the chance, the elder would not hesitate to eliminate him. Yet, this was precisely what Ye Feng desired. If an opportunity presented itself, he would spare no effort in eliminating both the elder Hinata and Hinata Yukong. As long as these two lived, unrest would dwell in his heart. After all, while one may evade a direct attack, it is far more challenging to guard against a concealed threat. Moreover, these two were members of the clan, wielding the perilous caged bird technique. If they were to unleash it while he was engaged in battle with others, he would inevitably find himself in dire straits once more. Thus, his murderous intent towards them had reached its zenith. However, he was acutely aware that, firstly, his current strength was insufficient to confront the elder Hinata, and secondly, within the confines of Konoha village, unless he wished to become a rogue ninja, it was utterly impossible to openly assassinate the elder and his family. Therefore, Ye Feng could only forcibly suppress his murderous intent. With a stoic expression, he bowed to the Hinata clan leader and several elders before turning towards the ninja academy. Ye Feng-kun, are you all right? Hinata Wale asked with concern as she hurried to catch up with him after witnessing his departure. I'm fine. As Ye Feng observed Hinata Hanabi, whose face was etched with concern, he managed a faint smile and gently shook his head, then fell into silence. Ye Feng-kun, I will diligently train from now on and ensure that today's events do not repeat. The sight of Ye Feng's increased indifference weighed heavily on Hinata Hanabi's heart, prompting her to silently resolve to follow him as they made their way to the ninja academy. Upon their arrival, Ye Feng and Hinata Hanabi entered the classroom side by side, disregarding the teacher's lecture, and began to practice their hand seal speed in quiet contemplation. The harrowing brush with death that he had experienced was an ordeal Ye Feng never wished to relive. In fact, the thought of graduating early began to take root in his mind. The truly invincible warriors are never forged in the comforts of a sheltered environment. Much like the legendary figures of the ninja world, Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who were thrust into the brutal battlegrounds at a tender age, battling adversaries from all sides. It was through repeated encounters with peril that they awakened their latent potential, allowing them to grow stronger until they became unmatched in the ninja realm. Certainly, remaining within the safety of the Ninja Academy offered a relatively secure environment for growth, yet such a setting would hinder his rapid advancement. With this thought in mind, a sense of determination welled up within Ye Feng. He resolved to apply for early graduation at the end of the semester. After all, graduating now, before the outbreak of the Second Great Ninja War, seemed prudent, as the current turmoil still paled in comparison to the chaos of the battlefield. As time passed, during class, Ye Feng diligently practiced his hand seal speed, and after class, he wasted no time, hastily finishing his meal before plunging back into fervent training. Soon, the afternoon bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Ye Feng had intended to continue his training in the back mountains when suddenly Tsunade approached him. "Little Ye Feng, what's the matter?" Upon her arrival, Tsunade noticed something amiss. Unlike his usual demeanor, where he would occasionally offer a smile, today, as she drew near, she sensed an aura of coldness emanating from him. This unexpected demeanor left her momentarily stunned, prompting her to inquire with curiosity, "Is everything all right, teacher? What brings you here today?" Upon hearing this, Ye Feng chose not to disclose the events of the day to Tsunade. Instead, he gazed at her with curiosity, pondering the reason for her visit. "Grandmother wishes to see you. Let us dine at home today," Tsunade said, her brows knitting in concern. Noticing Ye Feng's reluctance to elaborate, she suppressed her own curiosity and addressed him directly. "Grandmother?" "Uzumaki Mito." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt a stir in his heart as he recalled the deeds of Uzumaki Mito. In the original narrative, there is scant mention of Uzumaki Mito, but Ye Feng is aware that she was an exceptionally powerful ninja. As the host of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito is the only one capable of subduing the beast solely through her own strength, effortlessly harnessing the Nine Tails chakra to aid her in battle. This underscores the formidable prowess of Uzumaki Mito, which is almost beyond imagination. Why would such a prominent figure wish to meet him? Is it merely because he is Tsunade's disciple? Quickly, Ye Feng shook his head. It couldn't be that simple. Being Tsunade's disciple does not equate to being her husband. Surely, Uzumaki Mito would not go out of her way to meet a mere child. A person of her caliber must have encountered countless prodigies before one becomes a true powerhouse. A prodigy is simply a prodigy. Though they may attract attention, they are seldom taken too seriously. After all, even the most gifted individuals face various dangers during their growth, which can lead to their untimely demise before they reach their potential. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ye Feng nodded in agreement. "All right. I am indeed quite curious about my teacher's grandmother." Chapter 35. First encounter with Uzumaki Mito. Seeing Ye Feng's consent, Tsunade wasted no time, leading Suk and Kushina, greeting Hinata Hanabi before heading towards the Senju ancestral home. The Senju ancestral home is a grand edifice belonging to one of the three great ninja clans of Konoha, having produced 2 Hokages and standing as one of the strongest clans. However, currently, the Senju clan has diminished since Senju Tobarama integrated it into the civilian population, causing even the surname Senju to be forsaken. Subsequently, when Senju Tobarama fell in battle against the rogue ninja army of the Cloud Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen was called upon to become the 3rd Hokage. At that time, the ninja world was rife with turmoil, eager to exploit Konoha's vulnerability due to the absence of high-level combatants, while internal strife plagued the village. Thus, upon becoming the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in collaboration with Danzo to reinitiate the project of Hashirama's cells, aimed to artificially create another god of ninjas. They mobilized the remaining elite of the Senju clan to implant Hashirama's cells into them. Unfortunately, the invasive nature of Hashirama's cells proved too potent, without exception. The strong members of the Senju clan and those eager to participate in the experiment were all transformed into decayed trees, their life force completely consumed by the cells. Consequently, the Senju clan fell into utter decline. Recently, the village of Uzumaki was besieged by the 3 major ninja villages. The remaining members of the Senju clan, concealed among the civilians, witnessed Konoha's inaction in rescuing Uzumaki and chose to gather and set off to aid their kin. The outcome was tragically foregone. All who assembled perished, leaving only one survivor who, in a final act of desperation, managed to bring Kushina back to the village before succumbing. Thus, the Senju clan was irrevocably diminished within Konoha, with only Tsunade and Suk as the remaining direct descendants. Among the civilians, although there may still be remnants of Senju blood, they are but distant relations, incapable of restoring the clan's former glory. Accompanying Tsunade to the largest estate within the Senju ancestral home, Ye Feng beheld a young woman with red hair tending to the flowers and plants. Ye Feng gazed at the mature woman before him, silently marveling at her vitality. Truly, she embodied the essence of the Uzumaki clan. Even in her advanced years, her life force remained remarkably robust. A significant portion of her chakra was dedicated to suppressing the Nine Tails, yet one could surmise that, were it not for this restraint, she might have lived even longer. The longevity of the Uzumaki clan members, even into their twilight years, can be attributed to their unique sealing techniques, particularly the Yin sealing technique. The Yin sealing technique possesses the remarkable ability to store chakra. As long as one's chakra is not entirely depleted, they can maintain a youthful appearance indefinitely. Tsunade, too, has mastered this technique, subsequently melding it with her medical ninjutsu to create an array of forbidden arts, the most notable being the 100 Healings technique. This medical forbidden art, born from the unsealing technique, enables instantaneous recovery even from severe injuries, restoring the practitioner to their prime condition. When combined with the slug summon, even if one's body were to be severed, as long as there remains a breath of life, restoration to wholeness is possible. Thus, the formidable power of the unsealing technique is vividly apparent. I have encountered Lady Mito. Upon seeing the lady, Ye Feng immediately bowed respectfully to Uzumaki Mito. Rise. You must be Ye Feng, often mentioned by Konoha Tsunade and Kushina. From now on, like them, you may call me grandmother. Uzumaki Mito turned around, her weathered eyes appraising Ye Feng, and then a gentle smile graced her face. Indeed, grandmother. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng did not hold back and called out to Vortex Mizuto, gazing at him with a look of curiosity, questioning what matter had prompted his summons. Iti today. My grandmother has summoned you. Firstly, she wishes to see the genius they speak of, and secondly, she is curious about the seal on your caged bird. I wonder if you would be willing to show it, Vortex Mizuto explained with a gentle smile, noting Ye Feng's puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng hesitated momentarily. His caged bird was far from intact. On the surface, the sealing lines resulting from the caged bird's seal on his forehead remained visible. However, in reality, as his Byakugan continued to evolve and had even been stimulated at its core, many of the sealing lines had dissipated significantly. Even members of the Hyuga clan, unless a spiritual entity invaded his mind, could not perceive the true situation. But who was Uzumaki Suehu? She was the foremost master of sealing techniques in the current shinobi world. Once she laid eyes on it, his secret would undoubtedly be exposed to her. This was a secret greater than any he held apart from the system. At least until the caged bird was completely lifted, he had to safeguard this secret. If the main branch of the Hyuga clan discovered that he possessed a method to break the caged bird's seal, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to eliminate him. Moreover, the branch members would tirelessly seek him out, hoping to find a way to break free from the caged bird's constraints. After all, from the moment they were marked with the caged bird, they had been perpetually yearning to escape such bondage. In that eventuality, he would undoubtedly find himself in grave trouble. This was the primary reason for Ye Feng's hesitation. Oh, it seems you are in quite a predicament. Well, if you are unwilling, I shan't press you further. Come, let us go dine. Uzumaki Suehu cast a deep glance at Ye Feng, her mind recalling the words of the Nine Tails, leaving her astonished. Yet she maintained a composed demeanor as she invited Ye Feng to share a meal. Thank you, Grandma. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt a sense of relief. A secret is only deemed a true secret when known by a single individual. Upon first encountering Vortex Mizuto, trust was not something Ye Feng could afford. Even considering her lineage as Tsunade's grandmother, the thoughts of such a seasoned veteran, who had survived numerous battlefields, were beyond Ye Feng's comprehension. So, you mean to say he has begun to break free from his cage? Moreover, his Byakugan is undergoing a transformation? Although the Nine Tails was suppressed within Vortex Mizuto, they often exchanged banter. Perhaps the Nine Tails had developed a penchant for such treatment, or had simply grown accustomed to residing within Mizuto. After all, resistance was futile. The formidable barrier imposed by Mizuto was too constraining for him to defy. As a being born from the powerful sage of six paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Nine Tails was familiar with another formidable entity from that era. Now, sensing an inexplicable change in Ye Feng's Byakugan, which seemed to revert to an ancestral state, the Nine Tails was taken aback. Thus, when Vortex Mizuto became aware of Ye Feng's evolving Byakugan and the significant weakening of the cage, she refrained from pressing further. As someone who had experienced similar circumstances, she understood Ye Feng's concerns. Moreover, her judgment of character was notably astute. Upon their initial meeting, Ye Feng left a favorable impression on her, and neither Kushina nor Tsunade opposed the idea of associating with him. Perhaps, once Ye Feng grew stronger, he could assist Kushina in suppressing the Nine Tails more effectively. Despite the Nine Tails appearing docile within her, one must not underestimate its potential. Should the Nine Tails find an opportunity, it would undoubtedly seize it without hesitation, seeking to eliminate its host and obliterate everything in its path. Hence, upon learning of the changes in Ye Feng's Byakugan, Vortex Mizuto resolved to invest in him. After all, the Byakugan was renowned alongside the Uchiha clan Sharingan, which effectively countered the Nine Tails. The newly evolved Byakugan might prove equally formidable. Particularly, she had sensed a hint of trepidation in the Nine Tails' tone earlier, albeit slight. indicating a burgeoning wariness towards Ye Feng. In that alone, there was sufficient reason to act. Chapter 36. Half a year in his heart, Ye Feng speculated that Uzumaki Mizuho had discerned his intentions. However, outwardly, he expressed gratitude by nodding at Uzumaki Mizuho, then followed Tsunade, Kushina, and Ju to take their seats and indulge in a sumptuous feast. The meal lasted a full hour before concluding, during which Uzumaki Mizuho refrained from posing any inquiries to Ye Feng, instead displaying an even more amiable demeanor towards him. Just as they were about to depart, Uzumaki Mizuho suddenly turned to Ye Feng and said, "Little Ye Feng, should you ever require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I assure you, I still hold some influence in Konoha." Ye Feng paused in his departure, then turned to face the earnest Vortex Mizuho. "Understood, grandmother. If there's anything needed, I shall inform you. Farewell, grandmother, teacher, Kushina, Tree." After waving to the gathered individuals, Ye Feng proceeded towards the Hyuga ancestral home, contemplating the intentions of Vortex Mizuho. Previously, Ye Feng had been perplexed by Mizuho's desire to meet with him. During their initial encounter, Mizuho mentioned wanting to study caged birds, leading Ye Feng to believe that Mizuho aimed to assist him in unraveling the caged bird seal. However, it now appeared otherwise. Mizuho's final remark suggested an awareness of certain secrets regarding the Hyuga clan, thus prompting a desire to recruit him. Having been a disciple of Tsunade for some time, if Mizuho genuinely wished to meet him, it would have been communicated long ago, rather than delayed until now. Therefore, it became evident that Mizuho's interest in Ye Feng was not solely due to his association with Tsunade, but rather because of Kushina. With this realization, clarity washed over Ye Feng. As the bearer of Vortex Mizuho's will and the second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha, Kushina held an exceptionally unique status. Anyone in her presence would inevitably attract the attention of Mizuho and even Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, should any ill-intentioned individuals approach Kushina, Konoha could face the dire repercussions of tailed beast rampages akin to those endured by other ninja villages. Moreover, the Nine Tails was the most formidable among these beasts. If the Vortex clan's members were to lose control over the Nine Tails, the ensuing chaos would inflict tremendous losses upon Konoha. Thus, Kushina's significance to Konoha was paramount, warranting utmost caution from all involved. It seemed that Mizuho, aware of certain secrets of the Hyuga clan, had recognized Ye Feng's potential and sought to ally with him. This alliance would serve to assist Kushina in subduing the Nine Tails post her becoming a Jinchuriki. This arrangement suited Ye Feng well, as long as he demonstrated his worth. His safety would be enhanced, making it more challenging for the Hyuga clan to exert control over him. Upon comprehending the intentions of Vortex Watergate, Ye Feng felt a significant alleviation of the gloom that had clouded his mind due to the events of the day. With a lightened spirit, he returned to his abode to resume his cultivation of internal techniques. Time slipped away, and nearly 6 months had passed since his last encounter with Vortex Watergate. Now, the semester's final assessments loomed upon him. During this half-year, Ye Feng's progress had been rather gradual. He had merely mastered the 18 dragon subduing palms and the flying technique to a consummate level. In terms of ninjutsu, he had only adeptly grasped C-rank techniques in the wind, thunder, and water categories. His capabilities were insufficient for B-rank ninjutsu, leaving him unable to cultivate those skills. However, he had proficiently mastered the art of celestial manipulation. Presently, Ye Feng's overall prowess was akin to that of a Ni, while such strength might be deemed acceptable for others. Considering he was merely a second-year student at the Ninja Academy, it was far from adequate for Ye Feng. Thus, his desire for early graduation intensified. On a particular day, as teacher Kurokaze from the flower field entered the classroom to prepare a summary for the semester, Ye Feng suddenly stood up and addressed him, stating, "Teacher Kurokaze, I wish to apply for early graduation." Ye Feng-kun, the girl seated beside him, Hinata Hanabi, was taken aback by his statement. She had not been informed of Ye Feng's intentions regarding early graduation, which left her gazing at him in astonishment. "Have you truly made up your mind, Ye Feng-kun? You must understand that early graduation signifies that your future will not be as tranquil. Becoming a ninja is not akin to the games you play, where losing allows for a second chance. Next year, you will be a third-year student, and you could enjoy 3 more peaceful years at the Ninja Academy. Are you really certain about choosing early graduation?" Teacher Kurokaze responded with a profound tone. Given Ye Feng's remarkable performance over the past 6 months, excelling in both theoretical examinations and practical drills, with achievements consistently at the top, Even teacher Kurokaze acknowledged that he might not be able to best Ye Feng in a contest of strength. Thus, he was not surprised by Ye Feng's decision to apply for early graduation. What truly astonished him was that he had anticipated Ye Feng would opt to consolidate his skills for an additional year before graduation, yet here he was, submitting his application a year in advance. Indeed, this is my choice, and I am confident in my ability to adapt swiftly to the life of a ninja. I kindly request your approval, teacher Kurokaze. Ye Feng's expression remained as resolute as ever. Over the past 6 months, his progress had been sluggish, which began to stir a sense of urgency within him. Although the elder Hinata and Hinata Yukong had not sought him out for trouble during this time, the lurking dangers were far more perilous than the overt threats he faced. If he continued to delay, he might once again find himself in a life-and-death crisis. He needed to enhance his abilities at all costs, and combat was the most effective means to unleash his potential. Just as Kakashi, who had not yet been born, graduated at 6, became a nin at 7, and attained Jonin status at 11. Such remarkable achievements were forged through countless trials of survival. Otherwise, had he followed a conventional path in the Ninja Academy, his accomplishments would not have been as illustrious. Very well, since you have made your decision, you shall join this batch of graduates for the assessment tomorrow. I shall endorse your application and submit your details to the Hokage, said Huatian Cool Wolf. Observing Ye Feng's unwavering demeanor, clearly a result of careful consideration, and thus he ceased further persuasion. Teacher, I too wish to apply for early graduation. Hinata Huale exclaimed upon witnessing Huatian Cool Wolf's approval of Ye Feng's request, promptly rising to address him. Huatian Cool Wolf's countenance flickered with uncertainty upon hearing her words. Hinata Huale possessed a unique status, being a member of the Hinata clan. A decision of such magnitude was far beyond the purview of a mere nin instructor like himself. Huale, there is no need for such urgency. You must understand that, given your position, even if you graduate early, you will not be assigned to my class. Moreover, I am merely graduating early. I am not leaving the Hidden Leaf Village. I will still train at the usual place during my free time, and you are welcome to join me then. Ye Feng observed Hinata Huale rise to request an early graduation, a fleeting expression of helplessness crossing his face. Through their time together, Ye Feng had come to appreciate this resolute and kind-hearted girl, and thus naturally wished to shield her from the harsh realities of the ninja world for a while longer. Moreover, as he had previously mentioned, disregarding Hinata Huale's prestigious clan background, the formation of teams in Konoha was predicated upon the overall strength and synergy within the squad. Much like the frequent collaborations of the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Hyuga clans, Sarutobi Hizashi would never assign 2 ninjas from the Hyuga clan to the same team. Therefore, even if Hinata Huale graduated early, it was unlikely she would be placed in the same squad as him. However, there was no however. What she should focus on now was diligent training. Her abilities were still lacking significantly. Graduating early would only serve to burden others, and he certainly did not wish to be distracted by the need to protect her while facing adversaries on the battlefield. Ye Feng coldly interrupted Hinata Huale, who still wished to speak, and after giving a nod to the fierce wolf of Huatian, he turned and exited the classroom alone. Meanwhile, Hinata Huale's eyes brimmed with tears, struggling to hold them back. She understood that Ye Feng's indifferent words were meant to dissuade her from her thoughts of graduating early. Therefore, she did not blame Ye Feng. Instead, she chastised herself for the widening gap between her abilities and his. With this thought, Hinata Huale secretly resolved to diligently train henceforth. She intended to leave the Ninja Academy, not for early graduation, but to return to her family and embrace the legacy of the main house ahead of time. Only in this way could she hope to catch up with Ye Feng in a short span of time. Chapter 37. Thousand Birds, Thunder Dragon. Leaf Maple was unaware of Hinata Hanabi's thoughts. After leaving the Ninja Academy, he ventured alone to his usual training ground, standing by the riverside. Leaf Maple focused his inner energy, invoking the technique, Lightning Release, Lightning Ball. As he formed the hand seals, a tempestuous blue sphere of lightning enveloped his right hand. The moment the sphere coalesced, Leaf Maple hurled it into the river. With a thunderous explosion, the water erupted violently, sending a colossal splash soaring into the air before it cascaded down. The lightning attribute symbolizes explosion, fragmentation, and paralysis, among other phenomena. Leaf Maple pondered whether compressing the lightning attribute within him could amplify certain characteristics of this elemental force. During this time, he had been contemplating the amalgamation of ninjutsu and martial arts, yet the progress was minimal. Despite having lived 2 lives and possessing the ability to multitask, he found it exceedingly challenging to simultaneously execute martial techniques while integrating ninjutsu to enhance their potency. After all, martial arts and ninjutsu follow divergent paths of cultivation. The foundational principles of martial arts emphasize the unblocking of the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels within the body. Most martial arts traverse these pathways, subsequently manifesting through specific techniques. Conversely, ninjutsu requires the formation of hand seals to mobilize chakra or inner energy, navigating through the meridians before being unleashed through speech or gesture. The intrinsic differences between the two are stark. Unless Leaf Maple could cultivate ninjutsu to alter its inherent properties, merging it seamlessly with his martial arts and releasing it through that medium, he would find little success. To achieve this, Leaf Maple would need to invest considerable time and practice. As he fervently contemplated how to first cultivate a transformation in the nature of the lightning attribute, he persistently executed various C-rank lightning techniques, striving to grasp the nuances of each. However, he realized that relying solely on C-rank techniques would hardly allow him to experience the true evolution of lightning release. After a prolonged period, when his inner energy was depleted, Leaf Maple ceased this fruitless endeavor, furrowing his brow in contemplation before settling cross-legged on the ground, beginning to consider an alternative approach. Chidori. In Ye Feng's mind, a sudden inspiration struck as he recalled the subsequent development of Kiki's unique technique. In his youth, he had devised an A-rank lightning release, a technique embodying the very essence of Kakashi's exclusive lightning attribute transformation. The effect of this technique lay in stimulating the body's cells, concentrating an immense amount of chakra in his hand to create a powerful electric current, propelling forward to pierce through enemies with formidable penetrating power. Although this move harbored significant flaws, it was, nonetheless, the most suitable option for Ye Feng at present. With this thought, Ye Feng hesitated no longer. Once he had restored his internal energy, he rose to his full height and began to recollect the nuances of Kakashi's Chidori technique and the guidance he had imparted to Uchiha Sasuke. Gradually, he circulated his internal energy, transforming a substantial portion into lightning attribute chakra, focusing it in his right hand. Initially, his energy was not entirely stable. However, with Tsunade's assistance, Ye Feng had attained a remarkable mastery over his internal energy, allowing him to precisely control every ounce of his power. Under Ye Feng's diligent manipulation, his right hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue electric light, crackling and shimmering as the currents clashed against one another, resembling a cacophony of countless birds shrieking upon his hand. Ye Feng raised his right hand, gazing at the flickering electric light above, feeling the stimulation coursing through the cells of his body. With a focused gaze, Ye Feng commanded his right hand to swiftly propel towards a massive tree, large enough for 5 people to embrace, situated 100 meters ahead. In an instant, Ye Feng seemed to teleport, covering the distance in the blink of an eye. His right hand pierced through the tree, creating a dark hole in its trunk before he came to a halt. Nearby, Rope Tree and Wave Wind Watergate, who had come alongside Hinata Hanabi upon learning of Ye Feng's early graduation, were left dumbfounded. They gazed at Ye Feng in disbelief as he unleashed such a formidable jutsu. Hinata Hanabi was equally astonished. She had not anticipated Ye Feng's remarkable growth. The speed he had just displayed was so immense that even with her Byakugan activated, she might not have been able to discern it clearly. In that moment, her expressions grew increasingly complex. On one hand, she felt elated for Ye Feng, marveling at the creation of such a powerful technique, which significantly enhanced his survival capabilities after graduation. On the other hand, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Ye Feng's newfound strength meant that the distance between them had grown even greater. Ye Feng was oblivious to the thoughts of those around him. After piercing through the grand tree, he did not feel a sense of joy. Moments ago, it appeared that he had successfully executed the technique 1,000 birds. However, the flaws within it were glaring. Firstly, the preparation time was excessively long. It required over 10 seconds of inner strength accumulation to unleash 1,000 birds. Otherwise, it would not manifest. Secondly, although employing 1,000 birds significantly enhanced his speed, the electrical stimulation coursing through his cells caused a lingering pain. A few instances were manageable, but repeated usage would inevitably take a toll on his body. Thirdly, the technique demanded an exorbitant amount of inner strength. With his current capabilities, he could perform 1,000 birds at most 3 times before exhausting his energy, leaving him vulnerable should he fail to eliminate his adversary. Contemplating these matters, Ye Feng sat on the ground, persistently pondering ways to refine Thousand Birds. The flamboyant techniques of Konoha's Kakashi could not possibly harbor such numerous flaws. The sole drawback was the overwhelming speed. If one's dynamic vision could not keep pace, it would be easily countered. Yet, endowed with the Byakugan, which had undergone numerous evolutions, his dynamic vision was extraordinarily acute. Even without activating the Byakugan, his perception was sufficient to track the speed of Thousand Birds, ensuring he would not be blinded to obstacles or foes along his path. Thus, he concluded that the flaws were not inherent to Thousand Birds, but rather stemmed from his inadequate understanding of the technique. Ye Feng did not feel disheartened. After all, it had taken Chimu Wukai several years to develop this ninjutsu. Although he possessed the theoretical knowledge, it was unrealistic to expect immediate success in its practice. Once he had restored his inner strength, Ye Feng resumed his efforts in mastering the Chidori, diligently contemplating its shortcomings and seeking to improve upon them. As time gradually elapsed, Ye Feng tirelessly executed the Chidori, his speed increasing while the strain on his body diminished. The echoes of the Chidori's piercing cry resonated throughout the mountainside as bolts of electricity flickered incessantly in the darkness. It was not until the stroke of midnight that Ye Feng finally ceased his training. He had successfully mastered the Chidori. With a triumphant shout, he attempted to infuse the lightning nature of the Chidori into the dragon subduing 18 palms. At that moment, as Ye Feng unleashed his power, a massive blue dragon surged forth from his hand, its majestic form twisting and turning. The thunderous roar of the dragon was particularly jarring in the stillness of the night. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated as the lightning dragon created a deep crater in its wake, within which arcs of lightning danced. Any ordinary person who ventured into that pit would surely be rendered paralyzed by the shock. At last, he exclaimed with joy, "I have finally succeeded in my training." Upon witnessing the formidable power of the Thunder Dragon, Ye Feng erupted into a hearty laugh, displaying no signs of fatigue whatsoever. "Brother, have you merged ninjutsu with your own unique physical techniques, thereby creating an unparalleled ninjutsu style?" Shengshu, Bluffing Shuemen, and Hinata Hanabi, having silently guarded Ye Feng during his rigorous training, approached him with curiosity as he paused. The might of the Thunder Dragon exceeded their wildest imaginations. "Indeed. Come, let us celebrate this joyous occasion. I shall treat you all to a sumptuous feast." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's face broke into a smile, his long-standing gloom dissipating significantly. He exchanged a few words with the three companions before leading them toward the bustling streets of Konoha. Chapter 38. Graduation Assessment. As they strolled through the streets of Konoha, it was well past midnight, yet numerous izakayas remained open, and several ramen shops were still in business. After all, many ninjas returned to the village late at night after completing their missions. Once they submitted their tasks, they would undoubtedly seek to unwind with food and drink. After a collective vote, Ye Feng guided his companions to a ramen shop. The sight of the establishment evoked a humorous memory from his previous life, where it was said that even if the ninja world were to crumble, Ichiraku ramen in Konoha would endure. Some jested that the legendary Ichiraku was indeed a member of the Tsutsuki clan, and even its king. Of course, this was merely a jest, at least for now. Konoha did not boast an Ichiraku ramen, and the renowned chef was still apprenticing at a shop called Nikki Ramen. This ramen shop was currently the most famous in Konoha. However, its owner was somewhat greedy. Witnessing the thriving business, he frequently raised prices, only to lower them for promotions when sales dwindled. Nevertheless, despite the patrons' grievances, they had no choice but to endure, as the ramen here was indeed the most delectable. As everyone placed their orders and awaited their bowls of ramen, Ju could no longer contain himself and turned to Ye Feng. "Brother, I heard from Hanan that you applied for early graduation today." At this remark, Hinata Hanan's expression darkened, and Minato Namikaze's gaze fixed intently on Ye Feng. "Indeed, I have reached a bottleneck in my abilities. Merely relying on training no longer suffices to enhance my strength. Hence, I must venture into a more competitive environment to accelerate my progress." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng did not conceal his thoughts and expressed them candidly. "Then I wish to graduate early as well. I want to team up with you, big brother." Shengshu immediately leaped up, gazing at Ye Feng with fervent enthusiasm, which left Ye Feng feeling somewhat exasperated. "All right, my early graduation is due to having reached a bottleneck. While you all still possess ample room for growth, it would be wise to wait until you are thoroughly prepared before graduating, especially you, Mizukichi. There remains significant potential for your advancement. Focus diligently on training with Master Jiraiya. Ye Feng cast a helpless glance at the rope tree, forcibly seated him, and then earnestly addressed the others. Indeed, I understand. I shall take the time to reflect upon myself. Naturally, both Feng Shui men recognized that Ye Feng's intentions were for their benefit. Not everyone was suitable for early graduation. The world of ninjas differed greatly from the academy. A slight misstep could lead to fatal consequences. His parents had met their demise during a mission, imparting this lesson to him from a young age. Brother, after your graduation, with whom do you intend to form a team? I have not heard of any ninjas from the Inuzuka or Yamanaka clans among this graduating class. Typically, ninjas from the Hyuga clan would team up with those from the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans upon graduation. After all, these three clans excelled in tracking, complemented by one specializing in ranged support, another in direct assault, and the Hyuga clan's gentle fist defense, forming a rather formidable team. I am uncertain, regardless of whom I partner with. As long as it does not hinder my training, I am content. If need be, I can request to form a team independently from Lord Hokage. Ye Feng shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, as he prepared for an early graduation. In his observations of the ninjas graduating this time, he noted that there were no familiar faces among them. Ye Feng's intention was to form a team on his own after graduation, and there was a significant likelihood of success. After all, among the graduates, as long as they successfully passed the assessment, they typically formed groups of 3, totaling 39 individuals, leaving him as the lone surplus. As long as there were no shortages in the lower ninja teams from Konoha, his chances of assembling a team alone were quite promising. Now, let us hasten to enjoy our ramen, so we can return early and prepare for my graduation ceremony tomorrow. Ye Feng observed the distracted expressions of those around him, and after offering them a gentle smile, he began to relish his bowl of ramen. Witnessing this, the others could only suppress their feelings of reluctance. After all, if Ye Feng had spoken so, it would be an impediment to his cultivation to dissuade him from graduating early. Naturally, they could not act in such a manner. Once he finished his meal, they parted ways, while Ye Feng and Hinata Hanabi walked side by side towards the Hinata ancestral home. I apologize for my somewhat harsh tone today. I hope you won't take it to heart, Ye Feng said, noticing the silence that had enveloped the previously lively Hinata Hanabi. It's quite all right, Ye Feng-kun. You are right. Given my current strength, graduating early would indeed make me a burden. I bear no ill will towards you, Ye Feng-kun. I shall strive to enhance my abilities, aiming to reach a level that earns your recognition, so that we may fight alongside each other, Hinata Hanabi replied, lifting her gaze and revealing a radiant smile. Ha ha, that is reassuring. I eagerly await the day when your strength flourishes, and together, we shall transform the Hinata clan. Ye Feng responded with enthusiasm. Ye Feng observed that Hinata Hanabi was unscathed and responded with a smile, waving at her before making his way back to his residence. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Hinata Hanabi's previously suppressed emotions dissipated in an instant, for Ye Feng had acknowledged her dream, which was more than enough for her. Everything else paled in comparison. At that moment, Hinata Hanabi felt an even greater resolve than before. She was determined to train diligently, enhance her abilities, and subsequently join Ye Feng in transforming the current Hinata clan, bridging the gap between the main house and the branch family. After a night of silence, the following morning, Ye Feng and Hinata Hanabi set out towards the Ninja Academy. Upon arriving at the assessment site, they found a large gathering of students already waiting. The graduation requirements for the Ninja Academy now differed significantly from those of Naruto Uzumaki's cohort. In that era, students needed only to master one of the 3 basic techniques to graduate smoothly. However, now, graduation not only demanded theoretical examinations but also practical assessments. With the criteria for early graduation being even more stringent, those seeking to graduate early had to endure 10 strikes from a Nin. Nevertheless, none of this posed a challenge for Ye Feng. After exchanging greetings with Hinata Hanabi and his supportive friends Kushina, Minato, and SHT, he confidently entered the examination room. Ye Feng had long dismissed the theoretical assessments from his mind. During his first year at the academy, he had already mastered the 5 years' worth of theoretical knowledge. As soon as the examination papers were distributed, he swiftly took up his pen and began to write with fervor. In less than 10 minutes, while others were still scratching their heads in confusion, Ye Feng completed the entire exam. Teacher, I have finished. May I commence the practical assessment early? A middle-aged proctor regarded Ye Feng with a discerning gaze and replied, Very well. You are already aware of the assessment criteria. Proceed to the 8th examination room. There are others awaiting you there. The Hokage is also present. I hope you perform admirably. Thank you, teacher. After bowing to the middle-aged ninja, Ye Feng submitted his examination paper and, amidst the envious gazes of his fellow candidates, made his way directly to the 8th examination room. The 8th examination room is specifically designated for students who have applied for early graduation. In the Ninja Academy, this venue is rarely opened, each time it is. It signifies the emergence of a prodigious ninja. Chapter 39, Graduation Assessment 2. Ye Feng paid no heed to the thoughts of the numerous examinees in the hall. And upon exiting the theoretical examination room, he made his way directly to the 8th examination room. As he pushed open the grand door of the 8th chamber, he immediately beheld a throng of individuals gathered on the 2nd floor, with the prominent figure being Sarutobi Hiruzen. Adorned in the traditional Hokage attire and wearing the iconic Hokage hat, beside him stood a ninja, his right eye shrouded in white cloth, bearing a somber expression and several scars etched across his face. Recognizing the attire, Ye Feng instantly discerned that this individual was Danzo Shimura, the rat lurking in the shadows of Konoha. Accompanying Danzo were a middle-aged woman and a middle-aged ninja, presumably Tsunade and Mito, who constituted the current Konoha F4. Surrounding these 4 figures were several Umbu ninjas, maintaining a vigilant watch over the area. Ye Feng glanced around before striding purposefully into the examination hall. Arriving at the center, he bowed slightly and announced, "Examinee Ye Feng is here to undertake the practical assessment." As soon as Ye Feng's voice faded, 2 ninjas emerged in the arena. One of them donned an eagle-headed mask and was clad in the attire of an Umbu ninja, with a short blade hanging at his waist. The other was dressed in a green ninja uniform, adorned with the forehead protector of the Hidden Leaf Village, identifying him as a Chunin. He is your opponent in this challenge. If you can withstand 10 of his strikes, you will successfully pass this practical assessment and graduate. After the Umbu ninja explained the rules of the evaluation, he swiftly retreated, leaving the central arena to Ye Feng and the Chunin. "Greetings, I am Sarutobi Shino, a Chunin of the Hidden Leaf. I am your adversary in this assessment. May I inquire if you are prepared?" After the Umbu ninja departed, Sarutobi Shino spoke to Ye Feng with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. Sarutobi Shinji, a ninja existing only in the memories of the original work, was portrayed in the tales of Shippuden as a prodigious ninja from Konoha, blessed with extraordinary talent. He was the eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, possessing immense strength. Ultimately, in a mission to gather intelligence, he fell victim to a scheme devised by the ninjas of Iwagakure, perishing in the ensuing conflict. He is one of the legendary ninjas known as the 8 Colors of Konoha, proficient in both earth and fire techniques. Moreover, being the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he naturally inherited many of his father's jutsu, rendering him incredibly powerful. Hiruzen, I did not expect you to nominate your son as a candidate for this assessment. It seems you hold this individual, Hyuga Ye Feng, in high regard, remarked Danzo, his gaze shifting to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a meaningful expression upon witnessing Sarutobi Shinji's emergence. It is worth noting that although Sarutobi Shinji was merely a Chunin, his prowess had already reached the level of a Jounin. Provided he fulfilled the requisite number of missions, he could swiftly ascend to the rank of Jounin. Sending such a formidable ninja to evaluate a student from the Ninja Academy led Danzo to ponder further. Danzo, my disciple Ye Feng is my pride. Naturally, I must assess him thoroughly, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a shrug, subtly conveying to Danzo that even a genius like Ye Feng should not be underestimated. Having grown up alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen and shared the same mentor, Danzo was well acquainted with his intentions and could easily comprehend the implications behind his words. With a scoff, Danzo fell silent, his left eye glinting as he observed Ye Feng. He was eager to discern what attributes made Ye Feng worthy of such esteemed regard from the cunning old fox, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Furthermore, with Ye Feng being Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, who had he taken as his own mentor? While contemplating these questions, his expression remained calm as he watched Ye Feng and Sarutobi Shinji begin to form their hand seals below. On the other hand, Ye Feng, though aware that he stood before a future legendary ninja, one of the 8 Colors of Konoha, showed no signs of fear on his face. He nodded calmly at Sarutobi Shinji and proceeded to form his own hand seals in response. Just as the seals were completed, Sarutobi Shinji swiftly enacted his jutsu, Earth Style, Wind Palm. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind surged towards Ye Feng. Yet, that was not the end. Having executed one Earth technique, Sarutobi Shinji continued to weave seals, preparing for his next assault. As Ye Feng confronted Sarutobi Shino's Earth-style jutsu, his pupils narrowed slightly. He leapt into action, evading the opponent's ninjutsu, and was poised to retaliate. However, he swiftly sensed something amiss and urgently employed the substitution technique to distance himself from his previous position. Indeed, After Ye Feng's departure, Sarutobi Shino emerged from the ground, dragging with him a wooden substitute that had taken on his likeness. This was none other than the earth-style, heart's decapitation technique. Such remarkable speed, truly befitting a legendary ninja of the future. Yet, to defeat me so effortlessly is no simple task. With my Byakugan activated, I shall unleash the gentle fist, 8 trigrams 2 palms. After a heartfelt sigh, Ye Feng executed the flying body technique, swiftly approaching Sarutobi Shinizuke. Activating his Byakugan, he discerned the flow of chakra within Shinizuke and unleashed his gentle fist. Upon witnessing Ye Feng's advance, Sarutobi's expression shifted, fully aware of the formidable power of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. He swiftly formed hand seals with his concealed hands while feigning evasions from Ye Feng's onslaught. Earth style, earth clone, earth style, mudslide, fire style, dragon fire technique. He combined these ninjutsu into a devastating explosion technique known as fire mud swamp explosion. In an instant, Sarutobi conjured an earth clone, simultaneously unleashing a powerful combination of ninjutsu that enveloped the surroundings, violently interrupting Ye Feng's gentle fist. As the terrifying explosions erupted, Ye Feng's Thousand Birds technique was disrupted. Reacting without hesitation, he activated Thousand Birds and charged out of the blast radius. Amidst the chaos, the sounds of distressed birds echoed, and a flash of lightning flickered through the smoke. Witnessing this spectacle, Sarutobi Hizashi, Nara Shikamaru, Mito Gate-un, and Danzo displayed expressions of astonishment. What kind of lightning release is this? It possesses a hint of nature transformation. This is certainly A-rank ninjutsu. Truly a genius. Indeed, it was hard to fathom that a mere student from the Ninja Academy could conjure A-rank lightning release. One could only wonder how far he might go in the future. Alas, he hails from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, otherwise Hizashi. Leave him to me. If he joins the root, his branch family status will be disregarded. And with the curse mark of tongue destruction, Hyuga Ye Feng can truly shine for Konoha. As Ye Feng unleashed Thousand Birds and escaped the explosion, Konoha's A4 gazed in awe, their eyes widening in disbelief at Ye Feng's extraordinary talent, creating A-rank ninjutsu while still in the ninja school. Danzo looked at Ye Feng with an insatiable greed, his demeanor suggesting a desire to consume Ye Feng whole. Do not harbor such thoughts, Danzo. I have already declared him my disciple. Do not covet him. Sarutobi Hizashi, hearing Danzo's words, promptly refused, knowing all too well Danzo's intentions. Ye Feng, a prodigious talent, was entrusted to Danzo, who might unwittingly cultivate him into a dagger aimed at his own heart. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen commit such a folly? Hiruzen, you must comprehend that Ye Feng hails from the branch of the Hyuga clan and bears the caged bird seal. Are you contemplating utilizing Ye Feng as a means for the Hyuga family to infiltrate the upper echelons of Konoha? I have my own strategies. Hiruzen. Enough, Danzo. Do not forget, I am the Hokage of Konoha. You, Hiruzen, shall come to regret this. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's declaration of being Hokage, Danzo's face flushed with anger, and he was tempted to storm away. Yet, he felt compelled to witness Ye Feng's performance. Forcing himself to endure his distaste and stand there with a countenance of constipation, contemplating how to win Ye Feng over. Chapter 40. The Art of Ninja Martial Arts. Becoming a ninja below, Ye Feng remained oblivious to the thoughts of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others above him. After breaking through the explosive radius with Chidori, his entire being shimmered with electrical energy. Ninja Martial Arts. Lightning Release. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. With lightning speed, Ye Feng executed his seals, unleashing the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms in an instant, a lightning dragon surging towards Sarutobi Shinjiro. Sarutobi Shinjiro, witnessing Ye Feng's ninjutsu, felt a surge of gravity in his gaze. Employing body flicker technique to evade the lightning dragon strike, he swiftly formed seals. Earth Release, Groundquake Wave, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet Technique, combining these into the Twin Dragon Bullet Technique. Ninja Martial Arts, Lightning Release, Twin Dragons Seizing Pearls. In the face of the two intertwined Twin Dragon Bullets, Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and unleashed the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms Twin Dragons Seizing Pearls, sending 2 lightning dragons to clash with the Twin Dragon Bullets. The moment the 4 colossal dragons collided, a violent explosion erupted, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air and enveloping Sarutobi Shinjiro and Ye Feng in its midst. At that moment, Sarutobi Shinjiro seized the opportunity while Ye Feng was momentarily fatigued, employing body flicker technique to appear beside Ye Feng, executing Earth Release to send a massive shadow of a palm crashing towards him. Upon witnessing this, Ye Feng swiftly drew his ZY soft sword from his waist, and in the next moment, he unleashed the Huashan sword technique, dispersing the shadowy palm with a sharp surge of sword energy. However, at that very instant, Sarutobi Shinojo had stealthily positioned himself behind Ye Feng, brandishing a kunai against his throat and declaring, "You have lost." Hearing Sarutobi's words, Ye Feng could only shake his head in resignation. The chasm between him and Sarutobi was still far too great. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that while the power of ninjutsu was formidable, it exacted a heavy toll on his inner energy. The brief exchange had already depleted a significant portion of his strength. Thus, when confronted with Sarutobi's earth-based technique, Ye Feng found himself compelled to wield his sword defensively, ultimately allowing Sarutobi to seize the opportunity and position himself behind him. Even though Ye Feng was aware of Sarutobi's movement, his body was too slow to react, leaving him to helplessly watch as Sarutobi pressed the kunai against his neck. "I have lost." Although defeated by Sarutobi, Ye Feng felt no shame. After all, the age difference was substantial, and he had yet to become a true ninja, lacking the experience of life and death battles. His combat experience paled in comparison to that of Sarutobi. Thus, losing held no disgrace. Through this encounter, Ye Feng recognized his shortcomings, primarily his insufficient inner energy, which severely hampered his combat effectiveness. While the Zixia divine skill was indeed commendable, it was a Taoist technique, and his training period had been brief. Although the spiritual energy in this world was abundant, the temporal gap was not easily bridged. If he wished to significantly enhance his inner energy cultivation, he would need to acquire rare treasures from heaven and earth or adopt a more efficient internal cultivation method. Furthermore, his lack of combat experience necessitated continual engagement in battles to augment his skills. Only then could he avoid suffering from inexperience against future adversaries. Lastly, there remained considerable room for improvement in ninjutsu. If he could devise a way to reduce its inner energy consumption, it would greatly bolster his combat prowess. Clap, clap, clap. After Ye Feng conceded, Sarutobi Hiruzen above applauded, exclaiming, "Ha, young Ye Feng, you have truly impressed me. Although you lost this match, you have demonstrated your potential. Your talent is indeed remarkable, and I hereby declare that you have passed the assessment and may officially become a ninja." The essence of the evaluation was not merely to determine victory or defeat, but to see if Ye Feng could withstand 10 strikes from Sarutobi. The preceding battle had been exceedingly fierce, and Ye Feng's demonstrated strength surpassed that of an average chunin. Had he faced a typical chunin, he would have emerged victorious long ago. Hence, losing to Sarutobi did not strip Ye Feng of his eligibility to become a ninja. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. I shall strive to improve continuously." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng bowed deeply in gratitude to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed. "Congratulations, host, for becoming an official ninja and achieving the rank of genin. You have been rewarded with a volume of the 9 Yang Divine Art, a great recovery pill, and a copy of the Jade Flute Sword Technique." Ye Feng's expression brightened at the sound of the system's prompt. He had been contemplating his insufficient inner strength, and now the system had bestowed upon him the 9 Yang Divine Art, known for its rapid recovery capabilities, coupled with the Great Recovery Pill. It might enable him to master the 9 Yang Divine Art instantaneously. The Jade Flute Sword Technique was no trifling matter either. It was the signature skill of the notorious Dong Xie, Huang Lao Xie, one of the 4 absolutes. Once he assimilated these gifts, his combat prowess would surely escalate significantly. Humph. Tuanzang, observing Ye Feng's profound respect towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, let out a cold snort and departed with a flick of his sleeve, inwardly devising plans to either win Ye Feng over or eliminate him to prevent any obstacles to his own ambitions of becoming Hokage. After Tuanzang's departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen, fully aware of Tuanzang's intentions, chose to ignore them and personally approached Ye Feng, presenting him with a headband. "Little Ye Feng, congratulations on becoming an official genin of Konoha. I hope you will continue to strive forward and contribute your strength to our village." "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will endeavor to train diligently and protect our village from the incursions of other hidden villages." Ye Feng feigned enthusiasm as he accepted the ninja headband, uttering a remark that made him feel utterly nauseous. Despite the distastefulness of his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen found immense delight in them, his face blossoming into a smile akin to a radiant chrysanthemum. Well then, today marks a splendid occasion for you to celebrate your ascension as a ninja. Go and revel with your friends, but do remember to return to the Ninja Academy tomorrow for the class allocation. Noticing Ye Feng's resolute spirit imbued with the will of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and gently addressed him, Lord Hokage, during the theoretical examination. I observed that the number of candidates was precisely sufficient for 11 teams. With my presence, it appears there might be an excess. If no suitable team is available, may I form a team independently? Upon hearing the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ye Feng hesitated for a moment before inquiring further. Sarutobi, reflecting internally, began to contemplate the matter. Since time immemorial, individuals have gravitated towards their own kind, and the world of shinobi is no exception. Given Ye Feng's extraordinary talent, his growth trajectory undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary individual. To assign him 2 conventional ninjas as teammates would not only hinder Ye Feng's development, but would also be detrimental to those 2 ordinary ninjas. After all, their educational experiences differ significantly. For instance, Ye Feng can readily undertake C-rank missions merely by completing a few D-rank tasks, thereby honing his skills. Yet, can those ordinary ninjas do the same? Even after their graduation, they must accumulate experience through D-rank tasks under the guidance of their instructors while simultaneously striving to enhance their own abilities. Thus, Ye Feng's concerns were indeed valid. I shall ponder this matter thoroughly, Sarutobi finally said. Upon my return, I will assess the current situations of various teams and endeavor to find a suitable class for you. You may take your leave for now. Thank you for your consideration, Hokage-sama, Ye Feng replied. Upon hearing the words, Ye Feng did not press the matter further. For him, as long as he was not paired with ordinary ninjas, it mattered little whom he teamed up with or if he chose to go solo. Exiting the 8th examination venue, he arrived at the playground where Hinata Hanabi, Minato Namikaze, and SHJ were already waiting. Upon seeing Ye Feng emerge first, they hurriedly jogged over to his side. Big brother, how did it go? Fool, did you not notice the ninja forehead protector on Ye Feng-kuen's arm? Ye Feng-kuen, you are amazing. Congratulations, big brother. As they gathered around Ye Feng, SHJ, and the others chattered excitedly. Chapter 41, The Class Teacher, the perfect team after Ye Feng's departure, Sarutobi Hizashi led Tsunade Koharu, Mito Minj, and the ANBU ninjas away from the 8th examination venue and back to the Hokage building. Seated in the main chair, Sarutobi Hizashi lit a water pipe and inhaled deeply, pondering in silence for a considerable time. Eventually, he turned to Tsunade Koharu and Mito Minj and inquired, Koharu, Minj, what do you think would be the most suitable team for Hinata Ye Feng? Regarding Ye Feng's notion of operating as a solo team, Sarutobi Hizashi did not dwell on it for long. Given the increasingly intricate situation in the ninja world, the limitations of a solo team were indeed significant, rendering many ninja missions unattainable. Ye Feng possesses formidable strength and extraordinary talent. However, he is not omnipotent. Even if a powerful ninja is assigned as his instructor, during the execution of a mission, if the mentor is hindered, can Ye Feng single-handedly resolve the ensuing crisis? In such circumstances, without the cooperation of teammates, Ye Feng could very well find himself in peril. Ye Feng is undoubtedly a prodigy, yet even geniuses require time to mature. Judging by the prowess displayed by Hinata Ye Feng today, it is evident that a novice team is not suitable for him. Consequently, we are left with no choice but to select from the established teams. If my memory serves me correctly, the Shino team has recently lost a member during a mission. Correct? Perhaps we should assign him to Shino's team? After pondering for a moment, Zhuangqi Feng suggested to Sarutobi Hizashi. That is inappropriate. Shino is on the verge of becoming a Jonin. With just a few more missions, he will pass the Jonin examination and ascend to that rank. Although Hinata Ye Feng's strength is formidable, he does not yet qualify for a Jonin team. After all, the missions undertaken by Jonin teams are far beyond what Hinata Ye Feng can currently handle. Before Hizashi could respond, Mito Minyan shook his head in disapproval. Jonin teams typically undertake missions of B rank or higher, where the likelihood of encountering other ninjas significantly increases, often facing bounty ninjas as well. Given that Ye Feng has only just graduated, he is utterly unfit to join such a team. Hizashi, place Hinata Ye Feng under my root division. You must understand that with Ye Feng's current capabilities, a novice team would impede his growth, and established teams are unsuitable for him. Thus, my root division is the most appropriate choice. Just as the three fell into a contemplative silence over Ye Feng's arrangement, Danzo unexpectedly entered the office, leaning on his cane. Observing the quiet trio, he spoke again. Upon witnessing Ye Feng's talent, particularly when he demonstrated ninjutsu, what they referred to as ninjutsu techniques, Danzo's possessiveness over Ye Feng surged to its zenith. A genius of such caliber must be kept under his control. For this would greatly aid his aspirations to vie for the position of Hokage. Danzo, I have told you, do not harbor foolish fantasies. Hinata Ye Feng will never be entrusted to your root division. He possesses a steadfast will of fire and is ill-suited to dwell in the shadows of root. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned upon Danzo's reappearance, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hizashi, while root may operate covertly, its contributions to Konoha's growth are indisputable. Hinata Ye Feng's immense talent, combined with his lineage from the Hyuga branch, makes him a prime candidate for oversight by the main family. Only by bringing him into root and marking him with the cursed seal of tongue can we fully unleash his potential. Danzo insisted vehemently, unwilling to relent. Danzo, what are you scheming? Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. I will manage Hinata Ye Feng's affairs myself. Do not forget, I am the Hokage. Hizashi scoffed at Danzo's ostentatious demeanor, reiterating his authoritative stance. You will come to regret this, Hizashi. Danzo retorted, feeling the ire rise within him as Hizashi continued to dismissively wield his position as Hokage against him. Enraged, Danzo turned and exited the Hokage's office, slamming the door shut behind him with a resounding bang. Hearing the muffled thud and witnessing the cracked door, Zhuang Qifeng and Mito Minin exchanged helpless glances, both recognizing the other's weariness with the scene. Clearly, they were no strangers to such encounters. They instructed the Umbu to repair the office door before resuming their discussion regarding Ye Feng. How about this? I recall that the Akimichi and Nara clans have two Chunin who also recently lost a teammate. Why not substitute the Jinin with Ye Feng? Furthermore, if we assign an experienced instructor, it should work out well. After considerable contemplation, Mito Minin suddenly proposed to Hizashi. The Akimichi clan is one of the three prominent clans in Konoha, known for their formidable close combat skills and successful mastery of their secret techniques. This generation has produced an additional member, thus allowing the Akimichi ninja to be singled out. Meanwhile, the Nara clan specializes in genjutsu. Although this particular Nara ninja does not inherit the clan's bloodline limit, his genjutsu is not to be underestimated. Coupled with Ye Feng's talents in remote reconnaissance, close protection, ranged attacks, and medical ninjutsu, this team could potentially unleash tremendous combat power. Upon hearing Mito Minin's suggestion, Hizashi's eyes lit up, clearly in agreement. Now that the issue of team composition was resolved, the next question was who would take on the role of the instructor. This team comprises prodigious talents from their respective clans, especially Ye Feng, the most dazzling genius Konoha has seen in recent years. Thus, selecting a suitable instructor became paramount. Originally, Tsunade was the best candidate. However, she needed to form a Jonin team with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. If Tsunade were to serve as the instructor, would that not leave Orochimaru and Jiraiya idle? It would be unwise to assign them to lead a team of ordinary ninjas, would it not? Let us have Uzumaki Zishu temporarily withdraw from the Umbu to lead this class. After some deliberation, Sarutobi Hizashi decided that the powerful Uzumaki Zishu, currently the vice captain of the Umbu, would be the most appropriate choice to mentor Ye Feng's class. Zishu's formidable strength, expertise in both wind and lightning release, and knowledge of Genjutsu and Taijutsu make him an excellent fit. Moreover, Zishu's extensive experience would adequately prepare the trio with foundational knowledge, while their familial legacies would alleviate the need for him to oversee their training extensively. His guidance during their cultivation would suffice. Who will take over as vice captain of the Umbu? Zhuang Qifeng and Mito Minin were taken aback by Hizashi's proposal. They had not anticipated that he would place such significance on Ye Feng, assigning Uzumaki Zishu to lead him. However, this would leave the vice captain position vacant, potentially disrupting the Umbu's operations. Hizashi proposed promoting the original squad leader, Takeda Shiro, to the vice captain role. As for the vacant squad leader position, Shino's strength has also reached a level where he could be promoted to Umbu for some practical experience, leaving that position temporarily unfilled. After a moment's hesitation, Sarutobi Hizashi articulated his plan. Upon hearing Hizashi's arrangements, Zhuang Qifeng and Mito Minin exchanged glances, both recognizing that Hizashi was paving the way for Sarutobi Shino, as the vacant squad leader position was evidently intended for him. Nevertheless, even though they had discerned Hizashi's intentions, they did not oppose him. After all, they were not Danzo, lacking such grand ambitions. For them, holding the position of elder and benefiting their clans was sufficient. Chapter 42. The class instructor, the perfect team given this. Let it be decided thus. Yin, upon descending, you shall convey my directives and simultaneously arrange for the instructors to guide this batch of graduating ninjas. Sarutobi Hizashi, pleased to see his old comrades refraining from dissent, nodded with satisfaction and then instructed Mito Yin. Yes, Mito Gaten acknowledged and proceeded to prepare. Meanwhile, the young leaf ninja, Ye Feng, remained oblivious to the discord between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, which arose due to his own circumstances, and the considerable effort they exerted in seeking suitable ninja teams and instructors for him. Upon exiting the ninja academy, he recounted the exam's details amidst the envious gazes of Hinata Hanabi, Namikaze Minato, and Sh Matsu. The expressions of the trio turned grim upon hearing him. For had they been required to undertake the graduation assessment against a powerhouse like Sarutobi Shinji, they would hardly withstand even 10 exchanges with their current prowess. Rest assured, Sarutobi Shinji should merely be an anomaly. The other Nin are unlikely to possess such formidable strength. Now, accompany me for a photograph, and afterward, we shall procure some ingredients. Today, I shall personally take to the kitchen and prepare a sumptuous meal for you all, allowing us to unwind thoroughly. Upon observing the worried expressions of the three individuals, Ye Feng offered them words of comfort before making his way toward the bustling streets of Konoha. The necessity of taking a photograph arose from the fact that, although he had already acquired his forehead protector, his ninja identification card had yet to be prepared. This identification card serves a purpose akin to that of an identity card in the previous world, validating one's identity. Moreover, without this card, it would be impossible to document the missions one has undertaken as a ninja. To advance to the ranks of Nin, J-Nin, or even Elite J-Nin, one must meet the task completion requirements recorded on the ninja card in order to apply for the corresponding exams. Hence, the ninja identification card is an indispensable item for any ninja. Before long, upon arriving at a photography studio, Ye Feng swiftly completed his photo session and, with his picture in hand, accompanied Hinata Hanabi and the others to procure some ingredients, heading to the rear mountains of Konoha to enjoy a delightful outdoor meal. The four of them dined and conversed until late into the night before returning to their respective homes. The following morning, Ye Feng rose early and made his way to the Ninja Academy, where he quietly awaited the arrival of his homeroom teacher in the classroom. His heart brimmed with anticipation, wondering if Sarutobi Hiruzen would allow him to form a team on his own. As time gradually passed, teams of ninjas were established under the announcement of the Nin. And when it was Ye Feng's turn, the proclamation abruptly ceased. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a young ninja clad in a form-fitting black outfit, draped in a gray cloak with disheveled black hair, entered the classroom. With a cold demeanor, he surveyed the room before fixing his gaze upon Ye Feng. Hinata Ye Feng. Follow me. Without waiting for a response, the young ninja turned and departed. Upon catching sight of the young ninja's appearance, Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and hurriedly rose to follow the youth as they raced toward the outskirts of the Ninja Academy. Noticing Ye Feng keeping pace, the young ninja accelerated, leaning forward with hands extended behind him, each stride covering an astonishing distance. Upon witnessing the remarkable speed of his opponent, Ye Feng hastily summoned his inner strength, exerting himself to the utmost to execute the flying body technique, just managing to keep pace with his adversary. The young ninja, while sprinting ahead, discreetly observed Ye Feng, a flicker of astonishment evident in his eyes at Ye Feng's agility. Recalling the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the young man felt no further resistance towards the idea of becoming Ye Feng's mentor. Shortly thereafter, Ye Feng and the young ninja arrived at Hokage Rock, accompanied by a stout fellow and a lanky individual. Upon observing the distinct physical characteristics of the two individuals, Ye Feng's lips twitched in surprise. Goodness! Could they truly be my teammates? This rotund fellow must belong to the Akimichi clan, while the slender one lacks any particularly notable traits. However, given his frail physique, it is likely that his martial prowess is rather feeble. I wonder which clan he hails from. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Hokage Zishiao, an elite jonin of Konohagakure, proficient in both wind and lightning techniques. I have also dabbled in taijutsu and jinjutsu. By the esteemed order of Lord Hokage, I shall serve as your instructor. I have a penchant for sweet treats and harbor a distaste for bitter fare. My aspiration is to safeguard the peace of Konoha. With arms crossed, Mitokai Zishiao nonchalantly conveyed his identity. I am Akimichi Dingwei, skilled in the secret arts of the Akimichi clan, and a chunin of Konoha. I relish grilled meats and detest when others consume the last piece or refer to me as the fat one. My dream is to savor the culinary delights of the world. Upon hearing Akimichi Dingwei's words, Ye Feng's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, the introduction was characteristically Akimichi. I am Onma Tsongyun, proficient in illusionary arts, a chunin of Konoha. I harbor no particular likes or dislikes. My aspiration is to restore the glory of the Onma clan. Onma Tsongyun stated calmly as soon as Akimichi Dingwei finished speaking. I am Hyuga Ye Feng, skilled in the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan and the art of ninjutsu. I have recently graduated. I relish delectable cuisine and cannot abide tasteless food. My dream is to lead a life akin to that of a carefree sea cucumber. As Ye Feng's words fell, the three individuals present simultaneously twitched their lips. What a notion it was, to dream of leading the life of a salted fish. Yet, why then had he enrolled in the Ninja Academy and even applied for early graduation? Would it not be more enjoyable for a salted fish to remain at the ninja school, indulging in ninja games? Had Ye Feng been privy to their thoughts? He would certainly have retorted, asserting that becoming a qualified salted fish was no simple endeavor. Well then, now that we are acquainted, I hope we can collaborate effectively in the future. Let us convene at the mission building tomorrow morning to commence our first task. Now, disperse. Mikazuki Zishio cast a deep glance at Ye Feng before calmly addressing the group, opting not to engage in trivial activities such as the bell-snatching games. After all, Akadu Dingwei and Onmat Songyun were already chunin and had long since experienced such games. Moreover, Hinata Ye Feng appeared quite mature. Such trials held no significance for him. Rather than squander energy, it would be more prudent to lead them directly into their task. Thus, after receiving Ye Feng's photograph, she offered a brief admonition to the trio before swiftly departing. Honestly, Teacher Zishu is rather stingy. On our first meeting, he didn't even consider treating us. Akadu Dingwei remarked with a pout as he watched Mikazuki Zishiao's retreating figure. He then turned to Ye Feng and inquired, "What do you say, Ye Feng-kun? I would be delighted to treat you and Songyun-kun to a meal, so we can get to know each other better." "Very well. I appreciate your generosity, Dingwei-kun." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng pondered for a moment and ultimately did not decline, as they would soon be teammates. He wished to gain a deeper understanding of the two, so as to ensure seamless cooperation in future battles. As for Onmat Songyun, he cast a curious glance at Ye Feng but remained silent, evidently in tacit agreement. Chapter 43. Sparring. After the trio reached a consensus, they proceeded towards the Chiu Dao barbecue restaurant under the guidance of Chiu Dao Dingwei. The Chiu Dao clan held a particular fondness for their family's barbecue, and during gatherings, whenever a ninja from the Chiu Dao clan was present, it was almost a certainty that they would dine at the Chiu Dao barbecue restaurant. "Ah, Dingwei has arrived. Is this your new teammate? Greetings, young lad. It seems you are a prodigy from the Hyuga clan." The staff at the Chiu Dao barbecue restaurant greeted Chiu Dao Dingwei and his companions with cheerful smiles, their eyes widening in surprise as they glanced at Ye Feng. Ye Feng's age was indeed quite tender. They never anticipated that he would be assigned to the Nin team led by Akimichi Dingwei, a clear prodigy, prompting them to steal a few more glances at him. "Uncle Furuin, this is Hinata Ye Feng, my new teammate. Today, I brought them for a feast. Please make the necessary arrangements." The staff were all members of the Akimichi clan who lacked ninja aptitude or those who had retired for various reasons, thus they were very familiar with Akimichi Dingwei. "Rest assured, Dingwei, I will make the arrangements to ensure you all enjoy your meal today." Akimichi Furuin chuckled as he assured them, leading the trio to their seats before heading off to prepare the barbecue ingredients. Not long after, Akimichi Furuin returned with several clan staff pushing large carts filled with copious amounts of barbecue. Upon witnessing this impressive spread, Ye Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Since he began training, his appetite had grown exponentially, yet in comparison to the Akimichi clan members, his capacity seemed minuscule. It was no wonder that Yeshirai Zishio had never volunteered to treat them after meeting them. Perhaps it was due to the presence of Akimichi Dingwei in his squad. Reflecting on the arduous missions he undertook, earning rewards that barely equated to a single meal of the Akimichi clan, it was understandable that no one would relish such a disparity. This was no longer merely a matter of frugality. "Don't hold back. Come, eat heartily. This is just the appetizer," Akimichi Dingwei exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement as the barbecue arrived, swiftly grabbing the meat with both hands and expertly grilling it. Ye Feng observed the peculiar demeanor of Akimichi Dingwei, his expression tinged with curiosity, while Onmat Songyun had long since acclimated to the scene. Calmly savoring the roasted meat he had prepared, indulging in his meal with leisurely grace. The feast extended for over 2 hours, the majority of which was consumed in the process of grilling, as each batch of meat took several minutes to cook, barely enough for a single bite for Akimichi Dingwei. "Well, Ye Feng, since we have become comrades, it is only natural that we familiarize ourselves with one another. Shall we engage in a friendly spar?" Akimichi Dingwei inquired, patting his round belly with satisfaction. "Certainly, I too wish to witness the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan and the illusions of the Onma family." Ye Feng did not decline the offer. Now that they had become teammates, it was imperative for them to swiftly acclimate to one another. Only in this manner could they cultivate their synergy ensuring that they would not crumble like scattered sand when confronted by adversaries. Upon exiting the Autumn Path barbecue restaurant, the trio made their way to the Konoha training grounds. This venue served as the arena for Konoha ninjas training, albeit not without a fee. One must pay a certain sum to utilize the facilities. The training grounds were expansive, featuring a variety of terrains sufficient to meet the training needs of most ninjas. After settling the venue fee, Ye Feng stood opposite Chiodao Dingwei and Anma Songyun, inquiring, "Who wishes to go first?" A glimmer of combativeness flickered in his eyes as he regarded the two. Both possessed strength at the Chunin level, nearly on par with his own. And each had inherited their family's secret techniques, rendering them notably more formidable than the average Chunin. "I shall go first. I have long wished to test the Hyuga clan's gentle fist." Chiodao Dingwei could no longer contain his eagerness. After forming a hand seal with Ye Feng, he activated his chakra, ninjutsu, multiplication technique. As Ye Feng beheld the formidable figure of Chiodao Dingwei, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. He swiftly executed the flying body technique, evading to the side of Chiodao Dingwei's impending assault, and unleashed a powerful strike akin to the 18 dragon subduing palms. With a resounding roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry, a serpentine wave of energy surged forth towards the colossal form of Chiodao Dingwei. Undeterred by Ye Feng's onslaught, Chiodao Dingwei paid it no heed. Charging directly at Ye Feng with the technique of partial multiplication, in an instant, his right hand swelled dramatically once more, and he delivered a forceful palm strike aimed squarely at Ye Feng. Simultaneously, the dragon-shaped energy collided with Chiodao Dingwei's massive physique, only to be absorbed by the layers of flesh, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Instead, Ye Feng found himself perilously positioned beneath the vast shadow of Chiodao Dingwei's immense hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Feng silently praised himself. Yet his hands were unceasing, continuing to execute the flying body technique, swiftly evading the colossal palm strike of Chiodao Dingwei. Boom! A cloud of dust rose as Chiodao Dingwei's hand slammed into the ground, causing the surrounding earth to tremble faintly, illustrating the immense power behind that blow. Feeling the force of Chiodao Dingwei, Ye Feng dared not be careless. He rapidly distanced himself from Chiodao Dingwei, his hands swiftly forming seals, lightning release, 1,000 birds. Accompanied by the piercing cries of birds, countless arcs of electricity coiled around Ye Feng's right hand. Previously retreating from Chiodao Dingwei, he transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards him with great speed. Chiodao Dingwei, upon witnessing Ye Feng's ninjutsu, narrowed his eyes, unwilling to underestimate the situation, and swiftly formed hand seals, ninjutsu, human bullet tank. As the technique was invoked, Chiodao Dingwei curled his body into a ball, rolling rapidly on the ground to evade Ye Feng's attack trajectory, then charging towards Ye Feng's landing point with great haste. With his Byakugan activated, he unleashed the gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams palm, 32 palms. As Ye Feng observed Chiodao Dingwei skillfully evade his attacks, he remained unperturbed. For all of this was anticipated. Activating his Byakugan, a Bagua diagram swiftly emerged beneath his feet, channeling his inner energy to decelerate Chiodao Dingwei's movements. With precision, he struck various points around Chiodao Dingwei, infusing his inner power into the latter's meridians, thereby obstructing the flow of chakra. Encased in a ball, Chiodao Dingwei found his chakra flow interrupted, and with the circulation of his vital energy hindered, his body gradually stiffened, leaving him limp within the confines of the Bagua diagram. "You have lost." As Ye Feng observed Chiodao Dingwei's loss of combat capability, a subtle smile graced his lips. He approached Chiodao Dingwei and withdrew the inner energy that had been channeled into the latter's meridians. "Ye Feng, I can hardly fathom your prowess. I concede defeat. Indeed, your Hyuga clan possesses an uncanny ability to counter our adeptness in taijutsu," Chiodao Dingwei remarked with a wry smile as he stood up, gazing at Ye Feng. "Your Chiodao clan is formidable as well. Should you unleash your true secret techniques, I fear I would stand no chance." Ye Feng offered a modest smile, acknowledging the formidable prowess of the butterfly transformation technique employed by the Akimichi clan. Had Akimichi Dingwei executed the butterfly transformation just moments ago, Ye Feng would have been compelled to resort to martial arts to merely contend with him. Remarkably, this was merely the elementary form of the butterfly transformation. If it were to ascend to a higher level, Ye Feng would stand no chance at all. Furthermore, the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan proves effective only against ordinary taijutsu practitioners. Against those who specialize in physical combat, such as the father-son duo of Might Guy and Might Dai, his internal energy would utterly fail to obstruct their chakra pathways. Chapter 44. Unraveling Illusions. Ye Feng possesses a keen awareness of his own strength, neither overestimating nor underestimating his abilities. At present, with all his skills unleashed. He should be capable of matching a Jonin evenly. It is highly likely that a Chunin would not pose a challenge for him. However, should he encounter a Chunin with a bloodline limit, they might achieve a stalemate, with victory or defeat hinging on their respective conditions in the battlefield. Thus, in response to Akadu Dingwei's remarks, Ye Feng simply smiled, taking them lightly, and turned his attention to the quietly standing Kamizuki Keion. The illusionary techniques of the Kamizuki clan are second only to the Sharingan's Genjutsu. During the tumultuous eras of the Warring States and the First Great Ninja War, the Kamizuki clan enjoyed a period of glory, contributing numerous Jonin and Chunins to Konoha and achieving many feats on the battlefield. However, with the conclusion of the First Great Ninja War and the difficulty in awakening their bloodline limit, the Kamizuki clan gradually fell into decline. Nevertheless, this does not imply that the Kamizuki clan lacks strength. Their proficiency in illusionary arts is remarkably formidable, surpassing even that of the Sunagakure clan in this regard. Ye Feng was also eager to witness the illusions of the Onma clan. After all, engaging in combat with various types of ninjas would enrich his experience, as he might encounter a multitude of ninjas on the battlefield in the future. Illusions are a technique possessed by many ninjas. If he remained ignorant of illusions, he could very well suffer when faced with illusion-wielding opponents. Illusions target the five senses of the enemy, ensnaring them in a web of deception. A skilled illusionist can even manipulate the flow of chakra within the enemy's neural pathways at will, a combat style requiring exceptional intelligence and combat acumen. The Onma clan excels in this regard, which piqued Ye Feng's interest in battling Onma Tsongun. Noticing Ye Feng's gaze upon him, Onma Tsongun hesitated not. He had been observing Ye Feng's combat style closely. From the outset, it was evident that Shodo Dingwei had been ensnared in Ye Feng's strategies. Clearly, Ye Feng possessed not only formidable strength but also remarkable combat intelligence. Faced with Ye Feng, Onma Tsongun felt uncertain of his chances. Nevertheless, he had no intention of shying away from battle. He harbored his own pride. If he could not even dare to spar, how could he hope to restore the glory of the Onma clan? Without hesitation, Onma Tsongun approached Ye Feng, forming a series of hand seals before swiftly retreating. Most ninjas of the Onma clan possessed frail physiques and had not trained in advanced taijutsu. Against a ninja from a family adept in physical techniques like Ye Feng, Onma Tsongun knew he must maintain distance to avoid being swiftly defeated. As he created space, he simultaneously formed seals, declaring, Ninjutsu, illusionary clone technique. In an instant, two clones of Onma Tsongun emerged, spinning rapidly to disrupt Ye Feng's line of sight before dashing in different directions. Illusion, sensory deprivation. Once the clones separated, Onma Tsongun skillfully controlled them to perform the seals together, casting an illusion intended to strip Ye Feng of his five senses. As Ye Feng observed Onma Tsongun's adept movements, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Activating his Byakugan, he meticulously scrutinized the three manifestations of Onma Tsongun, seeking to discern the essence of the original. However, the trio exhibited identical auras, chakra fluctuations, and expressions resembling mere shadow clones, rendering Ye Feng incapable of locating the true Onma Tsongun. At that moment, an extraordinary wave of energy surged into Ye Feng's mind. Instantly, he felt a shroud of darkness enveloping his Byakugan, his nose unable to detect any scent. His ears deafened to all sound, and even his control over his own body seemed to wane. Immersed in such an enigmatic environment, everything felt as if it were enveloped in a void. In a fleeting moment, Ye Feng experienced a wave of panic. However, he swiftly regained his composure. Realizing that he had fallen prey to Onma Tsongun's illusion, immediately he harnessed his consciousness to manipulate his inner energy, attempting to shatter the deceptive spell. Yet, despite his frantic efforts to disrupt his inner energy, the illusion remained unbroken, instilling a sense of grave concern within him. Meanwhile, outside of this mental turmoil, Onma Tsongun, witnessing Ye Feng ensnared by his illusion, commanded his illusory doppelganger to wield a kunai and charge towards the bewildered Ye Feng with great speed, intent on swiftly concluding the battle. Just at that moment, Ye Feng's Byakugan suddenly emitted a faint glimmer of white light. In the next instant, his five senses returned. And before he could fully comprehend the unfolding situation, he beheld Onma Tsongun rushing towards him, kunai in hand. Ye Feng had no time to ponder. He immediately channeled his inner strength and unleashed a powerful blow from the 18 dragon-subduing palms towards Onma Tsongun. At that moment, a radiant light emanated from his eyes, revealing that the figure charging at him was merely an illusion, a mere specter formed from concentrated mental energy, while the true entity had vanished without a trace. Though perplexed, Ye Feng discerned that this manifestation of Onma Tsongun was merely a mirage, a deceptive projection far more solid and elusive than ordinary clones. Despite his confusion about how he could unveil this ruse, Ye Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. After scanning his surroundings, he pinpointed the location of Anmat Songyun's true self and swiftly propelled himself towards it using the flying body technique. Seeing Ye Feng not only dismantle the illusion but also rush towards him, Anmat Songyun was taken aback and hastily formed a seal, proclaiming, "Illusion technique, Phantom City." Instantly, with a fusion of mental energy and chakra, an ethereal city enveloped Anmat Songyun. Yet, had Ye Feng been the same as before, this illusion might have ensnared him. However, with his Byakugan, he could see through the deception, clearly tracking Anmat Songyun's true form as it maneuvered within the confines of the phantasmal city. Ye Feng feigned indifference as he wandered aimlessly, yet every step he took brought him closer to Anmat Songyun. Before long, sensing the opportune moment, Ye Feng surged forward toward Anmat Songyun, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy from his ZY soft sword. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Anmat Songyun, the blade poised menacingly against his neck. "You have lost. How did you accomplish this?" Anmat Songyun gazed at Ye Feng in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the means by which Ye Feng had unraveled his illusion. While the white eye possessed a certain resistance to illusions, it hardly justified Ye Feng's astonishing swiftness in dispelling them. "Perhaps it is simply due to my formidable mental strength." Ye Feng did not provide a detailed explanation, after all. Although Anmat Songyun was his teammate, they were not well acquainted, and trust was lacking. His Byakugan seemed to possess the ability to see through illusions. During the initial assault of the Genjutsu, Ye Feng was caught off guard, rendered motionless as his senses were stripped away. However, the Byakugan appeared to have a restraining effect on this state, instantly dispelling the intrusion that invaded his mind and controlled the fluctuations of his senses, thus restoring his ability to act. Subsequently, whether it was the Genjutsu clone or the grand illusion of the maze, none could escape the scrutiny of Ye Feng's eyes, which was primarily why he could swiftly defeat Anmat Songyun. Chapter 45, the first mission following the pressure he had exerted. Ye Feng discovered yet another ability of the Byakugan, the power to see through illusions. Although it was merely a passive ability, it proved extraordinarily practical. In the world of ninjas, many were adept at Genjutsu. Every ninja village had its own cadre dedicated to mastering this art. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan of Konoha was renowned for their Sharingan Genjutsu, which struck fear throughout the ninja realm. Moreover, several powerful ninjas with Manjiki Sharingan emerged from the Uchiha clan. While Ye Feng was uncertain of the limits of his Byakugan's ability to see through illusions, he remained elated. For even if his Byakugan could not currently discern the Manjiki Genjutsu, as his strength continued to grow, so too would his Byakugan, making it conceivable that he could eventually see through Manjiki Genjutsu directly. Once the sparring concluded, I had some matters to attend to, so I bid farewell for now. Until tomorrow. Ye Feng contemplated internally, yet on the surface. He addressed Chiu Dao Dingwei and Anmat Songyun with a brief remark before utilizing the flying body technique to depart from the training ground. Upon returning to his residence, Ye Feng casually refreshed himself and then excitedly settled cross-legged upon his bed, commencing the practice of the Nine-Yang Divine Art. In contrast to the Zixia Divine Art, which is relatively easy to learn yet arduous to master, and where internal energy accumulates at a painfully slow rate, the Nine-Yang Divine Art proved to be significantly more advantageous. As a martial art renowned alongside the Nine-Yin Manual in the vast realm of Jin Dada's Wuxia, the Nine-Yang Divine Art is both expansive and profound. Mastering this art would not only enhance his martial prowess but also facilitate a remarkably swift recovery of internal energy during combat. Provided he does not exhaust his internal energy in an instant, the rapid replenishment would allow him to swiftly restore his vitality, thus alleviating concerns regarding energy depletion in battle. Furthermore, upon achieving mastery of the Nine-Yang Divine Art, one could generate a unique Nine-Yang Qi, capable of partially negating enemy attacks. Its healing properties, among other benefits, render the Nine-Yang Divine Art vastly superior to the time-consuming and gradual cultivation associated with the Zixia Divine Art. Let others be strong. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Let them be arrogant. The bright moon illuminates the great river. They may be ruthless or malevolent. I shall remain steadfast in my true essence. As Ye Feng delved into the Nine-Yang Divine Art, its profound meanings unfurled within his mind. He diligently transformed his internal energy into Nine-Yang energy, gradually manifesting strands of golden-red energy within his dantian. Sensing the purity of this golden-red energy, Ye Feng's heart soared with joy. It is no exaggeration to state that this golden-red internal energy surpasses that of the Zixia Divine Art by several magnitudes in purity. After all, Ye Feng had yet to fully master the Zixia Divine Art. Perhaps a perfected version could rival the Nine-Yang Divine Art. But the initial stages of the Zixia cultivation pales in comparison to the Nine-Yang. At this moment, although Ye Feng's cultivation level had not yet increased, his combat strength had risen significantly. Moreover, following the transition to the Nine-Yang Divine Art, he felt his cultivation speed accelerating. Once all his internal energy had been converted into Nine-Yang energy, Ye Feng finally paused momentarily, clenching his fists. A smile graced his face as he began to examine the remaining rewards from the system. Great Rejuvenation Pill, a secret concoction from Shaolin, capable of augmenting a martial artist's training by a full 60 years, accompanied by certain healing properties. 60 years is merely a generalization. The diversity in cultivation methods can lead to varying amounts of internal energy gained. For instance, the previous breath control technique might yield an increase of 60 years of internal energy upon consuming the Great Rejuvenation Pill, but when converted to the Nine-Yang Divine Art, perhaps only 10 years of internal energy would be considered substantial. Nonetheless, Ye Feng was exceedingly pleased. Without hesitation, he consumed the Great Rejuvenation Pill, and immediately, a tremendous surge of medicinal power erupted within his body. Ye Feng, not daring to be careless, swiftly activated the Nine Suns Divine Art, channeling its inner strength to envelop the medicinal essence and rapidly refine it. As time gradually elapsed, it was not until the stroke of midnight that the potency of the Great Return Pill was entirely refined. At this moment, the inner energy of Nine Suns surged within Ye Feng, akin to the relentless flow of the Yangtze River. Seizing the moment, Ye Feng did not hesitate. He immediately directed the Nine Suns' inner strength to assault the meridians within his body. In an instant, the remaining 12 primary meridians were breached by the Nine Suns' energy, with even a significant portion of the extraordinary meridians being penetrated, leaving only the Ren and Du meridians still in a state of blockage. It was not that Ye Feng was unwilling to unblock these two meridians, but rather that they were exceedingly resilient, and with his current cultivation, he was unable to break through. Nevertheless, Ye Feng felt no despair. After nourishing the spiritual energy that entered his body to the white eye, he refrained from further cultivation. After calming his mind, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Ye Feng arose early. After exchanging greetings with Hinata Hanabi, he swiftly made his way to the mission building. This day marked his inaugural journey as a ninja, as well as the commencement of his first task. Naturally, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation, pondering what his initial mission could possibly entail. As Ye Feng entered the mission building, searching for Yusho Washi Zishu and Chiodao Dingwei, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for becoming a ninja. You are about to embark on your ninja tasks. The system has issued a series of missions. Mission 1. Complete 100 C-rank tasks. Mission reward. Randomly upgrade a martial art to its perfected state. Upon hearing the system announce the task, Ye Feng was taken aback. Since acquiring the system, it had never issued a mission before, leading him to believe there were none. To his astonishment, after becoming a ninja, a series of missions was actually released. Moreover, the reward for the first mission left Ye Feng with no reason to refuse. Ye Feng, what are you thinking? Teacher Zixio is calling for you. Just as Ye Feng reveled in this unexpected joy, the voice of Chiodao Dingwei reached his ears. Ye Feng raised his head, realizing that he did not know when, but Yusho Washi Zixio had arrived with Chiodao Dingwei and Anma from the clouds to the mission building. Oh, it's nothing, Teacher Zixio. What mission do we have today? After Ye Feng casually brushed off Chiodao Dingwei, he turned to inquire of Yusho Shai Zixio. Logically speaking, the strength of their small team should no longer require them to undertake D-rank missions. However, as Ye Feng had only just graduated from the Ninja Academy and was still unfamiliar with the nuances of ninja assignments, I decided to commence with D-rank tasks. Once Ye Feng accumulates some experience, we can then consider advancing to higher-level missions. What are your thoughts on this? Yusho Shai Zixio was not surprised by Ye Feng's excitement. It is a common reaction among novices fresh from the Ninja Academy, a phase Yusho Shai Zixio had also experienced in the past. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Chiodao Dingwei and Enmart Songyun. As both were already Chunin, engaging in D-rank missions would offer them little growth, so it was only natural to take their opinions into account. Not a problem. We believe that Ye Feng will soon adapt to D-rank missions, and in the meantime, we can also refine our teamwork skills, replied Chiodao Dingwei and Enmart Songyun, expressing no objections. Following their sparring session the previous day, they had already recognized Ye Feng's capabilities, so they were perfectly willing to invest some time in D-rank tasks. Thank you. I will familiarize myself with the task procedures as swiftly as possible. After expressing his gratitude to the three individuals, Ye Feng approached the amiable Yusho Zixio, who was evidently pleased by their harmonious interaction, to undertake a D-rank mission. Chapter 46. The first task 2 under the guidance of Yusho Zixio. After accepting a weeding task and a beast extermination mission at the task building, they proceeded towards the designated locations. As they walked, Uchiha Zishio elucidated certain intricacies involved in executing the tasks to Ye Feng. At first glance, the weeding task may appear straightforward. However, to complete it expediently, one must adeptly manage their chakra. This precision is essential to eliminate the weeds without damaging the seedlings. Failing to do so would necessitate the laborious effort of manually uprooting the weeds that encroach upon the seedlings, a process that is exceedingly time-consuming. Consequently, some villagers, seeking convenience, entrust this task to ninjas. With the assistance of these skilled individuals in clearing the weeds, they can devote their time to other pursuits with considerably less burden. Ye Feng meticulously noted the words of Uchiha Zishio. Upon arriving at the designated task location, he commenced the execution of ninjutsu as instructed by Uchiha Zishio, diligently clearing the weeds surrounding the seedlings. Given Ye Feng's mastery over his internal energy, it was a trivial matter for him to precisely manipulate his energy to sever the roots of the weeds. Observing Ye Feng's profound control over chakra, Uchiha Zishio, Xiao Dao Ding Wei, and Ma Tsong-yun exchanged approving nods. Although Ye Feng undertook this task alone, his precise command of internal energy enabled him to complete the assignment swiftly. Now, let us proceed to the next task location. After completing this task, you may head to the training ground to enhance your collaborative skills, Uchiha Zishio stated, nodding in satisfaction at Ye Feng's adept control over his internal energy. As thoughts began to swirl in his mind regarding how best to instruct Ye Feng, he reflected on the responsibilities of a leading instructor. They were entitled to 70% of the task's reward, and alongside ensuring the safety of their students, they bore the duty of imparting their knowledge and experiences to help these individuals grow stronger. Ye Feng possesses formidable abilities in various aspects. During his graduation assessment, he witnessed the battle against Sarutobi Shino through recorded footage. Currently, there is little he can impart to Ye Feng besides sharing his task experiences and enhancing his ninjutsu skills. It can be said that Ye Feng is quite extraordinary, while other members of the Hyuga clan diligently study their family's gentle fist techniques. Ye Feng seems to have dabbled in a multitude of disciplines. Not only has he excelled in the practice of the gentle fist, but he has also developed his own set of steel fist martial arts, alongside commendable proficiency in ninjutsu. In addition to these, he has also ventured into swordsmanship and medical ninjutsu. Thus, Ye Feng stands as a versatile ninja, adept in close combat, ranged warfare, medical support, reconnaissance, and more. For an ordinary person, it would be nearly impossible to balance such diverse skills, yet Ye Feng appears to possess exceptional talent across the board, progressing faster than his peers in every discipline. While he reflects on this internally, he outwardly offers Ye Feng his earnest guidance. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ye Feng nodded and turned his gaze towards the next task. This endeavor involved the expulsion of wild beasts. In this realm, flora, fauna, and even the bodies of ordinary individuals are imbued with chakra. Consequently, these beasts are no exception. It is precisely due to this chakra that their capabilities far exceed those of typical wildlife. Although they do not reach the level of summoned beasts, they are certainly not adversaries that ordinary people can easily confront. Frequently, these creatures invade the fields and orchards of the villagers, devouring their crops and fruits. As a result, the villagers are compelled to periodically issue tasks, summoning ninjas to eliminate or drive away these beasts. After reviewing the task details, Ye Feng did not hesitate and promptly set off towards the designated location. Upon arriving at a vast orchard and finding no beasts initially, he utilized the theoretical knowledge acquired at the Ninja Academy to examine the traces on the ground. Following the evidence, he quickly tracked down the beast's lair. With a swift application of his lightning release, he struck into the den. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed in Ye Feng's ears. The next moment, a colossal brown bear emerged before him. Ye Feng's eyes sparkled at the sight of the colossal brown bear, particularly drawn to its four massive paws, which made his mouth water profusely. Swallowing hard, he gazed greedily at the bear. In his previous life, such creatures were protected and forbidden to hunt, but in this realm, there were no such constraints. Remembering the rumored delicacy of bear paws, Ye Feng's eyes gleamed as he observed the roaring brown bear charging towards him. Instead of employing ninjutsu, he unsheathed the long sword at his waist and engaged the bear in a fierce duel using the Huashan sword technique. The bear, enormous in size, swung its powerful paws towards Ye Feng with ferocity. However, Ye Feng's agile footwork, enhanced by his internal energy, allowed him to evade the bear's attacks effortlessly. While the bear itself was left bleeding profusely from the cuts inflicted by Ye Feng's Ziwei soft sword, the pain only fueled the bear's rage, prompting it to attack Ye Feng with reckless abandon. Yet, Ye Feng remained undaunted, continuously executing the Huashan sword technique. Even the bear's tough hide could not withstand the onslaught of Ye Feng's sharp sword energy. Before long, with a decisive strike, Ye Feng severed the bear's head, causing its massive body to collapse backward. Nearby, Yushuxi Zishio, Chiodao Dingwei, and Anma watched in astonishment as Ye Feng showcased a sword technique they had never witnessed before. Their eyes widened in a daze, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Is Ye Feng truly a prodigy? First, he invents a unique physical technique and an A-level lightning ninjutsu, and now he creates an entire sword style. Ye Feng had performed admirably. The bear's corpse was remarkably well preserved. Aside from some damage to its fur, the rest had not been tainted by chakra and promised to be exceptionally delicious. After a moment of shock, Chiodao Dingwei regained his composure and jogged over to the bear's carcass, his mind racing with thoughts of how to prepare the bear, nearly drooling in anticipation. For a true foodie, nothing could overshadow the allure of gourmet delights. The bear paws are mine. The rest is yours to do as you wish. Ye Feng was equally eager, possessing masterful culinary skills. If he were to concoct a dish featuring honey, perhaps a sumptuous bear paw feast, how delectable it would be. Ye Feng, what style of swordplay is this? At that moment, Yushowashi Zishio interrupted their reverie, gazing at Ye Feng with a curious inquiry. This is my own creation. Is there a problem, Teacher Zishio? Ye Feng was taken aback by the question posed by Yashitai Zishio. After a brief moment of astonishment, he inquired. This sword technique is quite remarkable. If you could comprehend the transformation of wind attributes and combine it with this swordplay, it would rival certain A-grade secret arts. I've heard that you possess a talent for wind attributes. Would you be interested in learning wind escape from me? As Yashitai Zishio gazed at Ye Feng, she developed a renewed appreciation for his innate abilities. It is my honor to receive guidance from Teacher Zishio. Thank you, Teacher Zishio. Upon hearing these words, Ye Feng smiled faintly. He was well aware of the identity of Midokado Zishio, the legendary ninja of Konoha. Known as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, the Violet Zishio, and also the father of Midokado Akane, with such a formidable ninja willingly offering to teach him wind release. How could Ye Feng possibly refuse? Chapter 47, The Outbreak of World War II. Upon hearing the words of Yashitai Zishio, Ye Feng found it impossible to decline. At present, his lightning release had achieved a transformation in nature through the training of Chidori, reaching an initial level of integration into his martial arts. With continuous practice, he could further develop Chidori into a unique form and nature, thereby enhancing its potency. However, such progress required time and perseverance, and for the moment, Ye Feng realized he could not attain success in the short term. To elevate his combat prowess, he needed to explore alternative methods, and wind release presented itself as an optimal choice. With a master of wind release like Yashitai Zishio by his side, he could expedite his training in the spiraling sphere techniques with greater ease. After agreeing with Yashitai Zishio to embark on the study of wind release, Ye Feng proceeded to sever the 2 massive bear paws and sealed them within a scroll. Meanwhile, Chiodao Dingwei eagerly hoisted the bear's carcass onto his back, pondering how best to prepare the bear meat. Should he steam it or braise it? Such trivial choices were for children, with a bear of this magnitude. He resolved to sample every method available. He could even slice off some meat for barbecuing, adding his clan's secret sauce. The mere thought made Chiodao Dingwei salivate. Upon seeing the appearance of Akimichi Dingwei, Ye Feng and his companions could only manage a wry smile and chose to disregard this glutton, proceeding instead to the mission building to submit their tasks. After a hasty lunch, Yushowashi Zishio arranged for the trio to engage in cooperative training. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had assigned Ye Feng to this Chunin team with the intention of positioning him as a central support, safeguarding Kamizuki from the effects of illusion techniques while also utilizing his Byakugan to scout the path ahead. However, upon witnessing Ye Feng's formidable strength, Yushowashi Zishio deliberately switched the positions of Ye Feng and Akimichi Dingwei, placing Ye Feng at the forefront to lead the way while Akimichi Dingwei would protect Kamizuki. After all, with Ye Feng's combat prowess, he could momentarily withstand even the mightiest of foes, thereby granting his teammates precious time. Ye Feng had no objections to Yushowashi Zishio's arrangement, and throughout the afternoon, the 3 of them diligently honed their synergy. Ye Feng's progress was remarkably swift. Many concepts required no further elaboration from Matenchi Zishio. In merely one afternoon, his accomplishments surpassed those of a typical team training over the span of half a month. As dusk approached, Matenchi Zishio halted Ye Feng and his companions, articulating each of their strengths and weaknesses. After inquiring about Ye Feng's understanding of wind release, he instructed the trio to return home while he made his way back alone. He He intended to report Ye Feng's performance to Sarutobi Hiruzen and ponder how to tailor his instruction and wind release to suit Ye Feng's unique circumstances. Meanwhile, after Matenchi Zishu departed, Ye Feng graciously declined Chiyo Daodingwei's invitation to feast on bear meat, opting instead for the secluded training grounds on the back mountain. At this moment, Hinata Hanabi, Shoju, Namikaze Minato, and Kushino were diligently honing their skills in this very location. This site had nearly become their exclusive training sanctuary. Whenever time permitted, they would gather here to practice. Upon noticing Ye Feng's arrival, the four of them brightened with excitement, inquiring, "Is it enjoyable to be a ninja?" "Ye Feng-kun, big brother?" Well, he paused. Becoming a ninja is quite similar to the experience at the Ninja Academy. The primary difference lies in the shift from learning to executing missions. I have only recently become a ninja. This morning, I accepted 2 D-rank missions, and this afternoon. Under the guidance of teacher Zixiao, I focused on enhancing synergy with my 2 teammates. Ye Feng was quite agitated by the incessant inquiries of the 4 individuals, prompting him to swiftly put an end to their questions. He succinctly recounted the day's itinerary, thereby appeasing their curiosity. Before continuing, "Today, I have procured something remarkable." With that, he presented 4 bear paws and instructed Bo Feng Shui Min and the others to gather the requisite supplementary materials. He then drew forth his Ziwei soft sword, skillfully began to skin the paws, and after cleansing them meticulously, channeled his internal energy to shatter the tendons and bones within. Upon completing these tasks, Ye Feng commenced the culinary preparation of the bear paw meat, employing master-level culinary skills. In no time, a large pot of fragrant bear paw meat was prepared, and everyone eagerly indulged in the feast. "Brother, today I overheard a conversation between sister and grandmother. It seems sister is about to head to the battlefield." After the meal, Hinata Hanabi and Kushina proceeded to wash the dishes, while Ye Feng, Shju, and Bo Feng Shui Min reclined against a tree to digest their food. At that moment, Shju suddenly spoke up. "Is that so?" In the original narrative, the precise timing of the Second Shinobi World War is not explicitly stated. It appears to conclude after Tsunade and her companions received the titles of the legendary 3 ninjas. However, the exact date has become somewhat hazy in my memory. Currently, it is the 31st year of Konoha, and I vaguely recall that at this juncture, Tsunade, under the leadership of the 3rd Kazekage, amassed an army and struck down the vigilant ninjas at the front line. Upon receiving news, Konoha hastily gathered its own ninja forces to repel Tsunade's attackers. Subsequently, both sides clashed on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, igniting a tumultuous upheaval throughout the shinobi world. Rest assured, our teacher possesses formidable strength. Even if she were to enter the battlefield, she would remain unharmed. Let us not forget, she is also a medical ninja, and for the most part, her role on the battlefield involves tending to the wounded from a safe distance. Upon hearing the words of Shutian, Ye Feng felt a tightening in his heart. Not out of concern for Tsunade's safety, but rather due to the looming specter of war, which could very well summon both graduated ninjas and the fledgling students still in the Ninja Academy to the battlefield. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen frequently proclaimed that the elder generation's role was merely to protect the growth of Konoha's new generation, it was undeniable that this old man had evaded the battlefield during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. Even after the Third War, when the Ninetales wreaked havoc, he was notably late to respond. While it may be true that he harbored profound feelings for Konoha, one could not overlook the weight of his self-interest, especially when compared to the selflessness exhibited by the previous 2 Hokage and the likes of Minato and Namikaze before him. Therefore, should the war escalate and Konoha find itself short on ninjas, the cost of mobilizing skilled members of the ninja clans would be exorbitant. It was entirely plausible that Sarutobi Hiruzen would turn his gaze towards these novices. Though their combat prowess was not formidable, they could at least assist in escorting supplies to the front lines alongside some jonin. Consequently, at that moment, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. After reassuring Shitian, he wasted no time greeting the others before returning home to engage in diligent training. After consuming a previous elixir, Ye Feng's 9-yang divine art, while not fully mastered, was nearing completion. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could set his sights on the novice ninjas, he was determined to elevate his mastery of the 9-yang divine art to its pinnacle. Only then would he possess the means to safeguard himself on the battlefield. As he trained, Ye Feng opened his attribute panel. Name, Hyuga Ye Feng. Age, 9 years. Identity, member of the Hyuga branch family, Konoha Jinin bloodline limit. Byakugan, 67. Dojutsu skills, Jinjutsu disruption, surveillance, intimidation. Chakra flow, insight strength, comparable to special Jonin Taijutsu. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 32 palms ninjutsu. Lightning release, lightning sphere, wind release, breakthrough, water release, water bullet technique, chidori, healing technique, sage technique skills, master chef martial arts, 18 dragon subduing palms, basic swordsmanship, huashan swordsmanship, Uchiha swordsmanship internal techniques, breathing techniques, purple mist divine art, 9 yang divine art lightness technique, flying technique weapon, zy soft sword items, jade liquid wine formula, 1 strength pill, 100 gold coins. Chapter 48. C-rank mission. Gazing at his attribute panel, Ye Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, albeit not complete. Considering his age, his progress was commendable. Furthermore, this time, the panel had revealed an increase in both his bloodline limit and dojutsu skills. The line indicating his Byakugan showed a figure of 67, causing Ye Feng to squint slightly. He speculated that this 67 represented his development of the Byakugan. Upon reaching 100, it was likely that the Byakugan would undergo some significant transformation. With this attribute panel, Ye Feng could more intuitively perceive his growth, identifying his shortcomings and areas in need of focused improvement. Without further contemplation, Ye Feng concentrated on cultivating the 9 yang divine art, striving to accumulate his inner strength and successfully penetrate the last 2 meridians, achieving mastery in the 9 yang divine art. With the Second Shinobi World War having erupted, it was uncertain when he might be called to the front lines, even if merely for logistics, which did not preclude the presence of danger. In any conflict, resources were paramount, should Konoha's front lines lack supplies. Tsunade could exploit this vulnerability to gain an upper hand and secure greater advantages. Thus, even transporting supplies could lead to encounters with elite enemy ninjas dispatched to disrupt and destroy those resources. In the event of such confrontations, with Jonin and elite Jonin otherwise occupied, self-preservation would become imperative. However, excessive expenditure of inner strength before the 9 yang divine art reached completion could lead to depletion. While the 9 yang divine art allowed for rapid recovery, it could not sustain repeated use of ninjutsu. This was the most significant drawback of the 9 yang divine art. Therefore, to unleash his full combat potential, it was essential for Ye Feng to attain mastery of the 9 yang divine art without delay. After a night of silent diligence, as dawn broke, Ye Feng opened his eyes, feeling the flow of inner strength within his dantian. A smile graced his lips as he rose to wash up and, after a brief warm-up, made his way toward the mission building. Perhaps due to the outbreak of the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha village had entered a state of heightened alert, with various ninjas clad in umbu attire and masked faces darting about the streets of Konoha. Occasionally, shinobi hawks could be seen soaring overhead, carrying messages of paramount importance. Ye Feng paid little attention to everything around him and quietly awaited at the designated meeting place agreed upon with Yashitai Zishiao. Before long, Chiodao Dingwei and Onma arrived at the task building, their expressions grave. Upon seeing Ye Feng, they stood beside him, looking listless, lost in their own thoughts. Upon witnessing this, Ye Feng harbored a faint sense of suspicion, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Noticing the 2 individuals appeared somewhat dispirited, Ye Feng chose to remain silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement before resuming his wait for Yushuxi Zishiao's arrival. Originally, Yushuxi Zishiao had always been punctual, but today, for reasons unknown, she arrived significantly late, making her appearance over an hour after Ye Feng and the others had begun their wait. Observing Ye Feng and his companions, Yushuxi Zishiao offered an apologetic smile, saying, "I apologize for the delay. I was held up by certain matters. Let us proceed with the task. Dingwei, Songyun. We are merely at the onset of this war. Your families possess formidable strength, and they are unlikely to encounter any peril. Furthermore, your current abilities are still quite limited. So focus on enhancing yourselves." Upon hearing Yushuxi Zishiao's words, Chiodao Dingwei and Onma Songyun, though still recovering, exhibited a more pronounced determination in their eyes. The group subsequently accepted several D-rank assignments and departed the mission building. Concerning these D-rank tasks, whether it involved weeding, cleaning, driving away wild beasts, babysitting, or searching for lost cats, Ye Feng faced no challenges whatsoever. In fact, during their babysitting duties, Onma Songyun and Chiodao Dingwei demonstrated remarkable proficiency, having seemingly undergone some prior experience. After a week of engaging in various D-rank missions, Ye Feng gradually grew accustomed to the task protocols. Moreover, after a week of cooperative training, the trio's synergy had begun to meet the required standards. On one particular day, after reuniting with Ye Feng and the others, Yushuxi Zishiao regarded them, particularly Ye Feng, and stated, "I trust you are all aware of the news regarding the Sand Ninja Village's incursion into the Land of Fire. As Konoha, a ninja village within the Land of Fire, it is imperative that we keep the Sand Ninja Village at bay. Currently, A substantial number of our ninjas have been deployed to the battlefield, resulting in an accumulation of tasks back in Konoha. Consequently, you no longer have the luxury of time to grow at a leisurely pace, while your presence on the battlefield is not required. It is essential for us as ninjas of Konoha to contribute to our village. What you can do now is to tackle the backlog of missions. Do you have any questions? Although her words were directed at the trio, Yushuxi Zishiao's gaze was particularly fixed on Ye Feng. Although Ye Feng possesses extraordinary talent and learns at an astonishing pace, including the swift assimilation of the wind release techniques imparted to him, his youth and lack of substantial mission experience concern Yushuxi Zishiao. He worries about the potential dangers Ye Feng might face during his first blood missions. However, as he mentioned, time for Ye Feng and his peers to mature is running short. As an elite jonin of Konoha, he is acutely aware of the harsh realities of war. If Ye Feng does not acclimate to bloodshed and killing soon, they will be compelled to the battlefield when conflict escalates, placing Ye Feng in even greater peril. Thus, he feels compelled to act accordingly. No problem. The moment I became a ninja, I understood that my days of tranquil learning at the Ninja Academy were over. So, rest assured, Teacher Zishiao, I am ready. Ye Feng understood the implications behind Yushitai Zishiao's words. Thus, despite feeling a tinge of anxiety, he steadfastly met her gaze. As for Chiodao Dingwei and Onma Songyun, they were no strangers to danger. As seasoned chunin, they had previously ventured out of the village on several missions, having encountered bloodshed. And therefore, they felt no fear in this regard. Very well, Yushitai Zishiao continued. You now have half an hour to prepare the necessary items for your expedition beyond the village. I have secured a C-rank mission for you, to escort a merchant convoy to the land of rivers. Given the considerable distance, Dingwei and Songyun, please inform Ye Feng of the supplies you require. We shall convene at the village entrance in half an hour. Dingwei, Songyun, Ye Feng. Remember that although this is classified as a C-rank mission, you are all aware of the current circumstances. Consequently, this C-rank mission could swiftly escalate to a B-rank or even an A-rank assignment. Thus, do not let your guard down. The land of rivers lies perilously close to the land of rain, nearing the battlefield. Escorting the merchant convoy to the land of rivers carries a significant risk of encountering elite squads from Tsunade, who may launch surprise assaults on Konoha's supply lines. Ye Feng did not anticipate that his first mission would entail such perilous circumstances. Nevertheless, having accepted the task, he felt no trepidation. After bowing respectfully to Yushirai Zishiao, he followed Chiodao Dingwei and Onma Songyun, hastening towards the ninja tools shop. Along the way, Chiodao Dingwei and Onma Songyun informed Ye Feng of the supplies required for their journey, while he meticulously noted everything down. This mission was a long-term undertaking, necessitating the exchange of his ninja tools, kunai, shuriken, and senbon for sharpened versions, in addition to replenishing chakra in the essential food pills. Though Ye Feng possessed Yuya wine, which could restore his internal energy, it was insufficient to stave off hunger. Besides these items, Ye Feng sought an opportunity to bid farewell to his friends. Parting ways with Chiodao Dingwei and Onma Songyun, he visited a ramen shop and a barbecue restaurant to procure some steaming hot food, which he subsequently concealed in his system's space for future needs. Under normal circumstances, lighting a fire outdoors was prohibited, and Ye Feng wished to avoid consuming excessive food pills that offered little benefit to his body, thus he resorted to this arrangement. Having completed all preparations, he made his way to the entrance of Konoha village. Chapter 49, Escorting the Merchant Caravan. The land of rivers, also known as the River Country, is situated at the intersection of the Fire Country and the Wind Country, with certain routes serving as vital passages to the land of rain. This mission involved escorting a merchant caravan to the River Country. Although the route through Sakura Red City was not a direct path to the land of rain and differed significantly from supply transport routes, it was not inconceivable that some shinobi from Tsunade might traverse this road to circumvent the Konoha ninjas clearing the area, venturing deeper into the Fire Country. Thus, while this was classified as a C-rank mission, the nature of missions is inherently unpredictable. Should the caravan agree to unforeseen circumstances, such as increasing the bounty, they would be obligated to fulfill the task upon acceptance. Generally, C-rank missions do not encounter ninjas. Only missions ranked B and above are likely to face rogue ninjas or defectors from various villages. Ye Feng regarded this mission with considerable seriousness. After ensuring he had all necessary provisions, he felt somewhat unprepared and spent the remainder of his funds on several explosive tags before finally heading toward Konoha village's entrance. It is fair to say that Ye Feng harbored a profound fear of death. He believed that no one could emerge unscathed from the experience of death without a resolute faith, akin to the beliefs he held in his past life in Huaxia. In this reincarnation within the shinobi world, Ye Feng was unwilling to risk his life for a mission, even for Konoha village. He would charge into battle without hesitation, even aware of his likely defeat. It is no exaggeration to assert that if danger arose during the mission, and if Yeshirashi Zishu were obstructed and unable to offer assistance, Ye Feng would unflinchingly abandon the mission and his companions, Sudao Dingwei and Onmot Songyun, and flee alone, even if it meant becoming a rogue ninja. These explosive tags were Ye Feng's precautionary measure for unforeseen events. Shortly thereafter, upon reaching the village entrance, Yeshirashi Zishu offered no further words, instructing Ye Feng to scout ahead at the front of the caravan. Sudao Dingwei and Onmot Songyun positioned themselves in the middle, while Yeshirashi Zishu took the rear. Once the tactical arrangements were made, he presented the exit order, prompting the two gatekeepers to begin forming hand seals, unsealing the gates and allowing the caravan to gradually depart from Konoha village. As Ye Feng embarked on his inaugural journey from the village of the leaves, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Positioned at the forefront of the convoy, he paved the way. Surrounding Konoha was a verdant expanse of forest, which, as legend has it, was crafted by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, through his unparalleled mastery of wood release. This clearly attests to the formidable prowess of the first Hokage. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Hashirama's strength reached unparalleled heights, even if he did not attain the level of the Sage of Six Paths. He was undeniably superior to most Kage. Hence, it was often jested that while the first Hokage wielded wood release to conquer the world, Yamato utilized it for mere greening, highlighting the vast disparity between their wood release techniques. As the convoy meandered slowly through the forest, the pace was notably sluggish due to the presence of the caravan. With little to occupy his time, Ye Feng began practicing his hand seals, striving to enhance his speed. Ever since he had achieved the remarkable feat of performing 3 seals per second with one hand and 5 with both, his progress had plateaued. However, Ye Feng remained unperturbed, for his current speed was already comparable to that of several elite jonin, surpassing even some of the more skilled among them. Even the renowned Uchiha Itachi, the future king of the seas, could only manage 6 seals per second, albeit with one hand, which still rendered his speed twice that of Ye Feng's single-handed execution. Young man, it's time to take a break. Just as Ye Feng was engrossed in his practice, the convoy's leader, an elder named Sato Niza, called out to him in a leisurely manner. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng raised his head and was instantly struck by a wave of frustration. It was still quite early for lunch, and they had only traveled for a mere 2 hours. Was it truly necessary to rest now? At this pace, one could only wonder when they would reach their destination. The thought of his 100 sea-level missions made Ye Feng feel a sense of dread. Nonetheless, he reminded himself that they were merely ordinary individuals and decided to comply with the instructions. I will keep watch. You all take a moment to rest and maintain your peak performance. Seeing the speechless expression on Ye Feng's face, Yushuxi Zishio immediately understood his thoughts. She moved to the front, issued a command to Ye Feng, and took over his position, commencing her vigil. As Ye Feng observed that Yusho-washi Zishio had concurred, he ceased to linger on his doubts and effortlessly settled beside her, engaging in the cultivation of the 9-yang divine art while simultaneously practicing hand seals. Young man, how diligent you are. How old are you this year? Sato Nisuna remarked, a glimmer of astonishment crossing her eyes as she looked at Ye Feng, inquiring further. Is there something you need? While you may be my employer, it seems we are not particularly well acquainted, are we? Ye Feng furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, gazing at the elderly man whose face bore a smile. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of insincerity in the old man's grin, as if there were an underlying dissonance in his demeanor. With a growing sense of suspicion, he discreetly glanced at the vigilant Yushui Zishio, who appeared oblivious to his scrutiny, maintaining a watchful eye on their surroundings, ever wary of hidden foes that might ambush their convoy. Although they were within the borders of the Land of Fire and in close proximity to Konoha village, this proximity did not guarantee safety from danger. Mountain bandits, wandering ninjas, and even enemy ninjas intent on causing chaos in the Land of Fire could lurk nearby, necessitating a measure of vigilance. Observing Yushui Zishio's alertness, Ye Feng couldn't help but wonder if he was being overly suspicious. Perhaps the old man posed no threat after all. Yushui Zishio, a legendary ninja and one of the 8 colors of Konoha, possessed vast experience. Any suspicions that Ye Feng perceived, he surely would have noticed as well. Thus, Ye Feng dismissed his doubts and, after bidding farewell to the elderly man, suppressed his unease to resume his training. However, compared to his earlier ease, he now felt an intensified sense of caution. After a brief respite of half an hour, the convoy resumed its journey. As they navigated through a canyon, an alarm rang in Ye Feng's mind, prompting him to activate his Byakugan and survey the surroundings. He immediately discerned shadowy figures clad in grayish-white lurking on either side, brandishing weapons. Without hesitation, Ye Feng shouted, "Halt! There is an ambush ahead. Attack!" No sooner had his words rang out than massive boulders and thick wooden stakes were hurled down from the canyon walls. Ye Feng, determined to vanquish their foes without mercy, employed his illusion techniques in concert with his abilities, while a Kimichi Dingwei shielded the convoy, intercepting the boulders and stakes aimed at them. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, seemingly just grasping the situation, issued commands to Ye Feng and the others. Upon hearing the command, Ye Feng and his companions did not hesitate, each assumed their designated role. Ye Feng executed his soaring technique, propelling himself towards the edges of the canyon. Before even nearing his target, he swiftly formed hand seals, lightning release, lightning ball. Boom. In an instant, a thunderous sphere surged towards the canyon, shattering the rocky precipice above and sending a cacophony of anguished cries echoing in Ye Feng's ears. Ye Feng hesitated not for a moment, swiftly ascending above the gorge, drawing forth his Ziwei soft sword. With his left hand, he unleashed the 18 dragon subduing palms. And with his right, he executed the Huashan sword techniques, relentlessly dispatching the fleeing bandits. In an instant, the entire gorge was awash in blood. With crimson streams flowing and severed limbs strewn about, the pungent stench of blood overwhelming Ye Feng's senses, nearly inducing nausea. Chapter 50. The Trial? Although it was Ye Feng's inaugural experience in taking a life, and the oppressive atmosphere of bloodshed churned his stomach, he did not cease his onslaught. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind, yet at that moment, Ye Feng was far too engrossed in his macabre task to heed it. After vanquishing the bandits to his left, he swiftly turned his attention to those controlled by Anma from the clouds. Soon, having dispatched this group of marauders, a lingering sense of danger still enveloped him, and an even more ominous feeling penetrated his consciousness. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings. Yet he found no enemies in sight. At that moment, the originally vigilant Akadu Dingwei and Kurama from Yun, who had been guarding the convoy, suddenly revealed a katana that had appeared from nowhere, striking towards Akadu Dingwei and Kurama from Yun with a swift slash. Upon noticing this, Ye Feng's expression changed dramatically. "Dingwei, Akimichi, be wary of what lies behind you." Both Akimichi Dingwei and Anma Tsongyun, upon hearing Ye Feng's thunderous shout, instinctively sensed the imminent danger behind them. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly distanced themselves from their original positions. At that very moment, Mitsurashi Zishia bellowed, "Mission change. They are spies infiltrating our Konoha. Eliminate the ninjas in the convoy." With that, Mitsurashi Zishia charged towards Sato Ursha. "When did you uncover my presence?" Sato Ursha, witnessing the advantageous situation disrupted by Ye Feng and Mitsurashi Zishia, immediately revealed his true self, his face darkening as he confronted Mitsurashi Zishia. "Humph. Do you think Konoha is feeble? For days, you sought excuses to leave the station, wandering aimlessly throughout Konoha, even daring to infiltrate the Hokage's office to steal our frontline defense plans. Truly deluded. The only reason I allowed you to linger until now was to use you as a test for my subordinates." Mitsurashi Zishu scoffed, his disdain palpable. Following his words, his hands moved with lightning speed to form seals, lightning release, thunderstorm tornado, wind release, great breakthrough. In an instant, two immensely powerful A-rank ninjutsu were unleashed by Mitsurashi Zishu, who then brandished a kunai and swiftly advanced towards Sato Ursha. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, observing the unfolding scene, cast aside any thoughts regarding the opponent's ability to obscure his Byakugan. He swiftly executed the flying body technique, reaching the sides of Akimichi Dingwei and Anma Tsongyun, joining forces with them to eliminate the unknown ninjas concealed within the convoy. The surrounding ordinary citizens, terrified by the spectacle before them, scattered in panic, frantically fleeing in all directions. Dingwei utilized the Akimichi secret technique to protect Tsongyun. "I will handle the rest." Ninjutsu, Chidori, dragons descending 18 palms. Ye Feng swiftly assessed the situation before charging towards three formidable ninjas, whose strength, while considerable, paled in comparison to that of a jonin. With a flicker of lightning, several thunderous dragons surged forth towards the trio. Following this, he executed the flying body technique, hastily closing the distance. Drawing the ZY soft sword from his waist, he unleashed a swift glimmer of cold light, which carved a crimson line across the neck of one of the chunin. Having completed this maneuver, Ye Feng did not linger. He advanced toward the remaining two, who had finally regained their wits. With a motion as effortless as slicing through tofu, he severed the kunai from one of their hands. Subsequently, a dense wave of sword energy erupted forth. The ZY soft sword radiated brilliance as the blade approached, with streams of sword energy relentlessly slicing through the bodies of the two adversaries. Before they could muster a single scream, their bodies lay drenched in blood. Eyes wide open in disbelief, gazing helplessly at Ye Feng. With great effort, they raised their hands, pointing accusingly at him, before they fell to the ground in defeat. It was as if they questioned why Ye Feng, merely a genin of such tender years, possessed such overwhelming combat prowess. Ye Feng paid no heed to the three he had just dispatched. With a flick of his wrist, he cast away the bloodstains from his soft sword, Ziwa, and secured it at his waist. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the area engulfed in explosions. As for the remaining lower ninjas, with Akimichi Dingwei and Onma Songyun's cooperation, they posed little threat. Upon reaching the vicinity of the explosions, Ye Feng concealed himself in the shadows, his eyes gleaming as he observed the fierce battle between the two elite jonin. He had yet to witness such a high-caliber conflict, and the opportunity to spectate was not one he would squander. In the arena, Uchiha Zishiao's black hair billowed in the wind, a sharp energy emanating from his kunai. He executed the body flicker technique in rapid succession, evading his opponent's earth release attack, and appeared before Sato Nizuna, thrusting his kunai towards the latter's neck. However, Sato Nizuna, also an elite jonin, reacted with astonishing speed. He drew his kunai and met Uchiha Zishiao's strike head-on, using the recoil to propel himself backward. In midair, he swiftly formed hand seals, earth release, earth dragon bullet technique, lightning release, lightning needle thousand birds. Unfazed, Uchiha Zishiu countered the approaching earth dragon with his own lightning release, simultaneously altering his hand seals, employing the body flicker technique to distance himself from his previous position, launching a wind release attack towards the spot he had just vacated. At that moment, the ground, which had been devoid of activity, suddenly cracked open. Sato Nizuna emerged from the earth, yet he found no sign of Uchiha Zishiu. Instead, he saw a wind release technique hurtling towards him. Cursing inwardly, Sato Nizuna hastily formed hand seals, earth release, earth flow wall. Just as he was about to defend against the wind release, Uchiha Zishiu, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, materialized behind Sato Nizuna. His kunai glimmered with arcs of lightning, and in a swift motion, he slashed across Sato Nizuna's neck. When did this happen? Sato Nizuna felt a sharp pain at his throat and, in astonishment, turned to gaze at the coldly composed Uchiha Zishiu. With a final, unwilling utterance, he collapsed to the ground. Hidden nearby, Ye Feng and the lower ninjas who had been engaged in the earlier carnage were met with expressions of shock from Akimichi Dingwei and Onma Songyun as they joined Ye Feng. Previously, Uchiha Zishiu had unleashed his speed like lightning, and the lightning release he wielded was evidently not ordinary. It shimmered with a violet hue. They merely caught a glimpse of a purple figure slicing through the air, appearing in an instant behind Sato Nizuna. Even Ye Feng, who had activated his Byakugan, could only discern Uchiha Zishiu's fleeting silhouette. Had Uchiha Zishiu targeted him, even if he were to detect the attack, he would be unable to react in time. Each of these elite jonin possessed their unique skills, even if their combat prowess did not reach the level of Hokage. A moment of carelessness could lead to their demise at the hands of an elite jonin. From this point forward, they would need to exercise greater caution. Previously, Uchiha Zishiu had evidently employed his ultimate technique, which allowed him to swiftly eliminate Sato Nizuna. Their combat awareness was perpetually attuned to predict their adversaries' movements. At present, Ye Feng realized that he was ill-equipped to confront Uchiha Zishiu, let alone Sato Nizuna. They had performed admirably, particularly Ye Feng, whose performance was commendable. However, upon spotting Sato Nizuna, why did he not trust his instincts? Remember, at times, one's intuition is far more reliable than the words of others. While I serve as your instructor and have attained the rank of elite jonin, it does not imply that I am infallible. If this mission were not merely a trial but a genuine battlefield, and I failed to notice the enemy's anomaly while you dismissed your own observations as mere illusions, should the enemy launch a sudden assault, would you still consider yourselves fortunate? Uchiha Zishiu first praised the group's performance before turning to Ye Feng with a cautionary reminder. Chapter 51. The flaw of the Byakugan. Upon hearing the words of Yushirashi Zishiu, the expressions of the three, including Leaf Maple, varied distinctly. Previously, Leaf Maple had noticed the unnatural demeanor of Sato Nishina, and to his astonishment, the latter was able to obscure his chakra perception from his Byakugan. It is well known that the Byakugan grants the ability to see the chakra within a ninja's body. Yet, throughout their journey, despite not intentionally focusing on Sato Nishina and others, Leaf Maple would occasionally activate his Byakugan to assess their surroundings. The Byakugan possesses a panoramic view of 360 degrees, even though Leaf Maple, due to his constrained position, had limited visibility behind him. Sato Nishina and his companions remained under the vigilant gaze of his Byakugan. If it were merely Sato Nishina, it might have been tolerable. But even the other lower-ranking ninjas eluded his perception entirely, leaving Leaf Maple in a state of astonishment. Are you perplexed as to why, despite their identities as ninjas. Your Byakugan could not detect the flow of their chakra? Yoshirashi Zishiao, noticing the confusion on Leaf Maple's face, could easily surmise the thoughts occupying his mind. Ye Feng, upon noticing that Mitsui Zishiu had discerned his confusion, did not conceal his thoughts but merely nodded while gazing at Mitsui with curiosity. The Byakugan indeed possesses the ability to perceive the flow of chakra within a ninja, however, since the Warring States period. The Hyuga clan has been a prestigious lineage within the ninja world, and thus the capabilities of the Byakugan have been extensively studied. Furthermore, during the First Shinobi World War, the ninja of the Hyuga clan constituted the backbone of Konohagakure, making it exceedingly difficult for the other ninja villages to execute ambushes against the forces of the Leaf. Yet, do you truly believe that such a scenario could persist indefinitely? Any jutsu or secret techniques that pose a threat to the major ninja villages, including bloodline limits, are subjects of scrutiny across all villages, and Konohagakure is no exception. Mitsui Zishiu regarded Ye Feng and elaborated on the merits and demerits of the Byakugan. Pausing momentarily before continuing, although the various abilities of the Byakugan have not been entirely unraveled by the other ninja villages, some temporary methods to obstruct its perception have been discovered, namely sealing techniques. By preemptively employing a sealing technique to confine one's chakra within their body, one can effectively obscure their presence from the Byakugan. Similarly, on the battlefield, each village establishes sealing techniques at their supply depots to prevent the Byakugan from locating their resources. Otherwise, should the location of these supplies be disclosed to Konohagakure, they could merely assemble their elite forces to obliterate the resource caches of the other villages, thereby rendering the war effortlessly concluded. Thus, young Ye Feng, it is imperative that you never overestimate your own abilities, as doing so may lead to your downfall. It is undeniable that ninja endowed with bloodline limits possess innate strength superior to those of ordinary ninja. However, this does not imply that an ordinary ninja cannot surpass their bloodline counterparts. Upon hearing the words of Yeshitai Zishiao, Ye Feng was taken aback. Although Zishiao's remarks were not exhaustive, they were undeniably applicable to the present situation. Figures such as Kakashi, Might Guy, and the likes of Hitaki Tsukumo, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the future Minato Namikaze, all emerged as ninjas devoid of bloodline limits. Yet, could the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, prior to awakening their ultimate familial powers, truly claim to be their equals? Even with the activation of the Meijiki Sharingan or the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, could they decisively surpass the likes of Hitaki Tsukumo? Any jutsu or secret technique, or the myriad abilities exhibited by the Uchiha and Hyuga, would inevitably be studied upon their emergence, leading to the discovery of countermeasures. Unless one could evolve the Sharingan or Byakugan into the Rinnegan or the Rebirth Eye, any lapse in vigilance could result in defeat or even death at the hands of a ninja lacking a bloodline limit. Just as in this instance, had Ye Feng been overly confident in his Byakugan, could he have survived the sudden assault by Sato Ursha? Reflecting on this, Ye Feng solemnly nodded. No matter how formidable the ocular techniques, ninjutsu, or secret arts may be, none are invincible. The true invincibility lies in a ninja's mastery over themselves. Consider the Wood Release and the Flying Thunder God technique. Are these two jutsu truly invincible? One has earned the title of the God of Shinobi for Senja Hashirama, while the other established Minato Namikaze as the Golden Flash, the unparalleled fourth Hokage. Yet, if others were to grasp these techniques, could they wield them with the same finesse as Hashirama and Minato? Ultimately, it depends on who employs these abilities. Thank you, Teacher Zishiu. I will take your words to heart. Upon realizing this, Ye Feng earnestly expressed his gratitude to Yeshitai Zishiao. No need for thanks. You are my subordinate and the future of Konoha. I naturally have the duty to guide you. Moreover, with your intelligence, you would have discerned this matter swiftly, even without my assistance. Seeing Ye Feng's enlightenment, Zishiu waved his hand with a content smile. All right, let us tidy up the battlefield and return to the village. Despite your numerous shortcomings this time, overall, it was commendable. Due to the involvement of an elite Genin, this mission has been elevated to an A-rank task. This task will be recorded in your records. Thank you, Teacher Zishiu. Akimichi Dingwei and Kurama Shun had their eyes gleam with excitement at the mention of an A-rank task, which is not something easily accomplished under ordinary circumstances. They had not anticipated that what appeared to be a testing mission would ascend to A-rank, which thrilled both Dingwei and Shun. The record of this A-rank task would significantly benefit their future promotions to Genin. As for Ye Feng, upon Zishiao's announcement of the task change, he instinctively glanced at his attribute panel, immediately noticing that his task progress bar had transformed from 0-100 to 10-100. Clearly, completing this newly classified A-rank task was equivalent to finishing 10 C-rank tasks, which elated Ye Feng immensely. Swiftly, he joined Akimichi Dingwei and Kurama Shun in clearing the battlefield. Gathering the supplies from the convoy and locating the scattered laborers, as the group made their way back to Konoha with the materials in tow. The reason they could not use sealing scrolls to transport all the supplies was simply that sealing scrolls are exceedingly precious, and their limited space could not accommodate such a large quantity of materials. Although Ye Feng possessed a system space, revealing such an asset was not advisable. So they had to resort to this cumbersome method. After 3 days of travel, the group finally returned to Konoha village. After bidding farewell to Yeshitai Zixiao, the three returned to their homes to recuperate. Despite the brief duration of their outing, the unexpected events and the fatigue from travel left everyone quite exhausted. Meanwhile, Yeshitai Zixiao proceeded to the Hokage building to report the mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 52, The Unreliable Tsunade, The Art of Dice Listening upon returning home. Ye Feng did not train in ninjutsu or martial arts. After washing away the dust of travel, he examined the achievements related to his first kill of a bandit and his first kill of a nin. These two accomplishments rewarded him with a set of mesmerizing hidden weapon techniques and a soundwave technique known as Ghostly Wind. After claiming his rewards and familiarizing himself with them briefly, he decided to set them aside for the moment, planning to delve deeper into them once he had perfected the 9-yang divine skill and reached a bottleneck in his martial arts and ninjutsu training. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began to cultivate the 9-yang divine skill, accumulating internal energy. At present, his 9-yang divine skill was on the verge of completion. He merely needed to unblock the Rin and do meridians and, at the moment of breaking through to the innate realm, accept the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to shatter the numerous barriers throughout his body. Only then could the 9-yang divine skill be fully realized. Of course, aside from this method, there was another, purchasing a Qiankuan 1 Qi bag from the system shop to practice the 9-yang divine skill within it. Utilizing the bag's characteristics, he could achieve mastery of the 9-yang divine skill before unblocking the Rin and do meridians. Both methods aimed for the same outcome, with no clear superiority or inferiority. However, at present, Ye Feng found himself financially constrained and unable to afford the Qiankuan 1 Qi bag, thus leading him to rely on this less efficient method for his training. As time passed, it was only in the evening that Ye Feng finally opened his eyes. After a brief stretch, he stepped out of his room. Just then, Hinata Hanabi suddenly burst into the courtyard, her beautiful eyes lighting up upon seeing Ye Feng. And without hesitation, she grabbed his hand and hurriedly pulled him toward the Hinata ancestral home. Ye Feng stared blankly at Hinata Hanabi, and it was not until they exited the Hinata ancestral home that he finally came to his senses and hurriedly inquired, "Hanabi, what happened? Where are you taking me?" "Ye Feng-kun, it's fortunate that you returned from your mission. Sister Tsunade is set to lead a team to the front lines in the Land of Rain tomorrow, so we are preparing to gather with her. Moreover, Sister Tsunade has some things to give you." "Is that so? You should have mentioned it earlier. I was under the impression that something serious had occurred." Ye Feng nodded in understanding. He had previously found it strange that a Tsunade's sole disciple, she would embark on a mission without informing him. It now appeared that she had yet to depart. Shortly thereafter, following Hanabi to the back mountain, Ye Feng observed Tsunade and the others chattering animatedly about something. In the center, a plethora of ingredients was spread across the ground, and Ye Feng's expression darkened. So, he had come here merely to assume the role of a chef. "Little Ye Feng, you finally arrived. I was beginning to think I wouldn't have the chance to bid you farewell. I can't believe you returned from your mission today. How did it feel to undertake your first C-rank mission?" Tsunade asked, her arms crossed over her ample bosom, a gleeful smile gracing her face as she looked at Ye Feng. Ye Feng pursed his lips, reflecting on his first experience with taking a life. At that moment, he had felt a wave of nausea, yet in the heat of battle, he managed to suppress that unsettling sensation. Subsequently, with the change of mission, he had no time to dwell on it. By the end of the skirmish, the feeling of revulsion had been cast aside. Now, as he surveyed the ground littered with various ingredients, replete with the blood of numerous creatures, he couldn't help but wonder if Tsunade's inquiry was merely an attempt to see him falter. "By the way, Sensei, I heard from Shinosuke a few days ago that Sunagakure had mobilized its forces in full force. Why have you not yet departed?" Ye Feng looked at Tsunade with curiosity. "Little one, do you really wish for me to leave?" Tsunade fiercely tousled Ye Feng's hair, making it a mess, before bringing her charming face closer to his and inquiring. Ye Feng, engulfed in a profound sense of despair as he endured the relentless torment from Tsunade, secretly vowed that upon his maturation, he would decisively pin her to the ground and exact his revenge. Yet, he managed to muster a faint smile and said, "No, perhaps you should refrain from the battlefield." "Teacher?" Tsunade scoffed, finding his lack of sincerity amusing. The village of Tsunade had indeed unleashed its formidable ninja forces to invade the Land of Fire. Masters SHM and Orochimaru, along with Jiraiya, had already set forth with the Leaf Village ninjas to confront the encroaching threat. As for Ye Feng, he had been diligently occupied with preparations for the imminent war, gathering supplies and assembling medical ninjas, which had delayed him for several days. "Hurry and bring out that exquisite liquor. I am simply craving it," she urged, casting an expectant glance at Ye Feng. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng nodded in understanding. "By the way, have I not already provided the recipe for the Yuya wine to my teacher? What about the payment?" Previously, Tsunade had recognized the value of the Yuya wine and had proposed a collaboration with Ye Feng to profit from it. Now, observing Tsunade's current state, it was evident that she had not tasted the Yuya wine in quite some time, prompting him to regard her with suspicion. "It's still in preparation. Tsunade paused upon hearing this, then offered an awkward smile, her beautiful eyes darting away, unable to meet Ye Feng's gaze. "Teacher, you wouldn't have gambled away the recipe for the Yuya wine, would you?" Seeing Tsunade's demeanor, Ye Feng helplessly rubbed his forehead, a sense of foreboding beginning to arise within him. "Pa, do you truly think I am such an unreliable person?" Tsunade retorted, lightly tapping Ye Feng's head. The Yuya wine was of immense significance and could only circulate within Konoha. Otherwise, what advantage would Konoha have in the future? What is the situation then? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Ye Feng let out a sigh of relief. As long as the formula remained undisclosed, everything would be fine. However, "I have already wagered the entire revenue of Yuya liquor for 3 years. Tsunade suddenly fidgeted while gazing at Ye Feng, her head lowered, resembling a wayward girl bracing herself for parental reprimand. Goodness, this woman is truly reckless. She has barely opened her establishment and already gambled away 3 years' worth of earnings. If this continues, who knows to whom Yuya liquor will belong in the future?" Ye Feng stared blankly at Tsunade, his mind swirling with incredulous thoughts. He secretly questioned whether he would truly take Tsunade under his wing when he grew up. While Tsunade possessed undeniable beauty, the title of Big Cash Cow was not something an ordinary man could sustain. At this moment, Ye Feng harbored serious doubts about whether Tsunade's disinterest in Jiraiya in the original story stemmed from his lack of wealth. "Teacher, come on. Let me take you to win it back." Such a significant sum of money could not simply be lost to Tsunade. Moreover, he needed to personally oversee the operations of the Yuya liquor afterward, or else Tsunade would inevitably squander it all. Grasping Tsunade's delicate hand, he disregarded the others, racing towards the casino. "Hey, wait. Let us finish our meal first. Do you even know how to gamble?" Tsunade hurriedly halted Ye Feng, instructing him to prepare the meal while casting a suspicious glance in his direction. "All right, but after we eat, we must win back 3 years' worth of revenue for Yuya liquor. From now on, I will manage it, and we will ensure that you receive your share each month." Ye Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Who couldn't he make such claims? Today, he would demonstrate to Tsunade what it truly meant to be a master gambler, swiftly preparing the ingredients and hastily finishing his meal. He seized Tsunade's hand and rushed towards the casino. Although Ye Feng lacked proficiency in gambling techniques and petty tricks, his extraordinary ability to perceive commands set him apart from the ordinary. As long as his opponent refrained from any deceitful tactics, he remained confident in his chances. Thus, he stood beside Tsunade, guiding her bets and serving as her behind-the-scenes strategist. Before long, their initial stake of 10,000 Ryo had escalated to 500,000 Ryo. At this moment, the dealer was drenched in sweat, cautiously glancing at Ye Feng. Noticing that Ye Feng had not activated his Byakugan and that the equipment for detecting ninja techniques showed no signs of disturbance, he felt compelled to continue shaking the dice cup under the pressure of the eager gamblers. "Teacher, I bet it all on the leopard." Ye Feng listened carefully for a while, then whispered to Tsunade, "All right." Upon hearing this, Tsunade, exhilarated, wagered the entirety of the 50,000 taels she had won on the leopard. 3 ones, leopard. As the dealer unveiled the dice, 3 ones astonishingly appeared within the cup. "Young brother, you possess remarkable skills. Might you be interested in a wager with me?" At this moment, the dealer could no longer withstand the tension and summoned their boss. "Very well, regarding the stakes, the total revenue of Yuya liquor for 3 years, a single round to determine the victor. Should you win, you will take both the 50,000 taels and 10 times the leopard's winnings. Should you lose, the 3-year revenue of Yuya liquor will revert to us, and thereafter, the teacher shall not engage in any bets concerning Yuya liquor." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng did not hesitate and directly articulated his intentions. Chapter 53, Tsunade's Departure. The casino owner, upon listening to Ye Feng's words, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Very well, however, In this game of high and low, I shall be the banker. The one who rolls the lower number shall be the victor. Ye Feng's ability to interpret the dice has already been demonstrated. However, understanding the nuances of the dice does not equate to the skill of rolling them. Furthermore, he has secured a safeguard for himself. As long as he rolls even the slightest value, he, as the banker, will claim victory regardless. Indeed, Ye Feng smiled confidently. Let us begin. Upon hearing Ye Feng's agreement, the casino owner slammed his hand on the table, sending the dice cup flying. He swiftly grasped the cup and filled it with the dice from the table, then began to shake it violently. The surrounding gamblers were awestruck by the casino owner's dexterity, murmuring in astonishment. Even Tsunade watched the casino owner with bated breath, her expression akin to that of a young girl stepping onto a battlefield. Her body tense and her heart racing. The enormity of this gamble caused a slight apprehension to stir within her, as her delicate hand clutched Ye Feng's tightly. Ye Feng observed the anxious demeanor of Tsunade, shaking his head in amusement as he gently pinched her delicate palm, a gentle smile gracing his face. It seemed that Tsunade, sensing Ye Feng's confidence, gradually calmed her frayed nerves. Meanwhile, the flamboyant casino owner shook the dice cup with extravagant flair. As Ye Feng's impatience grew, the owner abruptly slammed the cup onto the betting table. All around, gamblers, including Tsunade, fixed their gazes intently upon the dice cup, noticing the collective scrutiny. The casino owner wore a smug smile as he slowly lifted the cup, revealing the dice stacked neatly inside, with the top dice showing a solitary dot. The onlookers erupted in astonishment, and even Tsunade's face betrayed a hint of disappointment. Clearly, the owner had emerged victorious in this round. Without so much as a word to Ye Feng, the casino owner reached for the money on the table. However, as his hand brushed against the cash, Ye Feng swiftly grasped his wrist. What is this? My good sir, I trust you understand the principle of gamble and loss, do you not? The casino owner, taken aback by Ye Feng's grip, furrowed his brow and glared at him with hostility. Ah, I certainly comprehend the principle of gamble and loss, but tell me, how can you be so certain of your victory when I have yet to roll the dice? Ye Feng smiled faintly, gazing unwaveringly at the casino owner. I have drawn a slight advantage. I am the banker. Even if you draw the same, it is still my victory. Nevertheless, to spare you further disappointment, go ahead and draw. It is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, the casino owner shrugged, freed himself from Ye Feng's grasp, and gestured invitingly towards him. Ye Feng smiled faintly, grasping the dice cup and tossing the dice within. In stark contrast to the flamboyant techniques of the casino owner, Ye Feng appeared as a novice, eliciting sighs and headshakes from the surrounding gamblers. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him, Ye Feng leisurely shook the dice cup a couple of times before slamming it onto the gaming table. He gestured politely to the casino owner, signaling him to reveal the contents of the dice cup. The casino owner pursed his lips and casually lifted the cup, only to find himself wide-eyed and rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the sight before him. Instead of dice, the table was covered in a mound of white powder. Your skills are remarkable, I concede. I will forfeit the revenue from the jade liquid wine for 3 years. Here is the contract, which you may dispose of as you see fit. Furthermore, my casino shall no longer accept jade liquid wine as a wager. Additionally, here are 5,500,000 taels. Please accept it. The casino owner, momentarily stunned, then inquired of the dealer whether Ye Feng had employed any special abilities. The answer was evidently clear. Thus, he promptly acknowledged his defeat, retrieved the contract, and handed over the winnings Ye Feng had secured from his previous bet on the leopard. Thank you, my teacher. Let us depart. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng nodded, tearing the contract to shreds before taking Tsunade's delicate hand and leading her out of the casino. Wow, little Ye Feng, I never anticipated you possessed such a skill. Come, teach me. Tsunade, still dazed, was pulled along by Ye Feng. After a while, she came to her senses, her eyes sparkling with excitement like a young girl discovering something novel as she gazed at Ye Feng. Master, this skill requires time and ample practice to master. Let us discuss it further when you return from the battlefield. Ye Feng observed Tsunade, whose excitement resembled that of a carefree young girl, and helplessly shook his head. He said to Tsunade, in the future, please refrain from pawning the UUO wine. As for business matters, leave them to me. You only need to collect the earnings each month. Upon hearing this, Tsunade pouted and nodded in agreement at that moment. Their roles seemed to have reversed, with Ye Feng assuming the role of a strict mentor and Tsunade resembling a wayward child. That is well, he continued. It is getting late. You should return and rest. I shall come to escort you in the morning. Despite Tsunade's unreliability on this occasion, the outcome was ultimately quite favorable. Not only had she regained the formula for UUO wine, but she had also made a profit of 550,000 taels. Ample enough to upgrade her burdensome equipment. Such equipment requires the crafting of special materials to ensure it can be worn comfortably on a daily basis. As a time traveler, Ye Feng is acutely aware that the human body is a vast treasure trove. Thus, from an early age, he has placed immense emphasis on physical training. Each day, he adorned himself with weighted gear, never shedding it even during his cultivation and combat endeavors. Previously, it was his body's latent strength that shattered the dice within the cup, which is why the devices designed to detect a ninja's unique abilities remained unresponsive. After parting ways with Tsunade, Ye Feng did not depart immediately. Instead, he visited the marketplace to procure various materials. He commissioned a set of weighted equipment, ranging from 300 to 500 pounds, before returning home to utilize his masterful culinary skills to prepare provisions. Tsunade's usual pastimes, aside from gambling, include indulging in exquisite cuisine and fine wines. As he prepares to head into battle, where meals are typically communal and bland, and where cooking is not an option to avoid revealing their location, he understands the necessity of preparing palatable rations for the arduous journey ahead. As Ye Feng prepared to embark on his journey as a rebellious disciple, it was imperative for him to charm Tsunade. Thus, he busied himself with the creation of delectable provisions for her. The night swiftly passed, and as the first light of dawn broke, Ye Feng stretched and yawned before meticulously storing the abundant supplies into his sealing scroll. He hurried to the entrance of Konoha village, where a plethora of goods lay atop a cart, and several ninjas were exchanging farewells with their families, Tsunade among them. "Teacher," he said, "this is a farewell gift I prepared for you. Please, do try not to be too moved." Ye Feng sought out Tsunade, presenting her with the sealed scroll he had been cradling. With a teasing tone, he spoke. Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback, and then noticed the faint signs of fatigue etched on Ye Feng's face, clearly indicating he had sacrificed a night of sleep to prepare a gift for her. A warmth spread through Tsunade's heart as she unfurled the scroll, revealing a bounty of enticing provisions emanating an alluring aroma. Deeply touched, she expressed her gratitude, urging him to diligently complete his missions and await her return in Konoha, cautioning him not to neglect his medical ninjutsu. Should she discover any lapse in his skills upon her return, he would surely face her wrath. As she spoke, Tsunade bent down, presenting a magnificent array of provisions before Ye Feng, delighting his eyes. Noticing the glimmer in his gaze, Tsunade shot him a playful glare, then, with a playful pout, planted a kiss on his forehead and proclaimed with spirited enthusiasm, "Let us depart." At her command, the ninjas escorting the supplies bid farewell to their loved ones, and the convoy slowly exited the village of Konoha. Chapter 54. The flourishing sales of Yuya liquor. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Ye Feng made his way towards the Konoha marketplace. The previous day, Tsunade had briefed him on the status of the Yuya liquor shop. Although Yuya liquor was indeed a remarkable product, neither Tsunade nor the individuals responsible for its sale had taken any initiative, resulting in most ninjas in Konoha being unaware of its chakra-enhancing properties. Consequently, while the business was faring reasonably well, it paled in comparison to Ye Feng's expectations. Now that Ye Feng had taken on the management of Yuya liquor, he could not allow it to stagnate. Though not particularly concerned about money, he understood that cultivation required substantial resources. Unlike the original timeline where Naruto and his peers had everything at their disposal due to the guidance of an exceptional mentor, such as the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who earned a golden reputation through his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Ye Feng recognized that without ample funds to procure sealing scrolls for practicing this technique, achieving the advanced stages would be nearly impossible. Moreover, in order to maintain the Flying Thunder God mark on Kunai for an extended period, it was essential to acquire chakra-infused metal. Only Kunai imbued with chakra metal could preserve the Flying Thunder God mark over time. Accomplishing these objectives required a considerable investment of both time and money. Ye Feng was uncertain whether his Byakugan would eventually evolve to manifest space-time ninjutsu. Even if it could, the timeline for such an evolution remained a mystery. Thus, Ye Feng held a profound interest in the Flying Thunder God technique. Mastery of this technique necessitated a deep comprehension of sealing arts, rendering financial resources exceedingly crucial for him. Moreover, the weighted gear he typically wore, which he estimated to be a newly customized set capable of adjusting between 300 to 500 pounds, would only sustain his training for a year. After that, he would inevitably need to acquire additional weight equipment to accommodate his increased adaptability. Furthermore, should he encounter a certain physical enhancement technique, substantial financial backing would be essential for reaching mastery. The adage of the impoverished in literature, yet affluent in martial prowess, could not ring truer. As he walked, his mind wandered to various marketing strategies he had encountered in his previous life. Although Ye Feng had merely been a student then, living in an age of information overload had granted him some insight into marketing tactics. Upon arriving at the shop, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. Observing the sales clerks languidly dozing off, Ye Feng's expression darkened. As he entered, he cleared his throat, startling the clerks awake. "Excuse me, young man," one clerk remarked, furrowing his brow. "This is a liquor store. Are you certain you haven't wandered into the wrong place? Did Master Tsunade not inform you that from today onwards, the Uchiha liquor is under my management?" Ye Feng replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng regarded the salesperson with a calm demeanor. "So you are a disciple of Lady Tsunade," he remarked. "Lady Tsunade has already informed me that you are here to assess today's revenue." The salesperson's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Ye Feng's words, instantly adorned with a commercially polished smile. While speaking, he produced a ledger and handed it to Ye Feng. "Do not be deceived by the current lack of customers. The Uchiha liquor is selling exceptionally well. Today, we have amassed a profit of 80,000 taels." Ye Feng took the ledger and casually flipped through its pages before addressing the salespeople. "What I am about to say is of utmost importance. You must simply remember it and act accordingly. First, you shall promote the Uchiha liquor in batches along the streets, ensuring that its ability to enhance chakra becomes universally known. Second, once you have captured the public's attention, it is likely that some will express skepticism. You may select a few individuals at random to taste the liquor publicly, thus dispelling any doubts they may harbor. Finally, send a few representatives to the various ninja clans in Konoha to negotiate orders for the Uchiha liquor. My bottom line is a 10% discount off the original price. However, if you manage to secure a 15% discount or greater, I shall not interfere with the additional profits you earn. That shall be rightfully yours." The salespeople exchanged glances, as this marketing strategy was entirely unfamiliar to them. Nevertheless, they refrained from voicing their doubts, having received personal instructions from Tsunade the previous day. After all, Tsunade was one of the last two remaining direct descendants of the Senju clan, and they, as ordinary members of the Senju family, would never dare to contravene her orders, even if they had shed the Senju surname. Is the person brewing the Uchiha liquor trustworthy? Ye Feng observed the crowd preparing to descend and promptly intercepted the first salesperson who spoke to him, inquiring with curiosity. "Rest assured, Lord Ye Feng," the salesperson replied. "Those individuals are former members of the Senju clan. Although the Senju name has been disassociated, we remain committed to upholding its honor. Without your and Lady Tsunade's directives, we shall not divulge the formula to anyone." Though an ordinary individual, a flicker of pride illuminated the salesperson's face at the mention of the Senju name. "That is reassuring. I entrust you with the preparation of this matter. Furthermore, once these tasks are completed, please instruct them to increase production. In the forthcoming period, Uchiha liquor will experience a surge in popularity. After some time, it will improve significantly, so I appreciate your hard work during this interval." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng finally felt a sense of relief. "Very well, Lord Ye Feng. If there are no further instructions, we shall proceed with our preparations," the salesperson responded, inquiring of Ye Feng. "No worries, you may go ahead with your preparations. Only one person needs to remain here to attend to the shop," he replied. Ye Feng waved his hand and then exited the Uchiha liquor store, returning home to continue his cultivation. The next day, Ye Feng awoke early and immediately noticed that the entire Konoha, in its streets and alleys, was abuzz with discussions regarding the Uchiha liquor. Clearly, after a day of vigorous promotion, the entire village had been stirred. Ordinary ninjas typically toil and struggle to gradually enhance their chakra, whereas this Uchiha liquor could augment a ninja's chakra by an impressive 30%. Furthermore, after 3 servings, it possessed restorative properties akin to the soldier pills, replenishing chakra. In comparison to the soldier pills, the Uchiha liquor was undoubtedly more palatable, prompting the ninjas of Konoha to rush towards the liquor store, fearing they would arrive too late and find the Uchiha liquor sold out. Not only the ordinary ninjas, but the ninja clans were equally eager. They engaged with the sales representatives to place bulk orders for Uchiha liquor while simultaneously seeking to uncover the ownership of this lucrative product. Clearly, they too wished to partake in the profits. Upon discovering that the liquor was associated with Tsunade and Ye Feng, these clans began to entertain their own ambitions. With Tsunade absent from the village, Ye Feng was left as the sole authority over the Uchiha liquor, igniting their speculative thoughts. However, considering Tsunade's reputation, they suppressed their less than honorable intentions and engaged sincerely with the sales representatives regarding their orders for the Uchiha liquor. Chapter 55, The Flourishing of Uchiha Liquor. 2. Ye Feng observed the bustling scene surrounding the Uchiha liquor shop, a subtle smile gracing his face. He had anticipated this situation and chose not to enter the shop, instead making his way towards the back mountains of Mai to continue his training. As a day swiftly passed, upon returning to the Hinata ancestral residence, Ye Feng prepared to immerse himself in the cultivation of the Nine Suns divine art. However, upon entering the ancestral home, he was informed by the surrounding members of the Hinata clan that the clan leader and the elder were awaiting his news in the conference hall. Unfazed by this development, Ye Feng had already contemplated such a possibility during the prosperous sale of Yuya liquor and calmly proceeded towards the conference hall. Ye Feng, as a member of the Hinata clan, why do you possess such a remarkable treasure as Yuya liquor without prioritizing its supply to our family? If you are wise, you will quickly surrender the recipe for Yuya liquor. The elder, who harbored a grudge against Ye Feng, was the first to cast a dubious accusation upon his entrance into the hall, highlighting the promising prospects of the liquor that no one could deny. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's face revealed a trace of cold disdain. Elder, when did the Hyuga clan decree that members must gratuitously surrender their own research to the family? Moreover, this is not even my own work. I am merely managing this Yuya liquor on behalf of teacher Tsunade. Are you suggesting, Elder, that you wish to usurp Tsunade's research achievements? Though I, Hyuga Ye Feng, am but a trifling branch family member, I still possess integrity. Having promised teacher Tsunade to manage the Yuya liquor diligently, I shall certainly not renege on that commitment, nor will I carelessly divulge the formula to others. Are you, perhaps, considering employing the cage bird technique to force my hand? If so, you are welcome to try, but I hope you will not regret it when the time comes. The Hyuga elder, upon hearing Ye Feng's words, found himself momentarily speechless, trembling as he pointed at Ye Feng, chakra swirling as he prepared to enact the caged bird technique to teach Ye Feng a lesson. Enough, elder. You are going too far. Do not forget, I am the clan leader. I have yet to speak, so why are you so eager to intervene? Before the Hyuga elder could unleash the caged bird technique, the Hyuga clan leader bellowed, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the elder. Ye Feng possesses an exceedingly resilient temperament. Unless he is directly vanquished by the caged bird secret technique, this method alone will not compel him to submit. On the contrary, it will only deepen his disillusionment with the Hinata clan. Ye Feng is not only a prodigy among the younger generation of the Hyuga clan, but also serves as a vital link between the Hyuga family and the Hokage. The mere thought of harming Ye Feng would invoke the ire of Tsunade, and considering Ye Feng's future value to the Hyuga clan, he is an individual they cannot afford to cast aside lightly. Therefore, it is no wonder that the clan leader is so protective of him. The elder of the Hyuga clan, upon hearing these words, darkened in countenance, particularly at the assertion of I am the clan leader, which made his expression as grim as a soot-covered pot. With a cold snort, he turned his head away, choosing to remain silent. Ye Feng, I summoned you today to inquire if you might consider offering the Yuya liquor at a more favorable price for our clan. After all, as you are aware, our Hyuga family's resources are rather limited, and our members primarily rely on clan missions to earn their living. I hope you can extend some convenience to the family. The clan leader said, having successfully subdued the elder, now adopting a softer demeanor as he addressed Ye Feng. It remains unclear what price they communicated to the clan leader. Ye Feng was inherently a person who preferred gentleness over harshness. Upon hearing the gentle tone of the Hinata clan leader, his previously cold expression softened. 95% off. The Hinata clan leader responded without hesitation. Is that so? Then I can take it upon myself to reduce the price to 80% of the original, which is the utmost I can offer. I hope the clan leader will not place me in a difficult position. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Feng looked at the Hyuga clan leader and said softly, Thank you. The Hyuga clan leader felt a surge of joy. An 80 discount was indeed a significant concession. The Hyuga family, being vast and prosperous, had considerable daily expenditures. With so many members within the clan, the cost for chakra enhancement alone would amount to a substantial sum. Now, with an 80 discount, it represented the most favorable outcome for the Hyuga family. If there are no further matters for the clan leader and the elders, I shall proceed with my training. Ye Feng, seeing that the Hinata clan leader had made no further advances, nodded in satisfaction and addressed the gathering. Ye Feng, I kindly ask you to take good care of my daughter, who will I, from now on. If you find yourself with some free time, do visit my residence more often. Hu Li's mother is quite the culinary expert, and should the opportunity arise, you must savor her delightful dishes. As soon as Ye Feng's words fell, Elder Hinata displayed an expression akin to that of a father-in-law scrutinizing his son-in-law, causing Ye Feng to feel an overwhelming discomfort. In haste, he saluted the Hinata clan leader and hurriedly exited the council chamber. The other members present, with the exception of Elder Hinata, burst into hearty laughter upon witnessing the usually composed Ye Feng in such a flustered state. Ye Feng was unaware of the conversations that ensued among the crowd. Upon returning to his residence, he scarcely had a moment to rest before a succession of invitations from various families arrived at his door. Ye Feng, with a sense of resignation, opened the invitation and skimmed past the lesser clans, directing his gaze towards the Uchiha clan, the family behind Konoha F4, and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. After a moment of contemplation, he pinned a response to these families, reducing the price of the exquisite Yuya wine to a uniform discount of 10%. Once the letters were dispatched to the heads of each clan, Ye Feng turned his attention away from such matters and devoted himself to rigorous training. The clan leaders, witnessing Ye Feng's recovery, felt a mix of helplessness and understanding. They recognized this was Ye Feng's final boundary, compelling them to cease their machinations. Only Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored ulterior motives, yet they found themselves lacking suitable opportunities. Furthermore, the involvement of Tsunade in the Yuya wine made matters even more precarious. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of Tsunade's formidable nature. She was a fierce force, unafraid to dismantle the Hokage's doors, rivaling Danzo in tenacity. Thus, without a clear understanding of the Yuya wine's intricacies, Sarutobi dared not force Ye Feng to relinquish the recipe. As for Danzo, he aspired to seize both the recipe and Ye Feng himself, which led him to momentarily refrain from employing coercive tactics against Ye Feng. Following 2 days of turbulence regarding the Yuya wine, tranquility was finally restored. Ye Feng resumed his normal life as a ninja, engaging in essential training and accompanying Yoshinwashi Zishiao on missions. The series of tasks initiated by the system, comprising 100 C-rank missions, were methodically completed at an impressive pace. Chapter 56. The shameless Sarutobi Hiruzen. Time passed swiftly, and 6 months had elapsed since Tsunade's departure from Konoha. During this period, aside from his regular training, Ye Feng, under the guidance of Yoshinwashi Zishiao, immersed himself in an avalanche of missions. With a significant number of Konoha ninjas dispatched to the battlefield and other major ninja villages requiring essential defensive forces, Konoha found itself inundated with tasks. Ye Feng transformed into a veritable mission machine, accomplishing a multitude of assignments. Recently, he completed a B-rank mission alongside Yoshinwashi Zishiao, bringing him to the brink of fulfilling the first phase of the series of tasks, needing only one more C-rank mission to reach a total of 100. However, having just concluded a B-rank mission, Akimichi Dingwei and Kuruma from Yun were utterly exhausted. Thus, despite Ye Feng's eagerness to complete the first phase, claim his reward, and unlock the second phase, he suppressed his desire and opted to visit the Konoha marketplace, where he procured a plethora of balloons and rubber balls before heading to the back mountains of Konoha. During this time, while engaged in missions, Ye Feng's cultivation did not stagnate. Rather, the continuous cycle of energy expenditure and restoration allowed him to solidify his strength. Although he had yet to break through the 9-yang divine skill, his combat experience had significantly improved, especially his understanding of wind release. Under Yoshinwashi Zishiao's tutelage, Ye Feng not only mastered C-rank wind release but had also grasped several B-rank techniques. His acquisition of balloons and rubber balls was aimed at creating the Rasengan, subsequently infusing it with wind nature transformation to develop the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. Recalling the original text, Ye Feng held a water-filled balloon in his hand, continuously channeling his inner energy into it. As the energy flowed, the balloon began to move erratically. After a considerable duration, as the balloons and rubber balls neared depletion, Ye Feng successfully condensed a rapidly spinning white sphere, emanating an aura of formidable power. Ye Feng gazed at the sphere of internal energy in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With deft control, he propelled the sphere forward, forcefully pressing it against the towering tree. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding crash. The tree bore a massive gash, a testament to Ye Feng's might. Unlike the original narrative's attribute-less spiraling sphere, Ye Feng's version, forged from the essence of 9-yang internal energy, harbored a unique corrosive potency. Upon striking an adversary, even if they survived, their wounds would prove difficult to heal, rendering conventional medical ninjutsu ineffectual against such corrosive force. Just as Ye Feng reveled in his triumph, a ninja hawk suddenly swooped down from the sky, circling incessantly above his head. Ye Feng immediately recognized the ninja eagle, for during this period, Yoshitai Zishiao frequently employed this very eagle to convey intelligence while on missions. Indeed, as Ye Feng cast his gaze upon it, the eagle unclenched its talons, releasing the scroll of information it had been clutching, before spiraling gracefully and soaring towards the direction of Yoshitai Zishiao. Ye Feng curiously took the intelligence report and unfolded it, his gaze immediately sharpening. A-rank mission. Report to the Hokage's office at once. During this period, although they had undertaken numerous missions, they had not engaged in any A-rank assignments since their initial one. They had just completed a B-rank mission and returned to the village less than half a day ago, and according to their previous agreement, they were supposed to rest for a week. However, merely half a day's time had passed when Uzuki Zishu dispatched a messenger hawk to summon him. Clearly, this task was of utmost urgency. Contemplating this, Ye Feng did not hesitate, executing the body flicker technique and swiftly making his way to the Hokage's office. Upon his arrival, he surveyed the room, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Why were Akimichi Dingwei and Kurama from Yun absent? Pondering this, he nevertheless greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others with respect before quietly standing beside Uzuki Zishu. Little Ye Feng, it has been a while. I am aware of your recent endeavors. You have significantly alleviated the burdens on Konoha. Well done, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, pleased by Ye Feng's composure, which belied his youthful age. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your kind words. It is merely my duty, Ye Feng replied modestly. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng feigned delight as he expressed his gratitude to Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet inwardly he could not help but scoff. I knew you would say that. Since you find it commendable, why not offer a token of reward? I have long perceived your unwavering will of fire. I have heard from Zishu that your medical ninjutsu is exceptionally proficient. A multitude of injured personnel will soon be returned to Konohagakure, and our medical ninja reserves are woefully inadequate. Would you be willing to spare some time to assist in treating these wounded? Naturally, as compensation. This task will be classified as an A-rank mission, and upon its completion, I can promote you to CH Nin. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing Ye Feng's humble demeanor, felt an even greater sense of satisfaction and addressed him accordingly. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he had feared that Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to assign him to the front lines. However, now that he learned it was merely to tend to the injured, the tension within him dissipated instantly. Of course, that is no problem at all. I am more than willing to assist. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Completing this task would allow him to fulfill the first segment of his mission, and Ye Feng had no reason to refuse. Moreover, during this time, he could diligently enhance his various abilities in preparation for future training. Excellent. Your injured will return to Konoha tomorrow morning. At that time, you may proceed directly to the Konoha hospital. Observing Ye Feng's eager agreement, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile grew even more radiant. Understood, Lord Hokage. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to make the necessary preparations. After Ye Feng acknowledged, he turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Wait, there is one more thing. I have heard that the recently popular Yuya wine was invented by you. Is that correct? At that moment, Danzo, who had been silently sitting on the bench, suddenly cleared his throat. The next instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood and looked at Ye Feng with a knowing smile, inquiring further. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng instantly became alert. Inwardly cursing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo for their shamelessness in attempting to obtain his precious Yuya liquor without compensation. However, he feigned difficulty and replied, Indeed, Lord Hokage. Yet to assert that I solely created this Yuya liquor is a considerable exaggeration. This concoction was developed collaboratively with my master. I am merely managing it in his stead for the time being. Thus, while I am eager to share this formula with the village, I cannot do so without my master's directive. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this, shook his head and said, Young Ye Feng, you have misunderstood my intentions. As Hokage, how could I ever resort to such unscrupulous acts of seizing a villager's possessions? What I propose is a collaboration. Due to the ongoing war, Konoha has expended a significant amount of resources. Therefore, I wish to procure a batch of Yuya liquor to send to the front lines, and once the war concludes, I shall ensure that you are compensated accordingly. What do you think? Chapter 57. The Flying Thunder God Technique. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Ye Feng inwardly cursed his unscrupulousness. Though the words sounded pleasant, promising to provide funds later, it was evident that placing trust in Sarutobi could result in the loss of this batch of exquisite Yuya wine. Although the exact quantity Sarutobi sought remained unknown, one could easily deduce that it would undoubtedly be a substantial amount. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Ye Feng wore a bitter smile while addressing Sarutobi, Lord Hokage. As a ninja of Konoha, I find it difficult to refuse your request. However, I am merely managing the Yuya wine on behalf of my teacher, so it would be prudent for you to consult Lady Tsunade instead. Hinata Ye Feng continued. Considering that Lady Tsunade is currently on the front lines treating the wounded, the back and forth communication may prove too time-consuming. Since she entrusted the management of the Yuya wine to you, it signifies her faith in you. Moreover, I have heard that the revenue from the Yuya wine during the past 3 years was lost to the casino, only for you to reclaim it afterward. This suggests you possess considerable autonomy, does it not? Are you truly unwilling to contribute to the village? Before Sarutobi could respond, Danzo cast a languid gaze upon Ye Feng, leaving him perplexed about Danzo's intentions. Did Lord Hokage not assert that the Yuya wine would merely be temporarily deferred? Yet Danzo's words imparted an unsettling impression, suggesting that the Hokage desired to acquire the wine without compensation. Was the notion of deferral merely a ruse? Furthermore, I indeed lack the authority to decide unilaterally and must consult Lady Tsunade. If Lord Danzo deems this process too time-consuming, I could seek out Granny Mito to relay a message through her summoning slug, which would surely expedite matters. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure. No wonder this old curmudgeon could never become Hokage. Not only was he sinister in thought, but he also lacked the art of eloquence. Danzo was momentarily taken aback by Ye Feng's retort, his face flushing with indignation. Yet, what could he possibly say? Should he admit that he and Hiruzen Sarutobi merely sought to obtain Ye Feng's precious liquor without compensation? Preposterous. Danzo still held some semblance of dignity. If such words were to escape his lips, the news would undoubtedly spread, and the clans of Konoha would not easily forgive him. After all, while they may not be intimately acquainted with Ye Feng, the sentiment of shared misfortune prevailed. If he could brazenly threaten Ye Feng today, who was to say he wouldn't target their own families tomorrow? Was Konoha merely the domain of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans? If that were the case, then fine. Let them take Konoha for themselves while the others vacate. Such an occurrence would surely lead to chaos. Little Ye Feng, please don't take offense. Danzo struggles with words, and his intentions are not ill-meaning. However, the village is in dire straits. How about this? I could offer a forbidden technique documented in the Book of Seals in exchange for some of your exquisite liquor. Does that seem agreeable? Hiruzen, have you lost your senses? You are well aware of the significance of the forbidden techniques inscribed in the Book of Seals. And now, you wish to impart such knowledge to a mere child? Danzo was stunned by Hiruzen's decision, gazing at him in bewilderment. This was not part of their prior discussions. I have made my decision. There is no need for further discourse, Hiruzen asserted. I do not consent. Danzo countered. Your dissent is inconsequential. Do not forget, I am the Hokage. You humph. Hiruzen, you shall come to regret this. Danzo's face turned a shade of deep purple from frustration as he trembled, pointing a shaky finger at Hiruzen before huffing in disdain and turning to leave the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the door, he slammed it shut with a resounding thud. Ye Feng, standing nearby, listened intently to this classic quote, his face flushing with color and the corners of his mouth curling upwards. Were it not for his exceptional mental fortitude, he might have burst into laughter uncontrollably. Lord Hokage, how about this? I shall seek out Granny Mito and request her to summon the slug to inquire with Tsunade-sensei. She, too, holds a deep affection for the village. And I trust that Tsunade-sensei will acquiesce to your proposal. Struggling to suppress his amusement, he feigned a look of difficulty as he gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had long been intrigued by the forbidden techniques inscribed in the Book of Seals, and now that he had the opportunity to engage with it, Ye Feng was determined not to let it slip away, particularly the Flying Thunder God technique that had birthed the legendary Minato Namikaze. While it may not serve as a weapon against foes, it certainly presents an excellent option for swift travel over long distances. Ye Feng would certainly not let the opportunity slip by. However, as he had previously stated, he was not in a position to make decisions. It would be unreasonable to accept the offerings from Sarutobi Hiruzen without due consideration. Thus, he could only explain the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen in this manner. Indeed, Ye Feng is a commendable youth. It is no wonder that Tsunade holds him in such high regard. Noticing the stark contrast in Ye Feng's demeanor towards him compared to that towards Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I shall take my leave. Please, Hokage-sama, let me know the quantity of the Yuya wine you require, and I shall expedite its production. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen relayed the needed amount of Yuya wine to Ye Feng. Even though Ye Feng had prepared himself, he was taken aback by the staggering quantity requested by Sarutobi Hiruzen and hurriedly began to haggle. Ultimately, they settled on a monthly provision of 1,500 jars of Yuya wine in exchange for a single opportunity to view the Book of Seals, valid for 1 year. With his desires fulfilled, Ye Feng hurried towards the Senju ancestral home. Of course, he merely made a brief appearance, summoning the Vortex clan slug to convey his transaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen to Tsunade. Following this, Ye Feng returned to the Hokage's office to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen of Tsunade's decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt reassured and subsequently produced a catalog detailing various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, although it contained no information regarding the hand signs required for their execution. Ye Feng silently cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen for his cunning ways. Initially, he had intended to leverage his formidable mental strength to discreetly memorize the forbidden techniques and ninjutsu inscribed within the Book of Seals. However, to his dismay, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of presenting the Book of Seals for his perusal. With a slight pout, Ye Feng turned his attention to the contents: the art of darkness, impure world reincarnation, mutual explosive tags, water release, water severing wave, would release, true thousand hands. Ye Feng gazed at the recorded ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, nearly drooling in anticipation. After a momentous internal struggle, he resolutely embraced his initial thought. Although the other ninjutsu and forbidden techniques were quite impressive, especially the simplified hand seal water release techniques, which would greatly enhance his combat prowess given his innate affinity for water, he ultimately opted for the most practical choice, the Flying Thunder God technique. As for the others, he would have to wait for Tsunade's assistance to negotiate their acquisition through his merits. Upon witnessing Ye Feng's decision, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes glimmered with surprise. He had initially expected Ye Feng to select the water release, fully aware of his water affinity. However, he was taken aback by Ye Feng's choice to master the notoriously challenging Flying Thunder God technique. Have you made up your mind? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked solemnly, locking his gaze onto Ye Feng. Indeed, this is my decision, Ye Feng affirmed. Very well. Remember, without permission, this ninjutsu cannot be taught to anyone, even if you do not succeed in mastering it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing Ye Feng's determination, felt a flicker of anticipation, hoping Ye Feng would once again showcase the brilliance of the Flying Thunder God. Chapter 58, The Flying Thunder God Technique. The Flying Thunder God Technique, conceived by Senju Tobarama during the Warring States period, is a space-time ninjutsu specifically designed to counter the Sharingan. During this tumultuous era, Senju Tobarama wielded this technique alongside the legendary Thunder God sword, forged by the finest smiths of the land of crafts. On the battlefield, he critically injured Uchiha Azuna, the brother of Uchiha Madara, who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, leading to Azuna's demise and entrusting his eyes to Madara in his final moments. This pivotal event revealed to Madara the path to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan's evolution. Subsequently, Senju Tobarama leveraged the Flying Thunder God technique to conclude the First Shinobi World War, thereby revealing its formidable power. Even the then unrivaled speed of the second Raikage of Kumogakure paled in comparison to Senju Tobarama's swiftness. This clearly illustrates the strength of the Flying Thunder God technique. Had Senju Tobarama chosen to escape back to Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique during the peace treaty negotiations with Kumogakure after the war, he could have evaded the rebellion instigated by the Kin and Jin brothers. Yet, as Hokage, he chose instead to cover the retreat of his comrades, ultimately sacrificing himself by detonating explosive tags that took the Kin and Jin brothers with him to the afterlife. The loss of Senju Tobarama meant that no one in Konoha could successfully master the Flying Thunder God technique thereafter. Once, several of his disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, Shimura Danzo, Midoriya, and Akimichi Torafu, attempted to master the technique but all met with failure. During the time, Uchiha Kagami, the most talented of Senju Tobarama's students, was unable to access the Flying Thunder God technique due to the wariness of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others towards the Uchiha clan. Had he been granted access, perhaps Uchiha Kagami would not have met such an early demise. Now, as Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed Ye Feng's choice of the Flying Thunder God technique, he felt a surge of expectation, hoping Ye Feng could once again invoke the might of the Flying Thunder God. Ye Feng possesses extraordinary talent, whether in ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, or the family's gentle fist technique. He demonstrates remarkable proficiency at a tender age, having already invented various forms of body techniques. It can be confidently asserted that Ye Feng's innate abilities far exceed the expectations of Sarutobi Hiruzen. If one were to consider who holds the greatest promise of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, it would undoubtedly be Ye Feng. Ye Feng was unaware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. After accepting the scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique and expressing his gratitude to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he hurried home. Once there, he unfurled the scroll and meticulously committed the methods of practicing the Flying Thunder God technique to memory. To master this technique, the first step for the practitioner is to utilize a unique method to perceive the minuscule wormholes that exist within the fabric of space. These wormholes are imperceptible to the naked eye, discernible only by those endowed with exceptional sensory abilities. The essence of the Flying Thunder God technique lies in the ability to connect these wormholes through a specific formula. As the formula traverses, the wormholes become linked, allowing the practitioner to instantaneously transport from one location to the place where the technique manifests. After Ye Feng diligently recorded the cultivation method of the Flying Thunder God technique, he began to close his eyes and perceive the locations of the spatial wormholes using the unique approach of this technique. Whether it was due to Ye Feng's extraordinary talent or his innate suitability for cultivating space ninjutsu, he soon detected the numerous spatial wormholes that densely populated the fabric of space. Upon realizing this, Ye Feng's expression lit up with joy. Although he had yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique, he had achieved one of its prerequisites, a challenge that stymied many ninjas. From this point onward, as long as he deepened his understanding of sealing techniques and meticulously inscribed the complete formula, Ye Feng would naturally be able to cultivate the Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, inspired by the modifications made by the original author, Minato Namikaze, he envisioned creating advanced versions of the technique, progressing to the second, third, and even fourth and fifth stages. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng wasted no time and spread out the foundational sealing techniques he had obtained from the Uzumaki clan, beginning to study them with great care. The Uzumaki clan is renowned as one of the most adept in sealing techniques within the ninja world, possessing formidable abilities that can greatly suppress tailed beasts. Consequently, the foundational methods of their sealing techniques were anything but simple. Even with Ye Feng's formidable mental prowess, it would take a considerable amount of time to fully grasp and internalize all the nuances of the sealing techniques. However, Ye Feng remained unhurried. He understood the paramount importance of a solid foundation. Although he was eager to master the Flying Thunder God technique, he chose to learn the basics of sealing techniques methodically. As nights swiftly passed, Ye Feng stretched lazily. Despite having gone without sleep, he felt only a hint of fatigue on his face and did not feel excessively weary. After a brief freshening up, he hastily finished his breakfast and headed straight for the ninja hospital, mindful of his ongoing A-rank mission to treat the injured. Completing this task would also fulfill the first phase of the series of missions issued by the system. Before long, upon arriving at the ninja hospital, Ye Feng presented his ninja identification, donned a white coat, and followed a nurse to the area where the injured from Konoha were gathered. Even though Ye Feng had prepared himself, the sight that greeted him, injured ninjas lying exposed outside the hospital, caused his pupils to constrict involuntarily. The sheer number of wounded was staggering. Some had their internal organs shattered, their bodies marred with countless scars, lying on hospital beds and groaning in despair. This was still in a time of relative peace. Ye Feng could scarcely fathom the brutality that would ensue if the war escalated, particularly with the potential involvement of a Wagakure and Kumogakure. Ye Feng-kun, I implore you, please do your utmost to save them, the nurse said compassionately, glancing at the gathering of injured. I will do my best, he vowed resolutely. Ye Feng steadied his mind and instructed the nurses to arrange the injured based on the severity of their wounds, prioritizing the treatment of those in critical condition. By now, Ye Feng had mastered the art of healing palm, and coupled with the rejuvenating effects of the Nine Suns technique, his ability to heal the wounded surpassed that of the combined efforts of several medical ninjas at the hospital. Although the healing palm technique posed risks to the lifespan of the ninjas, there was no alternative. Without its application, conventional medical ninjutsu could not swiftly mend their injuries. Furthermore, these individuals had no personal connection to Ye Feng, and he was indifferent to the implications of their longevity. His sole focus was to preserve their lives and fulfill his mission, leaving the consequences for the future aside. As he treated one wounded ninja after another, even with the remarkable recovery speed of the Nine Suns technique, the healing could not keep pace with the toll of energy expended. The healing palm was classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, a sustained medical technique that required significant internal energy. Additionally, as Ye Feng had yet to fully master the Nine Suns technique, there was a risk of energy leakage if he exhausted over 80% of his internal energy. Thus, he was compelled to pause and recover when his energy was considerably depleted. Nonetheless, the number of injured he treated alone exceeded the combined total managed by the medical ninjas. Such exquisite medical ninjutsu allowed the ninja community to recognize Ye Feng as a member of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 59. Healing the Wounded. Shamo's renown amidst the surrounding accolades, Ye Feng remained humble, activating his Byakugan to closely observe the rapid healing of the ninja's wounds under the influence of the healing palm. Through the lens of his Byakugan, he could clearly discern the cells undergoing rapid division, leading to swift recovery of the injuries. Remarkably, after cellular division, the potential energy that would typically be consumed was significantly mitigated by the nourishing effects of the Nine Suns' internal energy. For instance, when an ordinary ninja employed the healing palm, the injured individual would suffer a loss of 3 years from their lifespan. In contrast, when Ye Feng utilized his internal energy to activate the same technique on an equally injured ninja, the lifespan consumed amounted to merely 3 months, a staggering difference of over tenfold. Upon realizing this disparity, Ye Feng intensified his observations. One by one, he continued to treat the injured, shifting to another severely wounded individual amid their grateful gazes, and resumed channeling his 9 suns energy to employ the healing palm. This time, having prepared himself, Ye Feng deliberately slowed the treatment pace, allowing for a more detailed observation of the changes in the healing palm technique and the recovery post-cell division. Through his Byakugan, it was akin to wielding a precise microscope, continuously analyzing the effects of cellular division. The human body comprises approximately 40 to 60 trillion cells, yet not all cells can be harnessed effectively. To become a ninja, one must first refine chakra, which originates from these cells. However, the energy within cells is finite, and each individual's cellular potential varies, resulting in differing amounts of chakra within ninjas. Certain elite clans possess methods for more effectively extracting energy from cells to convert it into chakra, akin to the techniques Ye Feng imparted to Minato Namikaze, which significantly reduced cellular consumption. Once injured, the application of the healing palm stimulates the energy within the cells, prompting rapid division to expedite wound healing. However, frequent use of this method can impair a ninja's lifespan, and the extraction of chakra from cells diminishes their potential. Consequently, the average lifespan within the ninja world is slightly below 50 years. In contrast, internal energy, while also obtainable from bodily cells, does not rely on them as heavily. Internal energy mainly derives from practitioners absorbing the spiritual essence of the world, which generates a vital force within their bodies. Through various cultivation methods, they expend energy from their meridians and cells while simultaneously replenishing it with the spiritual essence of the world. This essence is rich in life force, which significantly benefits the body, explaining why practitioners with higher cultivation levels tend to enjoy longer lifespans. Through meticulous observation, Ye Feng discerned that the inclusion of the world's spiritual essence within internal energy was the primary reason the healing palm's detrimental impact on the ninja's lifespan was minimized. Moreover, if Ye Feng were patient enough to control the treatment effects of the healing palm, he could gradually stimulate cellular division and, with the restorative effects of the 9 suns energy, enable the injured to recover without any loss. However, Ye Feng lacked the patience for such an endeavor. Upon recognizing the differences between internal energy and chakra, he accelerated his treatment of the wounded. After all, the question of whether the ninja's lifespans would be affected was of no concern to him. His priority lay solely in the expediency of completing the mission. The faster he accomplished his task, the swifter his own strength would grow, paving the way for the activation of the second phase of the mission and preparations for future system rewards. As time passed, a day swiftly elapsed. During this period, Ye Feng treated a dozen critically injured ninjas and over 20 with minor wounds, leaving the medical ninjas feeling shameful in comparison. Meanwhile, on the front lines of the Land of Rain, the forces of Konoha had engaged in fierce combat with the ninja army of the Land of Wind. Spectacular ninjutsu clashed in a dazzling display, with substitution techniques and body flicker techniques executed in rapid succession to evade attacks, followed by swift hand seals to retaliate with ninjutsu. However, a greater number of ninjas resorted to taijutsu and shuriken attacks, fervently battling their adversaries. Though these physical attacks may seem unremarkable, they conceal deadly intent, making their perilous nature even more intense than that of ninjutsu confrontations. Moreover, amidst the chaos of battle, one must contend not only with enemy assaults but also the risk of friendly fire, which could lead to injury or even death by one's own comrades. The tumult of the battlefield often meant that as one advanced toward an enemy's attack, their allies might inadvertently occupy the same space, creating a perilous situation. Therefore, this environment tested an individual's observational skills and their ability to sense danger. At the forefront of the battlefield, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were fiercely resisting the elite shinobi from the Sand Village. Leading the charge was a silver-haired ninja clad in the green attire of a Konoha Genin, emanating an overwhelming aura, single-handedly confronting the Sandaime Kazekage, Elder Chiyo, and Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, for formidable adversaries. Shikimoku, prepare to perish, the Sandaime Kazekage declared, soaring through the air. With lightning-fast hand seals, a torrent of iron sand rained down upon Shikimoku, while Chiyo, stationed at a distance, manipulated 10 powerful puppets to seal off all of Shikimoku's evasive routes. Chiyo's son, Kuratsuchi, and his wife, Karui, coordinated their efforts to deploy their unique toxins, launching a barrage of poison projectiles toward Shikimoku. In such dire circumstances, an ordinary individual would undoubtedly face death. However, Shikimoku was no ordinary ninja. He was a legendary figure from Konoha, known as the Ye Feng, renowned for his unparalleled mastery of ninjutsu and taijutsu. As Kiki-Tsukumo faced the torrential downpour of iron sand from the sky, he paid it no heed. With a single hand seal, a sharp aura manifested upon his short blade, and a massive blade of energy cleaved the iron sand in twain. Subsequently, employing the body flicker technique, he surged forth. The glimmer of his blade illuminating the air as the myriad of poison needles was repelled back by the force of his strike. At the same time, Kiki-Tsukumo executed a vertical slash, shattering the two approaching female puppets and the core of the blue-faced puppet, propelling himself swiftly toward Chiyo. A gale swirled around him as he transformed into a whirlwind, drawing ever closer to Chiyo. "Mother, be careful," cried Takeda and Karui, their expressions shifting drastically upon witnessing Kiki-Tsukumo's formidable prowess as they charged frantically towards Chiyo. Yet, this was precisely Kiki-Tsukumo's intent. With the third Kazekage and Chiyo's attention diverted, he suddenly vanished from sight, employing the body flicker technique to appear behind Takeda. Whereupon he unleashed a swift strike that sent Takeda's head soaring, accompanied by a spray of crimson. "Takeda!" Chiyo wailed in anguish upon witnessing her son's tragic demise. Her eyes bloodshot with fury as she glared at Kiki-Tsukumo, her visage twisted in a monstrous rage, as if she longed to devour him whole. However, Kiki-Tsukumo's onslaught did not waver. He pivoted, reappearing behind Karui in the blink of an eye, devoid of any compassion, intent on cleaving her in half. In that critical moment, the third Kazekage swiftly formed hand seals, magnet release, iron sandwing. Instantly, a torrent of iron sand coalesced behind the unsuspecting Karui, lifting her into the air just as Kiki-Tsukumo's blade was about to strike. Simultaneously, the third Kazekage executed another set of seals, magnet release, iron sand thousand arms. A multitude of iron sand projectiles enveloped the vicinity, leaving Kiki-Tsukumo with no avenue for escape. Kiki-Tsukumo let out a cold chuckle, channeling his chakra as he swung his short blade, conjuring a tempest that dispersed the surrounding iron sand projectiles. Without a backward glance, he turned and struck behind him. Sure enough, at that moment, 3 puppets under Chiyo's command deftly evaded, dispersing in 3 directions to assault Kiki-Tsukumo. 3 treasures collapse, unfazed by Chiyo's widespread assault. Kiki-Tsukumo's blade danced with precision, the surrounding winds protecting him from all attacks. He formed hand seals and activated the body flicker technique, appearing directly before Chiyo, and slashed toward her. Yet, his strike was intercepted by the Minotaur puppet guarding her. Undeterred by the failed attack, Kiki-Tsukumo swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to vacate his previous position. As he departed, a colossal pillar of iron sand crashed down where he had stood moments before. The third Kazekage, realizing Kiki-Tsukumo's elusiveness, quickly formed seals with a grave expression, magnet release, iron sand barrier. Immediately, an expansive barrier of iron sand formed in the sky, armed with long spikes, launching piercing assaults at Kiki-Tsukumo while the Kazekage gained a significant boost in speed within the barrier, vying with Kiki-Tsukumo in taijutsu. However, Kiki-Tsukumo remained composed, executing multiple body flicker techniques in conjunction with wind release techniques, his speed unimpeded by the barrier. The blade shone brilliantly, cutting through the iron sand, reducing it to mere dust. The third Kazekage's countenance darkened. Although he had created the barrier, it exacted a tremendous toll on him. Realizing the dire state, he contemplated retreat. Chiyo, retreat. Kai's, order a withdrawal. With that, the third Kazekage swiftly coalesced the iron sand wing and ascended into the sky. At that moment, Kiki-Tsukumo suddenly flickered, a flash of his blade slicing through the air. The Kazekage sensed a deadly threat and hastily evaded. Yet not before Kiki-Tsukumo severed his left arm, sending blood spraying into the air. Yet, he did not pursue the Kazekage further. Instead, seizing the opportunity while the Kazekage was momentarily stunned, he cleaved down upon Karui, who was already grieving the loss of her husband. In her anguish, Karui, seeing Kiki-Tsukumo's attack, did not flinch. Channeling her chakra, she unleashed a barrage of poisonous projectiles towards him. Yet, how could she hope to match Kiki-Tsukumo? He effortlessly deflected her poisonous onslaught and, in a swift stroke, cleaved her in 2, leaving her lifeless. Karui! Chiyo screamed in despair, ready to charge at Kiki-Tsukumo. The third Kazekage, having retrieved his severed arm, was horrified to witness yet another casualty on his side, while Chiyo, consumed with rage, rushed recklessly toward Kiki-Tsukumo. displaying a resolve for vengeance. Alarmed, the Kazekage hurriedly intercepted her, compelling the Iron Sand to lift both Chiyo and the puppet skyward. Meanwhile, Kai's, realizing that this surprise attack had not only failed, but had resulted in Kiki Tsukumo slaying 2 of his comrades, wore a grim expression as he ordered a retreat. The Sand Shinobi, upon receiving the command, broke away from their opponents, retreating like a receding tide. Observing this, Kiki Tsukumo refrained from issuing a pursuit order and called out to Tsunade and others, "Secure the battlefield." Yes, Tsunade and her comrades responded promptly, each attending to their duties. Tsunade led the medical ninjas to tend to the injured, particularly those afflicted by poison, requiring her expertise to synthesize antidotes. Meanwhile, Jiraiya organized the remaining ninjas to clean the battlefield, while Orochimaru prepared to defend against any potential return from the Sand Village. As for Kiki Tsukumo, he returned to the command tent, contemplating the map and formulating his next course of action. Unbeknownst to him, this battle would mark the final confrontation in this war. With his decisive leadership against the Sand Village's assault, not only had he thwarted their attack, but news of his counterattack rapidly spread throughout the shinobi world. Particularly, his solo confrontation against the 4 elite shinobi from the Sand Village, emerging unscathed and slaying 2 of them, elevated the legendary status of the White Fang of Konoha to new heights. Upon returning to the camp, the 3rd Kazekage's expression was grim. He had not anticipated Kiki Tsukumo's overwhelming strength. Originally, he had planned to exploit the surprise attack to eliminate Konoha's frontline leader, subsequently dismantling their defenses and raiding the Land of Fire. However, Kiki Tsukumo's prowess exceeded his expectations, rendering his plans in tatters and resulting in the loss of 2 key figures. After pondering the situation, a sinister glint flashed in the 3rd Kazekage's eyes, summoned the order. From this day forth, any Sand Shinobi encountering the White Fang of Konoha may unconditionally abandon their mission. Yes, the Umbu ninja, though puzzled, recognized the Kazekage's authority and, despite their uncertainties, complied, departing to disseminate the message. Meanwhile, after a period of fermentation, the name of Hitaki Tsukumo became increasingly renowned. The 3rd Tsuchikage of Awagakure, Noki, and the 3rd Reikage of Kumogakure, upon hearing the announcement from the 3rd Kazekage, simultaneously issued a tacit command that any who encountered the White Fang of Konoha could unconditionally forego their missions. In an instant, the entire ninja world was abuzz. The might of Konoha's White Fang deeply ingrained in the hearts of shinobi everywhere. In the capital of the Land of Fire, the city of Weiyang, the Daimi's eyes flickered upon receiving this news. He had long desired to bring Konoha under his control. However, the successive Hokage had always been quite shrewd, maintaining a cooperative relationship. Though the Daime held the reins, this arrangement left him feeling quite displeased. At this moment, upon hearing the name of Hitaki Tsukumo, the Daime began to formulate a plan to dispatch envoys to the front lines, proclaiming that Tsukumo should come to Weiyang to receive his official title. Chapter 61. The Hokage's half-sleeve in the Rain Country. At the Konoha frontline camp, Hitaki Tsukumo was engaged in discussions with Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya regarding their forthcoming strategies. Suddenly, a ninja burst into the tent, reporting, "Lord Tsukumo, the Daime has sent envoys to the camp. How shall we proceed?" The mention of the Daime caused Tsukumo, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya to furrow their brows, although their interests were intertwined. The Daime relied on Konoha's shinobi to fend off the ninjas from other nations while recruiting them for various tasks within the Land of Fire. Conversely, Konoha sought rare resources from the Daime in exchange for their services and protection against foreign threats. Furthermore, while the Daime possessed the right to vote for the Hokage, they had no authority over Konoha's internal affairs, rendering their relationship rather tenuous. Even Tsunade, a princess of the Land of Fire, seldom met with the Daime privately. If the Daime had any decisions to make, it would be prudent to consult Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why come to the front lines? Nonetheless, the envoys deserved a modicum of respect, and despite their doubts, they resolved to treat the Daime's representatives with courtesy. With this thought, Tsukumo folded the strategic map on the table and addressed the ninja, "Please invite them in." Understood. The ninja bowed and exited the tent to usher in the Daime's envoys. Moments later, the envoys entered the tent, offering a slight smile to Tsukumo before turning to Tsunade, stating, "Your Highness, the Daime has been thinking of you. It would be wise to visit Weiyang more often when time permits." "I see. What does the Daime wish of me?" Tsunade replied, her expression indifferent as she cut to the chase. In these times of war, there was little opportunity to entertain envoys. They were eager to send them off and resume their discussions on repelling Tsunade. After all, although Tsunade lacked resources, it remained one of the 5 great shinobi villages. And their ninja, accustomed to harsh living conditions, possessed formidable combat abilities. Konoha could not concentrate its forces solely on Tsunade. Vigilance against the other great villages was crucial, lest they seize the opportunity to attack the Land of Fire amid Konoha's conflict with Tsunade. Thus, it was unlikely they could swiftly drive back Tsunade. "Ah, Your Highness. You remain as fiery as ever." The envoy chuckled, unfazed by Tsunade's impatience, before turning to Tsukumo. "The daimyo has heard of your remarkable solo battle against the 4 elite from Tsunade, not only emerging victorious, but also slaying 2 of them. Consequently, the 3 great villages have decreed that those who encounter the White Fang of Konoha may abandon their missions without consequence. The daimyo wishes to reward you with the title of Hokage's half-sleeve and invites you to Weiyang to receive this honor." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression turned peculiar, casting a meaningful glance at the envoy, while Jiraiya looked on with envy. The title of Hokage's half-sleeve carried significant weight, signifying that Tsukumo had transcended the ranks of Konoha's elite Nin to become a decision-maker second only to Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could Jiraiya not feel envious? It was the power he coveted, but rather the prestige that came with such a title. Tsunade, on the other hand, appeared indifferent to her. Reputation mattered less than the material gains that could fund her gambling endeavors. Tsukumo, too, felt the weight of this grand title, yet he quickly regained his composure and replied, "The daimyo is overly generous. However, this is a time of war, and as the commander here, I cannot leave lightly." "No worries, Lord Tsukumo, given your speed. The journey to Weiyang will not take long. Moreover, you are not alone here. The princess and these 2 are formidable shinobi, capable of holding the fort for a few days," the envoy assured. "Tsukumo, this is the first time the daimyo has so praised a ninja. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" the envoy remarked, his gaze lingering on Tsukumo. "Very well, I shall accompany you. Orochimaru, I leave matters here in your hands. Jiraiya, Tsunade, cooperate with Orochimaru." Tsukumo decided after a moment of hesitation. After all, the daimyo was Konoha's benefactor, and to refuse him outright could foster ill will. Furthermore, the Hitaki clan, as a samurai lineage, valued honor above all. The title of Hokage's half-sleeve represented the highest recognition for him, and Tsukumo was reluctant to forfeit it. Yet, he harbored no ambition for the Hokage position. He merely sought to attain this immense honor. Indeed, while Tsukumo was formidable, his political acumen was lacking. Had it been Orochimaru, he would never have accepted the title so readily. He would have ensured Sarutobi Hiruzen's consent before proceeding to accept the daimyo's decree. After all, the Hokage was their direct leader, not the daimyo. However, Tsukumo did not perceive this and, after arranging camp affairs, set off with the daimyo's envoy toward the capital. Orochimaru watched Tsukumo's departing figure, opening his mouth to speak but ultimately shaking his head with a sigh, withholding his thoughts. Such matters were delicate. Expressing dissent could lead to accusations of jealousy toward Tsukumo's honor and an intention to undermine him. Moreover, with the envoy present, any attempt to dissuade Tsukumo would surely reach the daimyo's ears, potentially damaging the relationship between the daimyo and Konoha. In Konoha, at the Konoha Ninja Hospital, the critically injured shinobi had mostly been treated by Ye Feng, leaving only lightly wounded ninjas who could be managed by a few medical Nin. Thus, Ye Feng found himself with ample time to study sealing techniques, occasionally visiting the Senju ancestral home to discuss sealing knowledge with Uzumaki Mido, regarding the esteemed reputation of Kakashi Hitaki. During this period, Ye Feng had also become aware of it. However, he had not yet crossed paths with Kakashi, and thus chose not to dwell on the matter. One day, while diligently studying sealing techniques with Uzumaki Mido, a ninja clad in dark umbu attire, adorned with a cat mask, swiftly appeared at the Senju ancestral home. After paying his respects to Uzumaki Mido, he cast a nonchalant gaze upon Ye Feng and said, "Ye Feng, come with me." Ye Feng furrowed his brow. "What is the matter?" A ninja informed him that a fellow ninja had been poisoned with a deadly toxin. The medical ninjas were unable to perform the necessary extraction technique, and the available antidotes proved ineffective. "The Hokage has sent me to seek your assistance, to see if you possess any means to remedy the situation." The ambu ninja quickly relayed the details to Ye Feng. Chapter 62. Acupuncture and Detoxification. Upon hearing the words of the Dark Ninja, Ye Feng nodded in understanding and addressed Uzumaki Mido, saying, "Grandma Mido, I shall make my way to the ninja hospital now. Very well, go ahead. Uzumaki Mito replied kindly, nodding at Ye Feng as she watched him depart, her eyes gradually filling with anticipation. During this time, she had witnessed Ye Feng's remarkable journey of transformation, swiftly grasping the intricacies of various sealing techniques. It was indeed hard to fathom how fate could be so benevolent to a single individual. Ye Feng possesses an exceptionally formidable talent in physical techniques, ninjutsu, and sealing arts. Furthermore, during her interactions with Ye Feng, she discerned that the chakra within him is markedly distinct from that of ordinary ninjas. Although Ye Feng endeavored to conceal this, the vastness of her perceptive abilities allowed Vortex Mizuho to catch a glimpse of the truth. She now eagerly anticipates Ye Feng's future development. Ye Feng was unaware of the thoughts of Vortex Minato. Following the Umbu ninja, he arrived at Konoha Hospital, where Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately approached him. Ye Feng, you have been apprenticed to Tsunade for quite some time. Have you mastered the art of extraction? Lord Hokage, I have yet to find the time to learn the art of extraction. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng shook his head. Although Tsunade had previously provided him with a plethora of medical texts and knowledge regarding medical ninjutsu, the extraction of subtle ailments was an A-rank medical ninjutsu, one that was even more challenging to master than the sage arts. He had been engrossed in too many studies, far too diverse, and had not yet had the opportunity to learn the extraction of subtle ailments. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this, expressed his disappointment with a shake of his head. Currently, all of Konoha's medical jonin had been dispatched to various frontline camps. The poison afflicting the ninja was exceedingly potent, and he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. To awaken him, the toxin must be neutralized. Otherwise, the Yamashiro clan would have to employ their secret techniques to invade the ninja's consciousness and extract any intelligence he possessed. However, this method posed a significant risk to the ninja and was typically reserved for enemy spies. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew solemn as he resolved to have the Umbu take the poison ninja to their headquarters, intending to enlist the Yamashiro clan's assistance with their secret arts. After all, the poison ninja carried vital intelligence that he must ascertain. Yet, before Sarutobi could voice his thoughts, Ye Feng interjected. Although I do not possess the technique for extracting subtle ailments, I have devised a method of my own that may purify the poison. Hokage-sama, I would like to give it a try. This was the final task within his first mission, and he was determined not to fail, hence his proactive offer. Ye Feng, do you have confidence in this? This ninja is of immense importance. If you are not certain, it may be best to refrain from attempting it. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, his gaze sharp and his demeanor serious. While the Yamashiro clan's secret methods could indeed reveal fragments of consciousness even from a deceased ninja's body, this approach was not without its risks, and Sarutobi was unwilling to gamble. I cannot claim absolute certainty, but I do believe I have over 80% confidence. Furthermore, even if I cannot fully restore him, I can at least ensure he retains his life and regains consciousness. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Feng refrained from expressing his thoughts too definitively. After all, he had yet to personally experience the efficacy of the meridian needle technique. Furthermore, since acquiring this technique, Ye Feng had only conducted a cursory study of it. Nevertheless, the insights provided by the system regarding the meridian needle technique had granted him a modicum of confidence. Very well, proceed with your task. If you can successfully heal this ninja, you will have accomplished this A-rank mission, and I shall promote you to CH Nin. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, observing Ye Feng's assured demeanor. Thank you, Lord Hokage. As Ye Feng observed that Sarutobi Hizashi had consented, he expressed his gratitude and, under the guidance of the Umbu ninja, proceeded to the sick room of the poison ninja. The sight of the individual, with a pallid complexion and darkened lips, indicated a severe poisoning. Had it not been for the consumption of several antidote pills and the timely intervention of treatment, this ninja might have succumbed long ago. Upon meticulously assessing the condition of the afflicted ninja, Ye Feng, wary of the gravity of the situation, promptly removed the ninja's upper garment and had him propped up. He then retrieved a multitude of shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, disinfected them using his inner energy, and employed them as needles with lightning speed, deftly inserting them into the key acupuncture points of the ninja's body. Outside the sick room, Sarutobi Hizashi instructed the Umbu ninja to inform the Yamanaka clan's ninjas to be on standby should Ye Feng's treatment falter, enabling the Yamanaka to swiftly utilize their secret techniques to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, he stood by the window, observing Ye Feng's treatment with keen interest. As he witnessed Ye Feng introducing the shuriken into the poison ninja's body, A flicker of confusion crossed Sarutobi's eyes. Moreover, he sensed a unique energy emanating from the shuriken. What kind of medical method had Ye Feng devised? If this technique truly possessed the capability to significantly counteract toxins, it would surpass the effectiveness of the extraction technique, which was an A-rank medical ninjutsu, typically beyond the grasp of ordinary medical ninjas. Judging by the fluctuations observed during Ye Feng's treatment, even a chunin could execute it with ease. Thus, even if this method did not match the extraction technique's efficacy, it would still hold immense value for Konoha. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently at Ye Feng as he administered treatment to the poisoned ninja. Inside the sick room, unaware of Sarutobi's speculations about his acupuncture technique, Ye Feng channeled his Juyong inner energy, inserting the shuriken into the ninja's major acupuncture points. He then swiftly manipulated the shuriken, vibrating them to activate the potential within the acupuncture points, thereby forcing the toxins out of the ninja's body. From Ye Feng's Byakugan perspective, the toxins clinging to the ninja's veins and blood were vividly illuminated before him. As the shuriken penetrated, the toxins swiftly aggregated. Sensing that the ninja's body was devoid of excess toxins, Ye Feng rapidly pierced the 10 fingers of the ninja, channeling his inner energy to coerce the amassed toxins towards the fingertips. Quick, get a container to catch these toxic blood. Upon hearing Ye Feng's authoritative command, the Umbu ninja wasted no time, swiftly locating a basin within the sick room and positioning it beneath the ninja's fingertips. Instantly, 10 streams of foul-smelling toxic blood erupted from his fingers. As the blood transformed to a normal crimson hue, Ye Feng immediately enacted a healing technique, closing the wounds on the ninja's fingertips. After extracting the shuriken and meticulously examining the ninja's bodily functions, Ye Feng exhaled in relief. All was well. He would awaken within 10 minutes. Ye Feng, visibly weary, supported the ninja as he lay upon the hospital bed, addressing the ANBU ninja. Is he truly going to be all right? Sarutobi Hiruzen, having overheard Ye Feng's words from outside the room, promptly opened the door and entered, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, the toxins within his body have been entirely expelled through his bloodstream. Now, as long as we replenish his vital energy, there should be no further complications. Ye Feng nodded and informed Sarutobi Hiruzen about the situation with the poisoned ninja. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed that the color of the poisoned ninja's face had returned to normal, which instantly put his mind at ease. Well done, Ye Feng. I shall reward you generously for your efforts, he declared. It is but my duty, Lord Hokage. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Ye Feng humbly made a remark and, observing the anxious expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen, understood that he was eager to extract intelligence from the poisoned ninja as soon as he regained consciousness. Thus, Ye Feng tactfully took his leave. Please go ahead. I will ensure that this A-level mission is recorded in your resume, and I shall also promote you to Ch-Nin. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pleased by Ye Feng's perceptiveness, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Hokage. As soon as Hiruzen's words fell, a notification echoed in Ye Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the chain mission. The host is rewarded with the mastery of a random martial art. The reward can be claimed at any time. Given that the host has completed 2 A-level missions during this period, an additional reward of a random divine weapon is granted. The first phase of the chain mission was accomplished, and the second phase commenced. Mission details: shine brightly, obtain a title exclusive to the ninja world. Mission rewards: 1 book of the Deadly 13 Swords, 1 book on the Wave Walking Steps, 1 book of Tai Chi, and the initiation of the 3rd phase of the mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to Ch-Nin, triggering the Ch-Nin achievement, and rewarding the host with the solitary 9 swords. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ye Feng felt a surge of joy and hurriedly took his leave, even losing interest in the bowl of poisonous blood. At this moment, all he could think about was claiming his mission rewards. After exiting the Konoha hospital, Ye Feng made his way to the back mountain of Konoha, his usual training ground. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to receive the system rewards. Ding. Mastery of a random martial art is in progress. Random divine weapon extraction is underway. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mastery of the 9 Yang divine skill. The system is imparting knowledge. Please pay attention. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine weapon, the Jade Flute, which has been stored in the system space. As the system notifications concluded, Ye Feng experienced a powerful surge within him, as an immense amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth began to coalesce within his body. The internal force of Nine Yang commenced its autonomous operation, rapidly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and refining it into pure Nine Yang internal power, which then relentlessly surged through his Rin and Du meridians. Time seemed to lose meaning as the internal force of Nine Yang transformed into a mighty river within him, simultaneously loosening the Rin and Du meridians. As the Nine Yang internal force continued its assault, these meridians were swiftly unblocked. Concurrently, an even greater volume of spiritual energy from heaven and earth began to converge wildly around him, enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Ye Feng tirelessly channeled the Nine Yang divine art, and gradually, the internal Nine Yang energy within him grew in both quantity and density. When the Nine Yang energy became as solid as iron, Ye Feng's entire being trembled, and strands of terrifying energy, finer than a hair, manifested within him. This was the innate true Qi that one could only possess after advancing to the innate stage. With the emergence of true Qi, it triggered a chain reaction, transforming the once iron-hard Nine Yang energy swiftly into Nine Yang true Qi. The once raging river of energy diminished, evolving instead into a meandering stream of true Qi that flowed freely through Ye Feng's meridians. Simultaneously, the excess spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged towards Ye Feng's white eyes. With a resounding wave, all the intricate seal lines around his eyes shattered, resulting in a sudden surge in the purity of his white eyes. Ye Feng could only feel a refreshing sensation emanating from his white eyes, enveloping his entire being and leaving him with an unparalleled sense of vitality. After a considerable time, once the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth had been fully assimilated by Ye Feng, he rose to his full height, opened his eyes, and the brilliance within them flickered with intensity. As he surveyed the surroundings, everything appeared remarkably vivid and clear. Ye Feng's expression shifted to one of delight as he activated the Byakugan. With the awakening of this ocular ability, the veins around his eyes bulged, granting him a flawless 360-degree field of vision that unfolded magnificently before him. Ye Feng removed the ninja headband from his forehead and took out a kunai, using its reflective surface to gaze upon his brow. To his astonishment, he discovered that the once visible ceiling lines had completely vanished. The accursed caged bird had finally been eradicated. Initially, Ye Feng had regarded the caged bird with indifference, viewing it merely as a means to temper his Byakugan. However, the circumstances had changed. Having endured punishment from the caged bird twice, with one instance nearly costing him his life, Ye Feng was now fervently eager to break free from its grasp. After all, he did not wish for his existence to be perpetually dictated by others. With the caged bird dispelled, Ye Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief, no longer burdened by excessive caution when confronting the elder and Hinata Hanabi. Furthermore, the dissolution of the caged bird signified that he could confidently embark on his quest for vengeance, with the first step being the elimination of Hinata Hanabi. Ye Feng has always been a person who repays every slight with interest. Previously, due to the constraints of the caged bird, he found himself somewhat restrained. Now that the caged bird has been unraveled, he naturally harbors no reservations. However, just as Ye Feng was contemplating his plan for vengeance, an extraordinary change occurred within his mind. The once collapsed core of the seal swiftly reformed, and the lines of the seal reappeared around the optic nerves of Ye Feng's white eyes. The mark of the caged bird on his forehead once again manifested perfectly upon his brow. What is happening here? Ye Feng's countenance darkened as he sensed the caged bird near his peripheral vision. Must the caged bird perish to attain freedom? If such were the case, what meaning would his existence hold? To become the foremost ninja in the realm? Even if he were to achieve that lofty status, what would it matter? Any individual proficient in the secret arts of the caged bird could easily condemn him to death, rendering him a perpetual puppet under another's control. The emergence of this caged bird nearly drove Ye Feng to the brink of madness. The freedom he yearned for, an invincible existence, was utterly shattered by the presence of this cursed fate. How could Ye Feng possibly come to terms with such a reality? Ye Feng's expression twisted in agony as he harnessed his mental energy to activate the core of the caged bird. Instantly, he was engulfed in tremors, the excruciating pain emanating from the depths of his soul contorting his features even further. If he were destined to be shackled by the caged bird for eternity, he would rather embrace death. However, just as he contemplated the reckless act of self-destruction to obliterate the caged bird's core, an unexpected transformation occurred in his Byakugan. As the core was stimulated, the Byakugan surged with newfound vitality. A series of peculiar rhythms resonated within his mind, causing Ye Feng to momentarily pause. Could it be that this was not merely the caged bird, but rather a superior form of sealing technique? Realizing this, he hastily ceased his activation of the caged bird's core, grasped a kunai, and scrutinized the intricate sealing patterns upon his forehead. Indeed, he discerned that it concealed a sealing technique far more complex than that of the caged bird. Furthermore, his Byakugan remained unclouded by this newly revealed caged bird, allowing him clear vision of the area behind him. With this revelation, Ye Feng finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed this was the true secret behind the evolution of the Byakugan within the Hyuga clan. Ye Feng once again experimented with the various capabilities of his Byakugan, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he subtly grasped the mysteries behind its evolution. In Chapter 64, titled New Capabilities of the Byakugan, the Solitary Nine Swords. Sensing the changes in his caged bird, Ye Feng finally felt a sense of relief and turned his attention to experimenting with his own Byakugan transformations. Firstly, although his Byakugan had been recontrolled by the caged bird, it exhibited no flaws. The comprehensive 360-degree field of vision allowed Ye Feng to perceive attacks from any direction. Even if an adversary struck from behind, he could discern their movements and counter them effectively. Secondly, regarding the foundational ability of reconnaissance, Ye Feng discovered that the range of his Byakugan's detection was initially limited to 500 meters. However, after the caged bird's version 0.1 shattered, his Byakugan underwent an evolution, expanding its reconnaissance range to an impressive 1,500 meters, an increase of threefold, enabling Ye Feng to detect hidden foes lurking in the shadows much earlier. Upon sensing the transformation of his Byakugan, Ye Feng felt a surge of joy and eagerly proceeded to test the next ability. This capability was a technique that had manifested during the first evolution of his Byakugan, the pressure technique. Once unleashed, this ocular technique would create an ethereal space around him, continuously compressing his enemies and greatly suppressing their strength. Previously, this technique had little effect. However, with the recent changes to his Byakugan, Ye Feng was keen to ascertain the extent of the pressure technique's newfound power. With that thought in mind, Ye Feng hesitated not and commenced the execution of the pressure technique, Byakugan pressure. In the next moment, as his ocular energy surged into the Byakugan, an invisible shockwave emanated from Ye Feng, expanding in all directions. Instantly, a formidable aura erupted forth, compressing everything in its vicinity. The three large trees closest to Ye Feng were particularly affected, snapping under the immense pressure generated by this force. Upon sensing the formidable pressure, Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. The power he felt was scarcely inferior to that of B-rank ninjutsu, and moreover, it was a comprehensive, indiscriminate technique encompassing a full 360 degrees. If my Byakugan were to ascend once more, the potency of this ocular technique might be significantly enhanced. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng prepared to deactivate his Byakugan, for while it still possessed the ability to see through illusions, no one was currently casting Jinjutsu upon him, rendering it impossible to test the new Byakugan's resistance to such illusions. However, at that very moment, Ye Feng inadvertently caught sight of some lines appearing in the sky. Initially, he dismissed it as mere illusion. Yet, upon closer inspection, he was startled to discover that there were indeed numerous intricate lines manifesting in the heavens. What is this? Could it be the sealing barrier of Konohagakure? Ye Feng meticulously observed the intricate lines above Konoha village, discovering that these lines bore a striking resemblance to the sealing techniques he had previously studied from the Uzumaki clan. Could this be a new ability of my Byakugan? The sealing barrier is a composite technique formed by various sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan. It serves as the first line of defense against any attack on Konoha. Generally, individuals unfamiliar with the intricate hand seals required to activate the barrier cannot enter the village. Of course, this does not apply to Kagaya and Black Zetsu. After all, Black Zetsu has existed for millennia, witnessing the rise of the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans. With Black Zetsu's guidance, White Zetsu can freely traverse Konoha. When Ye Feng beheld the sealing lines in the sky, his heart swelled with joy. In the ninja world, one might argue that the most formidable force lies in Hashirama Senju's would release or Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan. Others might contend that it is the Tsutsuki clan or the eventual emergence of the Purei within Uzumaki Baruto. However, Ye Feng firmly believed that the most powerful art in the ninja world is sealing techniques. After all, even Kagaya Tsutsuki was sealed within the God Tree for a millennium. Now, with his Byakugan having evolved to possess the ability to perceive and unravel seals, he felt no fear in facing those adept in sealing techniques. Even if he were inadvertently ensnared, he could utilize his Byakugan to decipher the sealing arts and escape. Furthermore, possessing this ability would significantly benefit Ye Feng in his future endeavors to master sealing techniques. The challenge of sealing arts lies in the complexity of the sealing lines. To successfully execute a sealing technique, one must channel chakra or vital energy to manifest a series of sealing lines. Only when these lines traverse in a specific manner can the corresponding sealing art be fully realized. Though Ye Feng possessed immense spiritual strength, deciphering the intricate sealing lines of the sealing technique within a short span remained a formidable challenge that demanded considerable time. However, circumstances had transformed. He could now distinctly perceive the operational methods of the sealing lines. Subsequently, by forcefully committing these methods to memory, he could successfully execute the corresponding sealing technique. After reacquainting himself with the myriad abilities of his Byakugan and finding no new powers, Ye Feng deactivated the Byakugan and retrieved the divine weapon, the Jade Flute. Awarded by the system. Before him lay an exquisite jade flute, approximately 80 centimeters long, adorned with 8 holes, its surface glistening like jade. Gazing upon this flute, Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, he had acquired the Jade Flute Sword technique, a unique form of martial prowess. Once activated, it could not only unleash sword energy but also emit enigmatic sonic waves that caught enemies off guard. A signature skill of the renowned Dongxia Huang Yaoshi in the world of the legend of the Condor heroes. While this sword technique could be executed with a traditional sword, its potency would undoubtedly diminish without the Jade Flute. The essence of the Jade Flute Sword technique lay in its unpredictable sonic attacks, devoid of this element. It would merely be a commendable sword technique. Now, with the Jade Flute in hand, the technique found its rightful application. After briefly toying with the Jade Flute, Ye Feng refrained from hastily practicing the Jade Flute Sword technique and instead claimed the reward for advancing to the Chunin level, the Dugu 9 Swords. As he accepted the Dugu 9 Swords, an image materialized in his mind, a middle-aged man with an air of arrogance, standing atop a mountain peak, wielding a soft sword that gleamed with a chilling light. The essence of the Dugu 9 Swords lay in the ability to perceive flaws in an opponent's moves at a glance, swiftly exploiting these weaknesses to achieve victory in a single strike. This comprehensive sword technique encompassed 360 variations, each of which further branched into 360 evolutions, resulting in an infinite array of techniques and a continuous flow of sword intent. The foundational principle of the Dugu 9 Swords emphasized understanding. Memorizing all variations was merely the beginning, forgetting a portion signified minor mastery, while complete oblivion indicated great mastery, and wielding sword intent represented perfection. The broken sword technique could dismantle all sword techniques, while the broken blade technique, the middle-aged man, standing on the mountain peak, spoke with a voice like thunder, demonstrating the various profound elements of the Dugu 9 Swords as he brandished the soft sword. Ye Feng listened, entranced, instinctively drawing his Ziwei soft sword to follow the middle-aged man and executing the Dugu 9 Swords. As brilliant sword lights flickered, Ye Feng's figure danced across the back mountains of Konoha, the sharp sword light carving distinct marks upon the surrounding trees. Ye Feng, lost in a trance, executed the Dugu 9 Swords with such fervor that he failed to notice the vanishing figure of the middle-aged swordsman in his mind. The Dugu 9 Swords, requiring minimal energy, coupled with the remarkable recuperative speed granted by the perfected 9-yang divine skill, allowed Ye Feng to tirelessly practice on the back mountains of Mai. From initial clumsiness, his movements transformed into fluidity, and from fluidity into ethereality. Time became irrelevant as Ye Feng ceased to be constrained by the transitions between techniques, seamlessly alternating between the broken sword style and the broken whip style, while effortlessly integrating the Huashan sword technique and the Yuxiao sword technique, with each transition exhibiting no hint of sluggishness. Chapter 65, Supreme Sword Intent in the Realm of Low Martial Arts. The cultivation of technique is paramount, while the essence of martial arts is elevated. Despite the scarcity of spiritual energy in the low martial world, which prevents warriors from unleashing earth-shattering powers, it is precisely this limitation that drives the prodigies within to refine their skills continuously. The Dugu 9 Swords can be regarded as the pinnacle of martial techniques in this low martial world, transcending the rigid confines of technique transitions and relentlessly targeting the weaknesses of their adversaries with every strike. Ye Feng, with tireless determination, repeatedly executed the Dugu 9 Swords. And in a moment of inspiration, he even formed seals with one hand amidst the swordplay, unleashing various ninjutsu in the intervals of his sword dance. In an instant, the mountains behind Konoha were ablaze with flashing sword lights, thunder roared, and fierce winds surged, creating chaos all around. At this moment, however, Ye Feng was wholly absorbed in his sword training, his body acting solely on instinct, completely oblivious to the surroundings. Unless someone attacked him, he remained utterly unaware of everything outside. Thus, even with Ye Feng's extraordinary perceptive abilities, he failed to notice that 2 young men were silently watching him, dumbfounded. Zixiao, how fortunate you are to have such a talented subordinate. His prowess has reached a level of his own, and I have nothing left to teach him. One of the onlookers, a young man clad in a green jonin uniform, With half of a Hokage cloak draped over his left arm and a short blade at his waist, his silver hair billowing in the wind, stood atop a tree and remarked while gazing down at Ye Feng's swordplay. I hadn't expected this either. I was about to head to the battlefield to take command at the front and intended for you to mentor young Ye Feng, particularly since his combat style closely resembles yours. Yet, I never anticipated that in such a brief time, he would grow to this extent. Moreover, I heard from Lord Hokage that young Ye Feng has recently been studying the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage. I wonder how his research is progressing. The dark-haired ninja standing beside the silver-haired one, who was also Ye Feng's instructor, Yushinwashi Zixiao, expressed similar sentiments as he observed Ye Feng below. In just over a month, Ye Feng's combat power has remarkably surged to this level. The intricacy of his sword techniques is incomparably superior to the grand and sweeping Konoha-style swordsmanship. It is hard to fathom that this set of sword techniques was created by a mere 10-year-old child. Furthermore, the seamless transition between his ninjutsu and taijutsu showcases that Ye Feng's combat style has already evolved into a distinct school of its own. Now, not even an ordinary jonin would stand a chance against Ye Feng. Such a prodigy has even evoked a sense of envy in the accomplished Yushinwashi Zixiao. Moreover, considering Ye Feng is also training in the Flying Thunder God technique, should he master it, one can only imagine the level of his strength when combined with his extraordinary taijutsu and keen insight, all enhanced by the bizarre speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. Yushinwashi Zixiao could hardly fathom the extent of Ye Feng's potential. What is this power? Just as Yushinwashi Zixiao contemplated Ye Feng's future achievements, the usually composed silver-haired ninja suddenly exclaimed, startling the reflective Yushinwashi Zixiao from his reverie. Yushinwashi Zixiao looked down and saw that Ye Feng had ceased his swordplay, his aura beginning to rise. Simultaneously, it seemed that some force within Ye Feng was awakening rapidly, even in its partially awakened state. Its power sent chills down the spines of both observers. They sensed that if this power were to fully erupt, its might would be terrifying beyond measure, and they could not muster the confidence to withstand it. After all, who are they? One is the legendary Purple Sky of Konoha, a master of wind and thunder release techniques, complemented by formidable taijutsu. Not even shadow-level experts could easily defeat him. The other, known as the legendary Ye Feng of Konoha, whose strength needs no further elaboration, had faced 4 powerful ninjas from the Sand Village, 3rd Kazekage, Elder Chiyo, and her son and daughter-in-law, without sustaining a single injury. He severed the arm of the 3rd Kazekage and eliminated Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, prompting the 3 ninja villages to issue a decree that any who encountered Konoha's Ye Feng could abandon their missions unconditionally. Yet, the aura emanating from Ye Feng now instilled fear in their hearts. What kind of power is this? Meanwhile, Ye Feng remained unaware of Yushinwashi Zixiao and Hatake Tsukumo observing him. Earlier, he had forgotten all 360 variations of the Dugan 9 swords, allowing his comprehension of martial arts to ascend significantly. When he struck, he no longer pondered which technique to employ. He simply wielded his intent to execute the most fitting moves for the situation. At this moment, the Dugan 9 swords had reached complete mastery. Ye Feng had stopped wielding the ZY soft sword, standing still with his eyes closed, immersed in the understanding gained from executing the Dugan 9 swords. What is the sword? The sword is the ancestor of short weapons, a device for close combat, refined through profound artistry, leading into the realm of the mysterious. The sword is an instrument of slaughter, a divine weapon for protection. A swordsman advances courageously, facing even the greatest adversities with a single stroke. The essence of the sword embodies the will of the swordsman. Duga seeks defeat, overcoming all masters, comprehending the invincible sword intent. In his later years, he befriended sculptures, deepening his sword intent. Gradually progressing to the realm of no sword is better than having a sword, breaking through with sword intent. The nameless sword god of wind and cloud, once obsessed with the sword in his youth, became frenzied in his prime, slaying masters from the 8 great sects of the martial world, leading to the invasion of the divine nation by the island nation of Fusang, unopposed by masters of the divine land, allowing the islanders to wreak havoc. This situation prompted the nameless to repent, standing alone with the hero's sword, resisting the Fusang masters outside the divine land, ultimately attaining enlightenment in the realm of the heavenly sword in his later years, with his sword intent flourishing. The sword Saint Dugu Jian, wielding the invincible Holy Spirit sword technique, met defeat at the hands of the nameless, painstakingly comprehending the destruction of heaven and earth sword arts, attaining the most sacred sword intent. The sword masters each embodied their sword intent, a reflection of their own will. What is my will? My will embodies freedom, with me. There is no rival as I continually ascend to greater heights. If heaven oppresses me, I shall cleave it with my sword. If the earth forsakes me, I shall level it with my sword. If man obstructs me, I shall slay him with my sword. Having lived once more, one can either blend into the masses or tread the path of invincibility. I, naturally, choose the path of invincibility. The more he contemplated, the clearer Ye Feng's mind became. Upon opening his eyes, a beam of sword light shot forth from them. Ye Feng let out a long howl, his aura soaring. And the ZY soft sword in his hand trembled as arcs of sword energy erupted from it. Ye Feng once again wielded the ZY soft sword, but unlike before, the radiant sword light now manifested a sharp and domineering sword energy, with the intent of the blade swirling amidst the accompaniment of wind and thunder. At this moment, a tempest and lightning enveloped Ye Feng, as waves of sword energy surged freely through the area, cleaving trees asunder. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until Ye Feng gradually came to a halt, a look of elation crossing his face. In that instant, Ye Feng resembled a peerless divine sword, honed through countless trials. Exuding an unparalleled sharpness, with such formidable power, he possessed the means for self-preservation. Henceforth, he would embark on his path to invincibility. For only in this manner could he continue to pursue excellence. A smile graced Ye Feng's face as he comprehended the essence of the sword. Harnessing the enlightenment he had just attained, he successfully integrated the techniques of lightning and wind release into his own combat prowess. At this moment, while he would not claim to be invincible within the realm of shinobi, he was confident that ordinary elite Jainin would find it impossible to slay him. Even against those of the shadow level, although he acknowledged they were not his equals, they would also struggle to bring about his demise. Chapter 66, The First Encounter with Hokage Tsukumo. After a moment of joy, Ye Feng activated the communication system and opened his attribute panel for inspection. Name: Hinata Ye Feng. Age: 10. Identity: member of the Hyuga branch family, Konoha Chunin bloodline limit. Pure white eyes, 0. 02. Dojutsu: illusion breaking, insight, pressure. Seal breaking strength, Jonin, combat power fluctuates significantly. Taijutsu: gentle fist 8 trigrams 32 palms ninjutsu. C-rank lightning release, C-rank wind release, Chidori, Rasengan, healing techniques, sage art. Flying thunder god technique, 30, body flicker technique, basic sealing techniques. Skills: master level culinary arts, meridian acupuncture method martial arts, 18 dragon subduing palms, basic sword techniques, Huashan sword techniques. Duga 9 swords, Uchiha sword techniques internal skills, breath control technique, purple mist divine skill. 9 yang divine skill lightness skill, flying body technique weapon, ZY soft sword items, jade liquid wine recipe, 1 strength pill, 200 gold coins. Upon reviewing his attribute panel, Ye Feng gained a clearer understanding of his strength and future training direction. Compared to his previous attribute panel, this time the progress of his white eyes had changed. The progress had reset to 0, and the term pure had been added. This signified that his white eyes had reached their current limit. And upon the completion of this progress bar, his white eyes would undergo another transformation, perhaps evolving into the Rinnegan or a different form of white eyes. Moreover, observing the training progress of the Flying Thunder God technique, Ye Feng contemplated that he would primarily focus on mastering this technique. This way, even if he were summoned to the battlefield, he would possess sufficient strength to confront any adversary. Furthermore, the Second Great Ninja War spanned several years. And Ye Feng vaguely recalled that by the war's conclusion, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had confronted Hanzo of the Salamander, ultimately earning the title of the 3 legendary ninjas from him. Thus, it was clear that the war would not end swiftly. Additionally, even if Ye Feng wished to join the battlefield, he would require the command of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Therefore, despite his eagerness, Ye Feng could only muster patience and allow himself to grow. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Feng was about to head towards the Senju ancestral mansion. However, at that moment, he furrowed his brow as the ZY soft sword unsheathed once more. Who goes there? Little Ye Feng, your perception is truly remarkable. We merely exuded a slight aura, and you detected us. As soon as Ye Feng's voice faded, Yushowashi Zishio and Chimu Tsukumo leaped down from the tree, swiftly appearing before Ye Feng with smiles. Teacher Zishio, may I ask who this is? As Ye Feng beheld the presence of Hokage Tsukumo beside Yoshinashi Zishio, a revelation dawned upon him. Indeed, Hokage Tsukumo was remarkably easy to identify, with his striking white hair, the short blade hanging at his waist, and the distinctive Hokage half-sleeve adorning his attire. All of these elements unequivocally attested to the fact that this ninja was none other than Hokage Tsukumo. After all, at present, there exists but one Hokage half-sleeve in Konoha, and that belongs to Tsukumo. This individual is none other than the legendary ninja who has recently risen to fame on the battlefield, Hokage Tsukumo, who shall also serve as your instructor henceforth. Yoshinashi Zishu beamed at Ye Feng as she made the introduction. Ah, it is Lord Tsukumo. Greetings, Lord Tsukumo. Ye Feng feigned understanding and nodded, greeting Hatake Tsukumo. Hello. Ye Feng, what was that technique you just employed? Of course, if you prefer not to disclose, that is entirely acceptable. Typically, in the ninja world, probing into the unique techniques of others is considered a grave taboo. However, Hatake Tsukumo was overwhelmed by curiosity. He sensed that if he could discern the nature of Ye Feng's earlier display, his combat prowess would surge immensely. Well, how should I put it? This phenomenon is a manifestation of my will. In truth, I am uncertain of its origin. While I was refining my swordsmanship, I unexpectedly entered a peculiar state. And with a singular focus on becoming as formidable as the first Hokage, that entity materialized. Such advanced concepts as sword and tint were utterly absent in this realm. Even their so-called sages were merely a frog, a snake, and a slug. Thus, Ye Feng struggled to articulate the essence of sword and tint and could only vaguely describe the process of its emergence. Manifestation of will. Upon hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo's eyes narrowed slightly, a dense aura of blade and tint enveloping him, hinting at a gathering force. As Ye Feng beheld the visage of Hatake Kakashi, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth fell agape. Goodness, is this Hatake Kakashi truly so extraordinary? Could it be that he comprehended the essence of the blade from a mere remark of mine? Beside him, Yushin Washizaki also sensed an aura emanating from Kakashi, strikingly reminiscent of the power Ye Feng had exhibited during his sword training, prompting a pang of envy towards Kakashi. Previously, the force Ye Feng had unleashed had instilled in him a sense of trepidation. It was evident that Ye Feng's strength was still relatively nascent. Had Ye Feng been more formidable, he felt certain he would have met with a most disastrous defeat under that power. Now, witnessing Kakashi gleaning insight from a single utterance of Ye Feng, Yushin Washizaki found himself enveloped in envy, alongside a burgeoning self-doubt. They had graduated together, become ninjas together, and joined the Umbu together, yet at some point, Kakashi's prowess had begun to outstrip his own at an alarming rate. Seeing Kakashi draw enlightenment from Ye Feng's words, while he himself had failed to grasp even a single thread of understanding, naturally stirred feelings of jealousy within him. Fortunately, Kakashi had not transcended the heavens entirely. He had merely managed to condense the essence of the blade from Ye Feng's words. However, just as the blade's aura was on the verge of complete manifestation, it inexplicably dissipated. A flicker of regret crossed Kakashi's eyes, yet he remained confident that with further practice, he would be able to harness that power in due time. Caressing the white Feng short sword at his waist, Kakashi opened his eyes and addressed Ye Feng with a bow. Thank you, young Ye Feng. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. As long as it does not contravene my principles, I shall lend my full support. Oh, it's nothing. I merely spoke casually. It is of no consequence. Ye Feng was roused from his slumber by the voice of Konoha Shikaku. He waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for such formalities. Observing Shikaku's extraordinary talent, Ye Feng felt a subtle determination form within him, a resolve to alter the original fate of Shikaku. After all, it would be a dreadful waste for such a formidable ninja to perish at the hands of his own comrades. He was well aware that in the ninja world, there existed a relentless entity named Black Zetsu, who sought to sever the very planets and rescue his mother, along with the descendants of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon who aimed to obliterate the ninja realm, not to mention the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan itself. With so many adversaries lurking, Ye Feng was not inclined to confront every challenge alone, even if he were not to be worn out. He would surely be overwhelmed by frustration. It was not that he harbored grand aspirations of saving the world, but as he grew stronger, these foes would inevitably take notice and turn their sights upon him. Thus, having some skilled allies would undoubtedly ease his burdens. However, rescuing Shikaku required a gradual approach, with the foremost task being to deal with the insidious Danzo. Just as Ye Feng contemplated the treacherous Danzo, a ninja emanating a chilling aura and donning a ghastly mask swiftly approached the trio. Without sparing a glance at Yoshinwashi or Shikaku, he addressed Ye Feng in a detached manner, stating, Hinata Ye Feng, Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Come with me. Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback by the cold aura emanating from the ninja donning a ghostly mask. Reflecting inwardly, one truly ought not to speak ill of others behind their backs. Mention Danzo, and Danzo sends someone. What could Lord Danzo possibly want with Ye Feng? As Ye Feng's instructor, Yushowashi Zishu naturally bore the obligation to safeguard his safety. Why, at this juncture, would Danzo, the leader of Root and a senior elder of Konoha, wish to meet Ye Feng? Since its inception, although initially unknown to many, the existence of Root has become increasingly apparent with the passage of time, revealing a modus operandi vastly different from that of the Umbu. While both organizations engage in intelligence gathering and assassination, the ninjas of Root starkly contrast with their Umbu counterparts, at least in one crucial aspect. Umbu members support one another during missions, even prioritizing the safety of their comrades when circumstances permit. However, the ninjas of Root are solely driven by Danzo's commands. Should Danzo order them to attack fellow villagers, Root ninjas would unsheathe their blades without hesitation when tasked with missions. Encountering fellow villagers would prompt Root ninjas to divert the enemy's attention towards their comrades, fleeing without a backward glance. Such despicable conduct has understandably incited discontent among those aware of Root's existence. Yet, as Danzo is a childhood friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen, having attended the ninja academy together and trained under Senju Tobarama, their long-standing camaraderie renders Hiruzen indifferent to the complaints of other ninjas. Over time, it became evident to them that lodging complaints against Danzo yielded no results. Consequently, when on missions, they would tacitly avoid Root ninjas, even refraining from intervening should the Root ninjas find themselves in dire straits. Now, upon hearing that Danzo wished to see Ye Feng, Yushowashi Zishu felt an ominous premonition rise within her. Positioning herself in front of Ye Feng, she addressed the Root ninja coolly, "You lack the authority to know. Are you intending to defy Lord Danzo's orders?" The Root ninja remained unfazed by Yushowashi Zishu's words, though he could not match her prowess. The backing of Danzo rendered him unafraid. Zishu-sensei, it's fine. I will accompany him. Surely, Lord Danzo would not make things difficult for a freshly graduated ninja like myself. Moreover, we are in Konoha, where the Hokage still holds authority. Ye Feng observed that Yushowashi Zishu was greatly vexed by the Root ninja. With a resigned shrug, he stepped out from behind Yushowashi Zishu and spoke to her with a significant tone. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Yushowashi Zishu was momentarily taken aback, then exchanged a glance with Chimu Sakumo, both clearly expressing their astonishment. Ye Feng's previous intention was to instruct them to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen. Despite Danzo's considerable influence, he must still heed Sarutobi Hiruzen's authority in Konoha. With this thought in mind, the two no longer hindered Ye Feng's departure. Ye Feng noticed that Mitsurashi Zishu and Hataki Sakumo understood his intentions. A smile graced his face. He then, without a hint of trepidation, gazed at the Root ninja and declared, "Lead the way." At these words, the ninja, concealed beneath his mask, slightly furrowed his brow and let out a cold snort before turning away to guide Ye Feng. Ye Feng shrugged his shoulders and, after bidding farewell to Yushowashi Zishu and Chimu Sakumo, proceeded without hesitation to execute the flying technique, closely trailing behind the Root ninja. After a series of winding paths, the Root ninja led Ye Feng to a concealed location. With hands weaving intricate seals, a ripple suddenly emerged in the previously barren space, revealing a pitch-black entrance before them. "Lord Danzo is inside. Do not even think about escaping, for you know the consequences," the Root ninja remarked coolly, casting a glance at Ye Feng. "Oh? What consequences? This is Konoha. Do you dare to kill me?" Hearing the calm words of the Root ninja, Ye Feng felt a surge of displeasure in his heart. He cast a cold glance at the Root ninja, his eyes shimmering with a hint of sword intent, piercing sharply into the eyes of the Root ninja. The Root ninja felt a chill in his heart and instinctively averted his gaze, unable to meet Ye Feng's eyes. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Feng let out a cold laugh, disregarding the Root ninja, and proceeded straight into the dark passageway. Although he was aware that Danzo would not openly confront him, being on the territory of the Root organization made Ye Feng cautious. His senses were heightened to the utmost, and he activated his Byakugan. As he surveyed the densely packed ceiling lines surrounding him, a shiver ran down his spine. Moreover, the various traps within the passage were fortunate to be in a dormant state. Otherwise, Ye Feng would have hesitated to venture further. After an indeterminate amount of time, a glimmer of light caught Ye Feng's attention as he found himself in a dimly lit secret chamber. The chamber contained only a single table, at which sat a one-eyed ninja, none other than Danzo himself. "Having met Lord Danzo, I am curious about the reason for your summons." Ye Feng observed Danzo and feigned a respectful bow, introducing himself as Hinata Ye Feng, a member of the Hyuga branch family. At the tender age of 9, he graduated, and by 10, he ascended to the rank of Chunin, excelling in taijutsu, the dual arts of wind and lightning release, swordsmanship, and medical ninjutsu. "Your talents are indeed remarkable." Danzo, upon noticing Ye Feng's arrival, refrained from immediately disclosing the purpose of his summons. Instead, he lavished praise upon Ye Feng. "You flatter me, Lord Danzo. I merely consider myself fortunate to have had the privilege of studying under Lady Tsunade, who has been exceptionally kind and supportive towards me." Upon hearing Danzo's words, Ye Feng understood the implication. Danzo intended to recruit him. Thus, he immediately invoked Tsunade's name. implying that she was his mentor and had treated him well, making it impossible for him to betray her in favor of joining Danzo's ranks. Ah, a genius is indeed a genius, so astute. Since you possess such intelligence, you must also comprehend that in this world, light coexists with darkness, akin to the cyclical transition between day and night. The Hokage represents the luminous aspect of Konoha, however. Mere light cannot foster the village's growth. In such instances, a shadowy counterpart is essential to support the illumination, for only then can Konoha attain greater strength. The root symbolizes this darker facet, having made indelible contributions to Konoha's advancement since its inception. Ye Feng, do you wish to become a root beneath the great tree, nourishing it with sustenance? Danzo fervently recounted the numerous achievements of the root, resembling a devout follower brainwashed by a cult, which sent a chill down Ye Feng's spine. I apologize, Lord Danzo, but I do not favor such a dark environment. In contrast to darkness, I prefer to live under the sun. Completing missions and training alongside my friends, that is sufficient for me. Ye Feng hastily interrupted Tuanzang's monologue, speaking in a calm tone. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Tuanzang's expression darkened slightly. However, he did not relent but continued, Little Ye Feng, you hail from the Hyuga branch family. Surely, you have been inscribed as a caged bird by the main family. Do you not yearn to escape the constraints of this captivity? Every individual desires autonomy, to govern their own life and death. A genius like you, Ye Feng, is particularly inclined towards such aspirations. Thus, he was certain that upon hearing this proposition, Ye Feng would seize the opportunity to break free from the bonds of the caged bird. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng pursed his lips, realizing that Danzo was truly relentless. A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind, yet on the surface, Ye Feng had to feign excitement to maintain his persona as he gazed at Danzo. Lord Danzo, what are you saying? Do you really possess a method to free me from this cage of confinement? Danzo, observing Ye Feng's feigned enthusiasm, offered a slight smile. Indeed. As long as you are willing to join the root, I can assist you in unraveling the secret technique of the caged bird. Is that so? Then might I inquire if Lord Danzo could share the method to break this caged bird's curse with me? As Ye Feng beheld the self-assured Danzo, a wave of curiosity washed over him. The caged bird seal, an ancestral technique of the Hyuga clan passed down for millennia, could truly be unraveled by other means? If such methods existed, why had no other ninja villages discovered them? It is well known that prior to the emergence of those aberrations, the Byakugan bloodline of the Hyuga clan was exceedingly desirable. Other ninja villages could not resist coveting its power. Regrettably, the members of the main branch of the Hyuga rarely ventured beyond the confines of Konoha, while those of the branch family bore the caged bird seal, ensuring that even in death, should anyone touch the Byakugan, the seal would activate, utterly obliterating the Byakugan itself. Thus, for countless years, while those ninja villages yearned to obtain the Byakugan bloodline, every attempt had met with failure. Only the Hidden Mist village seemed to have employed some method to acquire a Byakugan, while others, including the Hidden Cloud village, could merely lay claim to the remains of Hyuga Hisashi. Consequently, Ye Feng was deeply intrigued. Could it be that Danzo genuinely possessed a means to dismantle the caged bird seal? Undoubtedly, the caged bird was a formidable sealing technique. I had once delved into the intricacies of the caged bird seal. The solution lay in enveloping it within another powerful sealing technique. Fortuitously, I happened to possess knowledge of such a technique, the tongue curse eradication. If you were to join the root, I could inscribe the tongue curse eradication for you, and in due course, your caged bird seal would be overshadowed. Danzo spoke with utmost seriousness, attempting to deceive Ye Feng with his fabrications. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. What a shameless old scoundrel. Does he truly believe I am a fool? Observing Ye Feng's astonished expression, a subtle smile crept upon Danzo's lips. To him, such a reaction from Ye Feng signified exhilaration and excitement. After all, in Danzo's perspective, aside from a few high-ranking officials and elite jonin of Konoha, most were oblivious to the effects of the root's tongue eradication technique. Naturally, Ye Feng had no reason to be aware of this. As long as he instilled the tongue eradication within him, even if Ye Feng could not escape the bird in a cage technique, he would remain within Danzo's grasp. Indeed, Danzo's earlier remarks were merely a ruse to deceive Ye Feng. If the bird in a cage, a technique passed down for millennia, were so easily dismantled, the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit would not have remained unshared until now. What say you, little Ye Feng? Join the root, and I shall immediately free you from the bird in a cage. Danzo smiled faintly, feigning gentleness as he inquired of Ye Feng. Just as Ye Feng contemplated how to reject Danzo's advances, the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly resonated in their ears. Upon hearing the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ye Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Danzo had previously spoken to such an extent that he could not afford to appear overly familiar with the intricacies of the situation. Thus, he could not outright refuse Danzo. With Hiruzen's arrival, he naturally had no need to concoct excuses to deceive Danzo any longer. Hiruzen? What brings you here? Danzo's brow furrowed upon hearing Hiruzen's voice. Just when he seemed poised for success, Hiruzen had arrived unexpectedly swiftly. Moreover, Hiruzen's ability to effortlessly penetrate the ceiling barrier filled Danzo's heart with discontent, solidifying his resolve that this base was no longer tenable and that the ninjas within required replacement. If I hadn't come, wouldn't little Ye Feng be easily misled by you? Hiruzen admonished. Ye Feng, do not heed Danzo's words. The caged bird, as a means for the Hyuga clan to safeguard their bloodline limit, cannot be so easily undone. Otherwise, given your relationship with Lady Mito, how could she possibly refuse to assist you in breaking the caged bird? While I may not be able to remove the caged bird myself, should you encounter any injustice within the Hyuga clan, I will intervene on your behalf. Hiruzen cast a disdainful glance at Danzo before turning to Ye Feng, speaking earnestly. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo. I still aspire to a life filled with light, so I must regretfully decline joining Root. I hope you can understand. After feigning joy and thanking Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ye Feng turned to Danzo, who appeared visibly displeased, inwardly cursing Sarutobi for being a meddlesome troublemaker. Had it not been for Sarutobi, he might have successfully persuaded Ye Feng to join the Umbu. Danzo was exceedingly covetous of Ye Feng, not only for the formula of the exquisite Yuya wine but also for his innate talent, especially after Ye Feng had recently devised a unique medical ninjutsu. To Danzo, who had devoted himself to researching the cells of Hashirama and other medical experiments, Ye Feng represented the epitome of an ideal recruit. Alas, all of this was thwarted by Sarutobi. Very well, young Ye Feng, you may proceed with your training. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. Sarutobi said gently, before turning his sharp gaze towards Danzo. Danzo, I warn you not to harbor any intentions towards Ye Feng. He is a genius endowed with an unwavering will of fire, destined to shine brightly for Konoha. But he is a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Once he grows powerful, the Hyuga clan may utilize him to interfere in Konoha's affairs. What will we do then? Danzo retorted. Do not forget the master's plan. Even the Senju clan has been democratized. This reflects the will of our late master. Do you wish to defy his wishes? Enough. Ye Feng is a good child, resilient in spirit. He will not be easily swayed by the influence of the Hyuga clan. I have my own views on this matter. Besides, the Hyuga clan does not possess the same ambitions as the Uchiha clan. Danzo. Enough, Danzo. I have made my decision. I warn you. Should you ever resort to despicable means to target Ye Feng again, do not blame me for being merciless. Remember, I am the Hokage. Danzo's face flushed with anger upon hearing Sarutobi assert his authority, trembling as he pointed a finger at him before turning to storm out. The familiarity of his actions evoked a tinge of sympathy for Danzo. However, as he turned, his expression darkened. How foolish. This is my territory. Seeing Danzo's reaction, Sarutobi couldn't help but smile with a sense of triumph, casting a provocative glance at Danzo before dismissing him entirely and departing from the root base. Chapter 69. Uchiha Fugaku. Fortunately, Ye Feng was unaware of Danzo's familiar gestures. Otherwise, he might have laughed uncontrollably. Upon exiting the root base, Ye Feng glanced at the hidden root ninjas scattered around, disregarding these pitiful figures, and swiftly made his way towards the back mountains of Konoha. Mitsuki Shizuku had taken over the command of the front line from Kakashi Hitaki, necessitating corresponding changes within their small team. Previously, it was evident that Mitsuki had intended to inform him of this, but was interrupted by the root ninjas. Now that he had left Root and had no pressing matters at hand, it was only natural for him to seek clarification. Before long, upon arriving at the back mountains of Konoha, he found Mitsuki and Kakashi still waiting at the same spot. Ye Feng, are you all right? Mitsuki inquired with genuine concern upon seeing Ye Feng's arrival. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt a warmth in his heart. The arrival of Lord Hokage was timely. I am fine, do not worry, Teacher Zishio. That's good, Ye Feng. In the future, when encountering root ninjas, regardless of the circumstances, exercise caution, even within the village. Do not involve yourself too much. Yushowashi Zishio, noticing that Ye Feng indeed appeared untroubled, let out a sigh of relief and then solemnly urged him. Understood, Teacher Zishio. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you would be heading to the battlefield. What will become of the three of us? Even without Yushowashi Zishio's words, Ye Feng was well aware of the nature of those root ninjas. However, Recognizing the good intentions behind Yusho Washi Zhixiao's words, Ye Feng naturally would not decline. After assuring Yusho Washi Zhixiao, he curiously inquired, "Originally, as my subordinates, you should accompany me to the battlefield. However, considering your lack of experience, I have, like Lord Hokage, rejected this proposal. After I depart, Shuo Mo will be your new instructor. Henceforth, you shall heed Shuo Mo's arrangements." Yusho Washi Zhixiao said, patting Ye Feng on the shoulder and informing him of the plans in his absence. Ye Feng nodded in understanding. "Please exercise caution on the battlefield, Teacher Zhixiao. Additionally, I would be grateful if you could convey my regards to Teacher Tsunade. This is a bottle of Uchiha wine, a modest gift to bid farewell." Since Zhixiao had been a tremendous help as his instructor, Ye Feng felt it was only natural to reciprocate her kindness. Although he would not bestow the martial arts rewards granted by the system upon her, this Uchiha wine represented his sincere appreciation. After all, Uchiha wine was currently in high demand, especially with Sarutobi Hiruzen requiring 1,500 jars each month, coupled with pre-orders from various ninja clans, causing its market price to soar. Of course, this was irrelevant to Ye Feng, who possessed the knowledge of the Uchiha wine recipe. "Thank you, Ye Feng. Come, today the teacher treats. Let this be a farewell gathering." Upon seeing Ye Feng's earnest gaze, Zhixiu did not hesitate to accept the sealing scroll and spoke directly to him. "Very well." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng nodded. After all, he had no pressing matters today, and, having recently achieved a significant breakthrough, he also needed some relaxation. Once the group reached a consensus, they sought out Chiodao Dingwei and Onmat Songyun, who were engrossed in their respective training at home, and made their way to the barbecue restaurant. However, just as they were about to indulge in a sumptuous feast, a young man clad in Uchiha attire approached them. He cast a surprised glance at Chi Musakumo before fixing his gaze on Ye Feng. "Hinata Ye Feng, do you have a matter to discuss?" Ye Feng gazed at the young member of the Uchiha clan before him, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. Aside from his involvement with the exquisite Uchiha liquor, he had no acquaintance with any other members of the Uchiha family. In fact, there were no Uchihas among his contemporaries, leaving him to wonder what business this youth had with him. "I challenge you." "Not interested." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng pursed his lips, expressing disbelief at the absurdity of the suggestion. He was in dire need of relaxation and had no interest in accepting a tedious challenge. After all, victory would yield no rewards, and defeat was not a consideration he entertained. Even against a member of the Uchiha clan, he held no fear. The youth before him appeared to be only slightly older, likely just a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy. Even if he were to activate his Sharingan, Ye Feng remained undaunted. "Are you a coward?" The boy's face flushed with anger upon hearing Ye Feng's refusal. In recent times, Ye Feng's name had reverberated throughout his clan, piquing the curiosity of even the object of his affections. Moreover, his classmate, the dim-witted Shinshu, persistently bellowed for his elder brother Ye Feng to avenge him after each defeat. This naturally ignited the boy's intrigue towards Ye Feng. "Regardless of your sentiments, I ask that you depart and refrain from disturbing my meal." Ye Feng shrugged nonchalantly, circumventing the youth as he continued his forward march. Infuriated by Ye Feng's blatant disregard, the young man's expression twisted into a snarl, swiftly forming hand seals. He unleashed a fiery assault, exclaiming, "Do you take my concession for granted?" Ye Feng had initially intended to disregard the tedious youth. Yet the audacious boy inexplicably launched a sneak attack from behind, which irked Ye Feng greatly. In an instant, the Ziwei soft sword at his waist was drawn, and with a swift motion, he cleaved through the fireball that had been hurled at him, activating the flying body technique. He was enveloped in a whirlwind of wind and thunder, closing the distance to the boy with lightning speed. A sharp, azure-purple sword aura emerged around the Ziwei soft sword in his grasp. The boy, taken aback by Ye Feng's astonishing speed and the potent wind and thunder attribute enveloping the sword aura, felt his pupils constrict. His previously clear black and white eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, each eye featuring a swirling tomo. Upon discerning Ye Feng's impending assault, the boy hastily retrieved a multitude of shurikens from his ninja tool pouch, exclaiming, "Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu." With the formation of his seals, a barrage of fiery shurikens surged towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng smiled disdainfully and swiftly shifted his stance, the Duga 9 swords, arrow-breaking style. In an instant, the Jiwei soft sword pierced through the shuriken, the sword's aura dispersing the flames above. Before the youth could launch another attack, Ye Feng darted like lightning to stand before him, the Jiwei soft sword poised across Uchiha Fugaku's neck. "You have lost. I advise you to refrain from making any further moves against me. Otherwise, while I may not kill you, I can certainly render you incapacitated. With that, Ye Feng sheathed the Jiwei soft sword at his waist and continued to walk forward with an air of indifference. Hinata Ye Feng, remember my name, Uchiha Fugaku. Though I have fallen to you today, I shall train diligently and reclaim victory next time. Uchiha Fugaku glared at Ye Feng's retreating figure. His fists clenched tightly as he spoke to the departing back. Upon hearing the words, Ye Feng paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that the challenger would be Uchiha Fugaku, the son of the esteemed Uchiha clan. I await your challenge. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ye Feng flashed what he believed to be a gentle smile at Uchiha Fugaku. However, in Fugaku's eyes, this smile was nothing short of a blatant provocation, inciting the spinning of his double Tomo Sharingan, indicating a potential activation of the Manjiki Sharingan. As Chapter 70 unfolds, Uchiha Fugaku watched Ye Feng's nonchalant departure, his double Tomo Sharingan continuing to whirl with agitation. He was a prodigy of the Uchiha lineage, destined to inherit the clan's legacy. Yet, despite his unwavering confidence, he found himself thoroughly bested by Ye Feng, leaving him feeling profoundly humiliated. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed to dedicate himself to rigorous training upon returning to his clan, determined to challenge Ye Feng once more and redeem himself for today's defeat. Meanwhile, Ye Feng remained oblivious to Fugaku's thoughts, having triumphed over him. His mind was preoccupied with considerations about Uchiha Fugaku. As the next generation leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku was rumored to have already awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, but had refrained from displaying it publicly to prevent inciting a rebellion among the more radical members of the Uchiha family. Fugaku embodied a paradox. Caught between the hawkish and dovish factions within the Uchiha clan, neither fully supporting one side nor the other, he was aware that the Hokage lineage held animosity towards the Uchiha clan and sought to suppress it, yet he allowed Uchiha Shisui, a genius and the grandson of Uchiha Kagami, to grow close to the Hokage lineage. Furthermore, despite recognizing that Shisui had been influenced by the Hokage's ideology, he permitted his own son, Uchiha Itachi, to forge a close bond with Shisui, ultimately placing Itachi within the Umbu with the misguided hope of extracting intelligence from the Hokage. The outcome of these decisions was all too predictable. What perplexed Ye Feng most was why Uchiha Fugaku did not resist when Itachi annihilated their clan. Instead, he chose to take his own life alongside his wife. Was this an act to aid Itachi in awakening his Manjiki? Had Ye Feng been in Fugaku's position, he would have steadfastly united the clan's talents, ensuring that the Uchiha, with their 3 pairs of Manjiki, could stand strong against adversity. After the Third Great Ninja War, with the demise of Minato Namikaze during the Nine-Tails incident, Orochimaru's defection, and the deaths of Kakashi Hitaki and Tsunade, Senju leaving the village of Konoha vulnerable, it was doubtful that Jiraiya could contend against 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. Nevertheless, Uchiha Fugaku's fate bore little relevance to Ye Feng, who soon cast his thoughts aside and engaged in lively conversation with Kakashi Hitaki and Yugao Yuzuki. Upon arriving at the Irmu ramen shop, after indulging in a feast, Yugao Yuzuki lamented over her empty wallet. The insatiable appetite of a Kimichi Choji had nearly bankrupted her. Despite being an elite jonin of Konoha, the rewards from Umbu missions and A-rank tasks were substantial, yet the expenses related to training and acquiring materials were significantly higher than those of lower-ranked ninjas. Consequently, although she earned a considerable income, her expenditures left her with little to spare, and as someone from a less prominent family, her lifestyle remained quite frugal. After settling the bill, Yugao resolved to secure more military achievements on the battlefield, hoping to encounter several bounty ninjas to gain both accolades and rewards. After a time of playful banter, the group eventually parted ways. Back at his clan, Ye Feng adjusted his mindset and began to study the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Upon activating his Byakugan, the intricate hand seals and sealing lines unfolded perfectly before his eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Feng, despite being mentally prepared, was still overwhelmed with joy. He fervently committed the foundational sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan to memory. Subsequently, drawing upon the knowledge stored in his mind, he swiftly mobilized his true energy to execute the corresponding sealing arts. In the blink of an eye, 3 days elapsed. During this period, Ye Feng remained confined within his quarters, lacking even the appetite to eat. Only after thoroughly memorizing all the foundational sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan did he finally emerge from his room, fatigue etched upon his face. As he stepped into the courtyard, the glaring sunlight compelled him to squint. Ye Feng, do you have a moment? Just as he was about to order some chakra metal to craft kunai, Hinata Hanabi unexpectedly arrived at the entrance of his courtyard. Hands clasped behind her back as she inquired, "Hanabi, what brings you here?" Since Ye Feng began undertaking missions after his graduation, Hinata Hanabi had ceased her studies at the Ninja Academy, returning instead to the Hinata clan to learn the family's arcane secrets. Thus, over the past year and a half, their encounters had been exceedingly rare. Well, Ju and Minato have graduated. Today, they embark on their first mission and will be collecting their rewards. I thought it would be nice for everyone to gather together, Hinata Hanabi said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Ye Feng. Having not seen him for quite some time, she yearned for the opportunity to connect with him and perhaps seek his guidance. Is that so? Very well, just a moment while I tidy up. Upon hearing her words, Ye Feng nodded in agreement, not declining the invitation. After exchanging a few words with Hinata Hanabi, he turned around, changed into a fresh outfit, and exited the Hinata ancestral home alongside her. Ye Feng, how have your recent missions been? Have you encountered any dangers? Hinata Hanabi inquired, gazing at him with a hint of infatuation. It's been manageable, he replied. Generally, I've only come across a few wandering ninjas. Their combat abilities vary significantly, and their jutsu are quite limited, making them relatively easy to handle. Ye Feng casually recounted his experiences of undertaking missions outside the village, his words flowing slowly. Hinata Hanabi listened intently, her eyes shimmering with longing. As a member of the Hyuga clan, she was well aware that typically, only those whose abilities had reached a certain level were permitted to embark on family missions under the guidance of elite jonin. Generally, venturing beyond the village was out of the question. After all, within the ninja world, there were many who coveted the Byakugan bloodline of the Hyuga family. In fact, the price for Byakugan had escalated to the equivalent of 5 Asuma bounties in the underground bounty markets. Should a member of the Hyuga clan step outside Konoha, the news would inevitably leak, attracting not only ninja from rival villages but also a swarm of bounty hunters. Currently, Hinata Hanabi's prowess was barely on par with the Chunin, and her family would never permit her to wander freely beyond the confines of Konoha. Although Ye Feng noticed the longing in Hinata Hanabi's eyes, he refrained from saying much. After all, given his current strength, he could barely ensure his own safety, let alone protect others. He was acutely aware that the ninja world was far from the peaceful realm it was often imagined to be. After briefly changing the subject, Ye Feng began to discuss the matter of training with Hinata Hanabi. Before long, the two reunited with Ju and the others, including Kushina. However, at that moment, Kushina appeared somewhat listless. It was evident that both Ju and Minato had managed to graduate early, while she, due to her unique circumstances, had faced a direct rejection from Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding her application for early graduation. Chapter 71. The Powerful Orange Water. Greetings, everyone. It has been a long time since we last met. Upon seeing these old friends, Ye Feng's face broke into a smile as he greeted everyone warmly. Brother Ye Feng, you have arrived. It has been ages, they exclaimed. Indeed, we have been wondering what you've been up to lately. We sought you several times but failed to find you, exclaimed Bo Feng Shui Min, Shengshu, and Jiao Xin Nai, their excitement palpable upon the arrival of Ye Feng and Ri Xiang Hualei. Ah, I have been occupied with tasks, but I have only now found some leisure time. Ye Feng gazed at the crowd, offering a gentle smile before continuing. I heard from Hualei that you have graduated. How has it been? Who is your homeroom teacher? Ah, I have been placed in the same class as Watergate. And there is also a ninja from the Inazuka clan named Inazuka Kero, with our homeroom teacher being Teacher Chengshui. Before Bo Feng Watergate could utter a word, Shinshu eagerly divulged the details of his class. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, and then his brow furrowed in confusion. How did Shatri become intertwined with the illustrious Wave Wind Watergate? In the original narrative, there was no intersection between Wave Wind Watergate and Shintri. His teammates were not Shatri in the Inazuka clan's ninjas, but rather a member from the Akimichi clan and another from the Yamanaka clan, with the instructor seemingly being Jiraiya. As for Shingtri's teammates, although Ye Feng could not recall them, was not Shingtri's instructor the infamous Orochimaru? According to the original timeline, Shingtri would have graduated from the 5-year ninja academy next year at the earliest. Meanwhile, Wave Wind Watergate was not due to graduate for another 2 years, yet now, due to his own circumstances, both are set to graduate early. Furthermore, who is that orange water? A flicker of confusion crossed Ye Feng's eyes. Teacher Cheng Shui? Who is he? He is my cousin, who has been serving in the dark department. It has been a long time since I last saw him. Upon hearing this, Sheng Shu's face broke into a proud smile as he gazed at Ye Feng. Cousin? A look of bewilderment appeared on Ye Feng's face. When had Shitong acquired a cousin? If he was indeed Shintong's cousin, then he must also be a cousin to Tsunade. After all, the direct lineage of the Senju clan consisted solely of Tsunade and Shintong. When had an individual named Shinshue been introduced into the equation? It seems you are quite curious about me, Ye Feng-kun. Just as Ye Feng was lost in thought, a gentle voice reached his ears, causing his pupils to constrict as he abruptly turned around. When had this occurred? His perceptive abilities were exceptionally acute. Even the slightest leak of energy from Minato or Kakashi would not escape his notice. Yet this person had approached him silently, without him being aware, which left Ye Feng both astonished and on high alert. His vital energy began to circulate rapidly as he cautiously turned to face a figure gradually materializing like flowing water. Do not be afraid. I am the Qingxue you are curious about, as well as Shintong's cousin and their instructor, the figure said with a radiant smile. The combination of his white hair and bright eyes evoked a striking resemblance to a youthful Tobirama Senju in Ye Feng's mind. Hello, my name is Hugo Ye Feng. As Ye Feng recognized the identity of the visitor, he relaxed his guard and cast a puzzled glance at Qingxue, seemingly inquiring about her true identity. Qingxue, catching the look in Ye Feng's eyes, revealed a hint of exasperation on her face. My grandfather is Senju Tobirama, making me a direct descendant of the Senju clan. Previously, I served in the Umbu, which is why very few in Konoha are aware of my existence. Understanding dawned upon Ye Feng as he listened to Qingshue's introduction. He finally recalled who she was. Like Kakashi Hitaki and Uzumaki Mito, Qingxue was one of Konoha's legendary 8 colors, proficient in water release. It was said that she perfectly inherited Senju Tobirama's water release techniques, wielding them with greater strength than even the Hidden Mist Village. Among the 8 colors of Konoha, she ranked just below Kakashi and Waihai Kurenai, as well as Might Guy in his 8-gate state, making her one of the strongest ninjas in the early days of Konoha. However, Ye Feng was perplexed by the absence of such a formidable ninja in the original narrative, as she was mentioned only in passing. Considering her long-term assignments in the Umbu, an organization thoroughly infiltrated by Danzo, Ye Feng speculated that her presence there might have brought her closer to Danzo's schemes. The very fact that she had emerged from the Umbu raised his suspicions that it was a ploy orchestrated by the old fox, Danzo, aimed at manipulating both Qingxue and Sh Suk, the direct bloodlines of the Senju clan. With this thought, Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The old rascal Danzo had not given up on his ambitions. As Ye Feng grew stronger, and with his status as Tsunade's disciple, a confrontation with Danzo seemed inevitable. Thus, he could not allow Danzo's schemes to succeed, especially since Sh Suk and Namake's Minato were his friends. The prospect of them falling victim to an insider's plot was unacceptable to him. Particularly concerning was Minato, the future 4th Hokage. If this potential savior of the future, Naruto, were to perish on the battlefield due to Ye Feng's inadvertent actions, the burden of guilt would be immense. Ye Feng-kun, Qingxue Senpai is calling you. Just as Ye Feng was lost in his thoughts, Hinata Hanabi shook his hand and playfully chided him. Huh. Oh, is there something you need, Qingxue Senpai? Qingxue looked at the bewildered Ye Feng with a mix of amusement and frustration. Clearly, he had not heard a word of what she had just said. Throwing up her hands, she reiterated, Ye Feng-kun, I heard from Zixiao and Sh Suk that you are incredibly strong. Would you be interested in sparring with me? Having fought alongside Sh Suk and Zixiao in the Umbu, Qingxue was familiar with their strengths, and she was eager to gauge Ye Feng's prowess. After all, as a fellow prodigy, she was curious to see just how formidable Ye Feng truly was. Is that so? I too am keen to discover the capabilities of an elite ninja emerging from the Umbu. Qingxue Senpai, please. Upon hearing Qingshue's words, Ye Feng's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination. It was rare to encounter an opponent of Qingshue's caliber. Having him as a sparring partner would allow Ye Feng to gain a clearer and more intuitive understanding of his own capabilities. Naturally, he would not decline the challenge. After forming a seal of opposition with Qingxue, Ye Feng swiftly activated his Byakugan, drawing forth the Ziwei soft sword from his waist, with his vital energy circulating. A tempestuous wind enveloped him, while lightning danced within the gusts, invigorating every cell in his body and significantly enhancing his speed. Utilizing the flying body technique, Ye Feng transformed into a streak of azure lightning, and before he even arrived, his sword aura surged forth towards Qingxue with great force. Qingxue, upon witnessing Ye Feng's assault, felt a surge of gravity in his expression. Previously, he had merely heard discussions of sword intent from Yushoshi Zixiao and Chimu Sakomo. However, experiencing the wind and thunder-infused sword aura unleashed by Ye Feng firsthand imparted a subtle sense of threat. Remarkably, this was still in the early stages of Ye Feng's comprehension of sword intent. In response to the oncoming sword aura, Cheng Shui executed a rapid hand seal, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Instantly, droplets of water coalesced frantically around him, forming a colossal water dragon in the sky that shattered the incoming sword aura before surging towards Ye Feng with ferocity. Ye Feng observed in astonishment as Cheng Shui merely formed 2 seals to unleash this B-grade water release technique. His eyes flashed with determination. 18 dragon subduing palms, dragon battle in the wilderness. With a resonant dragon roar, a colossal azure dragon burst forth, colliding with the oncoming water dragon. A tempest of energy erupted, water surged violently, and a cacophony of explosions reverberated throughout the surroundings as countless droplets cascaded from the heavens. Water release, water severing wave. In an instant, Cheng Shui expelled a high-pressure jet of water, piercing through the center of the explosion and hurtling towards Ye Feng with alarming speed. Before the water column reached him, Ye Feng felt a sharp, cutting sensation that pricked at his skin, intensifying his focus. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ye Feng's expression turned serious, his wide eyes emanating a misty glow. Byakugan 9 swords, breaking the blade technique. The ZY soft sword quivered in his grasp as Ye Feng executed the flying body technique, enveloped by a whirlwind of energy and illuminated by flashes of lightning. He lunged forward, driving his sword towards the very heart of the water column. Boom! Upon contact with the center of the water column, Ye Feng felt an immense force surge through the tip of his sword and into his body. Ye Feng's expression was solemn as he harnessed his internal energy to subdue the overwhelming force surging within him. Simultaneously, the essence of his sword intent flowed through him, and the Ziwei soft sword shimmered with a sharp aura. With a resounding crash, the column of water was utterly shattered by Ye Feng, sending a cascade of droplets scattering through the air. However, just as he was poised to penetrate the deluge and approach the orange water, an instinctive sense of danger washed over him. Without hesitation, he raised his sword defensively. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed as Ye Feng was struck by a water bullet. His body propelled backward through the air. Before he could touch the ground, Cheng Shui utilized the instant body technique, materializing at the spot where Ye Feng was destined to land, and with lightning speed, formed hand seals, water escape, water bullet barrage. Instantly, a flurry of water bullets surged towards the descending Ye Feng. Yet, astonishingly, Ye Feng seemed devoid of any capacity to resist as he hurtled directly towards the incoming projectiles. Just as the spectators, including Cheng Shui, anticipated his imminent defeat, a thunderous sound erupted, and Ye Feng's form vanished, leaving only a wooden substitute in his place. In that fleeting moment when he was struck by Cheng Shui, Ye Feng had sensed the impending trap and had decisively executed the substitution technique, evading Cheng Shui's subsequent onslaught with remarkable swiftness. As the crowd, including Cheng Shui, scanned the surroundings in search of Ye Feng's figure, a cacophony of shrieks erupted from the water spray, and in the next instant, a bolt of blue lightning shot forth from the cascading droplets, accompanied by a crimson sphere. Thousand Birds, Spiral Sphere. Ye Feng wielded the Thousand Birds in his right hand and the spiraling sphere in his left, his feet executing the flying body technique. With the swiftness of the Thousand Birds, he transformed into a streak of light, rapidly surging towards Cheng Shui. Startled by Ye Feng's keen battle instinct, Cheng Shui hastily formed hand seals, water release, water clone technique. Whoosh! Ye Feng's body pierced through the water clone of Cheng Shui, and in the next moment, Cheng Shui swiftly formed hand seals, water release, water dragon bite explosion. Splash! As Ye Feng's body came to a halt, a colossal dragon behind him unfurled its gaping maw, lunging towards him with ferocity. In the face of this imminent threat, Ye Feng pivoted gracefully, drawing forth his Ziwei soft sword once more. The Byakugan 9 swords were unleashed, shattering the water dragon, and before Ye Feng could catch his breath, Cheng Shui descended from above, brandishing a kunai, proclaiming, "Water style, water blade slash." The kunai was imbued with a torrent of razor-sharp water. Should this strike connect, Ye Feng would surely suffer grievous wounds, if not meet his demise. Yet, amidst this perilous moment, Ye Feng remained unperturbed. The Ziwei soft sword quivered, his gaze shimmering with a misty white radiance. Byakugan, pressure of authority. Byakugan 9 swords, breaking blade technique. A resounding crash echoed through the air as Cheng Shui, suspended mid-flight, wore a confident smile, convinced that this strike would be his triumph over Ye Feng. However, at that very instant, Cheng Shui sensed an oppressive force encroaching from all directions, causing the water coalescing around the kunai to begin to dissipate. With no time for contemplation, as Ye Feng executed an upward thrust of his sword, Cheng Shui realized he could not withstand the onslaught and promptly employed the body flicker technique to distance himself from Ye Feng, positioning himself behind Ye Feng. A grave expression crossed Ching Shui's face as he invoked Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique, Water Style, Wave Strike. Ching Shui, renowned for perfectly inheriting the water ninjutsu of Hashirama Senju, unleashed two successive water techniques, astonishingly powerful even in this arid environment, leaving Ye Feng scrambling to evade the onslaught. Before Ching Shui could close the distance, Ye Feng swiftly discarded his burdens into the water, creating a splash. Without a glance back, he felt an exhilarating lightness, as if he could ascend into the air. Confronting the submerged Ching Shui, Ye Feng's feet resonated with his true energy as he forcefully stomped upon the water's surface. Propelling himself skyward, 18 dragon-subduing palms, flying dragon soars in the sky. Ye Feng was enveloped by a colossal blue dragon as he descended from the heavens, striking fiercely towards the orange water that had just surfaced. As the orange water emerged, it sensed the presence of a thunderous ninjutsu in the sky, causing its pupils to narrow slightly. In a flash, it formed seals, water style, water substitution. In the next moment, the orange water vanished from its original position, utilizing the body flicker technique to appear beside the descending Ye Feng. Water style, heavenly cry. Instantly, a flurry of water needles shot towards Ye Feng with great velocity. Ye Feng desperately evaded, yet in midair, he found himself unable to leverage his strength. Having not mastered the instantaneous movement technique, he was struck by numerous water needles, inflicting excruciating pain upon him. Were it not for the culmination of the 9-yang divine art, which generated vital energy within him, he might have lost his combat efficacy under such an assault. After finally reaching the water's surface, Ye Feng scarcely had a moment to catch his breath when 4 streams of orange water appeared in his view. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He unleashed the 9-yang true chi, pushing the Duga 9 swords to their utmost potential. In the next instant, 4 water dragons surged towards him. Yet, that was not the end of his troubles. Just as Ye Feng was fully engaged in fending off the 4 water dragons, the entity of orange water emerged from below, ensnaring him and dragging him beneath the surface. A kunai was drawn across his neck, poised for a lethal strike. Concurrently, the ZY soft sword was angled, pressing against the heart of the orange water entity. It turned out that while defending against the water dragons, Ye Feng sensed an underlying intent in the attack from the orange water. He promptly summoned a substantial amount of true chi to guard against it. Upon perceiving the orange water beneath him, he decided to play along and allowed himself to be drawn into the depths. Originally, Ye Feng had intended to employ his sword techniques to swiftly vanquish the orange water entity. However, he had underestimated the opponent before he could execute his swordplay. The kunai was already positioned at his throat, while the tip of his ZY soft sword was poised against the heart of the orange water. In a life-or-death confrontation, they would have mutually inflicted grievous wounds upon one another. It could be said that neither participant emerged with an advantage from this encounter. Chapter 73, The Initiation of Conspiracy. The novices expeditioned the orange water entity, initially brimming with confidence while holding the kunai to Ye Feng's throat, was about to speak when a sharp sensation emanated from its heart. Instinctively glancing down, it beheld Ye Feng's ZY soft sword poised at its own heart. A slight increase in pressure would spell doom. At that moment, Ye Feng's figure suddenly vanished from before the orange water entity, and in the next heartbeat, the previously stalemated scenario was dramatically reversed. Senior Ching Shui, you have lost. The orange water entity was already astounded by Ye Feng's combat prowess, but the sudden disappearance and subsequent reappearance behind it left it utterly bewildered. The fact that it had been evenly matched with Ye Feng had already stirred a sense of disappointment within. It considered itself a genius, older than Ye Feng by a decade, seasoned by years of covert operations. Yet, Ye Feng, at merely 10 years of age, exhibited combat abilities and experience that matched its own. Especially striking was Ye Feng's terrifying combat intuition. Though in the heat of battle, Ye Feng had initially been pressured, he soon acclimated to the style of combat and swiftly devised a counter-strategy. A repeated tactic would certainly not confound Ye Feng a second time. Now, with Ye Feng suddenly vanishing from view, the orange water entity's pupils slightly contracted. What manner of technique is this? Could it be? Indeed. This is the Flying Thunder God technique I have recently mastered. Previously, I inscribed a sealing technique upon the orange water entity. It is through this technique that I was able to reverse the previous circumstances. Ye Feng smiled gently. Previously, when he was dragged into the water by Cheng Shui, he had intended to defeat her with his swordplay. However, Cheng Shui's speed was simply too swift. He could hardly engage his sword technique in time. Consequently, he was compelled to alter his strategy. He deftly redirected his ZY soft sword to rest against Cheng Shui's heart, while simultaneously executing a clever distraction. Seizing a moment of her inattention, he managed to leave a flying thunder god mark on her. It was this very mark that enabled Ye Feng to swiftly extricate himself from Cheng Shui's control and turn the tables on her. Of course, this was merely a sparring session. Had it been a real combat scenario, Ye Feng would likely have found it far more challenging to escape Cheng Shui's grasp, and they would have probably ended up mutually injured. Thus, even though he triumphed over Cheng Shui in this exchange, Ye Feng did not allow pride to swell within him, gaining instead a deeper understanding of his own capabilities. I lost. I truly did not expect this. I believed I had given you sufficient regard. Yet I still underestimated you in the end, Lord Ye Feng. Your talent leaves me in awe, Cheng Shui remarked. Her expression a complex mix of emotions as she regarded Ye Feng. She had not anticipated that he would master the Flying Thunder God technique so swiftly and apply it in practice. It was merely luck, Senior Cheng Shui. You are too kind. Ye Feng humbly smiled, sheathing the Zihua soft sword at his waist, his expression devoid of any undue pride. Wow, elder brother, you are truly remarkable. You even defeated teacher Cheng Shui. Indeed, elder brother, what technique did you just employ? It was astonishingly powerful. Rope Tree and Wave Wind Minato were thoroughly captivated by the spectacle of Ye Feng's fierce battle with Cheng Shui. The continuous twists of the fight were particularly enthralling. Ye Feng, relying on his acute combat instincts, adeptly neutralized all of Cheng Shui's assaults. In a climactic moment, he executed an unknown technique to swiftly counter Cheng Shui, securing victory in this duel, which left Wave Wind Minato's eyes gleaming with admiration. His own combat talent was commendable, and after having apprenticed with Jiraiya, Minato lacked neither resources nor ninjutsu. Although Jiraiya possessed a somewhat lecherous disposition, it must be acknowledged that his teaching prowess in the Naruto world ranks just below Orochimaru. Thus, under Jiraiya's tutelage, Minato experienced significant growth. Throughout the recent observation, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge from Ye Feng, particularly intrigued by the two formless ninjutsu and the final technique, the Flying Thunder God technique. The prospect of mastering such jutsu filled him with immense excitement. If he could learn these techniques, his combat capabilities would surge dramatically. Minato. That is the space-time ninjutsu created by my great-grandfather, known as the Flying Thunder God technique. It surpasses the body flicker technique in power. Elder brother is truly impressive. Ever since my great-grandfather's passing, no one in Konoha has mastered this ninjutsu. I never expected that elder brother would succeed in learning it. Before Ye Feng could utter a word, Xingtong turned to Bo Feng Shuimin with a proud expression, as if to explain something. To an unknowing observer, one might mistakenly believe that Xingtong had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, a spatial-time ninjutsu. Spatial-time ninjutsu? Upon hearing this, Bo Feng Shuimin felt a stirring within. He was deeply intrigued by this Flying Thunder God technique. He had an instinctive feeling that he too could learn this extraordinary skill. As Ye Feng observed the eager expression on Bo Feng Shuimin's face, he offered a slight smile and remarked, Shuimin, should you harbor an interest in the Flying Thunder God technique, you may seek the assistance of Elder Jiraiya to acquire it. I firmly believe that you possess the capability to master this space-time ninjutsu. Furthermore, although I am unable to impart the Flying Thunder God technique due to regulations, I have developed two unique ninjutsu without hand signs, one of which is called the Rasengan. This technique is particularly suited to you, and if it piques your interest, I would be more than willing to teach it to you. Bo Feng Shuimin exhibited exceptional talent, especially after his early encounter with Jiraiya, which had unlocked his potential ahead of time. If he could learn both the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique, given sufficient time, Ye Feng eagerly anticipated the future growth of Bo Feng Shuimin. Moreover, the subsequent variations of his Rasengan and Flying Thunder God were derived from the original works of Bo Feng Shuimin. Thus passing them on to him would be a form of reciprocity. Thank you, elder brother. I shall strive diligently in the future. Bo Feng Shuimin exclaimed with brightened eyes, expressing his gratitude to Ye Feng. Wow, elder brother, this is unfair. Why do you teach Shuimin and not me? Xingting complained with envy and jealousy. Because you are rather foolish. Ye Feng observed the commotion caused by the rope tree, a teasing smile gracing his face. The crowd, witnessing Ye Feng's expression alongside the antics of the rope tree, erupted into hearty laughter, filling the back mountains of Konoha with joyous sounds. However, just as the merriment reached its peak, a shinobi eagle soared through the sky, circling ominously above. Upon this sight, the crowd fell silent, and Cheng Shui's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Team 7 has a special mission. Minato, please locate Inuzuka Kru and bring him to the Hokage's office. Rope tree. Accompany me as we delve into the details of the mission. Understood. In response to these instructions, Rope Tree and Minato promptly acknowledged and bid farewell to Ye Feng, Hinata Hanabi, and Kushina before each proceeding to fulfill their respective duties. As Ye Feng observed the departing figures of the three, his eyes narrowed slightly, an instinctual sense telling him that the mission undertaken by Class 7, led by Chang Shui, was undoubtedly formidable. Firstly, both Xing Shu and Bo Feng Shui men were mere novices, having just graduated. Logically, they should not qualify for such extraordinary tasks. Missions requiring a ninja hawk to notify the ninjas were at least A rank, entrusted personally by Sarutobi Hiruzen. This task certainly harbored undisclosed conspiracies. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his water pipe, listening to Danzo's words. His eyes narrowed slightly. Danzo, are you certain of your information? Indeed. The Sand Ninja Village has dispatched the Jinchuriki to the rear, so to transport supplies to the front lines, we require powerful ninjas to lead. At present, aside from Hitaki Tsukumo, the only one capable of this task is Cheng Shui, Danzo asserted confidently. Is that so? In that case, let Cheng Shui be responsible for escorting the supplies to the front lines. However, what will become of his class once he departs? Sarutobi pondered. Although Xing Shu and Bo Feng Shui men could not compare to Ye Feng, each possessed unique talents, one being a rare direct descendant of the Senju clan, and the other, despite his youth, exhibited remarkable strength, bolstered by his indomitable will of fire and his apprenticeship under Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen had considered nurturing Bo Feng Shui men diligently. Cheng Shui was their instructor. If he were to go to battle, what would become of them? Currently, Konoha lacked any strong ninjas suitable to lead this talented group. Perhaps we should allow them to accompany him, thus enhancing their combat experience, Danzo suggested, his gaze flickering as he spoke to Sarutobi. Hesitation washed over Sarutobi. Shinshu and Bo Feng Shui men were merely fledgling graduates, and the other, Inazuka Kru, had only been out of the academy for a year. Was it not premature to send them into battle? Other than Class Ching Shui, we have only Hitaki Tsukumo. Perhaps we should send Tsukumo to escort the supplies? Danzo pressed, familiar with Sarutobi's indecision. Indeed, as Danzo's words hung in the air, Sarutobi's expression darkened. Previously, Hitaki Tsukumo had displayed his prowess on the battlefield, single-handedly contending against the 4 elite of the Sand Ninja Village, slaying 2 and severing the arm of the 3rd Kazekage. Under normal circumstances, Sarutobi should have rejoiced at such formidable strength. However, due to this battle, Tsukumo had garnered the favor of the daimyo, who bypassed Sarutobi and directly conferred upon Tsukumo the title of Hokage's aide. What did this signify? It implied that, to some extent, Tsukumo could exercise the responsibilities of Hokage in Sarutobi's stead. What was the daimyo's intention? Was he attempting to meddle in Konoha's internal affairs through Tsukumo? Certainly. While the daimyo held voting rights during a Hokage transition that merely constituted a right to vote, the authority to unilaterally determine the Hokage's successor was beyond the daimyo's reach. Yet, with Tsukumo now appointed as Hokage's aide, should he abdicate, who would be the most qualified to inherit the Hokage position? Undoubtedly, it would be Hitaki Tsukumo. This development did not align with Sarutobi's plans. Consequently, Sarutobi decisively instructed Tsukumo to step down from his commanding role, replacing him with Waigure Mizuke's. Moreover, even if Tsukumo were to retire from the battlefield, he ought to assume a leading role in the Umbu. Yet, what was the outcome? Tsukumo had merely become an instructor. This indicated that Sarutobi intended to suppress Tsukumo. As long as Tsukumo refrained from achieving further military exploits, the daimyo's attempts to interfere in Konoha's affairs through Tsukumo would be thwarted. Now, if he were to continue dispatching Tsukumo to escort supplies, and should Tsukumo again display his prowess, it would only amplify his renown, thus establishing an even greater reputation among Konoha's ninjas. Eventually, even if Tsukumo wished to decline the Hokage position, his overwhelming prestige would compel him to vie for it. Therefore, Sarutobi would not even entertain the notion of sending Tsukumo to the battlefield. Moreover, he would not allow Ye Feng, Konoha's most prodigious talent, to have excessive contact with Tsukumo. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi shook his head. Tsukumo has already contributed immensely to our village, with his child just born. It would be rather inhumane to send him back to the battlefield at this juncture. Let Ching Shui lead his class to the battlefield. Additionally, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, let Shinju and Ye Feng assist Cheng Shui. Danzo, observing Sarutobi's duplicity, smirked inwardly. He had indeed anticipated Sarutobi's machinations. However, He had not foreseen that Sarutobi would dispatch Shinju and Ye Feng to assist Qing Shui, necessitating some adjustments to his subsequent plans. With this in mind, Danzo nodded. You are the Hokage. It is your prerogative to decide. I shall proceed within to prepare the supplies for transport to the front lines. After speaking, Danzo departed to collaborate within on the logistical preparations. Sarutobi, noticing Danzo's compliance and lack of confrontation, felt a twinge of curiosity. Nonetheless, he dismissed it, attributing Danzo's behavior to the pressure from the tailed beasts, which left little room for internal power struggles. Furthermore, with the ninja world in turmoil, Awagakure, Kumogakure, and the isolationist Kirigakure were all stirring, and should these villages intervene, Konoha would find itself in peril. Thus, Sarutobi surmised that Danzo would refrain from causing disturbances at this juncture. After a moment's contemplation, Sarutobi dispatched a ninja hawk to summon Qing Shui and Class 7 to the Hokage's office while simultaneously instructing Umbu ninjas to locate Ye Feng and relay his decision. Furthermore, with Ye Feng's reassignment, it was essential to supplement Hatake Tsukumo's team to placate him. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Tsukumo remained a formidable asset to Konoha. If they overstepped their bounds, even a fool like Tsukumo would discern their intentions. As Hokage, Sarutobi had to uphold his dignified and noble facade. On the other hand, after Qing Shui departed with Shan Shu and Bo Fengshui men, Ye Feng lost interest in the gathering. After conferring with Kushina and Hinata Hanabi, the trio made their way to the streets of Konoha. He needed to forge several specialized kunai. Having nearly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he had previously tested it in battle against Qing Shui, successfully utilizing it to defeat him. However, ordinary kunai would not retain the Flying Thunder God mark for an extended period. Thus, he required chakra-infused metal to create specialized kunai. When Ye Feng arrived at the ninja tool shop to order 5 specially crafted kunai, he was just about to purchase some other items when a shadowy ninja suddenly approached him, saying, "Hinata Ye Feng, the Hokage wishes to see you." Upon hearing the words, Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, recalling the incident where Qing Shui and the others had been summoned. His eyes narrowed slightly. "I understand now, Hualei. You and Jiu Xi and Nai go ahead and enjoy yourselves. I shall visit the Hokage's office, and will find you later." With that, Ye Feng followed the Umbu ninja, hastening towards the Hokage's office. Chapter 75, The Conspiracy Begins, Rookie Expedition 3. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Ye Feng immediately spotted Qing Shui, SHRU of Team 7, and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, along with a ninja adorned with camouflage markings, accompanied by a small dog. It was evident that this individual was SHRU's teammate, KRU Inazuka from the Inazuka clan. In addition to these individuals, there were also Sarutobi Shino and Hatake Tsukumo, with whom Ye Feng had previously engaged in a fierce battle. Observing these figures, Ye Feng pondered quietly, yet maintained an outward demeanor of respect as he addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, may I inquire as to the purpose of my summons? Now that everyone is present, I shall announce our mission," Sarutobi Hiruzen stated directly. "Due to the special circumstances, I have decided to assign KRU Inazuka to work under Hatake Tsukumo, alongside Akimichi Dingwei and Kurama, to form a new squad. Tsukumo, during this period, it will be essential for you to diligently train their synergy, striving towards the goal of being ready to undertake missions outside the village." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng comprehended Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. His displayed talent and strength had garnered the Hokage's attention. Previously, Ye Feng had found it curious that Sarutobi Hiruzen would permit Hatake Tsukumo to serve as his lead instructor. After all, Tsukumo had been conferred the title of Hokage's half-sleeve by the daimyo, making it improbable for Sarutobi Hiruzen to harbor no reservations regarding him. Given this situation, placing their squad under Tsukumo's command seemed to provide him with an opportunity to engage with the Akimichi clan, the Hyuga clan, and the Kurama clan. Although their connection as teacher and student was not as profound as that with Tsunade, it still established a significant bond among them. Thus, Ye Feng had speculated whether Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored some ulterior motive. Now, it appeared that Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed been anticipating this moment. "No problem, this is my responsibility," Hatake Tsukumo replied, momentarily taken aback but ultimately acquiescing. For him, although there was a tinge of regret at not being able to lead Ye Feng, his loyalty to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the highest authority of Konoha, was unwavering. He could not refuse the Hokage's command. "I am confident that Tsukumo will accomplish this task splendidly. Ye Feng, after your time with Tsukumo, you will temporarily join Qing Shui's team. Qing Shui, currently, there is a shortage of supplies at the front lines, and I hope you can lead the new Team 7 to escort provisions there. Furthermore, Intelligence indicates that the Sand Village may have dispatched a Jinchuriki to the Land of Fire. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, I have arranged for Sarutobi Shino to assist you. I trust you will execute this mission flawlessly. Seeing Hatake Sakomo agree readily, Sarutobi Hiruzen's prior dissatisfaction with him slightly diminished. He then turned to Chung Shui and Ye Feng, imparting a serious reminder. Jinchuriki? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Chung Shui and the others' pupils dilated in shock. They had not anticipated that the Sand Village would dare to send a Jinchuriki into the Land of Fire. Did they not fear the potential demise of the Jinchuriki within the territory? After all, tailed beasts represented the ultimate power of the 5 great shinobi villages and were not easily deployed to the battlefield. Was the Sand Village out of their minds? Especially for Ye Feng, confusion brewed within him. During the Second Great Ninja War, had the Sand Village really dispatched their Jinchuriki this early? Currently, it had been less than 2 years since the Sand Village had declared war, and Hatake Sakomo had single-handedly defeated 4 formidable sand ninjas. This brief span of time represented less than 1/5 of the timeline of the Second War. If the Sand Village had sent their Jinchuriki to the front lines so soon, how could the war have endured for such a duration? Was it possible that this was a consequence of my butterfly effect? Ye Feng furrowed his brows, lost in contemplative thought. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him. It was inconceivable that Sand Ninja Village could be so foolish. After all, Konoha possessed the mightiest of tailed beasts, the Nine Tails. Even though Uzumaki Mito had aged, the formidable vitality of the Uzumaki clan, coupled with their profound sealing techniques that countered tailed beasts, rendered it improbable that Sand Ninja Village would dare to dispatch a tailed beast at this juncture. Thus, this information must be a fabrication. What, then, was Sarutobi Hiruzen's scheme? If he could conceive of such possibilities, Ye Feng surmised that Sarutobi Hiruzen would certainly not be oblivious to them. Given that the news was false, why would Sarutobi Hiruzen still present it with such solemnity? Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored covetous intentions towards the bloodlines of CH Sui and SH Mizu, and was planning to conspire with Danzo against them? While Ye Feng's mind wandered through these musings, CH Sui had already received the orders. Though Sand Ninja Village might send a tailed beast host to the rear of the Land of Fire, CH Sui felt no fear. Moreover, with Sarutobi Shinji and Ye Feng, both formidable ninjas, alongside a skilled supply transport team, even a tailed beast would find it no easy task to obliterate their supplies, given their preparations. Consequently, CH Sui had no reason to decline. Once the time to depart the village was agreed upon, CH Sui began preparations with the others. Ye Feng, what troubles you? CH Sui inquired, observing the silent and contemplative demeanor of Ye Feng as they exited the Hokage's office. It is nothing, Senior CH Sui. There are certain matters I must attend to. I bid you farewell for now. I shall meet you at the entrance of Konoha in 3 days. Ye Feng was roused by the sound of Chung Shui, shaking his head, offering no explanation. After greeting the gathered individuals, he swiftly utilized his skills and raced towards the previous ninja tool shop. This mission was clearly far more complex than merely escorting supplies. Danzo undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Yet, it puzzled him why Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed Danzo to orchestrate this scheme. Did Sarutobi have his own plans entwined within? If so, what were they? Was he coveting the direct bloodlines of the Senju clan, namely SH Moku and Chung Shui, or was it something else altogether? But if that were the case, why would Sarutobi send Sarutobi Shinzo to join the supply convoy? A tiger does not consume its own cub. Surely, Sarutobi would not plot against his own kin. Perplexed, Ye Feng resolved to prepare thoroughly. Regardless of the adversary's schemes, he was determined to maintain his peak condition, confident that he could confront any peril. After all, even if he had not yet reached the level of a shadow, he was not far from it. Moreover, with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, should he falter in combat, he could simply retreat. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Feng hurried towards the ninja tool shop without hesitation. He intended to pay extra to have kunai crafted before his departure from the village. And he also needed to procure a supply of explosive tags and other necessities for unforeseen circumstances. However, unbeknownst to Ye Feng, as he departed in a distracted state, Sarutobi Shinzo cast a lingering gaze upon him. This time, he indeed had other missions at hand. It was evident that Ye Feng had sensed something amiss. Contemplating this possibility, Sarutobi Shinzo couldn't help but smile wryly. Despite his youth, Ye Feng was remarkably astute. Nevertheless, recalling his grandfather's words brought him some reassurance. After bidding farewell to Chung Shui, he set about preparing the materials for the task at hand. Chapter 76, Escorting Supplies, Hidden Dangers Lurk. Ye Feng was unaware of Sarutobi Shino's intentions. He spent all his money at the ninja tools shop, purchasing a considerable quantity of explosive tags, kunai, and shuriken. As a valued customer, the shopkeeper was exceedingly courteous. And upon learning of Ye Feng's urgent need for specially crafted kunai, he readily assured him that they would be ready within 2 days. With the shopkeeper's guarantee, Ye Feng felt a sense of relief as he returned to his residence to organize other supplies necessary for his extended journey outside the village. First on his list was provisions. Although he had prepared some soldier pills for emergencies, they were rather unpalatable, and he would only resort to them in dire circumstances. Fortunately, the time within the system's space was sealed, ensuring that any food stored there would not spoil, allowing Ye Feng to indulge his palate without concern. Next, he considered the need for Yuya wine. Although Ye Feng had mastered the Jiuyang divine art, his vital energy could still be depleted rapidly in battle, necessitating time for recovery. Even with a quick recovery rate, a mere second's delay on the battlefield could place him in peril, thus making the preparation of Yuya wine essential. Upon returning home, Ye Feng busied himself with preparations. When Hinata Hanabi learned of his impending mission, she offered her assistance without hesitation. Appreciating her goodwill, Ye Feng graciously accepted her help. For the next 2 days, they worked tirelessly together, producing a substantial amount of provisions to be stored in the system's space. Regarding the Yuya wine, Ye Feng simply sent word to the Senju ancestral home, and those responsible for its production promptly filled several scrolls with the wine, sufficient for his needs over the coming period. The specially crafted kunai was also delivered to him by the shopkeeper. When all preparations were finalized, the supply convoy from Konoha village was ready to embark. "Hanabi, I am leaving." Ye Feng gazed at the reluctant Hinata Hanabi, a faint smile gracing his lips as he waved goodbye. "Ye Feng, exercise caution during your mission and return swiftly," Hinata Hanabi exclaimed, her face etched with reluctance. After uttering those words, she summoned her courage, stood on her tiptoes, and placed a gentle kiss on Ye Feng's cheek. Blushing profusely, she hurriedly departed. As if fleeing from the moment, Ye Feng was taken aback by Hinata Hanabi's sudden ambush, then shook his head with a wry smile. This girl. As he touched the lingering softness on his cheek, a flutter of emotion stirred within him, accompanied by a sense of embarrassment akin to nurturing a little girl. Alas, I have become the very embodiment of what I once despised. With a self-deprecating remark, Ye Feng hastened towards the entrance of Konohagakure without hesitation. Little did he know that shortly after his departure, a pair of eyes, imbued with profound malice and chilling resentment, fixated on the direction he had taken. Contemplating the previously devised plan, a sinister smile crept across the person's face. "Humph, go ahead. If you do not leave the village, how shall I exact my vengeance? And as for Hinata Hanabi, I shall repay her in due course." Upon reaching the village gate, Ye Feng found the ninja responsible for escorting the supplies bidding farewell to their families, with the command to depart echoing through the air. The barrier at the entrance of Konohagakure burst open, and the gathered individuals began their slow march beyond the village's confines. "Ye Feng-kun, as you embark on your inaugural mission, do you feel any trepidation?" After exiting the village, Ye Feng meticulously inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal onto both specially crafted kunai and ordinary kunai. The specially designed kunai were capable of retaining the Flying Thunder God seal for extended periods, allowing them to be used for transportation or concealed in various locations, permitting instantaneous travel through their sensory connection when needed. In contrast, the ordinary kunai served as instruments of destruction, by scattering these kunai liberally across the battlefield. Combined with the artful deployment of concealed weapons like the rain of flowers, Ye Feng could direct them with precision to any desired location. Thus, even when encircled by numerous adversaries, he would remain composed and ready to confront any challenge, just as Ye Feng diligently etched the Flying Thunder God seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly approached him, a cheerful grin adorning his face as he inquired. Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, then cast a deep glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, "I believe I will be fine. With my strength, as long as I remain cautious, I should not encounter any peril. However, this time the Sand Ninja Village has deployed a tailed beast, and the power of such a monster is beyond what mere humans can contend with." Observing Ye Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen exaggeratedly remarked, "Haha. I do not believe that the Sand Ninja Village would dare to send a tailed beast to the rear of Konoha. For one, the third Kazekage possesses the capability to single-handedly suppress the tailed beast of his village. As a subordinate of the esteemed Shikumo, do you think he could possibly be outmatched by a tailed beast? What do you think, Senior Hiruzen?" Previously, Ye Feng had harbored suspicions regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's ulterior motives for being assigned to escort the supply convoy. Now, seeing Shinnezuke rush to his side immediately after departing Konoha, seemingly eager to impart some warning, further solidified Ye Feng's earlier conjectures. He gazed meaningfully at Sarutobi Shinnezuke and said, "Haha, young Ye Feng, despite your tender years, you possess remarkable clarity of thought. I have heard that you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. I wonder if this is true?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Shinnezuke chuckled, glanced around to ensure their conversation went unnoticed, and quietly inquired of Ye Feng, "Indeed, is there anything I can assist you with, Senior Shinnezuke?" Ye Feng pondered the intentions of Sarutobi Shinnezuke, realizing that aside from his classmate Ching Shui, no one else was privy to his ability to wield the Flying Thunder God technique. The fact that Sarutobi Shinnezuke was aware of this suggested that Sarutobi Hizashi had inquired about Ching Shui. After all, the commotion caused by Ye Feng's previous battle with Ching Shui had been considerable, and given Sarutobi Hizashi's penchant for espionage, it was hardly surprising that he would learn of Ye Feng's powers. Now, Sarutobi Shinnezuke's inquiry was merely a means to seek further confirmation. Ye Feng-kun, to be candid, I do indeed have another mission on this journey, and I will require your cooperation to eliminate certain entities that ought not to exist. Sarutobi Shinnezuke instructed Ye Feng with a grave expression. Certain entities that ought not to exist? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering the implications behind Sarutobi Shinji's words. Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen had discerned Danzo's schemes? Was the decision to send the team led by Ju into the village for a mission a ploy to eliminate some obscure factions under Danzo's command, thereby weakening him? However, as the Hokage, did Hiruzen truly deem such measures necessary? If he were wary of or coveting the power held by Danzo, he could easily leverage his position to compel Danzo to relinquish it. Should Danzo refuse, Hiruzen could unequivocally cast him into the ranks of rogue ninjas. No. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had not anticipated Danzo's plot. Rather, he had been ensnared by Danzo's deception. The so-called non-existent entities were merely a smokescreen deployed by Danzo, aimed at facilitating the acquisition of the bloodlines of Ju and the Senju clan. Recalling the events from the original narrative, where Ju met a tragic end with vital organs excised, and the mysterious disappearance of Sui from Konoha, alongside the fragmented intelligence relayed by Sarutobi Shinji, Ye Feng's understanding became profoundly clearer. Chapter 77, The Sand Ninja's Ambush. The cloning army. While he harbored suspicions, Ye Feng refrained from voicing them. After all, these notions stemmed solely from his conjectures, lacking tangible evidence. Even if he were to articulate them, disbelief would likely ensue, potentially alarming the very adversaries he sought to evade. I understand now, Senior Shinji, yet I remain uncertain about the true nature of those entities that ought not to exist. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Yet reality unfolded in an instant. In the world of ninjas, aside from the ninjas themselves, there existed another phenomenon known as clones. Iwagakure had long been dedicated to the research of this technology, aiming to perfectly replicate a man-made ninja using the cells of actual ninjas. Recent intelligence obtained from spies within Iwagakure indicated that they intended to dismantle Konoha's resources, seeking to entrap both Konoha and Tsunade in a stalemate, from which they could profit. The forces they mobilized this time were the clones, a product of a technique that had been subjected to prohibitive orders from the major ninja villages and nations. Sarutobi Shinji regarded Ye Feng with a serious expression as he spoke. Clones? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that clones have emerged in the ninja world at this time? However, considering that Konoha has long been dedicated to researching the cells of Hashirama, it is not surprising that other hidden villages are likely conducting secret studies on forbidden techniques as well. It turns out that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been wary of Iwagakure all along. It is important to note that among the 5 great ninja villages, Iwagakure stands as a formidable presence, second only to Konoha. Even Kumogakure pales in comparison to Iwagakure. Upon receiving this information, Sarutobi Hiruzen's grave demeanor is thus understandable. Although Ye Feng comprehends Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, he cannot shake a feeling of unease, and the source of this discomfort lies with Danzo. Danzo has always aspired to become Hokage. To achieve this ambition, one must possess formidable power. Throughout the original Naruto narrative, even until his demise, Danzo relentlessly pursued the study of Hashirama's cells, all in the quest to perfectly replicate would release. After all, in Danzo's view, if the god of ninjas would release were to manifest once more, its unparalleled capabilities would not only allow him to dominate Konoha but also to unify the entire ninja world with ease. Thus, Danzo harbors covetous desires for Sh10 and Sui, as well as for Tsunade, a direct descendant of the Senju clan. Ye Feng harbored deep suspicions that the route and timing of their supply convoy had been covertly divulged by Danzo. The intent was clear. In the chaos of battle, he could exploit the turmoil, And even if he could not eliminate Cheng Shui, he would seize the direct bloodline of the Sinja clan, represented by Shang Shu. Contemplating this, Ye Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. I understand now. When the moment arrives, I shall do my utmost to eradicate those clones. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Shinjiro finally felt a sense of relief, with Ye Feng's combat prowess reaching that of an elite Jonin. Coupled with Cheng Shui and the Jonin and Chunin escorting the supplies to the front lines, the successful completion of their mission appeared to be well within reach. As time gradually passed, over 10 days had swiftly elapsed. At this juncture, the group had arrived at the borders of the Land of Fire, a mere step away from the front lines, separated only by the Land of Rivers. This nation, nestled on the edge of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, shared some territory with the Land of Wind. The terrain here was treacherous, and resources were scarce, resulting in the absence of any ninja villages and a rarity of ninja presence in the Land of Rivers. On this day, the group found themselves in a certain gorge. Once they traversed this gorge, they would be able to transport the supplies to the front lines of the Land of Rain. However, upon reaching this location, Ye Feng did not dare to let his guard down. His spirit was taut to the utmost, and his Byakugan was activated at full capacity, leaving no trace unnoticed. Suddenly, within the scope of his Byakugan, he sensed a faint ripple of chakra, prompting an immediate alarm. An ambush. Wind release. Great breakthrough. With that, Ye Feng swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing an A-rank wind release technique. Instantly, fierce winds surged around him, sweeping away the toxins emanating from the mountains. Far from the Konoha convoy, simultaneously, from the mountains, a deluge of golden sand cascaded down. Magnet release. Sand gold burial. Shinjiro, leading the earth release ninjas, initiated a combined earth release technique, while the others stood guard to protect the convoy. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Cheng Shui, having sensed a murderous intent, quickly reacted after Ye Feng's warning, promptly organizing their strategy. He advanced to the front, employing water release to obstruct the descending puppets. Upon hearing Cheng Shui's command, Sarutobi Shinjiro wasted no time, swiftly coordinating the earth release ninjas to execute earth release, earthen wall, thereby shielding the convoy from the oncoming golden sand. Ye Feng activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings, and soon discerned movement behind the convoy. Without delay, he entrusted two specially crafted kunai to Shju and Minato. Shju. Minato, safeguard yourselves. Do not be overly ambitious. Should you encounter peril, channel a modicum of chakra into the kunai, and I shall come to your aid. With that, Ye Feng did not await their response. He executed the flying technique and surged towards the rear of the convoy. Before he even arrived, a tempest of true energy erupted forth. 18 dragon subduing palms, twin dragons seizing pearls. The resonant roars of 2 dragons reverberated across the battlefield as a wind dragon and a thunder dragon twisted and turned, crashing into the vacant space behind the convoy. Thunderous explosions followed in rapid succession, sending a cascade of debris and dust soaring into the sky. The leaf ninjas guarding the rear of the convoy had yet to react when they witnessed Ye Feng drawing forth a multitude of kunai, his true energy swirling, heavenly flower rain bestowing gold. In an instant, the sky was filled with kunai piercing through the dust. The next moment, Ye Feng unsheathed his Ziwei soft sword, his form entwined with wind and thunder, vanishing from the sight of the leaf ninjas. Amidst the swirling dust, Ye Feng struck without a glance, and in an instant, a clone emerging from the ground was beheaded by his sword. Damn it, how can his speed be so extraordinary? Let us unleash the earthquake wave to hinder his movements. The rock-hidden village ninjas, bearing the clone, witnessed Ye Feng's every teleportation resulting in a swift demise for one of their own, prompting a furious roar as they formed hand seals with blinding speed. As numerous rock ninjas combined their efforts to unleash the earthquake wave, the ground began to tremble violently. Is that truly effective? Wash-on sword technique. 18 dragons subduing palms, dragons battling in the wild. As Ye Feng's feet barely grazed the ground, even amidst the violent tremors beneath him, his speed remained unaffected. Swift as lightning, rendering his adversaries incapable of seizing his elusive figure to launch an attack. As the dust began to settle, the Konoha ninjas stationed at the rear of the convoy were struck with terror upon discovering that within a mere span of time, over 30 headless corpses and a multitude of severed limbs lay strewn across the battlefield where the dust had once surged. The pungent stench of blood rose ominously into the air. Damn it, how can he be so formidable? One of the ninjas from Awagakure, responsible for the ambush, exclaimed in furious disbelief at the sight of the fallen clones while Ye Feng remained unscathed. Enraged, he turned to his comrades and commanded, "Prepare for detonation." With a swift motion, he began to form hand seals, declaring, "Earth release," cracking earth palm. Futile effort. Duga Nine Swords, breaking palm style. Ye Feng executed the flying body technique, channeling his mental energy to connect with the closest kunai held by the leading ninja. In the next instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing beside the leading ninja, his ZY soft sword imbued with the sharp essence of wind and thunder sword energy. The leading ninja, sensing the impending danger as Ye Feng's figure disappeared, swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a clay clone while simultaneously employing the body flicker technique to distance himself from Ye Feng. Chapter 78. The Sand Ninja lays an ambush. The clone army. As Ye Feng witnessed the leading ninja of a Wagakure vanish before his eyes, he was poised to give chase. However, the ground suddenly erupted with a multitude of clones, surrounding Ye Feng completely, unleashing a frenzied onslaught of taijutsu and ninjutsu upon him. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Ye Feng was compelled to abandon his prior intentions. He communicated with the specially crafted flying thunder god kunai in the possession of Minato Namikaze, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The ninja named Sho, observing Ye Feng surrounded by a legion of clones, was on the verge of unleashing his bloodline limit, explosion release. In conjunction with the explosive tags previously buried in the ground and along the canyon's edges, intending to obliterate Ye Feng. However, before Sho could execute his attack, Ye Feng's form disappeared from within the ranks of the clone army. Frustration surged within Sho as he halted his assault, his eyes darting in search of Ye Feng's presence. Just at that moment, the kunai on the ground emitted a crackling sound. Witnessing this, Sho's expression shifted dramatically. Retreat. Withdraw from this place at once. With that, he hastily employed the body flicker technique to distance himself from the area. The ninjas of a Wagakure simultaneously sensed an overwhelming sense of impending doom, prompting them to flee frantically from the epicenter. Mere moments after their departure, a series of explosions erupted, engulfing the clone army within their tumultuous grasp. Dozens of explosive tags, along with those previously laid in the canyon, ignited simultaneously, unleashing a cacophony of detonations that shattered the canyon walls into disarray. In an instant, the clone army brought forth by a Wagakure was decimated to near annihilation by the ferocity of the blasts. When Sarutobi Shinjiro arrived with reinforcements to assist Ye Feng, he was taken aback to find that Ye Feng had single-handedly vanquished the majority of the clones, leaving him utterly astonished as he gazed at the apocalyptic scene before him. Ye Feng, you truly are a remarkable individual. After a prolonged silence, once the explosions subsided, Sarutobi Shinjiro marveled at Ye Feng with awe. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng shrugged his shoulders. In truth, he had not anticipated that the detonation of the explosive talismans affixed to the kunai would unleash such tremendous power. This assault was indeed a fortuitous occurrence, had it not been for a Wagakure's ambush against Konoha, which involved an extensive deployment of explosive talismans on the clones and the canyon sides. The sheer force of dozens of explosive talismans, while formidable, would not have achieved such remarkable results. Enough, Senior Shinobu. You and your team should proceed to secure the battlefield ahead. I shall assist Senior Qingshui in repelling the ambush from Tsunade. With this decisive engagement, the remaining ninjas of a Wagakure would scarcely pose a significant threat. Given that Sarutobi Shinobu had arrived with reinforcements, Ye Feng lost interest in further confronting the battered ninjas of a Wagakure and instead executed the flying body technique, swiftly advancing to the front lines of the battlefield. However, at that moment, Ye Feng suddenly sensed an ominous presence. In the next instant, he swiftly drew back his ZY soft sword. Bang! Instantly, a tremendous force propelled Ye Feng backward through the air. Ye Feng sensed the impending attack from behind. His expression grave. He circulated his Jiuyang True Chi to calm the tumultuous blood within him, his vigilant gaze fixed upon the figure cloaked in a massive cape. Who are you? He demanded. Those who seek your demise, attack. The cloaked figure coldly commanded, gesturing to the throng behind him. Instantly, a multitude of caped assailants surged down from both sides of the canyon, descending upon the supply convoy with lethal intent, slaying indiscriminately. In an instant, the already chaotic battlefield descended further into disarray with the arrival of this new wave of assailants. Unperturbed by the surrounding turmoil, Ye Feng's gaze remained intensely focused on the leader of the cloaked figures. His true energy surged rapidly, the sword intent within his dantian swirling with fervor, as strands of purple and azure sword chi enveloped him. Spiral Sphere, Duga 9 Swords, Breaking Chi Style, Wind Release, Vacuum Wave, Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. In that moment, a barrage of wind projectiles erupted forth from Ye Feng, akin to a machine gun, encircling him in a tempestuous onslaught. Upon witnessing this, Ye Feng promptly abandoned his previous tactics, dissipating the Spiral Sphere. He drew a specially crafted shuriken from his person and hurled it towards the cloaked figure's back. In the next instant, Ye Feng vanished from his original position, reappearing behind the cloaked man, thrusting his sword toward him. It was futile. Wind release, shuriken. The cloaked figure, as if possessing eyes at the back of his head, swiftly turned around. The shuriken in his hand emanated a sharp, penetrating energy, and without evading Ye Feng's strike, it lunged toward Ye Feng's throat. Ye Feng was taken aback by the opponent's reckless fighting style. The ZY soft sword swiftly transformed its technique, deflecting the opponent's kunai, as he executed a flying maneuver, instantly distancing himself from the cloaked figure. Observing Ye Feng's retreat, the corners of the cloaked figure's mouth curled up slightly, whispering, "Mutual detonation talisman, explode." As Ye Feng distanced himself from the cloaked figure, an instinctual sense of impending peril washed over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he invoked the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly escape the vicinity. In the next instant, a series of explosive detonations erupted at the very spot where he had just stood. Upon glancing back, Ye Feng's pupils constricted in shock. An explosive tag? Who are you? Truly? The cloaked figure offered no response to Ye Feng's inquiry. Instead, with a mere gesture towards the canyon above, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals and launched an assault towards Ye Feng. Upon witnessing this, Ye Feng furrowed his brows, poised to respond, when suddenly, he perceived a wave of familiar psychic energy infiltrating his mind. The energy surged directly towards the core of the caged bird within him. Observing this, Ye Feng could not help but smirk inwardly, while outwardly feigning control by the caged bird, his expression contorted in apparent struggle. The cloaked figure, witnessing Ye Feng's demeanor, revealed a cold smile. Wind escape, vacuum wave. In an instant, several weasels charged at the defenseless Ye Feng, just as the cloaked figure believed he had secured victory. The next moment, the Ye Feng who endured the weasel's assault transformed into a mere wooden substitute. Realizing the dire situation, the cloaked figure hastily turned to flee. However, it was too late. Ye Feng's ZY soft sword pierced through the cloaked figure's body with blinding speed. The densely packed purple-green sword energy erupted within the cloaked figure, shattering his meridians and vital organs into fragments. How could this be? The cloaked figure pointed at Ye Feng's calm visage. But before he could finish his words, the sword energy erupted from within him, scattering his form into oblivion. As Ye Feng witnessed the demise of the cloaked figure, a cold smile emerged upon his visage. In an instant, his eyes gleamed with a frigid light, and a specially crafted kunai materialized in his grasp, soaring towards the summit of the canyon. The next moment, Ye Feng found himself hovering above the gorge. Elder, I never anticipated your collusion with Danzo. What is this? Do you truly wish to eliminate me? Here I stand before you. Come and strike. He had long harbored a desire for vengeance, yet had been unable to find an opportune moment. After all, the elder had always remained within the confines of Konoha village, and with Ye Feng's current prowess, he lacked the ability for a silent, lethal strike. Any hint of resistance from the elder would rouse the entire village. Thus, Ye Feng had been biding his time. Now, to his astonishment, he discovered that the elder had indeed conspired with Danzo, intending to seize this chance to extinguish him. Ye Feng's heart swelled with joy. It was as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure without exerting any effort. Hinata Ye Feng, how could you possibly escape the control of a caged bird? It is impossible. Enveloped in his cloak, the Hinata elder continuously formed seals, attempting to unleash the caged bird's secret technique to eliminate Ye Feng. Alas, Ye Feng remained unperturbed. A cold smile surfaced on Ye Feng's face. Nothing is impossible. The moment the mark of the caged bird was inscribed upon me, I have been harnessing my mental energy to manipulate it. To my surprise, I discovered that the caged bird possesses the ability to facilitate the evolution of the Byakugan. As you can see, my caged bird indeed still exists. However, this caged bird is not the same as the previous one. I have successfully evolved the Byakugan twice. Now, allow me to demonstrate a fraction of its formidable power. Byakugan, pressure. As he spoke, Ye Feng activated the Byakugan, and an invisible force began to converge from all directions, pressing towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, sensing the might of the Byakugan technique, turned pale and began to form hand seals, attempting to distance himself from Ye Feng. Unfortunately, Ye Feng seized the opportunity while the Grand Elder was momentarily distracted, swiftly severing his hands with a single stroke of his sword. Chapter 79. The rope tree is severely wounded. Sand Ninja retreats with his hands severed. The Hyuga Grand Elder let out a cry of agony, his eyes hidden beneath his cloak, revealing an intense fear. What ability is this of the Byakugan? As one of the two great ocular techniques of the ninja world, if the Sharingan can evolve, then naturally, the Byakugan can as well. In fact, The ultimate power of the Byakugan may surpass that of the Sharingan. This technique is called pressure, and its effect is to condense one's ocular power, creating a space of compression that can cause enemies to collapse from afar or even be crushed outright, suppressing their strength and minimizing their evasive space. The stronger the ocular power, the more potent the effect, even capable of rebounding ninjutsu. If you were to perish under this technique, it would be a death well-deserved. Byakugan, pressure. Upon hearing the words of the elder Hyuga, Ye Feng calmly elucidated the function of his oppressive aura. Without hesitation, he intensified his ocular power, rapidly contracting the surrounding space to encompass the elder, relentlessly squeezing him. No, Ye Feng, you cannot slay me. I am the elder of the clan. If you take my life, the clan leader will undoubtedly seek retribution. The elder Hyuga's expression was one of terror. His vast cloak compressed into a mass against his face, revealing his frightened visage. How naive of you, elder. You concealed your whereabouts and colluded with Tonin, intending to employ the caged bird technique to eliminate me. Now that I retaliate, what is the issue? Furthermore, even if I were to end your life, who would know it was I? Rest assured, elder, I shall soon send your son to join you. You may now find peace. With that, Ye Feng dismissed the elder from his thoughts, abruptly retracting his ocular power, the immense force crushing the elder's bones and veins. The elder's eyes bulged as blood poured from his orifices, vitality swiftly ebbing away. Before long, Ye Feng withdrew his power and approached the elder, who lay as a mere puddle of flesh, save for his intact Byakugan, the rest of his body resembling that of a mollusk, sprawled upon the ground. Observing the elder's pitiful state, Ye Feng felt no sympathy. He collected the elder's Byakugan and summoned his true energy, creating a massive pit in the earth, into which he cast the elder's lifeless form. Having completed this grim task, Ye Feng did not linger but instead activated his flying technique, descending below. At this moment, the battlefield was nearing its conclusion. Cheng Shui was exhibiting formidable strength, single-handedly overpowering the genius of Tsunade, Luo Sha, and Yi Tsang. The Sand Shinobi were no match for the Konoha ninjas, especially after Sarutobi Shino drove back the Iwa Shinobi, leading his team to a swift retreat, further compelling the Sand Shinobi to flee. Realizing the futility of their position, Luo Sha and Yi Tsang seized the opportunity to strike back at Cheng Shui before issuing a retreat command. Upon hearing the order, the Sand Shinobi felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, hastily dispelling their adversaries and swiftly retreating. Thus, this fierce battle concluded with a resounding victory for Konoha. As Ye Feng observed the conclusion of the fierce battle, he found no inclination to pursue the fleeing shinobi from Tsunade. Instead, he extracted a flask of exquisite liquor and sought a relatively clean space to consume his rations and sip the fine drink, striving to restore his vitality. Although his previous encounters with the clone army appeared effortless, the toll on his mental fortitude had been substantial. The Flying Thunder God technique, while formidable, demanded an extraordinary level of concentration with every evasion, requiring him to be acutely aware of his surroundings. Indeed, while he could traverse space using kunai, misjudging their placement would lead him directly into the path of enemy attacks, placing him in peril. Thus, that brief period had drained a significant amount of his energy. Following his battle with the enigmatic wind-natured ninja and the elimination of the Hyuga clan elder, fatigue was beginning to manifest in Ye Feng. In this moment of respite, many Konoha ninjas, under the guidance of Orange Water and Sarutobi Shinji, busily cleaned the battlefield, including Rope Tree and Wave Wind Minato. The two swiftly collected the corpses of fallen Konoha shinobi. At that juncture, Rope Tree noticed something peculiar beneath the body of a Tsunade Nin. Driven by curiosity, he turned the corpse over. However, as the body was flipped, a hissing sound reached his ears, and upon closer inspection, he found himself frozen in place, overwhelmed with confusion. For beneath the fallen Nin lay several preset explosive tags. Any movement of the corpse would trigger a catastrophic explosion. Being a novice in the chaos of battle, Rope Tree was unaccustomed to such dire situations and found himself paralyzed by fear. Just as the explosive tags were on the verge of detonating, Wave Wind Minato, sensing the anomaly, swiftly employed a gust of wind to propel Rope Tree away. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the surroundings and startling the ninjas engaged in cleanup, drawing their attention to the epicenter of the blast. Quickly, someone help. Rope Tree has been injured by the explosive tags. As confusion reigned among the onlookers, Minato's anxious voice pierced through the smoke. Although he had managed to blow Rope Tree to safety, The urgency of the moment meant that Rope Tree had not escaped the danger zone in time, resulting in the explosive tags detonating and leaving him grievously injured, his body mangled by the force of the blast. Witnessing Rope Tree's dire condition, Minato's first thought was of Ye Feng, knowing that he possessed medical ninjutsu. Ye Feng was initially consuming dry rations and fine liquor to replenish his spent energy when the sudden explosion captured his attention. At that moment, hearing the anxious call of Minato Namikaze, Ye Feng's expression shifted slightly. He swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Minato and assess the injuries sustained by Shinjiro. How could this young man have been so severely affected by the explosive tag? Ye Feng originally believed that he had thwarted Danzo's schemes, and that the sand and rock ninja villages had retreated, leaving S.H. Ju unharmed. However, to his dismay, S.H. Ju fell victim to this calamity and sustained severe injuries from an explosive tag. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze promptly relayed the events to Ye Feng, who could only roll his eyes in disbelief. During their time at the Ninja Academy, they had learned the principles of battlefield cleanup. How could S.H. Ju make such a fundamental mistake? Seeing S.H. Ju in such a pitiful state, Ye Feng shook his head in resignation. Drawing upon his inner energy, he produced a kunai and meticulously excised the mangled flesh from S.H. Ju's wounds, subsequently employing healing palm technique to staunch the bleeding. Once this was accomplished, Ye Feng retrieved some medicinal powder and sprinkled it evenly over S.H. Ju's various injuries, before wrapping him in bandages akin to a mummy. At that moment, C.H. Sui, having concluded his own matters, hurried to Ye Feng's side, inquiring about S.H. Ju's condition. Not only was S.H. Ju his subordinate, but he was also a rare direct descendant of the Senju clan, being his cousin. Naturally, he wished for S.H. Ju to survive this ordeal. Rest assured, Ye Feng replied. Fortunately, Minato managed to blow S.H. Ju away from the explosion's epicenter in time. Otherwise, he may not have escaped this disaster. C.H. Sui, I recommend enhancing S.H. Ju's training in this regard. Otherwise, given his reckless nature, he may find himself in similar peril again. Ye Feng, noticing the concern in Cheng Shui's eyes, offered a few words of comfort before solemnly advising, I understand. I will personally instruct Cheng Shu for a period of time to ensure his foundational skills are solidified. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui sighed in relief, and then cast a gaze of disappointment towards the unconscious Cheng Shu, contemplating how best to guide him in the future. Chapter 80. Arrival at the Frontlines. Farewell to Tsunade after placing Cheng Shu on a supply cart and entrusting him to the care of both Feng Shui men. Ye Feng moved to the front of the convoy, assuming the role of a scout. The journey that followed was devoid of any disturbances. This time, the combined ambush of Tsunade and Iwagakure against the Konoha supply convoy had failed. Now, with Iwagakure's retreat, Tsunade could scarcely muster the strength to organize a second ambush. After all, the Konoha ninjas on the front line were no pushovers, and it was improbable for Tsunade to dispatch too many elite ninjas to circumvent the battlefield and disrupt the supply convoy. Moreover, Jiraiya was leading a squad of elite Konoha ninjas specifically tasked with eliminating enemies in the rear, with the path ahead being smooth and unobstructed. Tsunade had no opportunity for ambush. 5 days later, after traversing the land of rivers, the group finally arrived at the frontline battlefield, weary yet resolute. Cheng Shui, Shinnosuk. I didn't expect you to be the ones escorting supplies. You have worked hard. Even Ye Feng has come? Upon reaching the frontline camp, Yoshirashi Zhixiao immediately instructed the ninjas to unload the supplies. After exchanging pleasantries with Cheng Shui and Sarutobi Shinnosuk, he was taken aback to see Ye Feng standing beside him with a gentle smile. Previously, he had feared Ye Feng's lack of experience, which was why he entrusted him to Hataki Tsukumo. However, he hadn't anticipated that Ye Feng would still be dispatched to the front line by Sarutobi Hizashi. Yes, I have recently made some breakthroughs and have learned the Flying Thunder God technique, which is why Lord Hokage assigned me to this location. Teacher Zhixiao, what is the current situation of the battle? After casually explaining the situation, Ye Feng turned to Yushoshai Zhixiao and inquired, currently, the battlefield is not particularly optimistic. According to intelligence, Iwagakure seems to have reached some sort of agreement with Tsunade, as thousands of IWA ninjas are swiftly advancing towards the land of rain. Most of the ninjas on the front lines are already wounded, and if we divert some of our forces to confront Iwagakure, we may encounter serious issues here. I was just about to seek assistance from Lord Hokage, but now that you are here, it alleviates a significant amount of pressure. Ye Feng, I have heard that you have developed a method for detoxification. Since you have arrived, You should assist Tsunade in treating those injured ninjas. Tsunade is exceedingly adept at employing poisons, and during every major conflict, many ninjas fall victim to toxins, rendering them incapable of active participation on the battlefield. Although we have Tsunade, a top-tier medical ninja, here in Konoha, the toxins from Tsunade are formidable, especially those concocted by Chiyo. Each time Tsunade devises a new antidote, Chiyo simultaneously enhances her combination poisons, creating a considerable headache for Konoha. After all, Tsunade is but one person, and training medical ninjas is an arduous task. Even with a few additional medical jonin, the pressure on Konoha remains substantial. Now that Ye Feng has arrived, his strength should help alleviate the burden on Tsunade and the other medical ninjas. Is that so? It has been quite a while since I last saw Tsunade-sensei. This is a perfect opportunity to visit her. If there is nothing else, I shall go assist Tsunade-sensei. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng was taken aback, yet he did not decline. It had been over a year since Tsunade had left the village, and he found himself genuinely missing her. Now that he had arrived at the front lines, Ye Feng was naturally eager to see Tsunade. Very well, you may proceed. Chung Shui and Sarutobi Shino. I will leave this matter to them. Come with me. We shall discuss the forthcoming battle plans. Upon hearing Ye Feng's agreement, Yashuxi Zixiao smiled slightly and then addressed Chung Shui and Sarutobi Shino. Since a Wagakure had entered the fray, they were about to confront the assaults of two ninja villages, and thus it was imperative to strategically allocate their combat forces. Currently, Orochimaru had already led a portion of the frontline ninjas to establish defenses before the arrival of a Wagakure. However, the strength at Orochimaru's disposal was undeniably insufficient. With the arrival of Chung Shui and Sarutobi Shino, the number of skilled fighters on their side had increased, enabling them to better prepare for the impending conflict. Chung Shui and Sarutobi Shino had no objections whatsoever. After giving a few instructions to the ninjas escorting supplies, the two followed Yashuxi Zixiao into the main tent. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Yashuxi Zixiao and the others, Ye Feng made his way to the temporary hospital set up at the front lines. Before long, upon arriving at the temporary hospital and inquiring about Tsunade's whereabouts, Ye Feng headed directly towards her tent. As he opened the flap, he was met with Tsunade's impatient voice. Did I not say that for the next few days? If there are no urgent matters, do not disturb me. Teacher, it's me. As Ye Feng entered the tent, he was immediately struck by the sight of Tsunade's once lustrous hair now dulled and disheveled, her delicate face etched with fatigue. It was evident that she had not fared well during this period. Ye Feng, what brings you here? Has the old man lost his mind? Why would he send you, a mere rookie fresh out of graduation, to the battlefield? Tsunade paused, taken aback by Ye Feng's voice. Turning around, she beheld him, taller and more mature, and furrowed her brows, her tone tinged with indignation. Sensei, please do not underestimate me. I am no novice. I have mastered your grandfather's Flying Thunder God technique and even improved upon it. My strength is certainly not inferior to yours. Ye Feng felt a warmth in his heart as he exaggeratedly recounted to Tsunade his growth over the past year, including his previous sparring sessions with Chung Shui. In an effort to comfort her, what did you say? You actually managed to defeat Chung Shui? Tsunade exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. How powerful Chung Shui was. Others might not know, but she was well aware. As a ninja who perfectly inherited the water-release talent of her great-grandfather, Senju Tobarama, she possessed immense strength. And even she would not dare to claim an assured victory over Chung Shui. Yet, the mere 10-year-old Ye Feng had demonstrated the capability to conquer Chung Shui. Although Ye Feng mentioned that his victory was achieved through a fierce struggle and a stroke of luck, it remained an impressive feat. She never anticipated that during her absence from Konoha, Ye Feng had grown so remarkably strong. So, please do not underestimate me, sensei. I have come here to assist you. Here, have some jade liquor and a bit of rations to recover. Leave the subsequent matters to me. Ye Feng approached the astonished Tsunade with measured steps, gently assisting her into a seated position. He produced a flask of exquisite jade liquor and some provisions, offering them to her before making his way to the area where Tsunade had been conducting her research. There, he picked up her notes on the toxins, scrutinizing them intently. After contemplating the information, he assumed Tsunade's responsibilities and resumed the investigation into the serum. Tsunade, gazing at the jade liquor and provisions in her hands, lifted her head to observe Ye Feng diligently studying the serum. A flicker of emotion crossed her beautiful eyes, and without further hesitation, she began to consume the food and drink. As time passed, Tsunade had already made significant progress in her research on the serum for this particular toxin combination. Consequently, Ye Feng swiftly completed the serum after taking over the task. Under the microscope, he observed the serum rapidly neutralizing the combined toxins, transforming the originally foul, pitch-black toxic blood into a normal crimson hue. After confirming the serum's efficacy several times, Ye Feng stretched and prepared to report to Tsunade, only to find her peacefully asleep. Noticing Tsunade's disheveled hair, Ye Feng felt a pang of tenderness. He found a white lab coat and gently draped it over her exquisite figure before stepping out of the tent with the serum in hand. Chapter 81. Healing the Wounded. The legendary healer of Konoha. Upon exiting the tent, Ye Feng sought out a medical genin. "Sir, this is the serum researched by Lady Tsunade. Please expedite the mass production." The genin paused, surprised. "You are a disciple of Lady Tsunade? Very well. I shall instruct others to begin the production of the serum immediately." The medical genin was taken aback by Ye Feng's assertion. He looked at Ye Feng's Byakugan with a hint of skepticism, pondering, how could Lady Tsunade accept a ninja from the Hyuga clan as her disciple? Those possessing the Byakugan typically lacked the yang attribute, which was essential for basic medical ninjutsu. This attribute was crucial for their chakra to transform into healing energy through specific pathways, enabling the execution of various medical techniques to restore the wounded. However, observing Ye Feng's earnest demeanor alongside the detailed information he provided on the toxin serum, the genin, despite his reservations, refrained from voicing his doubts. He nodded and took the serum data to arrange for its production. Meanwhile, after the medical genin departed, Ye Feng promptly entered the tents housing the severely poisoned patients. He retrieved the silver needles he had crafted in Konoha from his system space and began extracting the toxins from the afflicted shinobi. Although the meridian needle technique was not as effective as medical ninjutsu for external injuries, it was only slightly inferior to the delicate extraction techniques for toxins. Utilizing his 9 yang true qi, Ye Feng inserted silver needles into the major acupuncture points of the patients. Through a combination of flicking, vibrating, and twisting the needles, he infused his energy into their bodies, expelling the toxins within. The surrounding medical ninjas, witnessing this unprecedented method of detoxification, widened their eyes in awe, gathering around Ye Feng as if eager to learn his technique. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Feng did not refuse. If he could acquire the necessary skills, the number of medical ninjas in the ninja world would not be so scarce. Although the Zawujin method merely represents a form of acupuncture from a lower martial realm, without understanding the flow of true energy and chakra, as well as the pathways for guiding and circulating energy, mastery would remain elusive. Furthermore, despite their awareness of Ye Feng's technique, the various applications of acupuncture points would render it impossible for them to replicate his methods. As Ye Feng continued to assist ninjas suffering from severe poisoning and expelling the toxins from their bodies, his reputation began to spread among the wounded. Moreover, once the serum was developed, Ye Feng commenced utilizing his healing palm technique to aid the injured. His speed of treatment surpassed that of 3 medical ninjas combined. In no time, a single day had passed, and Ye Feng's renown echoed throughout the makeshift hospital. When Tsunade, still in a daze, emerged from her tent, the injured and medical ninjas congratulated her, expressing their joy at her acquisition of such an extraordinarily talented disciple. Tsunade, bewildered, found herself perplexed by the sudden turn of events upon waking. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she recalled that Ye Feng had seemingly arrived at the front lines. Hastily inquiring about his whereabouts, she soon learned of his location and hurried towards him. Upon witnessing Ye Feng adeptly employing the healing palm technique, mending one injured ninja after another, particularly those with internal injuries, Tsunade was astounded. With a mere glance through his Byakugan, Ye Feng could pinpoint the locations of their internal damage, proceeding to skillfully operate, apply the healing palm, and stitch wounds with a fluidity that rivaled her own. Observing this spectacle, Tsunade nodded in appreciation, choosing not to interrupt Ye Feng's treatment, but instead moving on to assess the conditions of the critically injured. For 5 consecutive days, Ye Feng tirelessly treated a multitude of wounded, and gradually, the title of Konoha's miracle worker began to circulate within the temporary hospital. On this particular day, Tsunade learned of Ye Feng's relentless dedication and grew concerned for his well-being. She hurried to his side, exclaiming, "I say, miracle worker of Konoha, are you made of iron? You are still young. Pushing your body to its limits and extracting chakra will affect your future development. Go and rest this instant." Miracle worker of Konoha? After treating the wounded, Ye Feng lifted his head in bewilderment, gazing at Tsunade, who stared back at him with concern, scratching his head in confusion. Previously, Ye Feng had solely focused on alleviating Tsunade's burden, thus neglecting the passage of time. Upon healing one individual, he promptly moved on to the next. After all, The mastery of the nine-yang divine art bestowed upon him an extraordinary recovery rate. Even in moments of fatigue, a single cycle of the technique invigorated him instantly. Consequently, he had not even noticed the system's notification earlier. At that moment, upon hearing Tsunade's words, Ye Feng felt a surge of joy within him. The second phase of the series of tasks issued by the system required him to attain a unique title. Notably, there were no stipulations that this title had to be combat-related. Now, having acquired the title of Sage of Konoha, had he not already fulfilled the requirements of the second phase? Contemplating this, Ye Feng hastily communicated with the system and was immediately greeted with several notifications. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the second phase of the task, obtaining the exclusive title Sage of Konoha. Rewards for the host include the death-defying 13 swords, Tai Chi Fist, and the Lingbo Weibo. The second phase of the task has been completed, and the third phase is now unlocked. Defeat the third Kazekage alone, and make a name for yourself in the ninja world. Task rewards: Daoshin Zhuangma Great Method, Wind God Leg, Divine Blade Slash, and the Divine Weapon, Snow Drinking Mad Blade, along with 500 gold coins. System upgrade triggered. Upon perceiving the series of system notifications, Ye Feng felt a surge of elation. The 13 deadly swords represents an esteemed sword technique. Once perfected, the creation of the 14th and 15th swords could potentially cleave through Susanoo. The art of Tai Chi is equally profound, a martial discipline birthed from the essence of the venerable Grandmaster Sanfeng's enlightenment. Moreover, Tai Chi bears a striking resemblance to the Gentle Fist of the Hyuga clan, with each possessing distinct advantages. The Gentle Fist allows practitioners to infiltrate an adversary's meridians with their vital energy, thereby obstructing the flow of chakra and stymieing their opponent's vitality. In contrast, Tai Chi employs the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity, harmonizing softness with strength, and when mastered, it embodies a perfect balance of both. Should one cultivate the transformative properties of yin and yang and integrate them into Tai Chi, might it not rival the prowess of the bloodline limits? Presently, Ye Feng has scarcely practiced the Gentle Fist of the Hyuga clan. As for developing subsequent variations of his own Gentle Fist or techniques, such as the Void Palm and Reversal of Heaven, he deems them unnecessary. After all, the Void Palm pales in comparison to the formidable 18 dragon subduing palms infused with the attributes of wind and thunder. While the Reversal of Heaven is touted as a flawless defense, it falters when faced with assaults that exceed its thresholds. Rather than expend time crafting the Reversal of Heaven, he would prefer to enhance his offensive capabilities. Ye Feng harbors a penchant for aggression. He is confident that with sufficient strength, even Susanoo and the Rinnegan could be dismantled by his supreme assault. Thus, he has not pursued further study of the Gentle Fist's evolutions. Now, with the acquisition of the 13 deadly swords and Tai Chi, his prowess is poised to ascend dramatically. Coupled with the extraordinary Lingbo Weibo, wave-surging steps, once he draws near, who could possibly anticipate his onslaught? The rewards associated with the third task have stirred Ye Feng into a fervor, igniting a desire to confront the third Hokage at once. Observing Ye Feng's foolish grin in response to her words, Tsunade playfully rapped his head, chiding, "What are you grinning about? Shouldn't you be resting?" "Sensei," Ye Feng retorted. "Where can I find the third Hokage? I wish to challenge him." Breathing heavily, Ye Feng gazed at Tsunade with urgency. Chapter 82. Ye Feng's Reminder. Contemplating the abundant rewards of the third round mission, Ye Feng could not help but breathe rapidly, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Tsunade. "Teacher, where can I find the third Kazekage? I wish to confront him." Tsunade was taken aback, and then a few lines of annoyance appeared on her forehead. Unable to restrain herself, she gave Ye Feng several light taps on the head. "Have you not rested these past few days, causing you to hallucinate?" Seeking a confrontation with the third Kazekage, not only is he surrounded by numerous sand shinobi guards, but even the Kazekage's own strength is beyond your capability. Are you seeking your own demise? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng offered a sheepish smile, abruptly awakening from the immense temptation of the third ring task. At present, his strength could at most be compared to that of an elite jonin. Even at full throttle, his combat prowess would scarcely exceed that of a shadow-level ninja. The third Kazekage is renowned as the mightiest Kazekage of the Tsunade. Although this assertion may carry some exaggeration, nonetheless, he is undoubtedly a seasoned shadow-level powerhouse. Not to mention, the third Kazekage possesses the ability to fly. Unless Ye Feng devises a strategy to counter this capability, he would be relegated to passively enduring blows while standing on the ground. How could he possibly hope to defeat the third Kazekage under such circumstances? Pondering this, Ye Feng gradually composed himself, scratching his head as he regarded Tsunade, who was glaring at him. Honestly, I was merely jesting with my teacher just now. Why did you take it so seriously? You young scamp, tread carefully. Each of those renowned ninjas in the shinobi world is formidable in their own right. Although you possess extraordinary talent, the limitations of your age remain, and you require time for growth. Upon witnessing Ye Feng relinquish his previous, alarming notion, Tsunade let out a sigh of relief. She certainly did not wish for her exceptionally gifted disciple to perish on the battlefield before fully realizing his potential. Understood. Seeing Tsunade's deep concern for him, Ye Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Teacher, did you visit Shinshu? How is he? I did, she replied. And I must express my gratitude to both you and Minato. Without your intervention, Shinshu may have faced grave danger this time. Tsunade felt a pang of fear. He was her only younger brother, and the thought of losing Shinshu was unbearable. Teacher, in truth, I have observed numerous irregularities during this recent supply escort. With a grave expression, Ye Feng recounted to Tsunade all the events surrounding his encounter, particularly emphasizing the attack by the cloak-wearing assailants and their subordinates on the Konoha convoy. Had it not been for his own resources, both Shinshu and Qingxue would have faced peril. Caught off guard by the dual assault from the cloaked figure and the sand shinobi. At that moment, Ye Feng was convinced that these cloaked individuals were dispatched by Danzo. However, after the battle, upon inspecting the bodies, he discovered that these ninjas bore no marks of the tongue disaster seal, leading him to withhold his suspicions from Qingxue and Sarutobi Shinji. Without concrete evidence, he feared being accused of framing an elder, which would be a futile endeavor. Ye Feng, however, harbored unwavering trust in Tsunade, knowing that Danzo's objective was to eliminate the direct bloodline of the Senju clan. He worried that Tsunade might remain oblivious to the schemes surrounding her, potentially falling victim to manipulation. He even speculated that in the original narrative, Danzo's machinations were the reason Tsunade became involved with Kato-dan. Who was Kato-dan? Merely a special jonin proficient in a singular soul attack ninjutsu, the spirit transformation technique. At that time, Tsunade had already achieved considerable success. Although she had not acquired the title of the legendary Three Ninjas, she was undoubtedly an elite jonin. The disparity in their statuses was stark. Had it not been for the tragic death of Shinshu, leaving Tsunade as the sole survivor of the Senju clan, she would not have been at her most vulnerable. Kato-dan would have had no chance to win her affections. Thus, to prevent Tsunade from mirroring the fate depicted in the original tale, Ye Feng resolved to offer her additional warnings. Are you suggesting that someone within the village is targeting the Senju clan? Tsunade, perceptive as ever, grasped the underlying implications of Ye Feng's words. The assailants had a clear objective: Shinshu and Qingxue, the last of the Senju bloodline. This revelation ignited a spark of indignation within Tsunade. The Senju clan had been reduced to mere civilians. Many of their ninjas had perished in the experiments involving Hashirama's cells, while others had been slain during the rescue of the Whirlpool village, falling to the combined forces of Awagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure. Now, apart from her and Qingxue, there were hardly any notable ninjas left from the Senju clan. Despite this, the elders of the village seemed unwilling to relent in their pursuit of the remnants of the Senju. In summary, Tsunade needed to exercise caution and avoid falling into traps set by others. Moreover, it would be prudent for her to enhance Shinshu's ability to respond to unforeseen circumstances. After all, he was the last hope of the Senju bloodline. With profound sincerity, Ye Feng addressed Tsunade. I understand. Tsunade, suppressing the anger that simmered within her, gazed at Ye Feng's concerned expression, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over her. After expressing her thanks, she continued, however, this incident has exposed the shortcomings of Konoha. Currently, the number of medical ninjas is woefully inadequate. If we could assign a medical ninja to each team, the safety of our ninjas during missions would be significantly enhanced. Upon returning, I shall suggest to the elder that we expand the ranks of medical ninjas. Had there not been Ye Feng, a ninja well-versed in medical ninjutsu, in the convoy, SHU might have met a tragic fate this time. Furthermore, the previous scarcity of medical ninjas on the front lines has resulted in many ninjas failing to receive proper treatment, leaving them with irreversible ailments. And countless severely injured ninjas have succumbed to their wounds. Thus, Tsunade naturally conceived this notion. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, a sense of helplessness washed over Ye Feng's face. Tsunade's perspective was naively optimistic. While it is true that assigning a medical ninja to each four-person team would significantly enhance safety, this arrangement would inevitably dilute the team's combat effectiveness. Not every medical ninja possesses the formidable capabilities of Tsunade or himself. Most have devoted all their energies to honing their medical ninjutsu, leaving little room for the study of combat techniques. Consequently, medical ninjas often find themselves as targets in need of protection during missions, which severely undermines the overall strength of the team. Moreover, cultivating a competent medical ninja is no simple task. Each medical ninja requires a solid foundation of extensive theoretical knowledge and mastery over chakra that must reach a remarkably advanced level. These skills cannot be acquired in a short span of time. Lastly, and perhaps most crucially, producing a substantial number of medical ninjas demands an immense amount of resources. With such resources at their disposal, the Konoha F4 would likely prefer to redirect them toward nurturing their own clan's ninjas rather than generously allocating them for the training of seemingly less useful medical ninjas. Thus, Tsunade's aspirations are destined to remain unfulfilled. Nevertheless, despite his reservations, Ye Feng refrained from dissuading Tsunade. After all, no amount of persuasion would deter her. She would only relent after encountering failure. Additionally, this incident might serve to unveil the true nature of those old geezers to her, which could be beneficial. After engaging in light conversation with Tsunade for a while, he was eventually sent off to rest. Ye Feng did not insist. Now, after 5 days of relentless treatment, most of the injured at the makeshift hospital have received care. The remaining lightly wounded ninjas can be adequately attended to by the available medical ninjas. Ye Feng could seize the opportunity during his leisure time to diligently practice the newly acquired Deadly 13 Swords and Tai Chi. Chapter 83. The Deadly 13 Swords. Although it is currently a time of war, the recent period has been remarkably tranquil. After all, neither village could continuously dispatch a significant number of ninjas to the front lines, as this would only lead to mutual destruction, allowing other ninja villages to reap the benefits. Ever since Hatake Sakumo gained fame on the battlefield by vanquishing 2 formidable masters from the Sand Ninja village, even the right arm of the 3rd Kazekage was severed by him. Consequently, there has been a notable absence of large-scale warfare since then. The conflicts between the 2 villages have shifted from open confrontations to covert operations, focusing on sabotage, infiltrating the enemy camp for intelligence gathering, and assassination missions. Thus, there has been a marked reduction in the occurrence of large-scale ninja battles. Ye Feng returned to the tent arranged for him by Tsunade, not immediately seeking rest, but rather claiming his task rewards. First among these was the Deadly 13 Swords. The Deadly 13 Swords is a legendary sword technique passed down through the family of Yen Shursan, a peerless swordsman crafted by the renowned author Gu De. With this technique, Yen Shursan has triumphed over countless famed masters. Subsequently, the sword god Ye Feng, upon witnessing this swordplay, felt that its essence remained unfulfilled, believing that beyond the 13th sword, there must be a 14th sword. This would be the essence of the technique, the true bloom following the green leaves. Utilizing his extraordinary talent for swordplay, Ye Feng created the 14th sword, taught it to Tai Kai Ching, and personally shattered its form. Eventually, Yen Shursan discovered the existence of the 14th sword. However, unbeknownst to them, the 14th sword was not the final evolution of this technique. Having practiced this ancestral swordplay for many years, Yen Shursan was profoundly familiar with it and perceived that the sword intent within the 14 swords was still incomplete. Indeed, there must be a 15th sword. Unfortunately, the comprehension of this 15th sword proved exceedingly difficult. After many years of arduous contemplation, Yen Shursan had yet to grasp its essence. It was only before his duel with Ye Feng that he, drawing upon the sword energy emanating from Ye Feng, experienced a sudden enlightenment regarding the 15th sword. Faced with the sword intent emitted by Yen Shursan's newly realized 15th sword, Ye Feng found himself utterly powerless, even when exerting his utmost effort, and could do nothing but close his eyes in resignation. Yet, just as Yen Shursan was about to defeat Ye Feng and ascend as the new sword god of the martial world, he suddenly recognized that the murderous aura of this sword was too overwhelming. The sword energy promised only death and destruction, transcending the realm of humanity. Embodying a true demonic sword, to avoid becoming a sinner in the martial world, to prevent falling into the demonic path and bringing calamity to the realm, Yen Shursan reversed his blade and severed his own throat, succumbing to death. Understanding Yen Shursan's profound resolve, Ye Feng also sacrificed his own right thumb and index finger as a gesture, declaring that after Yen Shursan, the deadly 15 swords would never again grace the martial realm. From that moment forth, the deadly 15 swords faded into legend. After assimilating the lethal 13 swords of destiny gifted by the system, the seed of sword intent, which had been concealed within Ye Feng's dantian, suddenly began to stir. Waves of pure sword energy swiftly enveloped Ye Feng's entire being. In the next moment, the ZY soft sword, which had been resting at Ye Feng's waist, sensed the pervasive sword energy surrounding him. Driven by this energy, it soared into the air, landing gracefully in Ye Feng's grasp. With the soft sword now in hand, Ye Feng's previously closed eyes snapped open, unleashing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Flashes of sword light flickered as the killing aura fused with the sword energy, culminating in an extraordinary display of power. The 13 swords of destiny are destined to draw blood, either from foes or from oneself. The entirety of this sword technique consists solely of relentless assaults. The greater the bloodlust, the more formidable the sword technique becomes. Although Ye Feng had only graduated from the Ninja Academy a few years prior, the number of foes he had vanquished during this time was undeniably significant, particularly during the previous mission of escorting supplies. Ye Feng single-handedly eliminated the majority of a clone army, his aura of murderous intent rivaling that of seasoned ninjas. Initially, he was unable to harness this overwhelming bloodlust. However, upon mastering the deadly 13 swords, the very moment his sword energy surged, the latent killing intent within him materialized, enveloping the entire tent in a dense, oppressive atmosphere. As the sword energy flowed around him, Ye Feng tirelessly executed the deadly 13 swords repeatedly, delving into the myriad transformations contained within the technique. The essence of the sword expanded, and the atmosphere thickened with lethal intent. Even a high-ranking ninja would find their combat prowess severely diminished in the face of Ye Feng's current state. As Ye Feng's movements quickened, the sword light coalesced into a colossal energy sword. Under his command, the energy sword struck out fiercely, unleashing a tempest around him, accompanied by the roar of thunder. The immense energy sword cleaved through the tent, slicing a path toward the outside world. Boom! The thunderous sounds resonated, startling the entire front camp of Konoha. Those gathered in the command tent, including Mitawashi and others, were engaged in discussions regarding the intelligence brought back by Jiraiya when they suddenly heard the commotion. Exchanging serious glances, they suspected an ambush by the Sand Ninja and hastily exited the tent, racing towards the source of the explosion. Upon arriving at the scene, they were taken aback. There were no enemies in sight, only a deep sword mark in the ground, approximately 3 inches deep, radiating sharp winds and arcs of electricity, imbued with an intense murderous intent. Following the sword mark, Mitawashi soon spotted Ye Feng, eyes closed, wielding a Z-Way soft sword as he contemplated the power of the recent strike. The swirling winds and thunderous sword energy surrounding Ye Feng made it evident that he was the one responsible for that formidable blow. Realizing this, Mitawashi's expression darkened. He had initially believed that an enemy had launched a surprise attack, only to discover it was Ye Feng's doing. With this thought, he irritably dismissed the onlookers and prepared to approach Ye Feng. However, before he could draw near, Ye Feng abruptly opened his eyes, retracting the sword energy within him, sheathing the Z-Way soft sword at his waist. In the next moment, the overwhelming killing intent was drawn back into his body by the seed of sword intent residing in his dantian. Ye Feng exhaled a breath of murky air. The more he delved into the essence of the 13 deadly swords, the more the murderous intent within him surged. Especially when he sought to create the 14th sword based on his recent understanding, the overwhelming bloodlust threatened to erupt uncontrollably. Realizing this anomaly, Ye Feng hastily ceased his contemplation of the 14th sword, striving to quell the swirling seed of sword intent, retracting his sword energy. With the Z-Way soft sword sheath, he barely managed to suppress the burgeoning murderous aura. Ye Feng, have you gained further insight into swordsmanship? Yusho Shizi, upon witnessing Ye Feng's calm demeanor, looked at him with envy. Truly, Ye Feng was a prodigy. Before his expedition, he had only just begun to make breakthroughs in swordsmanship and had grasped a concept known as sword intent. Yet now, how little time had passed since he arrived at the front lines. Such rapid advancement was enviable even to someone as accomplished as Yusho Shizi, a top-tier ninja. As for Tsunade and Jiraiya, their astonishment was beyond words. From the earlier sword scar imbued with wind and thunder attributes, even they could not withstand such a strike. It was as if they were trapped in a dream. How could they possibly be surpassed by a mere 10-year-old child? Chapter 84. Taichi and Lingbo Weibu. Hearing the words of Mitsurashi Zishio, Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, there has been some breakthrough, Teacher Zishio, Teacher Tsunade, and Senior Jiraiya. I have gained some insights that I need to digest. I shall leave the aftermath to you. With that, Ye Feng did not wait for a response and executed the flying body technique, departing the camp to seek a secluded spot. Once settled, Ye Feng sat cross-legged and repeatedly practiced the Nine-Yang divine art, cleansing his body. Although he had previously infused all his killing intent into the seed of sword intent, a latent urge to kill still simmered within him. This was troubling. In the past, Ye Feng had dismissed the notions of demonic swords and murderous blades, believing that it was the person who controlled the sword, not the other way around. Martial arts themselves were devoid of good or evil. They were righteous when used rightly and malevolent when wielded with malice. However, during his training with the 13 deadly swords, Ye Feng discovered he was struggling to contain his own killing intent, which seemed to spring from the depths of his heart. It felt as though an inexplicable voice urged him to spill blood, to nourish his sword intent with it. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. This was also a drawback of the system's enlightenment. Regardless of the martial art, Ye Feng could swiftly grasp the fundamentals after acquiring them. During the system's importation, vivid images would materialize in his mind, akin to receiving instruction from a peerless master, allowing him to rapidly reach the threshold of proficiency or even minor mastery. This significantly reduced the time he spent in training. Yet, this came at the cost of the invaluable experiences gained from progressing from novice to mastery. Training in other martial arts was manageable, but when it came to those techniques steeped in extreme killing intent, lacking the transitional experience from initiation to mastery led to complications in Ye Feng's mindset, especially since he was ambitious. Upon gaining insights into the 13 deadly swords, he eagerly sought to comprehend the 14th sword, which only intensified his killing intent and nearly caused him to be consumed by it. Reminiscent of the perilous path described in martial arts novels, falling into madness. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives endowed Ye Feng with immense mental fortitude. Coupled with the supreme yang and unyielding nature of the 9 yang divine art, he was adept at suppressing the adverse effects brought on by the 13 deadly swords. As the 9 yang energy washed over him, the urge to kill gradually subsided. Rising from the ground, Ye Feng wasted no time. Unsheathing his Ziwei soft sword to continue his understanding of the 13 deadly swords. This time, he dared not be overly ambitious. Instead, he diligently focused on comprehending the variations of each movement within the 13 deadly swords, aiming to eliminate the drawbacks of the system's enlightenment entirely. Time passed unknowingly, and eventually, Ye Feng ingrained the variations of the 13 deadly swords into his muscle memory, ensuring that he would not lose control of his mindset due to killing intent. Only then did he cease his sword practice and turn to claim the rewards of Tai Chi and Lingbo Weibo. The Tai Chi offered by the system was not the gentle exercise practiced by elders in later years, but rather the original manuscript of Grandmaster Sanfeng. With the acquisition of Tai Chi and Lingbo Weibo, Ye Feng was ready to embark on a new journey. In Ye Feng's mind, 2 ethereal elders appeared simultaneously. One stood atop a mountain, practicing Tai Chi while expounding on the profound essence of this ancient martial art. The other, positioned nearby, trod upon the intricate patterns of the I Ching's Bagua, imparting the essential teachings of both the I Ching and the graceful art of Lingbo Weibo to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, with his mind divided between 2 pursuits, gracefully practiced Tai Chi with his hands while his feet moved slowly in accordance with the principles of the I Ching. Tai Chi, akin to the Dugu 9 swords, emphasizes the essence rather than mere forms. Some individuals learn Tai Chi with remarkable speed, much like Zhang Wuji from Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber, while his rapid mastery is attributed to the 9 yang divine art and the heavenly pivot's ability to unlock his latent potential. It does not diminish the fact that Tai Chi is fundamentally about its profound meaning. When Zhang Sanfeng demonstrated Tai Chi in public, others remained perplexed. Only Zhang Wuji swiftly grasped its essence and achieved mastery, illustrating his understanding of Tai Chi's profound principles, unencumbered by the rigid transitions between techniques. From the realization of techniques to their transcendence, he rapidly attained full mastery of Tai Chi. Ye Feng, having lived 2 lives, possessed an unparalleled mental acuity. Bolstered by his experiences in the era of information explosion in the later world, which endowed him with the ability to draw inferences from one instance to another. Although he was presently divided in his focus, this did not hinder Ye Feng from swiftly mastering the fundamentals of Tai Chi and achieving remarkable proficiency. As his vital energy coursed through him, his movements fluctuated between languid and brisk, complemented by the footwork of the I Ching's 8 trigrams. In an instant, within this confined space, a diagram of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang 8 trigrams materialized beneath his feet. In the midst of the intricate Bagua, Ye Feng deftly maneuvered, capturing every adversary who dared to enter this Taiji Bagua realm in an instant. At that moment, he found himself once again enveloped in an inexplicable state of mind. His thoughts ceased, and the profound essence of the 32 soft fist techniques continually surfaced in his consciousness, allowing him to discard the chaff and integrate the essence into his Taiji practice. Gradually, Ye Feng's Taiji became increasingly enigmatic. embodying not only the principle of overcoming rigidity with softness and reflecting an opponent's techniques, but also the ability to infuse his own vital energy into the meridians of his foes upon contact. Moreover, in this heightened state, he swiftly grasped the clandestine secrets of his ancestral lineage. The soft fist, Bagua, 64 palms, and 128 palms. In this moment, Ye Feng transcended the constraints of mere technique transitions. Even the Lingbo Weibo ceased to adhere to a predetermined direction. His mind envisioned the enemy's assaults, adapting various techniques in response, his body fluidly evading strikes before launching counterattacks. Time seemed to dissolve, and even the two elders in his mind vanished without his notice, as he tirelessly practiced Taiji and Lingbo Weibo. Just as Ye Feng immersed himself in the profundity of these martial arts, a sudden tempest of 1,000 projectiles, accompanied by a fierce wind, surged toward him. Ye Feng instinctively embraced with both hands, unleashing the 9 Suns True Qi, which coalesced in the air to form a Tai Chi Yin-Yang symbol. Instantly, the myriad of projectiles and fierce winds were thwarted by this emblem. With a sudden tremor emanating from Ye Feng, the onslaught of projectiles and winds was rebounded back towards their origin. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. 2 ninjas clad in sand village attire abruptly materialized behind Ye Feng, manipulating puppets that surged toward him, laden with a potent array of toxins. However, as the 2 sand ninjas believed their victory was assured, their puppets grasped at empty air. Ye Feng, upon sensing the imminent danger, deftly executed the wave step technique to evade their assault. His speed was so remarkable that the afterimages of his form lingered, creating an illusion for his adversaries. Positioning himself behind the puppets, Ye Feng delivered a devastating punch that shattered the hardened construct, forged from ironwood and laced with chakra-infused metal. Before the foes could react, Ye Feng swiftly pivoted, unleashing a dual palm strike aimed at the fleeing sand ninjas. Without a glance at the aftermath of his assault, he promptly turned, employing the wave step once more to swiftly close the distance to the first sand ninja that had attempted to ambush him. Drawing the Ziwei soft sword, a flicker of blade light heralded the decisive moment as the sand ninja's head soared into the air. In an instant, 3 sand ninjas were dispatched. Yet Ye Feng's brow furrowed in confusion. How could sand ninjas possibly be present in this location? Activating his Byakugan, he scanned the surroundings, resolute in his search for the truth. As Ye Feng observed the swiftly fleeing ninja, a surge of murderous intent surged within him. He executed the Lingbo Weibo to its utmost perfection, pursuing the escaping ninja with relentless determination. It is noteworthy that many have previously speculated about the key to the evolution of the Byakugan. Allow me to clarify, while the caged bird indeed serves to purify the Byakugan, this process necessitates not only immense spiritual power, but also the presence of natural spiritual energy. Only through the confluence of these 2 elements can one achieve the purification of the Byakugan. At the outset, Ye Feng's interaction with the caged bird primarily aimed to expedite the activation of the system, whereas the purity of the Byakugan serves as a foreshadowing for its future evolution. Furthermore, I must emphasize that I have never claimed that the caged bird alone can facilitate the transformation of the Byakugan into the Rinnegan. As previously mentioned, the evolution of the Byakugan into the Rinnegan requires not only a refined Byakugan but also the chakra or cells of the Tsutsuki clan. The source of the Tsutsuki clan's power lies within the fruits of the divine tree, which are constituted by the amalgamation of natural spiritual energy and the life essence of the planet. Thus, the premise established in this narrative is that to evolve the Byakugan into the Rinnegan or any other ocular power, one must possess a purified Byakugan alongside abundant natural spiritual energy and life essence. Aside from this method, the only alternative would be to emulate Tsutsuki Shorin of the Moon, who transformed vast quantities of Byakugan genes into a colossal Rinnegan. Should any esteemed readers have suggestions or opinions, I warmly welcome your thoughts. Thank you for your continued support. Chapter 85. Annihilation of the Root Ninja. When Ye Feng emerged from the frontline camp, he had chosen a secluded spot for his training quite casually. However, this location was not far from the camp, and logically, it should not attract the attention of the Sand Shinobi. After all, this area was not a route for the transportation of supplies from Konoha, and there was little of value to entice the Sand Shinobi to explore it. Furthermore, the hasty attack from these Sand Shinobi indicated that they had not anticipated encountering a Konoha ninja in this place. All of this suggested that the Sand Shinobi's target was originally not him. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng immediately activated his Byakugan to survey his surroundings. Indeed, through the lens of his Byakugan, he spotted several ninjas wearing ghostly masks dashing towards the land of fire. Witnessing this scene, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. These root ninjas had the audacity to lead the sand shinobi in his direction, intending for him to hold them off. Were it not for his own abilities, he might very well have fallen victim to these sand shinobi. Ye Feng was inherently a person who repaid grievances with vengeance. How could he possibly allow these root ninjas to escape? Channeling his vital energy, Ye Feng executed the Lingbo Weibu technique, swiftly dashing towards the group of root ninjas. Before long, he arrived behind them, his body enveloped in swirling winds and thunder, transforming into a streak of purplish-blue light. A golden-red sphere of chakra materialized in his right hand. Perish, spiral sphere. With that declaration, Ye Feng unhesitatingly thrust the spiral sphere into the back of one root ninja, his right hand piercing through, blood gushing forth from the fallen foe. The root ninja, begrudgingly glancing down, barely had time to utter a word before vitality swiftly ebbed away. The remaining root ninjas, witnessing the demise of their comrade, were instantly stricken with alarm, hastily halting their advance and encircling Ye Feng in a triangular formation. Among them, a seemingly commanding root ninja's eyes glinted with cold light. Damn it, as a leaf ninja, how dare you strike against us? Do you wish to become a rogue ninja? Do not place such a heavy accusation upon me. You wretched root ninjas have never shown any camaraderie, executing missions while exposing your identities. Yet seeking the aid of fellow village ninjas to fend off pursuers, utterly disregarding their lives. In the past, no one could contend with you, but I shall not indulge you. Since you dare to bring calamity upon me, why should I remain courteous? Moreover, this is the land of rain. Even if I were to slay you, who would be the wiser? Enough of this prattle. Embrace your demise, Chidori. With a cold smirk, Ye Feng's gaze caught sight of the subtle movements of two root ninjas. His right hand swiftly enveloped itself in a layer of azure lightning, the crackling sound echoing as it danced upon his palm. Crack! Accompanied by a thunderous roar from the heavens, Ye Feng transformed into a streak of lightning, deftly evading the assaults of the two root ninjas, racing towards their captain with blinding speed. Damn it, ninja art, insect sphere. The captain of the root ninjas cursed under his breath as he observed Ye Feng charging toward him. He quickly unleashed the parasitic insects he had reared, a swarm filling the air to obstruct Ye Feng's advance, while he hastily retreated towards his comrades. Well, woman ninja, do you truly believe these parasitic insects can hinder me? As Ye Feng observed the arcane techniques deployed by his opponent, he immediately discerned the lineage of the root ninja captain, a hint of disdain gracing his visage. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, crashing through the defense formed by the parasitic insects. In an instant, countless parasites sought to siphon the vital energy from Ye Feng's body. However, Ye Feng practiced the nine-yang divine art, his vital energy searingly hot, imbued with an abundance of natural energy. Though these parasitic insects could consume a ninja's chakra, they were utterly incapable of devouring Ye Feng's vital energy. Moreover, among these parasites were venomous insects whose toxins posed no threat to Ye Feng whatsoever. Soon, Ye Feng burst forth from the insect-laden defense, his speed still akin to a flash as he approached the root ninja captain. What? This is impossible. Ninja technique, insect clone. The root ninja captain, witnessing Ye Feng pass through his parasitic defense unscathed, felt a chill of alarm grip his heart. Yet, Ye Feng was rapidly closing in on him. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Ye Feng's right hand, the root ninja captain understood that if struck, his demise was inevitable. After all, the majority of the Oil Woman clan were not adept at close combat, their defenses woefully inadequate. How could they possibly evade the might of the Chidori? Thus, the root ninja captain hastily formed hand seals, intent on employing the insect clone technique to evade Ye Feng's impending assault. However, before he could complete the seals, Ye Feng transformed into a streak of light, his fist piercing through the root ninja captain's body. This is the end. 18 dragons subduing palms, twin dragons seizing pearls. After vanquishing the root ninja captain, Ye Feng did not pause to examine his spoils. Faced with two more root ninjas barreling toward him, a cold smile crept across his face. Channeling his vital energy into both hands, he unleashed a wind dragon and a lightning dragon that writhed and surged forth from his palms. Amidst the resounding roar of the dragons, accompanied by a tempest of wind and lightning, they hurtled towards the two root ninjas. Taken completely by surprise, the duo was pierced through by the wind and lightning dragons, collapsing to the ground in defeat. You have killed us. Lord Danzo will not let you go. The root ninja captain, sprawled on the ground, his eyes flickering with resentment, could hardly fathom the extent of Ye Feng's formidable prowess. He had not only swiftly dispatched the pursuing sand ninjas, but showed no mercy to them either. as he felt the life force within him rapidly ebbing away. A look of vengeful bitterness marred the root ninja captain's countenance. Even in death, he resolved to make Ye Feng suffer. The act of slaying a fellow villager, particularly one from the root, would surely incite Lord Danzo's wrath. He would ensure that Ye Feng paid dearly for this transgression. Hearing the words of the root team leader, Ye Feng's face broke into a cold smile. Rest assured, in the near future, the entire root organization, including Danzo, will join you. He continued, do you think I am unaware of your schemes? You merely intend to utilize the insects you have nurtured to convey messages, do you? You believe your petty maneuvers can elude my discerning gaze. 13 deadly swords. With that proclamation, Ye Feng unleashed a surge of sword intent, and the ZY soft sword was drawn in an instant. A torrent of sword energy swept through the air, annihilating every insect clinging to the root team leader's body. After meticulously inspecting the area and ensuring no trace was left behind, Ye Feng finally felt at ease. He concentrated his mental energy into a blade, piercing the minds of several root ninjas, obliterating their left brains before turning to stride toward the frontline camp. However, after just a few steps, Ye Feng's brow furrowed. Who goes there? Step forward. As Ye Feng's voice faded, the rustling of grass surrounded him, and soon after, a small girl with purple hair emerged from the thicket. Her eyes filled with trepidation as she gazed at Ye Feng. Esteemed sir, please do not harm me. I have seen nothing. I merely stumbled into this place out of hunger. I beg you, do not hold it against me. Upon observing the girl, with her damp purple locks and large, fearful eyes, a sense of familiarity washed over Ye Feng. Her small face, marred by dirt, bore an expression of anxious trepidation. Do you have no companions? He inquired. In this perilous time of the Shinobi World War, it is exceedingly dangerous for you to be wandering alone. Ye Feng felt a faint intuition stirring within him as he gazed at the little girl, gently inquiring, what brings you here? I have no companions. I am merely too hungry, so I ventured out in search of food, she replied, perhaps sensing a semblance of safety in Ye Feng's presence. Her tone carried a hint of vulnerability as she looked up at him. Here, he said, take these provisions and some money. It should suffice for a while. Seek refuge in a secure place, and unless absolutely necessary, refrain from venturing out. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Feng retrieved still-warm provisions and a stack of silver notes from the system space. He handed them to the little girl, not pausing for her response, and swiftly turned to deploy his agility, dashing towards the frontline camp. Chapter 86. Little Nin Big Brother, may I accompany you? I can be of service in many ways. I can wash your clothes and prepare your meals. Will you take me with you? As the little girl gazed at the provisions and silver notes in her hands, what might seem trivial to others represented a long-lost warmth to her, a child orphaned from a young age who had endured the indifference of humanity. Why do you wish to follow me? Ye Feng paused momentarily, turning his gaze towards the little girl who earnestly inquired. Because I do not wish to be bullied any longer. The elder brother possesses great strength, and I wish to accompany him so that I may not be mistreated again. Furthermore, I desire to learn ninjutsu from the elder brother, so that I too may assist those orphans who share my plight. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, the little girl mustered her courage and expressed her innermost thoughts. If this is your intention, then I regret to inform you that I cannot permit you to accompany me. Ye Feng shook his head, gazing at the innocent young girl, before turning away and slowly making his way towards the Leaf Village camp. Why? The little girl asked, her voice tinged with a sense of injustice at Ye Feng's rejection. In the world of ninjas, kindness is the most undesirable trait. The virtuous seldom thrive. If you wish to survive in this realm, the first lesson you must learn is to disregard the sanctity of life. If you wish to accompany me, I can offer you an opportunity, though it may not be a chance for you, but rather the beginning of your descent into darkness. You have 10 seconds to ponder this. After 10 seconds, should you choose to follow me, I will lead you to the place where I have prepared your trial. If you decide against it, take these provisions and silver notes, and depart on your own. Ye Feng spoke softly. Although the little girl was young, she had endured many experiences and naturally understood the implications of Ye Feng's words. In her heart, she harbored a faint suspicion regarding the test he had set for her. Should she accompany Ye Feng? This journey could very well render her unable to turn back. Yet what choice did she have? She had grown weary of being bullied, of the unpredictable feasts and famines in her life. The figure before her, Ye Feng, though ruthless in his acts of violence, appeared not entirely devoid of compassion, as evidenced by his provision of food and silver. Reflecting on the warmth Ye Feng had first offered her felt akin to a piercing ray of sunlight breaking through the oppressive gloom of the rain country, illuminating a path for her heart to tread. Perhaps following Ye Feng was not such a bad idea after all, not for any other reason, but to safeguard this precious warmth she had discovered. With this thought in mind, the little girl resolutely lifted her head and looked at Ye Feng, declaring, "Big brother, I am willing to follow you. No matter what trials you set before me, I will strive to overcome them." "Very well, come with me." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng nodded slightly, casting a profound gaze at the little girl. Before his eyes fell upon the figure behind her, a being with golden hair and a face marred by dirt, yet radiating a warm, sunny smile. If the little girl were not to accompany him, perhaps she would soon encounter that golden figure, thus initiating the cycle of fate, leading everything back to its origin. However, the little girl had chosen to follow him. If she were to pass his trials, would their paths still intertwine in the future? Ye Feng was unaware. Suppressing the disarray of thoughts swirling in his mind, Ye Feng turned around, activating his Byakugan to search for traces of bandits or rogue shinobi along the way. If the young girl wished to accompany him, the first lesson he would impart would be the art of killing. Kindness may indeed be the noblest of virtues in the world. However, in this brutal realm of the ninja, it is a liability of the gravest nature. Just as in the times of the original narrative, were Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato not kind? They were undoubtedly benevolent. Yet, what did this kindness yield them? It brought forth separation, enmity, and endless suffering. Therefore, if the young girl desired to follow him, she must first relinquish the goodness in her heart. Otherwise, Ye Feng would not intervene to alter the fate that awaited her. Presently, the world is engulfed in the tumult of the great ninja war, rife with bandits and rogue shinobi fleeing from the battlefield.